from the UK, but also just great to see, so many countries represented. We see as well, Mexico, Vietnam, Turkey, all countries we don't really see too many players out of. I know Mexico does have quite a strong scene, actually.
Oh,
and now we move on to Group H, and this is a spicy one. Germany, one of the strongest European countries, probably next to Russia and Ukraine, in terms of just how strong and how many strong players there are within that country alone. Ukraine is looks just as scary as the sort of neighboring Russia to this extent in terms of strength of team. Czech Republic's coming up as well.
Just wanted to say, Czech Republic is another country that has a strong tradition in board games and card games. So it's definitely a strong country to look forward to. And Ukraine feels like it's a second pick for me, just right after Russia.
Yeah,
it comes to strength.
Yeah, it's extremely close. Players like Dr. Hippie, Nyria, all representing Ukraine as well. So like I said, they are all the groups. And I think from what we've just discussed, you get the theme. All the groups are insane. Basically, they are so strong. There are so many great matches we've got coming up. And we are going to see every single match that is going to be played out. So it's going to be round robin. Every single country plays every other country within their group. And then they're going to move on to another stage, and then we get to the finals. So absolutely amazing tournament. Yeah. You're going to be with us for a while, guys. Maybe not all today, but this is going to go on for 10 weeks for now, and then a small gap, and then we'll be moving on. So plenty to see and talk about. But let's check out the matches we've got coming up today.
5 matches.
Yeah, we have 5 matches today, 5 matches tomorrow, and I believe there'll be 2 matches on Thursday presented by our American friends, Rob and Cora. So that's going to be great. But we have Czech Republic versus the Philippines coming up first, followed by South Korea versus Greece.
Then we have Taiwan versus Poland, so something I'm personally looking forward to, and Clash of the Titans after that. China versus Sweden. I think this is the match of the day.
Yeah, I wouldn't be far off agreeing there. And then we're going to finish up the day with Russia. Let's see if they can be the powerhouse we think they're going to be versus Spain. Definitely a strong region in its own right as well. So, there are all the matches we've got going up today. As I said, there's going to be another 5 matches tomorrow where the UK plays. So, check out for that one. But the first match we've got coming up is going to be the Czech Republic versus the Philippines. And as you mentioned earlier, this is kind of a cool one. We can see the players, the 4 players representing each country. And we know, and we'll see a little bit later, both teams are together. They are not playing online, over Skype or discussing it with each other. They are in the same room playing together. So for Czech Republic, representing them is Stancifka, Yara, Czech Cloud, and Pekrovac.
And Stancifka comes on fire here to this tournament because he just won Throne of Cards this weekend. So I'm sure he's looking forward to gain more points, basically.
Yeah, 100%. Stancifka, actual teammates, outside of Global Games with Pekrovac anyway on Misfits. So they're good friends regardless. And I believe the Czech Republic scene is very close. And then Philippines, WaningMoon, Caraku, who just missed out on Winter Championships. Chalk has been in the... Yeah, that was so close. We see Chalk as well, who's been around the scene for a long time. And then Staz, who's come off a recent-ish victory, top finish in WESG. I believe he got top 6 at some point there. So, all these players looking fantastic. And we can see the countries themselves that be represented. I believe they're sitting in the church there. They're playing from there, the Czech team, Stan leading the way. I believe Stancifka is the team's designated captain, and not too much of a surprise, the most experienced player and successful player on the team.
Well, he has vast experience in MTG, also played competitively in chess, so he has a strong, just feeling of how to play in competitive environment.
Yeah, and we have WaningMoon as well, I believe, is going to be kind of, running the ship in terms of Philippines. All the players I know from that area and APAC in general actually kind of just say like, oh yeah, you need to know something, you go to WaningMoon, he's probably played it or made the deck or has so much experience with it. I know he helps coach a lot of the players as well. So a great figure to be kind of leading the team. That's the kind of person you want, right? Someone who has experience in terms of those kind of skills. So I'm really looking forward to this. We can see how the teams break down. And something we have not mentioned yet, we've been teasing you, is going to be the format for this tournament. It's not Last Hero Standing. It's not Conquest. It's Global Games team format that I've just decided to call it right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, that's the official name or something?
It is now. Okay. I said it first, so it's fine. So, What is going to happen here? As you can see, there are 4 players on each team. The teams have to bring all 9 classes to every single match. And within those, there you go.
I wonder.
We're going to see Hunter, and not too much of a surprise with the expansion, but every player needs to bring 2 classes, and they will end up playing one of them. And then what will happen is each player, the team plays a best of 5 in roundabout ways. So each player needs to win their own game, and it's the first team to 3 that will take the series.
That is true, and as you can see, it's pretty easy, to be honest. Each player is put in an order, so they're going to play in that order against the other team. So Pokrovak is going to play against Chalk, Czech against Staz, Stancifka against WaningMoon, but the 4th spot is actually pretty tricky, because the 4th player might actually not play at all if the match ends up a 3-0.
Yep. So the 4th player might not have to play. It's the first team to 3, and effectively each player plays a best of 1 against their opponent. And what happens is with these 2 classes, for example, Pokrovak will see, okay, Chalk's got Hunter and Warrior. Which one class do I want to play out of my 2? There is no ban in this format. It's kind of a self-ban. You pick your own class you want to play, and then you play out the game. And as you said, the first team to 3 will take it. And then as we check out the ace match portion of the graphic there at the bottom that you would have seen, what happens is if it goes to the final game, there is a pre-designated ace player who locks in a game again, and they cannot use the class they used beforehand, but they can use either the mystery 9th class that is left over that isn't in the first run, or the class they didn't play in their initial lineup. So many things to think about in this team format, whilst the expansions just happened as well.
This is a new environment. Every single class has multiple archetypes, which are vastly different from each other. So it's hard to say which class might be better at which matchup, basically, right? But it also opens a lot of creativity to the team, especially in this format, because the deck lists are secret.
Exactly. This is not like the Hearthstone Championship Tour where the deck lists are public for the players. You do not know what your opponent's going to play at all. You only know the classes, and they only know the classes when they've already committed to their own classes as well. And we can see what the players have chosen.
Here we go.
Looks like Pokrovak has gone for his Rogue, and Chalk is going to play his Warrior. So, here we go. So Warrior. I'll take Warrior, you can take Rogue. Warrior. Pirates or Taunt? So Pirates haven't changed too much since the expansion, the new rotation, the Year of the Mammoth, But there is a chance that the Quest/Taunt Warrior is going to come into play. And the problem here is, as you said, their opponent does not know what type of warrior it is. So even the mulligan is going to be very, very, very difficult here.
That is true. I feel like Philippines are actually ahead if they play Pirate Warrior, because Pirate Warrior is great against both.
What's that?
Both Quest Rogue and
a certain
Miracle Rogue.
A certain emote in the hands of one of the players there.
I think so.
We can see the players actually gathered together there. We only have 3 on each team for some reason. I'm sure the 4th is knocking around.
Maybe he's holding the camera.
Yeah.
That's
Cara. Okay. So you see all the Filipino players there, Chalk in the front, and then we see Stan, Pokrovak, and all the other players as well with Yara and Czech Cloud. So this
you can see his name on the t-shirt.
Yeah. The fact he's very nice. He was wearing a t-shirt that says Czech Cloud. But this is so great. So as you know as well, I'll probably guess by now, the teams can communicate with each other. This is very similar to other team formats that have happened in Hearthstone, where the teams can just talk to each other, which is why they're allowed to be in the same room, for example. So what's going to be difficult here is you might think, oh well, that's just easy, right? There's 4v4. But the problem is communication is very important. You mess that up. We've seen in other team tournaments where the person who's playing, so for example Chalk, is piloting the deck and is playing physically the game. If there's 3 other people saying, oh no, do this, do this, do this, do this, then you only get so long per turn, guys. So we've seen some very close rope turns kick in team tournaments when nothing can be organized. So I think communication is going to be a huge, huge factor in these matches.
It's also the difference in example when you compare to Trinity, right? Because that's the major tournament with the communication inside the team. There were 3 players at Trinity. Here we have 4 people talking at the same time, and we have a new metagame. The decks are not yet refined. There's a lot of creativity in the making. The players have different approach to the games, to the matchups, and so on. So it will be a lot of I feel discussion between the players. But at the same time, there's only one pilot, and decks are still complicated. Like Rogue, the first match, right?
Yep.
If they actually picked a Miracle Rogue, so the new Flower team, an example, there's
Flower Power Rogue.
Flower Power. Okay, that's a cool name. So
Thank you.
there's a lot of turns when you just don't know which option do you choose because there's a lot of stuff that can happen. If there are 4 people just talking to you at the same time, you're not gonna make it.
Especially those miracle turns, like you said, with the gadget example. Let's find out what it is as we go into Game 1 of the Hearthstone Global Games. Czech Republic with Pokrovac presenting them for the first game, and then Chalk representing Philippines. And it is going to be the double quest.
Double quest.
Quest off. Okay, so it's going to be the Quest Rogue from Pokrovac versus the Quest Warrior from Chalk.
So it's pretty iconic. The first game for Hearthstone Global Games will actually include 2 classes that use the quest. Both are considered very strong top-tier decks. Both the Quest Rogue, the Caverns Below, and the Fireplume's Heart have a really powerful effect. For the people who don't know how quests are working, the quest card always appears in your opening hand. It costs 1 mana and kind of acts like a secret, but you have to do what the quest wants, right? In this case, the Fireplume needs to be played like 7 taunt minions. You get a weapon that gives you a new hero power, which is the new win condition for the deck. For the Rogue, though, it's pretty unique.
Yeah, so for the Rogue, you have to play a minion with the same name 4 times in a game. And once that is live, and you do this with things like Shadow Step, right? You can only play a 2 of in the deck, but you can Shadow Step, you can duplicate the minions. And what this does is actually, once you've played the quest, the reward, it makes every single minion you play from there on a 5/5, which is absolutely insane when you have a lot of charged minions that cost 1 mana, which is the main goal. So we can see the quests are live for both players here. And, you know, this is definitely going to be a tough one. And even just experience with these decks is going to be in question here because, you know, I've played a lot of Hearthstone since the rotation, a hell of a lot of Hearthstone. I have not covered every single deck that I can think of yet, not even close.
Definitely.
So, you know, looking at the opening hands here, though, 2 Ravaging Ghouls and the Acolyte, along with Sleep with the Fishes, means that the Control Warrior here actually has a good way to just completely destroy anything that's even left on the board by the Rogue and try and, strangely enough, build a board presence. Because versus Quest Rogue, they normally take their time and then explode onto the board after turn 5 when they've got the quest off, and then start piling on all the pressures. So Chalk and Team Philippines need to really apply pressure of their own early on, which is kind of difficult-ish to do as the Taunt Warrior. But with this kind of opening hand, it is doable.
That's true because the Ravaging Ghoul actually presents a lot of attack. When you
it's just a dude, yeah.
When you compare it to other minions that you have in the deck, like an example, the new Tar creatures, right? All those Tar creatures have a really weak attack line. During your turn, it's just 1 attack. They go into a defensive mode during your opponent's turn, so they're better just at defending, of course. But at the same time, you can apply that pressure, and in this matchup, it's particularly important to just kill the Rogue before he's able to pull off his quest. But now let's look at the Pokrovac's Czech's Republic hand, and it doesn't look great, because the thing that you want to do the most is you want to cycle through the deck as soon as possible. So use cards like Novice Engineer, an example, bounce the card back, get more cards in between.
I mean, they can do the quest on turn 4 here, which is definitely a help. They can, because they've got double deck hands. Normally, you're actually bouncing 1 minion again and again and again. You have to wait for the activators. Here, there's double deck hand. The quest is already procced for 2 now. And, you know, that means that with these Shadow Steps, there's 4 already. You can just double Shadow Step, they become 0 mana.
Crazy, man.
You can set it off and be ready for turn 5. Sorry, even on turn 4.
And you can play both.
Yeah.
You can play both next turn.
And with turn 4, you can coin out the quest reward as well.
That's crazy. We are looking at turn 4, 3/5/5 minions if Chalk will not kill the patches this turn. So that's actually an amazing turn. You can see why, in this case, there's a Dirty Rat in this deck. Because it just applies insane possibility of just denying the quest.
Well, he just killed a 5/5 for a start as well. You know, like, he just killed a potential 5/5, which is absolutely huge here.
A little bit too late, but still, it's a good play.
Sorry. Pokrovac is eating a banana, so he really takes after Stan here. who just likes to eat all the fruit in the world.
Stan has also bananas in hand.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is just Team Czech.
Yeah.
They eat very healthy when they play. I like it. You can't really argue with that. But taking out that deckhand does change a few things, as you said, because now it means that the quest isn't proccable, and the power of the Dirty Rat really coming in. And now Chalk is going to apply some pressure himself.
Dirty Rat went high up in the value. Like, the stocks of Dirty Rat just went sky high.
Yeah, that's insane. To think that that turn, there could have been the 2 5/5s on the board, plus whatever was drawn after that.
Yeah.
So that's absolutely huge. There is a Vanish in this deck as well, which might look a bit strange, but one, it can help with bouncing the minions. For a start, you bounce your own stuff back to your hand, but also, you can just vanish away your opponent's like high mana cost taunts, for example, and then just replay your 1 and 2 mana cards that are 5/5s after the quest. So you can get so much tempo from this.
It's definitely an insanely powerful card in this particular matchup, because as you said, the high-cost minions are not easily replaced on the board again. It doesn't really matter for Pokrovak that the minions will get replayed and will just get additional points for the quest for the warrior, because it's not about that in the matchup. Like, if you just can swarm the board with the 5/5s, you will overpower the warrior, because he will not have enough of removal, but every single taunt warrior I have seen in the past days is running double brawls. Although this version is running Sleep with the Fishes.
Yeah, so one of the, I think, Show, I don't know if he still is, but the other day was ranked 1 with Warrior, and Sleep with the Fishes is one of the ways he was using to deal with a wide board, you know, like Shaman, for example, one of the classes that can be a problem there. And even, you know, even Rogue, actually, because if they're 5 health, you can maybe do a couple of Whirlwind effects and Sleep with the Fishes, or 2 Sleep with the Fishes just to clear the board.
2 Whirlwind effects, that's a lot of, well,
just run the 2 Sleep with the Fishes and 1 Whirlwind effect. Seems good.
Cool. Still 3 cards, right? It's not easy.
Yeah, it clears the rogue board, though.
Yeah, but you can just brawl and clear everything up out of 1.
Sure.
I'm definitely interested which like flex spots are being changed in those decks, and this is something amazing about this metagame, because every single deck, every single archetype has actually multiple ways of building. Like, some people don't play Dirty Rat in the Taunt Warriors.
A lot of people don't play Shield Slam for a start.
That is true. Yeah.
One of the ways you can build Taunt Warrior that is very popular at the moment is actually just a lot of Taunt minions and then some harder removal like Execute. So you don't run normally like Shield Block and Slam. We've seen Battle Rage as well, for example, be used for card draw instead of Shield Blocks. Do you see the Vanish come into play though?
Vanish has to be played just to proc the quest now, and well, it's not great for Pokrovak to see the Dirty Rat being bounced, because that will bring out another creature from his hand without value.
Yeah, but it'll be a 5/5, which is a reasonable bonus.
Unless it will die, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you just bounce a ghoul to your opponent's hand while you have a 2/1 minion on board. So you practically, what Czech Republic did is they sacrificed the 2/1 minion that they have on board just because they did the Vanish to make the quest. So this will cost them dearly.
Yeah, this is rough as well, because as we can see in Pokrovak's hand, there's the Crystal Core, which is the quest reward. You can tell by like the spell style with a dragon on the top. It's like a legendary card. But we can see that there's no other minions. So great, you can proc the quest.
Well,
you have no minions to play.
That also gives Chalk a lot of informations. Like, he knows 1 card is quest, right? The other card might be a prep, eviscerate, backstab, maybe fan of knives. What else? They saw 1 vanish. I don't think they will assume there's a second vanish in the deck.
Yeah, I think 2's a bit heavy.
Yeah.
But who knows, Lothar? Who knows? You can see Crystal Core proc now, and the Glacial Shard's going to come down. Another new minion, 1 mana 2/1 that actually has the opportunity to freeze an enemy face or minion. You know, going to be a 5/5 though, because the quest is now live. Just as Chalk's going into the 4th taunt minion for his quest, so he's just 3 taunt minions away from being able to deal with this, and already this is looking a little bit grim for the Czech Republic here and Pokrovak. This is, you know, even with 5 attack minions, how do you get through all of this? We see the Diahon there, the 3/6 taunt Death Rattle, add a 6/9 taunt to your deck, I believe.
Yes.
So you know, there's more where that came from basically. And Stonehill Defender in hand for Chalk, one of my favorite cards from the expansion. Discover a taunt minion. It's a 3 mana 1/4 taunt itself. So many roadblocks in the way here for the Rogue.
Look at that. They actually play Wisp.
Yeah.
So,
So-
when you think about it, this deck actually activated a lot of basic cards that didn't see play at all, like Wisp, like Stone Taskball, right? We have
Yeah.
seen Stone Taskball being played maybe in the beginning of the Hearthstone competitive scene when it was like a one-off in a mid-range, in a Hunter deck, because it's just a charge minion that could have been played also with the Huntmaster. Some people tried that, but in general, it wasn't very powerful.
Just saw it from Peddler.
Oh,
And now
yeah.
Peddler's gone?
But
Okay.
in this case, this is like a complete new deck archetype. It's pretty cool, but it's pretty powerful. But we have seen in this game, Philippines just hard countered the Quest Rogue archetype.
Yeah, this has gone extremely well, all for the payoff of that dirty rat early on. And Giant Mastodon looks reasonable to me, actually, because
Well-
at the end of the day, it kills 2 minions and has to soak up 2
For
minions
9
back.
mana. Although,
I'm okay with that if I'm Chalk,
Yeah.
though.
yeah, that's true, but will you even have the chance to play it? Your opponent's at 18. They have no way of healing. They have no way of toning up unless they...
Okay, let's be realistic. You can probably pick Gold Checkpointment at this point and still be feeling pretty good about
I'll
life.
be okay with Faceless Shambler, just copy your 3-5, the Hatchling.
So what you're saying is you don't like Mastodons.
I like it. I mean, it's a year of the Mastodon.
See, there we go. See, Chuck fitting with the theme.
Another Stonehill Defender. Psychotron. Well, everything here is just very powerful. Did he?
You can see the theme of the quest, guys.
Oh, man.
Oh, did he miss attacks?
He actually missed 7 damage.
Wow. Okay, so
I mean, it probably will not change that much.
no, but that is not a slip up you want to make.
Yes, you definitely don't want to make that mistake again. Fortunately for him, this game seems like over anyway, but let's imagine if that
But
happened.
it gives an opening. It still gives it,
Yeah.
that more of a chance for Czech Republic and Pokrovac to actually come back into the game, and that is worrying. And as we said, 4 people in the same room talking about Hearthstone when you're trying to make decisions. There was a lot of time spent on that Giant Mastodon pick, and that's what I was saying. Came down to the rope. Oh, I forgot to attack. That's a problem.
With 3 minions.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. Primordial Drake being drawn now for Chalk, and absolutely, very impactful. This was the sleeper card for me.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I did not think it was going to be, 1, as useful as it is, and 2, as common in multiple decks as it is. It's a 4/8 Taunt Dragon that deals 2 damage to the whole board. Look at this. It's absolutely insane. And that, my friend, is going to proc the Fire Plume's Heart quest, which is going to give the warrior, form of Chalk,
The weapon
Fjorus,
of Ragnaros.
Hand of Ragnaros. And what this does is a 4/2 weapon for 3 mana, as you can see, and it changes your hero power to 2 mana, deal 8 damage to a random target. You may remember such effects from such cards as Ragnaros.
Which is now in the Hall of Fame in this game, so we won't be able to see him in any decks in Standard, but at the same time, well, now we have this.
Well, we stole his hammer and sent him to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Seems fine to me. And, everything seems to be going Philippines' way here. The 2 minions, even the Frothing Berserker, probably isn't enough to get the job done. Like I said, just that Mastodon, although 9 mana, you just drop it. It's a 6/10. What is Pokrovac going to do to get through that if he chooses to go down that route? So Fjorus is definitely an option. And boom, here we go. No need for armor anymore. Let's just hit them for 8.
Well, it's a removal for 2 mana, or just you win the game this turn, right? So I guess that's very good.
Die, Insect. There
Hits
goes one.
the 1/1. I mean, it's not a 1/1 anymore, but
It's the 1 mana card. Yeah, this is at this point. Yeah, even just tanking the damage, that's fine. Doesn't matter.
no fear.
More taunts where that came from. As Psychotron is going to get dropped down. The power of Stonehill Defender there. It was a speed bump. It actually helped trade with the Frothing Berserker. It gave him a Psychotron. Absolutely amazing card, especially in a deck that wants to play taunts. And young Brewmaster, look. You're a good guy. You're a nice panda. You've been in the set a while, and you found your place now. But it's not going to be enough as Chalk takes the victory for the Philippines in the first game of this best-of-5 country
Historic
versus
moment.
country tournament. Yeah.
Historic moment. The first ever game of Hearthstone Global Games just finished. Philippines takes it, and when you just rewind the entire match, Dirty Rat, the MVP, the total MVP of this game. Without the Dirty Rat, I would have said that actually Rogue had an upper hand. They would have procced the quest on turn 4 with at least 2 minions on board already. They can just apply pressure, kill the taunts as they just are being dropped on the board. But with that Dirty Rat coming into the game, taking out the way of proccing the quest that fast, it's just crushed the entire plan.
Yeah, and it's you know, you can see there's the Quest Rogue has really popped up and became an extremely popular deck. You know, Dog was ranked 1 with it very early on in the expansion, but it has, you know, like 4 turns of kind of weakness where it doesn't do anything for the opening start of the game, and you can really exploit that even with a slow deck, as seen. You know, we saw Chalk just one dump down the Dirty Rat for a start to, you know, pull out the deck hand, but also just build a board. And then it's like, well, you only really do something on turn 5/6 most of the time.
Yep.
At quickest, on average at least. And then, you know, you can't really do much else past that. So that's looking pretty good. We can see there Chalk taking the victory with his warrior. And now the next game is going to be Staz versus Czech Cloud. And Czech Cloud has gone for his hunter instead of not picking the mage.
Oh,
and Staz has gone for the priest and not the warlock. Very interesting. So we can talk a lot about Hunter, but the Priest is the one I'm interested in for now. Priest, the Dragon Priest has been very popular and has performed very well on ladder in the past few days, but there are many other versions. There is Silence Priest. There is even some kind of like Death Rattle Quest Priest.
How can you name a priest a Silence Priest when he's just running Purify? You need to
Purify
Priest. You need to do that because the card was a laughing stock for a very long time. I think the reason why was just that at that point Priest was just kind of like a better class, right? Yeah. But in general, I feel like the card wasn't that bad, even when released. It's just a new tool, right? And now we have actually a playable deck with Purify in it, which is awesome. I'm really happy to see.
And scary as well.
I mean, if actually Wailing Soul would have been in standard in the previous time, right? People would still use Purify when it was released.
Yeah, probably.
But that wasn't the case. We were just missing that Wailing Soul because it went back to Wild a little bit for the time.
Yeah, we can see the players getting ready though. Staz has took the chair. High fives there all around for Team Philippines. And, you know, Czech Cloud moving into Pokrovac's seat. He's not going to be too happy with that loss going down 0-1. But like we said, it is the first 2-3 in this team format. You can see it's going to be Priest versus Hunter. So many options for the Priest and even the Hunter. Quest Hunter has kind of dropped off very quickly. But the multiple different versions of mid-range, even Face Hunter has become at least you know, popular as in enough to be played quite highly on ladder actually.
Yeah, the fact that the Hunter made a splash with the Face Hunter version is because of the situation that Rogue was taking just a lot of pressure on ladder, right? You want to be faster than the Rogue, and how do you do that? Well, apply more pressure, right? So you just smash your opponent's face as soon as possible. So decks like Pirate Warrior, like Face Hunter are really good at that if you want to play against the metagame. But still, it's a very fresh metagame. Everything just revolves in blazing fast fashion. And we can't really predict which decks are bringing our players here. So I would say that the Hunter might be anything.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's very many options. There's even the Hydra as well, which is a pick that has been sort of dropped in and out of lists. It's a 5-mana 8/8 that when it takes damage, it actually deals 3 damage to your own face. But it's a 5-mana 8/8 beast, which I've heard is pretty good.
We have seen cards like that in the past. Fell Reaver is the best comparison. A very powerful minion, overstated when compared to its cost, but because it has a drawback. In that case, Fell Reaver just was burning your entire deck if someone was just eager to play his cards. In this case, you are actually paying resources with your health. But let's jump into the game. It's actually, I think, Dragon Priest because of the Dragon.
Does this list look familiar, Lothar?
Yes. All right, let's talk about it for a second because a lot of players actually, before the release of the expansion, but after the spoiler set, said that it looks like Dragon Priest will not be playable at all. And here we are with Dragon Priest actually being one of the top dogs.
Yeah, you know, Dragon Priest is performing very well, although we do see a Priest of the Feast in hand as well, so maybe not the most standard list we've seen. Maybe the Drakes are just in there for just being a good card. You know, the Primordial Drakes later on, we will see. So far, we've not seen any other Dragon interaction cards, but from Czech Cloud here, you can see a pretty reasonable start. Fiery Bat, there's the Jeweled Macaw, one of the new cards as well, along with what I believe one of the most powerful cards in the whole set, the Crackling Razor Maw. It's a Hunter Beast 3/2 for 2 mana. It adapts a beast, which means you can get +3 attack on a 1-drop. Wind Fury, Divine Shield, Death Rattle, create 2 1/1 plants afterwards.
Which are very cute.
Yes, the plants are. Well, hopefully we'll see the plants so we can show you how cute they are. But basically, this is a reasonably started, just a 2-mana 3/2. It's like, yeah, seems fair. And then adapt, like, is absolutely huge. Early game it's strong, late game it's strong. To the extent where a lot of the times the Hunter 1-drop, you have to deal with it if you can. You have to deal with it, because if it gains additional effects, it becomes even more powerful. But Staz going for the Elemental here. There's another spite, so I believe this is, in fact, of course, Dragon Priest. And, you know, the Elemental actually reduces spells down by 1 mana, so kind of a Sorcerer's Apprentice effect for Priest here.
I know, I mean, it was needed to just drop it on turn 1 because of the fact that you just explained the Crackling Razor Maw, and that was the play. So, for Philippines, you need to be on the board as soon as possible. We also see the Death Rattle effect. I don't know if that's actually a good option because of the fact that some priests might play Potion of Madness. In this scenario, if the Potion of Madness would take,
but the other options were bad.
Well,
I think that's the issue. The other options really weren't great. If there was an untargetable, for example, that might be a thing here. But looking at the Stars as well now, Crystalline Oracle. So it looks like Staz is playing like definitely not the standard. Could this even be? Well, it can't be Quest.
Can it be? No,
it can't just be Kazakh.
He didn't have the Quest in his opening hand, so it can't be the Quest. That's the thing. When you have Quest in your deck, it always shows up in your opening hand.
Yeah, you
right?
can discard it. Yeah, if you want to, but it's always there if you want it. And this, you know, just showing guys that, like, you know, we're kind of in the same boat as everyone at this point. We're like, oh, well, this is a deck, you know, that we've not seen. We've not seen the deck lists, as far as everyone knows. So we've not seen them at all. So we're kind of learning with you as to what these players are bringing. There's the cute plants are going to be onto the board. So Czech Cloud actually ended up with something. Having the Eagle Horn Bow equipped as well means that he's going to gain some tempo for the following turns. It's kind of an investment there, helping deal with the minion first, and then can swing with it again next turn as well.
That's true. Now I'm thinking, first of all, Priest of the Feast, you were kind of like judging why is it in the deck. I feel like the reason why, because you have the new gadget and, let's say, way of building the priest, like, right? You decrease the cost of the spells, so you can spam spells while having Priest of the Feast. So it's a very good defensive tool, and
the old 2-mana 1/3.
Yeah, but the 2-mana 1/3 is not a really good minion right now. But at the same time, you need to have something on the board against a hunter who plays a lot of 1 attack and 1 HP minions, right? So everyone plays actually 1-drops nowadays in a hunter. Like, even if you're not fully focused,
it's because the 1-drops can get you cards like that. Oh, no, Direhorn, 6-mana 5/5 taunt with Discover. It's not Discover, it's called Adapt. I've clearly not adapted to the new situation. The Stranglethorn, that is the power of the Jeweled Macaw. Very simple, kind of, you know, web spinner, deckhand roughly effect, but just a 1/1 beast for 1 that draws you a beast. Hey, Hunter probably wants beast cards, and as you can see, these are really good draws, being able to curve into that next turn as well for the Tiger.
For Philippines, that's not really looking great because they don't have an easy way of dealing with a wide board. So even though all those minions have a low attack stat, it's like, how do you deal with them? You attack one by
add up
one.
over time.
So Crystalline Oracle, actually new card for the Priest class. Just a 1/1 Death Rattle, gives you a card from your opponent's class or deck. Sorry, from the opponent's deck. So you can actually get Unleash the Hounds, an example. Because most likely, I would say most of the hunters will play at least 1 copy, because we have seen Warlock's Zoo make a comeback.
I do like this play from Staz here, though. This just puts more potential attackers onto the board as opposed to just dropping Priest of the Feast. There's Unleash, Lothar. Good
That's
job.
Unleash.
And what this does is, as you said, the minions are low attack. They're also low health. So now you have 2 minions with relatively high health but low attack that can just keep trading away these small guys.
I agree with you about that, but I feel like the buff on the HP on the Oracle might not be a good way of dealing with that board, because you would like to get a card as soon as possible from the Oracle. It can help you stabilize the board because your hand is not really looking that great. You can't even curve properly. Like if you play your turn 5 can be a Talent Priest into a Hero Power, or just Priest of the Feast and nothing. If you Shadow Word Death something to turn 5, it probably will not Shadow Word Death. So you basically want to play Talent Priest and Hero Power. Next turn is Priest of the Feast, Hero Power. You're not really getting like anything proactive, right?
Yeah.
So getting that card from the Oracle might have been very important.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd want the extra health on the Nether Spite though, because that Nether Spite's going to stick around for a while. But it's oh my.
That's for next
Wow,
turn,
yeah.
so it won't be helpful really right now. But it puts something into perspective, right? Do you want to deal with those 1/1s? Yes, because you don't want to say that you have Dragonfire Potion in your hand. But at least you can do something this turn.
Yeah, and now, well, the idea is Talon Priest probably isn't the play this turn. It might just be he'll pass. Because do you want to play a card that's going to drive to Dragonfire, right? So there's a chance that either Priest of Feast comes down, because it will technically live with the 1 health, or he actually just Hero Power passes, and it looks like Staz might be going for the Talon Priest, which means he might feel himself being a bit more flexible with this option, because he can Death the Tiger next turn. So maybe he's thinking, okay, well, actually, I might not even need to drag. What if he just has, like, Unleash the Hounds in hand? You know, like, so Kill Command, for example, you know, I might not need to Dragonfire, so if I make my turn not as impactful, and then it doesn't extend onto the board, then, well, that's kind of a waste of a turn. So looking back, this is actually not too bad from Staz at all. Now the initiative is with Czech Cloud. Has a lot of options. I always struggle to not want to just slam High Main on 6 if I can.
High Main on 6 seems like a good choice almost every single time. Although, if you would slam High Main on 6, you would like to trade with the Tiger into the Talent Priest, because that plays around just the Holy Nova, an example.
Yeah.
Right? But at the same time, you don't want to lose 5 damage that's going to the face. Your opponent is already at 23, so just one swing of the Tiger puts him at 18. With the High Main on board, that is really potentially dangerous to just close out the game next turn.
Especially when you follow up can be the animal comp into Unleash the Hounds.
Yeah.
Potentially like Huffer, Leok, you know, and then Unleash the Hounds as well for even more damage next turn. He's going to trade.
He's trading, although it's still... Ooh, wow. Oh, alright, a new card that I think I didn't anticipate it would be in this deck. The Curious Glimmer Root. It's a fun mechanic. Okay, let's talk about it.
It's the weirdest card ever.
So what does it do?
So it's a 3-mana 3/3 that you kind of like discover in terms of you see 3 cards, and you have to pick the card that is in your opponent's deck, and then you gain a copy of that card if you pick right. But 2 of the cards won't be. So you have to pick correct. A lot of the time, I think it's reasonably okay, you know, like quite reliable. But we'll see if it pays off. We see Staz got the Eaglehorn bow from the Oracle there. So now you can actually just use that to help gain tempo over the course of the next couple of turns.
I think I would just go for the Curious Glimmer Root, because it gives you potential to get a spell
Shuffle them up.
For the Priest of the Feast. Okay, so we can say it's not Giant Sandworm.
Yeah,
right?
I'm going to guess Hyena. That's my guess. And we've not seen the deck list, by the way, guys. So this is literally the same. We're in the same position as Team Philippines here.
It can be either the Hyena or the... Alright, the Hyena.
I win. That's 1-0 to me, Lothar.
Well,
the Glimmer Root was...
The Explosive Trap has some merit, because it's great against all those pesky rogues in the beginning. Like if they have like small minions, it's great against other hunters. But at the same time, it doesn't give you as much space in your deck and no pressure if you just, you know, need that minion, right?
Yeah, we see the Diehorn come down now, and what's kind of awkward with this guy is the adapt effects. We can see +3 attacks, summon 2 1/1s again, and +1/1. I think I would like +1/1, or maybe even the plants. But this is already a taunt minion. You can have an option of adapt as taunt, which is horrible because it already has taunt. It can't get taunt twice.
Yep.
So that does nothing. So you can effectively only have the opportunity to have 2 choices from adapt. But Czech Cloud got away with it there and had all the options in the world. Ended up with just +1/+1, making it a 6/6 beast. And suddenly, you know, this doesn't look like the scariest board. Looks like quite a cute board with those cats on there. But with the addition of an animal companion plus hero power and Unleash, potentially, depending on the board, this could be very scary indeed.
I like the decision which Czech Republic did actually make. Because they went with the +1/+1 on the taunt, they had to trade because they wanted to play around Dragonfire Potion. It's a very conscious decision that they made, and it sets up a longer game. They just don't rush because they know that they can overwhelm the priest with a single minion that isn't easily to deal with, right? So it's a very good decision.
Yeah, it looks like Staz is going to Dragonfire Potion into Cleric. Cleric technically does contest this 6/1 onto the board here over the course of a turn, though. So this 6 damage that's going to come flying in now.
Firefly. So that's an interesting creature as well. It's a new elemental. It actually gives you a other 1/2 in your hand that costs 1. So it's a good synergy for almost everything in the Hunter, apart from the Beast synergy, right? Because it gives you a 1-drop. It can also fill out the curve. It's great with Animal Companion because it can get a buff additional attack with Leog. So it's a very versatile minion that found place in a lot of decks.
Yeah, I think the sheer just general power of the card is strong because it's play a card and put a copy of that card in your hand. And when it's like such an early minion you can drop down with favorable stats, it actually helps battle for the board early on quite a lot, especially against the more aggressive decks. So Firefly, not too much of a surprise, but definitely not a super common pick either. It's like Czech Cloud might be considering Huffer into the Cleric just to give as little draws as possible for Team Philippines here.
I like it. I like trading with the priest because your opponent just telegraphed he has no other way of dealing with the 6/1 minion, right? He wants to trade that Cleric into the huge
not
minion.
playing the Firefly because of cards like Potion Madness.
You think so? That's the major thing? Or is it like Holy Nova?
Oh yeah, but Holy Nova probably wouldn't be too bothered. Here's a second Glimmer Root. Who wins now? Rat Pack.
Yeah, that's definitely Rat Pack. I don't see a way of playing a Dispatch Coder without any buff cards in your deck. That's a Rat Pack. And it's not really helpful.
Who's the hunter now? Eagle, Horn, Bow, Hyena, and Rat Pack in the hand.
But you're just most likely dead next turn.
Would have loved Unleash here, I believe, Staz. Unleash would have been so good, especially with Hyena. You should play Hyena, Unleash, trade. Get him.
Man, that would have been game probably for Staz. We'll just take it without using hounds. But now, no charge minions, no way of dealing with that apart from just playing the weapon and trading up. But then he's dead. If he plays the weapon and doesn't heal, he's just dead on board. So he needs to commit to healing and just play something on the board.
Yeah, well played indeed. Czech's going to go for the Animal Companion first, even though the Unleash gave them guaranteed lethal regardless. Unleash the Hounds. Hunter is back in the game, everyone. And he's taking a win in its first game of Hearthstone Global Games. And also Czech Republic taking the first win too, even though versus Philippines, 1-1.
All high five. But what I want to say, I don't think it was a BM to play the Animal Companion because of the fact that they already played one Animal Companion. They didn't play Unleash the Hounds, so they didn't want to show that they play Unleash
We're never
the
going to
Hounds.
see it again though, right?
But it might give some information as to what are the plan in their decks in general.
Sure. It's definitely something to think about if you don't have to show off cards you normally don't as well. But a good victory there for Czech Cloud, and this is going to even it up as well. So not a bad win there. That Priest, because we can talk about the list, right, in terms of what we've seen. I feel like that Priest might have tried to do too many things at once.
Yeah, it wasn't really focused on the usual type of dragon priest.
We only saw Primordial Drake as a dragon. Could have been a bad draw, but normally you need to run like Twilight Drake, obviously the operatives as well.
Yeah.
So,
that's the OP creature,
yeah, exactly, yeah. So we didn't see too many dragons. Maybe it's just a bad draw, but with 2 Glimmer Roots in there, 2 Priests of the Feast, you wonder where what's being cut.
Well, that's already 4 cards,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I mean. You wonder what's being cut.
The Glimmer Roots, the Priest of the Feast, the Oracle as well. That's already 5 cards that are not dragons. So it's a very interesting build. As you said, it might not be just consistent enough. But now,
I believe these are the 2 leaders, so to speak, of the teams. Stancifka rocking the Warlock and WaningMoon on it, the Rogue of his now. He had Rogue and Paladin as a choice. Went for the Rogue. Stancifka had Druid and Warlock. And Sifka, I believe, was playing like a handlock, right?
Yes,
Throne
he's
of
a
Cards.
huge fan of handlock since he picked up the game, basically. He picked up the game, by the way, after the next Rammer's release, if I remember correctly, and he was hooked up like immediately.
Yep.
He loved it. So,
As did we all.
yes. And he's a big fan of control decks. He always has really odd choices in his decks. Like an example, from my own personal experience, when we were playing in DreamHacks, he always had at that time a silence card. An example, he was playing a Iron Big Owl in his Druid deck.
Yeah, he played in Warrior as well.
No one was playing actually an Iron Big Owl in Druid before, because Keeper of the Grove was a thing, and he was playing 2 Keeper of the Grove and an Iron Big Owl on top of that. So I'm really curious to see what is the deck that he will bring to the table. Although I think Zoo might be more powerful in this environment that we have right now, because it's super aggressive, so it's great against Questroke, an example. It's good against Pirate Warrior. It's also great against Taunt Warriors if they don't hit the brawl, because you can just overcome that really, really easily, right?
Yeah, I would be amazed if Sifka brought Zoo. It would be so crazy. He's such a control player, as you said. Reno lock, hand lock, pretty much any kind of control. And there are a few cards that we've seen as well that have kind of added to that as well, with cards using health as a resource instead of mana, and combine that with Medivh. We saw that from the sort of handlock deck over the course of Throne of Cards as well. So we're super interested to see that. And WaningMoon on the Rogue. Is he going to play Quest? I feel like WaningMoon's going to play Miracle. If I have any instinct on him at all.
I would love to see the Miracle Rogue, but at the same time, feel like the Quest Rogue is so powerful. The effect is nuts, right? It can just steal a game out of nowhere. It just sometimes you will just not have an answer, and then he will just roll over you, right? It's like a Flurry. So do you want to take a chance to just win a game because your deck just aligns perfectly? You have the good draw, you just smash your opponent in first 3-4 turns, because that can happen. The Rogues are actually able to finish the quest on turn 3 because of the fact that prep can be used to play the Cavern.
Yeah, it's
2 mana.
Not something I approve of, basically. No, it's a very powerful deck. It's very, very. It can just kind of blow up out of nowhere, and a lot of the time there's just no answer once it does. There's no real comeback when your opponent's playing 1 mana cards that can charge for 5 attack and 5 health. Because it's not as if it's just the damage, it's the fact that they're hard to remove is the key problem here. But I'm definitely looking forward to this one, and this kind of funny that we're all even at 1-1 with these teams, and then the 2 kind of most experienced / leaders of the teams are going out against it, so you can get ahead first. This is kind of the kind of fun that you can expect going forward from this tournament as the teams continue to clash. But yeah, I'm excited for this one. Who do you think is going to take it overall? I thought there's Czech versus Philippines.
I think I'll go with the Czech. As I said before, Czech is actually a country that has vast history of just playing games in general. Czech Republic, the same as Germany, an example. They have a lot of game designers and board games. They have a lot of traditional just meetings with family, just playing board games, playing card games. That builds up the culture, right? That builds up the culture that people are actually used to play games. They have better understanding of how to play those games, even on game design, right? So it's pretty natural for countries like that to develop a strong community. And as we see, like Germany, a lot of players, right?
Yep.
Czech Republic, the same. And that's a lot of prolific players as well, because of the, just vast community.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Philippines, though. I like that team. I keep an eye on the players a lot of the time as well. Just follow what they do, and they have a very close knit community as well. They run a lot of firesides, for example. As you can see, they all live relatively close to each other because they meet up. They actually met up before this. I think it was last week. They actually met up to discuss tactic strategy for the tournament as a whole, and just hang out with each other, because I think it's important to just hang out with your teammates sometimes and maybe get to know them a little bit better. But yeah, these guys have a lot of local tournaments as well. There was actually a fireside last week that I believe Caraku played in. I'm not 100% sure how she performed, but yeah, very close-knit community, and it's great to see all these guys even just physically getting together in the same room and hanging out playing some good old-fashioned Hearthstone.
Yep, that's true. By the way, Czech Cloud was the 3rd person to eat a banana.
It's just...
Everyone eats a banana. I wonder if they have
on
the new...
Stan's team, it's like, if you're on my team, you're going to eat healthy.
You need to play also Mukla in your deck.
Yes, all the bananas.
Yeah. Now we'll see WaningMoon, a very experienced player, as you said before, right?
Yep.
He's the father figure of the team, that I would say. I'm really interested to see what he thinks is best to bring to the table.
Just like you're my father figure.
Oh. Well, I'm way older than you, so it's almost accurate.
Yep, that's fine. Okay, we are going into the game very soon. We're just sorting out a few things just to make sure the players are ready. Of course, as we explained, this is a brand new format, brand new experience for these players as well. So they're kind of just getting to grips with it, as we are, of course. And I'm really looking forward to see this play out. As looks like the game is beginning, so we should be going in very, very soon.
Oh man, I'm excited already. I have seen with glimpse of my eye what decks are getting.
Okay,
here,
so
and it's nuts, man. This is nuts.
Yep, so WaningMoon is going to be obviously representing Philippines on the Rogue, and this already with the Razor Petal Lasher looks like the Miracle Rogue list, which is awesome. And then Stancifka on his Control Warlock, and I saw a card called Doom. And did you see some of the combos that can happen with that card later on? I
assume if he plays Doom, he also plays Bloodbloom.
Yes, and
it's
he also...
2-mana new spell. Let's just say to the viewers, because a lot of people will not be accustomed to the new cards. It's a huge expansion. It was released on 6th of April or 7th, and the 2-mana card, the Bloodbloom, allows you to play a spell for 0 mana, but instead of paying the mana, you pay your health.
Yep, and an important thing to know if this deck is the deck I think it is, this deck potentially has Medivh in it, and what it does is. Medivh, the weapon, actually normally gives you a minion based on the amount of mana you spend. But it actually says cost in the text, I believe, of the weapon. Health is a cost. So you can Doom for 10 mana, clear the board, and generate a 10 mana minion onto the board with that weapon, which is the combo that we've seen, the biggest combo we've seen pull off. But we do see this game going off to a reasonably quick start with Swashbuckler, straight out for WaningMoon, spreading madness. Not exactly what you want in terms of all the Warlock cards available.
You can kill your own Auctioneer. That's not really the best thing to do.
I definitely disagree. WaningMoon just clean off the glasses there. Just gotta sort himself out, make sure he can fully see the board, being able to play.
For Stancifka, now the Dirty Red doesn't seem like a really great thing to keep in your opening hand, because you're not facing a Quest Rogue anymore. And that means if you just play Dirty Red and then 10-2, you might get an Auctioneer out and lose the game in the process.
Yep, pretty much. So the Dirty Rat was kept because of the potential of Quest Rogue, but this is actually going to be the Miracle Rogue, and we see some new cards already. The Razor Petal, very straightforward. It's a 1-mana spell that deals 1 damage, great for cycling, and proccing the new legendary that we may see called Sherazim Corpse Flower, which should be in this deck if it's the one I'm thinking of.
Should be, definitely should be, because it's a great way of just getting another pressure card on your board. It has a great synergy with Gazetan. Like, how many cards do you want to cycle through a Gazetan turn, right?
All
as
of them.
Much as as many as possible. So if you can get 4 cards and get a 0 mana 5/3 on the board at the same time, well, that's pretty nuts, right? So definitely we're gonna see that in this deck. Although now it seems kind of lackluster. Like, your hand is pretty weak, right? He needs to draw the Auctioneer as soon as possible. The Swashbuckler can still give him access to some fuel, right? Oh, another new card, Hallucination. Actually, big fan of this. It's a 1-mana, discover a card from your opponent's class.
Yeah, it's a really just straightforward card, but great in Miracle Rogue. And even the Vilespine Slayer means that you don't have to run a second sap normally in the list, because you run 2 Vilespine Slayers that just kill a dude if you combo it as well. So already, WaningMoon, we can see the guys from the Philippines just messing around and generally being in high spirits, which is great to see. And yeah, WaningMoon's just starting to pile on a bit of the pressure here. Stancifka doesn't have anything too fantastic yet, but we are only on turn 3.
Bane of Doom. One of my favorite cards. People didn't play it for a very long time. Basically since Demon Zoo, I think.
Yeah, I think so. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. So I just talk about it a little bit. What does it do? It's a 5-mana spell that deals 2 damage. If the creature dies, you summon a random demon. It can be anything.
Yeah, and I believe actually in general the demons got the demon outcome got buffed a bit in the expansion because there's the stalker, the 3/8 as well that can come off it. I think overall, I believe, not sure by how much, but the demons got buffed, so the outcome is just that bit stronger. You know, Gang Boss has gone out of the rotation, which you normally like. Oh, Gang Boss is great. You actually want a big dude out of this. This is a 5-mana play at the end of the day, so you really want something a bit more impactful, which is why it's snuck into Stancifka's deck at this point.
One thing that we didn't talk about is the fact that there's a Firefly in this deck.
Yeah, like I said, it's just a good card.
Seems like just a good way of starting the game, right? It also has synergy with Mountain Giant. You still have a card after playing a card.
Yeah.
So it's actually pretty synergetic with the deck. I think it's one of the best designs in this expansion, actually. It's so simple, so elegant, and yet it fits so many decks.
Yeah, I think just the simplicity and just the general power level of the card allows you to drop it in almost anything. We do see Hallucination, and it's got to be... Ooh,
that's a hard choice. Sacrificial Pact, you know that your opponent will be playing a demon at some point. You are almost guaranteed that your opponent will play Jaraxxus. And that's a win.
Yeah, I think Sack Pack's the pick here as well, because just the fact that, like you said, there's probably going to be a demon at some point in this game. If these guys watch Throne of Cards, then they would have actually seen this deck list be played out multiple times. And also, it's a 0-mana spell, which in Rogue, I've heard is pretty good when you play in the Miracle version at least. So I feel like Sack Pack is a great pick here.
They also play Archon Giants, so it has synergy with the Archon Giants as well. It's a really great pick. Now it just comes down to when do you use it? Do you keep it, or do you just use it on the first demon that just hits the board? Right?
Yeah, because bear in mind, you cannot use it unless there's a demon on the board, unless it has a specific target. It's not a spell you can just randomly play.
Voodoo? What?
Yep. Plays Voodoo.
I actually didn't know that.
No, I did. Yeah, it's not a surprise. Right. Yep. There's just cards in this deck. That's the best way I can describe it. This is a Hearthstone deck, Lothar. Just to let you guys know at home, Stancifka did not auto-complete this deck.
That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, this is actually a list he has played in tournaments. Stancifka won the tournament he played in, a mere 2 days ago. And this was one of the decks he played, so... Yeah,
well,
Voodoo.
This looks like one of my decks that I built in Arena, man.
Good arena deck, though. Good arena deck.
That's
a lot of 2-ups for an arena
like
deck,
right?
Come on.
Well, okay. But still, a lot of possibilities. I mean, healing your own minions, great. You can trade up, basically. You still have something on your board, so it's pretty decent. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised we don't see more life tapping from Stancifka here.
I mean, there's not that much healing, remember? I mean, there's no Reno anymore, so you're not healing back up to full.
So what are the options to heal in this deck, then?
From what I've seen,
the Voodoo Doctor.
Well, there's one, mate. So what I've seen is like still Farseer, for example, but there isn't really a lot. The idea, I think, of all these low drops is that you can contest an aggressive opening, and then you should just win the late game with like Medivh, Doom. You know what I mean?
Jaraxxus, right?
Yeah.
Well, Jaraxxus actually heal.
Yeah, that's true. But you should you have enough beef to like win the late game against almost any deck. You've just got to get there, which, as I said, without Reno being around anymore, it's actually very difficult. So all these anti-aggro cards are going to come into play here and help stave off this kind of assault. We see WaningMoon now has a couple of options. There is a demon on the board.
Well, it's a very small demon, so...
Yeah, there was an option, though, to actually sack pack the Void Caller, the Void Walker, sorry, and then Valspine Slayer, the 4/5. The Twilight Drake onto the board just to clear it off, but suddenly, wow, Spreading Madness was sick. It didn't hit himself once.
Spreading Madness was insane. Madness, I tell you. Madness, he didn't get a single point of damage, and he's able to clear everything apart from the Twilight Drake, which is not that big of a deal. It's just a 4/3 minion. The Rogues are used to just have one minion around them because, you know, just kind of play this slower game, you bounce them back, or you just kill them with an Eviscerate later on. Doesn't really matter if you just got smashed for 8 damage to your face.
And then we see as well another option there, Mistress of Mixtures again.
Right.
Solid
another
card, of course,
yeah.
which is effectively a heal for 4 most of the time.
Now it's a tough decision for Czech Republic to make. Like, you don't want to play that Dirty Rat. You don't have a way of dealing with a creature that is
not
being
even
put
close.
out.
Yeah.
So
I think you might actually tap here. Just look for a different option. Otherwise, it's just going to be Mistress and Mixtures.
And that sounds weak. Turn 5, you just play a 2/2. Not really a great option. Another Siphon Soul.
More
that,
heal.
More heal, yes, exactly. So now you get back 6 points of damage, and you clear 2 minions, which gives you essentially more heal if they didn't have charge.
And just buys you time as well against decks that are kind of, trying to chain drop big guys.
Yeah. So I think like they're still debating the rat, the dirty rat. Oh man, that's a. If they played the dirty rat this turn, I would be blown away. I feel like, what if your opponent's minion is just bigger than a 4/4, right?
Yeah, I mean it's really tough. Dirty Rat here, this just wouldn't be anywhere near as good. Next turn, he can Siphon Soul anything that comes out as well. So there's kind of like 2 turns worth of safety with double Siphon Soul in hand. So you can see now as Stancifka, continues to play out this Warlock deck, how it kind of operates to a certain extent in terms of just buying time until you can really just clear the board once, then go on to it yourself with some big guys.
I like this turn. The Demon Fire just helps us clear the board with the Agent, with the combo ability to just deal 2 damage. Dagger comes in handy because it kills the 4/1. Twilight Drake remains, and he got ahead on the board, which is nice. He always has he also has a way of replenishing his hand with the Gazetan Ruzzle Pedal, but he needs more spells to just get more things going, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or needs a demon to come down to the board. Second Mistress of Mixtures coming out for Stancifka here, which means that, again, we can just see how defensive this deck is, but it is kind of a whiff. I feel like you just need another tap. It feels really bad here, but Sifka agrees.
Will he?
That's more like it.
All right, so the Elise is a new legendary. It's a second iteration of the same minion we already had. That's one of the legendaries from League of Explorers that does make a comeback, and what it does is a 5-mana 5/5 that puts. It's pretty unique. Yeah. It puts a Ungoro pack. How did I pronounce that? Never mind. It puts a pack into your deck that contains 5 cards, and you open it for 2 mana. But the thing is, it has a higher probability of getting legendaries.
Yeah, the value of that pack is actually pretty high.
Yes.
A lot of the time you get some very, very, very good stuff out of there. And it can be any card. It's not even class specific. So it can literally be any card in the Ungoro set. So, got the high value there. And you can start to see how this deck is going to piece together. Whereas WaningMoon and Team Philippines are trying to work out exactly how they want to progress. Do they just play a Vile Spine just as a dude? Kind of a hard choice because there are so many big, beefy stuff that can come out from Stancifka.
You need to keep that Vile Spine Slayer in your hand. It's also a new card. It's a 5-mana 3/4 that destroys a minion if you can combo it out.
Because it's animation. Cut through the jungle. Yeah, and there goes the pack into the deck.
All right. All right. So now this is interesting. You can either go for the Gazetan with double draw, well, triple, because the hallucination will give you something as well. Will also decrease the Archangel to 5 mana, so it will be playable next turn. But he goes for the Vile Spine Slayer to just get the value, and I like this. He clears the board again, puts a creature with some pressure on the board, and prepares for a big Gazetan turn at some point in the game. One thing I dislike about the version with the Archangel, though, is I find them really slow. It's like the last turn, right? WaningMoon didn't play anything. He just dug it up. Although, if he would have an option to play the 8/8 for 7 mana, he would probably played it.
Yeah, that's true. There goes the Dirty Rat, though, and that is just going to be insta-killed, and there goes WaningMoon's cycle potential going forward in the next few turns, so I was a little bit scared.
Oh, man.
Imagine if Dirty Rat hadn't come out there. Hallucinations look like it's going to be the play to just see what are the options for this turn for Team Philippines, because otherwise you're kind of just dropping an Arcane Giant and passing, which feels bad.
You probably will do that anyway, but let's see first the Hallucination. So I'm guessing he has around 16 cards in his deck left, so there's not a lot of chances actually draw the
It's
second
from class
Auctioneer.
though, Hallucination.
Yeah, but I mean to draw
another
Auctioneer,
cycle. Yeah.
It's kind of horrible to get it. So you need to rely on something else, and I need to. I feel like you need to play that Hallucination this turn to maybe get something that will get a card draw, right?
So WaningMoon disagrees. Just gonna didn't even re-hero power just for the fun of it. Floating 2 mana, but just gonna take his time. But this is what I was saying earlier, like Stancifka's Warlock deck looks really strange until you realize that their opponent can't do anything. Like, oh, another Siphon Soul. Well, there goes your giant. You know what I mean? Like, it starts to be just like on-demand removal, and it just stalls out long enough. But there's Jiraxxus.
Oh man.
How are we gonna see in the first series of the Hearthstone Global Games a Jiraxxus killed by a sacrificial pack?
I'm not sure if we're gonna see the Jiraxxus because Stan has so many ways of just controlling the board, so he might not even feel like he needs to play it.
Yeah, look, there's gotta be a snap hallucination here. Second prep means that there's absolutely nothing going on. Is that Shadow Flame? Yep.
Shadow Flame Drain, not Shadow Bolt. That's actually not a really good way.
You wanted like a minion.
Yeah, minion would have been better.
Something to play. Oh, Doom. Prep Doom.
Prep Doom.
That would have been
draw
sick.
3 cards. I would actually.
Yeah,
be
that's
insane.
what I mean. Yeah, that would have been sick. But not going to be too many good options here. It's going to be a tough one. No minions to Shadow Flame at the moment, and also no Cold Blood to even say, well, I'll draw a low attack minion, Cold Blood it and go. So it's like it's just going to be the Shadow Bolt, and it's going to help clear out the board. But this Foul Spine Slayer is going to get killed by the Voodoo Doll.
At least it will deal 3 damage to the face. But it's still not looking great. So unless
He can just Bane of Doom.
I think he will do that actually.
Well,
Definitely.
yeah,
do that.
2 Bane of Dooms, and what's good for Stancifka here is the Bane of Doom Demon, once we see what it is, may well draw out this sack pack.
Oh man,
That's a good one.
that would definitely draw the sack pack out.
Yeah, and then Sifka can just slam Jiraxxus and say go.
Wait, do you play a second Bane of Doom right now? Just on your own Voodoo Doctor?
Probably. You could even coil if you really wanted, but just to cycle. But you still got tap.
Well, you have Doom. You don't want to overcommit with the second Bane of Doom, I guess. Doom and Bane of Doom.
What's the Bane of Doom face for lethal?
It doesn't create a demon. It's not a valid choice.
Ah, never mind.
No. Well, do you want to tap maybe? Not really, right? You don't know if your opponent is playing Cold Bloods in his deck. Well, you have seen Arcangiant.
Yeah,
So most likely there are not that many charge minions.
no, but the rough stand, like the kind of, it's hard to say, oh, the standard list. Oh, let's see what comes out Bane of Doom before I finish my thought.
Oh my
Okay.
God. Those are 2 really good
I
outcomes.
told you the rolls were good for Bane of Doom now.
Jesus.
But yeah, the actual, what were we talking about?
Bane of Doom?
Before that?
Battle Cries?
Oh,
Cold
yeah.
Blood?
So the list, I believe that I think this is actually just 1 Cold Blood in there as well. So as you said, not really charge minions. So unless there's a minion already on the board, then Cold Blood isn't really too much of a threat.
That's true. By the way, it's the second game today that Dirty Rat is just doing work.
Yeah, it's crazy. Imagine if Dirty Rat didn't pull Gadget's hand.
That would be a
Look at the hand.
different game. WaningMoon would actually play Gadgeton, Prep, Hallucination, or just Hallucination first, then Prep, then Spell from Hallucination, and just draw like at least 4 cards. At least 4 that turn. And that would have been insane. It would have been deeper into the deck, probably would draw more
Would have got into the second
threats,
prep.
and Stancifka would have been defensive.
Oh, this is so clever. Okay. So if Stancifka didn't run Jiraxxus or have it in hand, WaningMoon has sapped the Jiraxxus to say, well, if you want to play it, you're dead. And this is a huge nod here, and I'm pretty sure Sifka will think about this. There is 1 card. I'm pretty sure these guys will be hand tracking, especially because there's 4 of them. There is... Okay, I was going to say, there's 1 card that was discovered from the Warlock class that has been in the hand for a very, very long time. And that card, come on, you've got to believe, along with the sap on the Jiraxxus, is like, please, like this has to be Sacrificial Pact here.
Well, at the same time, you don't want to sap the Cruel, because your opponent is playing Demons in his deck, right? So
Yeah,
if you
probably
sap
not
the
playing that many
Cruel-
straight up demons though.
Well, a couple of Trafficker. Is it in the deck? I feel like it's
No,
a great.
no, I
but
don't
it would
think
have
so.
been such a great minion, right?
It's not enough room. Look how defensive cards
Well,
he's got.
he
Like,
plays 2 Blood Blooms, man.
yeah, sick. Remember Siphon Soul, right?
Yeah.
So it's like pay 3 health to cast it. Yeah, Stancifka's not taking the bait. He is just saying, I've got a 7/7 on the board. I'm just going to keep punching you in the face
Alright, that's a
and
decent-
leave it there. But there's
decent
a
minion.
Yeah, there's an Arcane Giant.
Your opponent already played 2 Siphon Souls. And the Arcangiant is just out of range of Cruel attack. So Stancifka would have to commit something else to it. Well, WaningMoon can't really anticipate that there will be a Mortal Coil right now.
Yeah, if you're going to play around like the Mortal Coil, then you're not playing a minion, then you're going to die. So the Arcane Giant is just also out of necessity at this point. It's going to be a pretty easy clear. It's going to be...
Everyone is cheering like, Jiraxis, Jiraxis, let's go.
Oh, here we
that
go.
actually
Here's a treat
complicated
for everyone
game.
who has not seen this.
Yeah.
Ungoro pack on its way.
3, 6, 7 cards in the hand. So, actually, because of that, I feel like Stancifka might go for Blood Bloom and Ungoro pack, and then Mortal Coil to trade. Or will he go for the Mortal Coil first? He might actually draw a threat first from the deck, right?
On, yeah.
Or will he commit for the Jiraxis? No.
Let's see him. Here we go. So we can see the pack get opened, which is pretty sick.
Alright, so what did we get? There's a Clutch Model Zavas. Wait, twice?
Yeah, so Clutch Mother, there's the 2/2 Wasp, the Archaeologist, and the... Oh, there's 2 Clutch Mothers.
Yeah.
And the Vicious Pterodax.
Vicious Fledgling.
Oh, Fledgling, sorry. It is a Pterodax, but it's a Fledgling by
It's
card
actually
name.
an insane creature when you think about it.
Yeah.
Because if it attacks once and it gets the Adapt, you can get Wind Fury and get another Adapt. But now, this is not important because Gadgeton number 2 is being drawn, and that's the chance to get back into the game for Philippines.
Wow, here we go. Going off now for WaningMoon on this rogue. Double prep, along with a coin draw as well, means that you can cycle for days. Eviscerate.
Here we
Gonna be
go.
absolutely fantastic here.
Here we go. Like, this is an occasion to just do something in the game. Like, they lack that turn, and now they get it.
I wonder if you go face with everything.
Just
If,
like get that Jiraxis
yeah,
out,
yeah,
right?
just to try and pressure Jiraxis.
Remember, there's no more conceal.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That card
No
doesn't
conceal.
exist in the game, sorry, in the standard anymore.
Okay, Prep Fan is going to actually
man.
help out.
It actually clears the board with the Falnos. That's nuts.
He's not. Oh, he's playing the finals. Okay, yeah, he's going to clear the board here. So this is good an opportunity as WaningMoon has to develop onto this board and draw a ton of cards. There's another Eviscerate.
But look at that.
Oh.
If he wouldn't play the Falnos, he would have actually played Edwin this turn.
That would have been scary. You can't presume that sort of
Well, can you? I mean, the deck is not that many cards left, right?
stuff. True.
So there was a chance of just making the calculations. What are the odds of drawing the Edwin? But still, it's a really great turn for WaningMoon. It actually keeps in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And also, you know, we talked about the Blood Blooms, but they're probably just not going to be that valuable anymore because Sifka's only on 18 health. If he Blood Blooms into Doom, well, you're on 8 health against Rogue. Never a good stage to be at.
You need to play Jiraxis after that then. And then you're dead.
You're dead, yeah. I'm pretty sure Sifka knows they've got a sack pack.
He's going for that.
Oh, he's going to 8.
He's going for that. That means he will use Farseer this turn.
Yeah, yeah. Bear in mind, this does only use 2 mana to play the Blood Bloom, so this means that he's got 8 mana, as you can see, to float around.
Still a good turn for WaningMoon. Look at that. If that Eviscerate would actually be in face, that is very close to lethal.
Yeah. Let's see Tarkrik come down. Giant Wasp is a nightmare. Playing against a Rogue the other day with this card, I was like, oh, I guess I just can't play anything. I think I was playing Control Warrior as well.
There's Sharazin a little bit late to the party. No more, not much value left when your deck is like 3 cards.
No, but Sherazin does like to party, as you can see. A very happy little flower there. And what this card does is when it dies, it goes dormant. It turns into a uninteractable egg-style thing. And then once you play 4 cards in a single turn, it transforms back into Sherazin Corpse Flower again. So this minion effectively never gets removed off the board. There's Medivh a little bit too late. You know, if this was a couple of turns early when, you know, WaningMoon was just passing turns.
One turn earlier.
Yeah, but even earlier on, WaningMoon was just passing a turn and doing nothing. So, you know, Medivh could have made a huge impact there onto this game, but still might make it. As, you know, this Wasp means that Sifka can just clear off one of these minions very, very easily indeed.
But he's not able to clear both minions, and that's a problem, because he's at 7 HP. He knows his opponent still has 1 Eviscerate in the deck left, or in the hand.
He can't Jiraxis.
But if
he
he just plays Farseer, he's going to 10. 1 minion is left with 3 attack. He goes to 7 back. So
Dagger as well.
yeah, well, 7, that's 6, that's 2 HP with just a single Eviscerate. And there might be a deckhand that is exactly 2, because he has seen Swashbuckler, but there may be another pirate. What are other options?
I think the options are mainly those at this point. So Stancifka's not got much choice. I'm pretty sure he is just, concerned to the fact that he cannot play Draxus this game. He's going as wide as possible onto the board. He's going to try and take this one before WaningMoon can piece together the damage. Mimic Pod onto his last card.
That is actually nuts because if maybe the last card is an actual Mimic Pod.
Is it backstab?
I'm out of cards.
Yeah, hey, that's good deck, mental deck tracking there.
Imagine if it would be an Eviscerate, just game.
Yeah, it's straight up game. But these backstabs are really going to help, and they're going to easily pop Sherazim again.
And
you can go backstab, coin Edwin.
Oh my god, that's
okay.
So is he back into the game? Well, you can take 3 damage.
Yeah, the damage
from that
doesn't matter.
fledgling, so it's not really that important. But do you want to keep the Eviscerate, or do you want to pressure your opponent and just Eviscerate face?
You eviscerate face, right?
I
He's
think
used
so.
2 Farseers, 2 Voodoos, 2 Siphon Souls. What healing does he have left? There's almost damage permanence now, because you know if he Draxuses, you win anyway.
Ah, there goes the Eviscerate face, I love it.
He does have to trade, though.
I don't think so. He just pushes.
Oh, maybe not, because I was thinking there's Draxus weapon swing as well. But he should be relatively safe here. I don't think there's really anything for 1 mana that changes anything here. And Coil, not the card he's
That's
looking
the
for.
game. You play Jaraxxus, you're dead. I mean, there's a 12-12 Edwin. You're dead anyway. So, it's kind of tough. I mean, not really. Your opponent is actually run out of cards. He has 1 card left. So if you play Jaraxxus, and next you will have a way of dealing with the Edwin, so just take damage once, right? Then you're still not dead. And if you just get another, like Blast Crystal Potion example, if you get the Blast Crystal Potion, you deal with the Edwin, you have a way of healing back with the second Jaraxxus.
Is there any way Stancifka can get a taunt?
There's a taunt!
Yes. Is it enough, though?
Well, he's not able to...
You're literally just playing Tar Creeper passing.
Now he's not... Wait. Is he able to even survive this turn?
He does with Tar Creeper, it's 5. Oh, no, he won't.
No,
he won't, of course, because Van Cleef kills it. What am I...
Yeah.
I'm talking
Second
like
taunt.
a crazy person.
Alright, that's a way of surviving the turn.
On 1. Yeah, and he just has to go face. He can't kill off any of the minions. Fatigue is an issue now.
3, 5, 8. Oh man. That WaningMoon just lost. He has no way of healing, and he can't kill 2 minions.
No.
Just,
oh yeah, 2 fatigue.
he just lost 2 fatigue and 3 damage from Jaraxxus.
Exact lethal.
Well,
Wow.
that's game.
Absolutely crazy, coming down to the wire, and Stancifka just about managing to hold on. That coil was huge. Into life tap into 1 health, okay?
Wow.
That's knowing when you need to do something big, and big indeed. The Dirty Rat, having no minions in hand, Stancifka was fully aware that this is Sacrificial Pact in WaningMoon's hand. It's not been played all game, and there was a sapped Jaraxxus, so only 1 reason for that. And now, WaningMoon's just looking at the options. He's like, well, yeah, I think I'm dead. Because WaningMoon knows there's a Jaraxxus in hand, at least 1, because he sapped it.
What a nuts game, man.
Wow, well, right down to the wire. You faced Jaraxxus. Sacrificial Pact is, in fact, not enough to deal with this Demon Lord.
It's not an instant.
No, and this is going to be game. Fatigue taking it down, and as we said, a card like Mimic Pod coming out that late in the game might not have been enough for WaningMoon, and Team Czech Republic go 2-1 up over the Philippines.
Match point for Czech Republic. That was a really exciting game. Actually, a very back and forth. Just slamming the Jaraxxus that was actually an unplayable card for the entire game until the final round. In the final turn, when you just finish off the game, win the game
3 damage
on the
burst.
back.
9 mana, 3 damage. Sometimes you're okay with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely amazing game, and I think it's truly shown off. I mean, Stancifka is known for his deck building for a start. This is like the time where he'll thrive, and also as well, just like that warlock deck, it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't really.
Runs a set of cards you just sort of thrown together. There's voodoo doctors in that list. You know, there are farseers. There's all the healing that doesn't look like a lot, but it's the combined with the control as well. We didn't see Blood Bloom into Doom. Oh no, we did see Blood Bloom into Doom actually, which allowed him to draw cards and then have 8 mana to spend on those cards as well, which was very, very important indeed. And Stancifka doing his team proud, just about holding on and getting that 1 point ahead. Absolutely huge.
That was really close game.
Yeah.
And now they're on the match point, so you can finish the game almost with a perfect score, which also puts them ahead in the group. I mean, they will actually be the first in the group anyway. Because if they win,
that's the joy. Yep, first place. Yep, got him. Week 1 over. But no, in terms of the group as well, there are tiebreakers to think about in terms of wins as well. So very, very important. We can see the potentially last game of this first series is going to be Yara versus Cara. A game I really hoped we get to cast just because they kind of rhyme. And it's going to be Yara on the Warrior. And Caraku going for the Shaman as well. What are you expecting to see from the Shaman list, Halo?
I would assume it will be an elemental list. Like, I think the most popular right now is like the Jade / Elemental, or Elemental / Jade, because the Elemental is like the main focus of the deck, while the Jade is just an additional package of good cards on their own. So the weapon, it's just a 2-attack weapon that deals with small creatures, which is something that I think it's very relevant in this metagame. A lot of decks are just playing 2 HP minions, like the Firefly, right? The Firefly is something that we see very much often. The Hunter has always like 1-drops, 2-drops that have 2 HP. So then we have Jade Lightning, which is an awesome card in any metagame. So I think this might be the Shaman, but the question is, what's the Warrior for Czech Republic?
Yeah, very tough one. It could be Pirates, could be Taunt Quest Warrior. See the players getting ready there. Caraku taking her seat, and then also it looks like Yara isn't with the rest of the Czech players. Might live a little bit too far away to make the trip for a few hours, so he's actually going to be playing from home. But I do believe that they will be on some kind of VoIP, Skype or whatever,
I assume
to discuss, because you kind of want. If you've got the option to have like Stancifka, Prokovac, Czech Cloud like behind you saying, oh yeah, I think about this, and I'd probably take that most of the time. They're reasonably good players. I don't know if you've heard. So yeah, we will be seeing this game coming up very, very soon. Excited to see this Shaman, and as we said, this could be match point. If Yara can take this game, then that is going to be it for the Czech Republic. All the pressure now on the number 4 pick, which is going to be Caraku. So she's going to be feeling that pressure. She needs to win. And then there's going to be another game, which is going back onto WaningMoon. And Prokovac, I believe, was the ace player. But let's focus on this game for now. I can see a couple of elemental cards, Lothar, so you were indeed correct. Elemental Shaman versus the Questing Taunt Warrior.
Although there's a patches in that Shaman, that means we'll see some Pirates. I'm guessing Deckhand because it has a synergy with the weapons. Although there's only 1 weapon left in the deck nowadays.
Yeah, I think it's Corsair actually. The weapon destruction. Yeah. You run 2 of those because they're still good with Flame Tongue, for example. There you go.
There you go.
So it's just a decent minion, and you gain the patches. As I said, Flame Tongue is very nice as well to combine with that. And it's just something a little bit early to fight against the board, because I've not played tons of Ellie Shaman, but the deck kind of struggles early game. Really, like turns 1, 2, 3, it's kind of struggles because you don't have room to play cards like Feral Spirit. Tunnel Trog is gone, Totem Golem is gone. So you may be even seeing Galactic Crawlers for a certain extent if you're expecting to counter Pirates. But yeah, the really early game is kind of lacking. So not too surprised to see this use here from the Blood Cell Corsair.
Although you need the Elementals in the early game just to have the synergy, because what is a trademark for the Elemental is that it's the first time when the cards in Hearthstone have a synergy because you played something a turn earlier on.
Yeah.
And that means you need to play an Elemental on turn 3, an example, to have the Tolfir Stone Shaper have his own buff.
Yeah, and one of the big sticking points, I know we've discussed it, and Sort was talking about it yesterday actually, is that the Tolfir Stone Shaper is kind of weird. You said you need to kind of really play an Elemental before you want to play another Elemental the turn after. Stone Shaper isn't an Elemental, but it gets affected by them. So if Stone Shaper is a 4-mana 3/5 with Taunt, and it gains Divine Shield if you played an Elemental, right?
Yes.
The problem is, There is a 5-mana elemental that
That you
we'll no
want to
doubt see
drop.
later on that you really want to play on 5, but its effect is only live if you played an elemental last turn. So this can get really awkward to try and navigate when and where to play these elementals to get the most benefit from the minions. And because this is not an aggressive deck, we might see, depending on what the hand looks like by then, the Tolve Stone Shaper not actually played on 4. Might actually skip it out to try and discover the with the 5-drop. So
Well,
we'll
the
see.
Servant of Kalimos is a very important card for
Yes.
turn 5 because it gives you another elemental, so it gives you more synergy basically because of doing that.
Yep.
So I wouldn't be surprised if, as you said, he would just not play the Tolver even if he has a synergy on turn 4.
As long as he has an elemental to play instead,
Yeah.
he might skip the sorry, Kara, she might skip the Tolve, excuse me. So yeah, we'll see how that pans out. The Stonehill is gonna come down now, and there are a couple of options there. We don't quite get to see them at this moment, but we'll work out what they
spectator bag. But
Oh, spectating.
yeah, the option are of course taunt minions.
Yep. And they do have quite, we do have quite a heavy class because it's Discover. You know, class has a way heavier representation in the Discover option, so we can see more cards like Bloodtooth Brave, Ali Armorsmith, for example, and some other warrior taunts as well. So we'll see what the option actually is here from Yara. What is
Thinking heavily about that, so there are some close picks. And he goes for the Cornered Sentry, new card from the Ungora expansion. It's a 2-mana 2/6 that creates 3 raptors. I think that was the character played in the new Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
So it's a cool, it's a cool introduction to something new, right? It has a synergy with cards like Ravaging Ghoul, Frothing Berserker, Whirlwind.
Yep. Also, if you've got Acolyte of Pain already down, then you can make a very nice trade straight away into the board. But you can see Caraku here is just working out exactly what she wants to do here. Just gonna help trade there with the Flame Tongue Totem and then try and build up for these elementals. There was no elemental played this turn though, so that Tolve Stone Shaper is not going to be live. So Caraku is gonna be looking to try and draw an elemental this turn to make something happen following up. But coin into Fire Elemental, into Fire Elemental, into Blaze Caller.
That is nuts.
That's crazy.
That is so much damage. When you think about it, it's 9, 15, 18, 23 damage, 29 damage if the 2 first Fire Elementals will actually get to attack phase.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Do you see Firefly now? Absolutely great card for the Elemental Shaman, as it, it gives you those options, right? The 1/2 it gives you back in your hand is, in fact, an Elemental, which means that you can just slip in these 1-drops to proc your Elementals for the following turn quite easily here.
And it actually helps here because the fact... No, it actually doesn't. That doesn't. It's not important. You will still go for the Fire Elemental here.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's ever a point, because the damage doesn't add up correctly, to trade in this turn, whether you Firefly Stone Shaper just to get the 3/5 on the board, and then coin Blaze Call to actually kill it off.
That's what I was thinking about. And
then after Blaze Call, you just go Fire Rally, Fire Rally.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, you lose like the natural curve, let's say like that. But at this point, maybe it was worth it.
Yeah, it's Elemental decks at a glance. I think most people were like, oh, this seems straight, just curve. Straight. Not that easy, actually, because you have to plan multiple turns ahead. If you run out...
Or at least one.
yeah, but even the thing is, you might be like, oh, I can proc my Elemental this turn. But what if you don't proc it the turn after for a stronger minion? What if you miss Blaze Caller's Battlecry because you didn't, ration out your Elementals well?
Yep.
That's huge.
That
That's
is huge.
Potentially just game losing at that point.
Also, one interesting aspect in the new Shamans is the fact that those Shamans don't run really a lot of cards with Overload anymore.
Nope.
We lost that trademark Shaman thing, right? So, Shaman, sorry. What is left? There's basically only the weapon left with Overload, so the Jade... right?
And then if Liz happened to run Lightning Bolt for,
Lightning Storm.
Lightning Storm,
right?
Lightning Bolt, for example, yeah. We are going to see Tark Reaper come down. That is number 4 on the quest for Yara here. So he is 4 out of 7 till he gets that Sulfurus. Look at the crackle effect. I love it.
The Kalimos, a new card as well, it actually gives you an insane effect. When you played an elemental last turn, it gives you 4 different spells. But let's focus on the game right now because it's still 2 turns away.
Yeah, there's multiple choices here where you can actually Tolvish, Stone Shaper, and Firefly this turn. With the Divine Shield and the Flame Tongue down, you can get a lot of value from that play and still proc a turn 7 elemental in the form of the Blaze Caller. Or Caraku can go for the second Fire Elemental to clear up the board cleanly, and this is just as nice and leaves the Firefly open to use the following turns as well. So you're starting to see the sort of snowball power of the Elemental Shaman, or Elementals in general, actually. You know, it's not like Shaman is the only deck that can play them. We see the Corner Sentry.
Corner Sentry with the Raptors. And that goes into a brawl.
Another good, you know, as you mentioned earlier, nice synergy. You just made the brawl a lot better chances for yourself.
It's also important that the Sentry is actually for just 2 mana. It adds a point on your quest for 2 mana. That's important because usually the Warrior was missing a taunt on turn 2, right? Yeah. You just armor up,
so a lot
play
of times
the weapon.
you don't dirty round too. Like a lot of the time you don't.
So in this case, the Sentry just helps out, curving out, and you can finish the quest as early as turn 8. And that's actually huge.
Yeah. So now there's a few options. Suddenly Blaze Caller to face just doesn't feel great, because it does 5 damage. And that's actually a lot of damage to be able to deal with these big taunt minions. So it looks like it's going to be Stone Shaper, and then the Firefly, I imagine, is going to come down this turn, because this will proc Kalimos.
Yeah, he needs to play. She needs to play the Firefly. She will still have 1 mana elemental in her hand because Firefly adds action elemental to your hand.
Yep.
So it's still fine. But you want to have Kalimos for the next turn because it's so versatile. The four spells that are being played in Kalimos is a 3 damage AoE to your opponent's minion. Onyxia effect, which just creates 1/1 elementals to fill out the board. Then we have heal for 12 and deal 6 damage to your opponent's face.
Yep, you either deal damage to your opponent's face for 6 or heal yourself for 12. It cannot be used on minions. It can be used on your own face only. But very, very powerful card indeed. We're going to see now what choice. Yara just is lacking choices, actually. Might just have to Drake this turn. But
well, it's still a great Drake. It kills 3 minions and destroys the Divine Shield. It doesn't trade with the Stormveer.
Sleep for the little fishes there to follow up with. You know, like turn after to try and help clear it off.
Well, he can also think about just keeping the board as it is and play Drake turn 10 with the sleep the fishes, right?
Yeah, do you have just Hero Power Pass here? I think he might. Yara looks like he agrees. He's going to go for it. Just going to try and let him develop more into the board. There's the 5-drop we were talking about, and I think
7 of Kalimos is an amazing card.
I think, you know, Blaze Call is super powerful. Kalimos is the legendary and he's insanely powerful. But I actually think Servant of Kalimos might be the strongest of the lot in terms of its effect.
Well, it's pure pressure. It's just a good minion on its own, and it gives you another good minion, most likely.
The odds on you discovering Kalimos again is actually pretty high.
Or second Servant of Kalimos. It's an elemental on their own. Woo! Dust Devil! Yes! Wait, was it an elemental before? Or they added that in the patch?
They added it, elementals weren't a thing in the patch, I believe. So they added it as a new try, but Earth Elemental is definitely one.
One of my favorite creatures in the game.
Earth Elemental?
Yeah. Such a huge roadblock.
Oh, it's just a beast, isn't it? Yeah.
No, it's an elemental.
Hey, got him. Okay, so Earth Elemental being picked up for Kara, and you can see, look at the options for Caraku here. So many powerful cards and ready to try and answer anything that comes out from Yara, but Yara doesn't really have much to do, to be honest.
Kalimos? No, he actually hit the... Not the worst. That was a Flame Elemental and Falnos, but at the same time, he would love to hit something bigger than that, the Blaze Caller, the Kalimos, the Earth Elemental. Well... That was an option.
Yeah, the problem here is as well.
There was a chance.
You're brawling nothing.
Oh, but you have to. You committed right now.
Oh yeah, I just mean like it feels terrible because at this moment in time you're pretty much brawling nothing when you know your opponent's still got plenty of juice in the tank.
Well, if he doesn't play the brawl, your opponent will just not do anything. He'll just pressure you with his board. He clears the Dirty Rat and just proceeds. And that's about it. No brawl. Interesting.
Yeah, I would be okay with passing. This brawl just isn't as valuable as you need it to be, especially since you've already used the brawl.
But your opponent will not commit to the board. Like, that's enough to win the game. That's 4, 7, 9,
Yeah, but the
10, 11 damage.
the trades might help Primordial Drake and Sleep with the Fishes clear the board the turn after, if trades happen.
Okay.
So I think it's just buying time. Yara isn't particularly close to being dead at this point. Yes, there could be a Bloodlust in the deck, but I like this play.
Well, you are correct, since he is on 6 out of 7 in his quest. So the Primordial Drake on turn 10 allows you to turn 11 actually fulfill the quest and get your win condition out.
What's important as well is once the quest is done, your quest is a 3-mana weapon. Yeah. Then you have a 2-mana hero power. You can brawl as well that turn, so you can actually weapon, brawl, and then try and hero power the one that survives.
Or even just kill it with the weapon.
Yeah, depending on what comes out, of course. So that one turn is the turn that I believe Yara is looking for to try and heavily swing this board here.
So Kara didn't commit a lot to the board right now. I was actually thinking about just Flame Tongue Totem this turn, just to get more pressure out, you know?
Yeah. Although it's 4 damage that you just don't need at this point, right? You know, Justica True.
Justica Trueheart? Wait, what?
Yeah. Justica Trueheart isn't in the rotation anymore. So the Warrior's only gaining 2 armor, right?
Yeah.
You're doing way more damage than 2 here. And oh, what's the rack gonna pull? This is Kalimos. If this is Kalimos. It's Kalimos, I knew it!
Kalimos.
Okay, that is kind of huge. Kalimos' effect is absolutely amazing, and this brawl is going to be very important. This is the turn I spoke about, where you know it's different now because it's a turn earlier. But the brawl into Sulfuras means that there can't be hero power this turn. But that brawl is enough. Sulfuras, I wouldn't be too surprised, comes down, clear up the elemental, and suddenly Yara is in business.
Seems like Czech Republic is ahead right now because of the fact that the hero power is able to clear every single minion apart from Stun Shaper with Divine Shield.
Yep. Ooh.
Another 7th of Kalimos will help because they can spawn infinite amount of 7th of Kalimoses.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility, but I would also, if I was Kara, really want the Kalimos back.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I want you brawled mine away and I didn't get the effect, so I kind of just want to play this.
Kalimos will also have the way
Got
of
him.
just oh my god. Just filling, yeah, thank you. Just filling out the board again with the 1/1s, and we have seen double brawls. We didn't see Primordial Drake though, and any other whirlwind effects yet, but it's still valuable.
And this play is basically making the board as wide as possible, just to try and soak up some of these hero powers. First, we do see another taunt coming out for Yara, if possible.
Well, I guess this turn can be actually just the hatchling, just to get some pressure on board, because you still have Sleep with the Fishes with Primordial Drake.
Yeah, I think you want to clear the two like low health minions, though, right?
I think so.
Well, the hero power becomes pointless.
It's
yeah,
not
killing a
that
1/1.
pointless. Because right now, if you just play
this clears the board and deals 8 to face, though.
That's true, but at the same time, your Slip with the Fishes looks really bad.
Yeah, there's still AoE effects, though.
Well, he
ghouls, right?
most likely has ghouls in his deck.
Still fine. But
maybe whirlwind.
You don't need Sleep with the Fishes if there's no minions on the board, Luth.
That's true. But your opponent will have a chance to replenish the board. But I feel like in this deck, when you have sentries and you have Dirty Rats, you're not playing ghouls, you'd rather play whirlwinds.
The sentry was discovered, remember?
Was it?
Yes, it was from the Stonehill.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, then never mind.
Yeah, so the idea now, and you know, this is kind of like the exact way the Warrior wants to play here. You just fend off until you proc the quest. Then you do one sweep turn and really flip the board, and then your hero power, along with the rest of your taunt minions, just continue to apply the pressure and keep the opponent's board down. If possible, but now Caraku is going to be able to, you know, go a little bit wider onto the board with that Firefly. Has another Flame Elemental next turn as well, keeping this Elemental chain going. Second Sleep with the Fishes is not what Yara will want here. I believe this will just be the Dion hatchling onto a hero power.
I mean, he will attack into the totem 100%. He wants to increase the chances of killing
6/6.
the Blaze Caller. By the way, beautiful animation on the golden
Blaze Caller looks... Oh my god. This looks an absolute monster.
Well, actually, 8 damage to the face is not that bad as well.
You can just kill them. That is definitely an option. You just kill them.
But still, it's not looking great for Yara right now. The sleep in the fish, sleep with the fish is basically useless until he will draw the goal, I guess, that he has in his deck.
I think with the amount of juice Kara's still got in the tank, she can take... Remember, she can just Kalimos heal for 12. She doesn't really care about damage to face. Like, you just heal for 12 and you're like, yep, okay.
Although,
and this is a lot of pressure, along with Aya as well, going to generate more tokens, Flame Tongue Totem to start pushing more damage. You know, Yara's actually in a bit of a scary situation here. And one I don't think even Sulfuris is going to dig him out of.
He will not fend off the insects anymore.
Exactly.
Well, now he also lost the way of healing himself. He has a way of dealing damage.
That's the payoff, right? The hero power is very, very powerful, but you lose your armor up. So when you commit to that hero power, you need that hero power to finish the game for you. And we'll see if it's going to be enough. Yara is just lacking the effects to be able to proc Sleep with the Fishes, and we'll see what happens here. As Kara just goes wide onto the board. Again, I love the Philippine team. It's always just so happy no matter what's going. They're down. They're down in the series 2-1. And they're just like, yep, seems good, guys. We're feeling good. Let's just keep playing some good old Hearthstone.
Oh, man, this looks terrible. He needs to use the Sleep with the Fishes just to kill the Blaze Caller, just to get that damage out of the board.
Well, you have 2, right? So you may as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing I really wanted to avoid as a warrior player, because of the fact that you had a really good combo with the Primordial Drake, and that was a clears almost everything on the board. It deals 5 damage, right? 7 Kalimos, 5 HP. Blazecore has 6 still, but oh man, 8 damage to the
good
face.
rag.
My god, does that change anything for Caraku right now? I feel like this has to be Kalimos then. Just heal.
Yeah,
right?
there's only
you don't want to die like that.
There's
out
only
of
15 damage available here for Kara if she goes all out, which obviously isn't enough. So I think just Kalimos heal. You can just Jade Claws for a 3-3 on the board as well. This is looking pretty reasonable, and this is the true power. I didn't believe this, by the way. When Kalimos was announced, it's like, oh, these are the options. It's like, oh, do you only get to pick like 1 out of the 2, or for example? Nope. You always get all of the options. You pick whichever one you want. I was like, what? This is insane.
Well, it just makes a really good card, right?
Oh yeah, but imagine if you could have missed that heal if you were, you know what I mean? Like, oh no, that could be.
I would actually hate that. Like, I like the fact that you have all the options because there's no RNG.
Yeah, I just mean it's powerful, right? You know, and it's like that's insane. And you know, Caraku is actually applying so much pressure onto the board. The Curator is picked up from Yara. And this simply, I don't think, is going to be...
Well, a Curator has insane synergy with this deck because you have Beasts, you have Dragons. You might actually have a Murloc as well, maybe. But it's both of those, so you always have a chance if you didn't draw the Primordial Drag before.
Imagine if Curator was drawn 1 turn before. Like, that would have actually changed everything here. But this is not going to be enough. Yara chooses death, and Caraku is going to take the win. Woo! Team Philippines, and even this series up. Philippines versus Czech Republic, 2-2, going down to the ace match now.
The first match in the entire Hearthstone Global Games goes to the ace match. So now let's just recap. What is an ace match? What does the ace player do?
Yeah, so the ace match is actually one of the players who in this instance is WaningMoon for the Philippines. The teams say, okay, one of our players would potentially have to play again, and we choose WaningMoon. And then WaningMoon has the option to pick either the 9th class that none of the players brought in that opening lineup, or he can pick the class he didn't play in his first game. So he does have still a couple of options, and it's very important to see how these teams choose what that 9th class is, because you probably never play it most of the time, going to the last game. And also, what it could even be like a kind of, tech choice in a snipe class to say, oh, if we go into the late, I either have my other deck, which is just a steady good deck, or I have this to like try and hard counter something my opponent might bring.
Yeah, that's a good point. And if I remember correctly, it was a shaman and a priest for Pokrovak.
I can't remember.
Because he played rogue in the opening game. And wait, was that Pokrovak? Oh my god, so many players, so many classes.
Pokrovak played first, right?
So
Pokrovak, Czech Cloud.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. So,
actually, I was actually right. Look at that.
Good job, Lothar. So Petrovac has gone for the Shaman, which was actually the 9th class that we were talking about. And then WaningMoon has gone for his Mage, which was also his 9th class for the team. So, WaningMoon could have picked his Paladin, and also Petrovac could have picked his Priest. Both gone for Separate and Mage.
It might be...
If it's Time Warp.
We have actually 3 different archetypes. Not archetypes, but deck lists. So first of all, we have a Elemental Tempo Mage, which is a very powerful, just on-curve deck with insane burn when it comes to that. But when it comes to insane burn, there's also Exodia deck, which is a quest, a warp gate, that allows you to OTK to on one-turn kill every single opponent apart from other mages because of the ice block, with a combination of Apprentice Sorceress, Molten Reflection, and of course the quest on top of the Antonidas, which gives you infinite amount of fireballs. But there's also the version of Arcane Giants. But it's
There's
less
still
powerful.
more versions. There's a full aggro version, which is just all burn, all damage. So there you go, hand in Petrovac, here's your banana. You got this, bro. And also as well, there is Freeze Mage that's just played with Antonidas now, actually, as a deck. So there are many, many options. If I know WaningMoon, the fact that he even plays Miracle Rogue as well, I wouldn't be too surprised to see some kind of OTK Time Warp deck, because it's just the style of decks he likes to play, the kind of like combo-y, sort of funky decks. Wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know. But I certainly hope it is, because the Mage quest is insane, as you said. It allows for you to do something that I didn't think possible before. You just take an extra turn.
Yes, that wasn't possible in the game before. And historically speaking, in other card games, an effect like that is usually very powerful. Cards that were also low-costed and had that feature were banned in other games, so it usually has a high value. In this case, we actually see it because the spell is for 5 mana. It's not, it's not a low cost. You still sacrifice half of your turn basically to get another turn, but you give you have the access to just make the spell cheaper, or you build up the board and attack.
Yep. Okay, so my thoughts. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like this is going to be Time Warp. There is no quest in the opening hand. This looks like the aggro list, where there's, as you can see, Cold Light, Oracles, Loot Hoarders, a lot of cycle, a lot of damage, a lot of burn. I believe this will play Medi's Valet, for example, to do just extra damage as well. The Pyroblast is obviously the top of the curve, just a one-off in the deck, I believe, just to do that final, here's extra damage.
It's very similar in approach to the first iteration of Tempo Mage we ever had in this game. So with the Pyroblast for 8 mana, which was the finisher back then.
Which was just like, I'm going to throw spells at your face and kill you.
Yeah, just Sorcerer's Apprentice, small minions, go face, Fireball, Pyroblast. And, well, this is kind of insane. There's already a Manavim coin mirror image on turn 1, which puts a free threat on the board and protects it from the attacks. There's not many options for the Shaman to clear that. No one plays lightning bolts anymore.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering as well whether there's the worry you've got as well is it even worth waiting and going Mana Worm, Coin, Apprentice?
I don't think so. I don't think so because of the fact that you lose 3 damage in the process.
True.
And that's a burn deck, right? So it plays an ice block because that's the thing with the Arcanologist. You just want to survive additional turn for that additional burn, because that makes a difference in the game, especially against other non-combo decks.
Definitely. Those extra turns for those extra burns.
Yes.
And it looks like he's going to go for it. This does put as much pressure as possible onto the board. As you said, not that many answers. Even a Flame Tongue wouldn't do much, as you can only kill off one of the mirror images here.
Yeah, the Jade Claw also doesn't help here. So a very tough situation for Czech Republic to actually do anything with that. They need to play the Glacier Shard, so the new minion for 1 mana, with a very powerful effect actually. It brings a freezing potion in it. It just freezes any kind of minion.
Yeah, really strong actually.
Sorry, also character as well.
Yes, it just freezes something. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see the double 1-drops here. The only thing to think about is if double 1-drops come out and then the Tar Creeper comes out on 3, then you are suddenly very dry on elementals and can't proc further elemental effects unless you draw into them in the next turn or so.
Yeah.
So definitely something to consider. You are against an aggro deck at this point, and this opening will just tell Team Czech that this is an aggro deck. No one else opens like this. You know, Time Warp decks do not open like this at all. So they'll be aware. It's where they want to sacrifice so much to stave off the early aggression and potentially have a struggling mid game. Looks like they do.
Well, they go all out on the elementals.
Nice to meet you, Luther.
I have to say, when it comes to like the flavor texts and the audio of the cards, usually Blizzard is on spot with those.
Just wait till we see Lyra. Lyra is got the best audio in the game.
But she has the deepest voice of a female I ever heard.
It's also pretty epic, so I don't care. Actually don't care. So Archaeologist seems like a reasonable choice here. Nothing too much to be able to do with Apprentice at this moment in time, and Loot Hoarder. Yeah, if you want to draw, but you got Arcane Intellect next turn.
I like pinging as well. When you ping the Glacier Shard, it allows your Manavim to actually attack next turn. On turn 3, you can play, well, any of your drops.
You can ping next turn though, right?
But if you ping next turn, then your Vir might just die.
How?
Well, Flaming Totem.
Oh, yeah, sure. Ooh, Hot Spring Guardian. So an element that we've not discussed much.
Oh, you're right. Actually, my top 5 card.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's very powerful. It's like a card that doesn't really, it's not really flashy. Like,
yeah, but it does a great job.
Yes, it's great at what it does. It's a 3-mana 2/4 minions, already good stats on it, with taunt, and it allows you to heal for 4, and it actually can target minions as well.
Yeah, and it's an elemental, which is important because it continues the elemental chain. We see the double ice block now being available for WaningMoon to be able to buy those extra turns for extra damage, as we said earlier on. This is kind of funky though. We see the power of the Tar minions, like, oh, 1/5, not too bad.
Yeah.
But when you want to trade into it, suddenly it's a 3/5, and it actually kills both of your minions for like a full trade. So this is kind of a sticking point here for WaningMoon and Team Philippines.
It doesn't. Suddenly, it doesn't look great. Like, you don't want to lose that that Manavim right now, but you can't play 2 spells to just trade single-handedly into the Tar Creeper, unless there are some 0-mana spells in that deck. Freezing Potion would be an option.
I don't think there's a Freezing Potion in there.
Probably not.
Yeah, this is really, really tough, because one of the problems with this style of deck is once you lose the board, it's normally very difficult to get back onto it as the mage. Yeah, so it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a ping.
So I actually
like
this.
It's not going to trade.
Yeah, not going to trade at all. I think that's the best out of the possibilities on board, since if your opponent would like to kill that Manavim without anything in his hand, he would have to sacrifice all 3 attacks. He will kill 2 minions, get a lot of damage on the Tar Creeper as well, and that will allow the Archaeologist to trade up with the Tar Creeper next turn. Healing Totem? No.
Interesting turn there. This is like the mana efficient turn as well, but there was an option to triple trade into the Mana Worm and then actually just hot spring the Tar Creeper back up. And then you have 2 big taunt guys that are going to be a huge problem to trade into.
But I like this because the Jade now, the Jade Cloak puts an overload on turn 5 when you don't have a 5-drop. Because you don't have a 7 of Kalimos yet. So
and you didn't play an elemental anyway, right?
Yeah, and you don't want to have overload on turn 6 when you can draw Fire Elemental. You don't want to have overload on turn 7 when you
Blaze
Caller, right? Turn 8 is Kalimos. So definitely putting the overload right now seems like the best option. So even though I agree, the Hot Spring Garden was actually a great play. Oh my god, that's an overload overkill of Arcane Intellect.
Yep. And WaningMoon quite rightly playing the one that is from his deck, not from the book. You want to keep your opponent guessing as to what that spell is. No need to play it when you've already got a copy of it in your hand.
So when you think about it, Icebook is actually a card like Time Warp.
Yeah,
because it gives you additional
turn. Yeah,
it gives an additional turn for you, but you don't gain a turn of attacks.
Yeah,
that's about it. It gives you an additional turn of spells, so you can deal damage with that. But your minions won't be able to attack, so it's not like, you know, Archon Giant, Smash.
Well, your opponent can interact.
Yeah,
right? Like, that's the difference. We do see a Fireplume Harbinger here in the hand, and what this elemental does, as we'll explain the cards first time we see them, just to help you guys out if you're not fully aware, is this reduces the cost of all elementals in hand by 1, which is actually huge. It increases your curve basically by a turn. as a potential anyway. So could see this card come down this turn. It's going to be the Hot Spring Guardian though. Heal this Tar Creeper back up. Tar Creeper is just a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, it's a huge minion. It doesn't put a lot of pressure, but how do you deal with that? Cold Light Oracle. 3, 6, 7, 8 cards. You will be at 9. Tough situation.
So WaningMoon's actually just looking for area of effect damage here. Oh, Primordial Glyph. New mage card. Discover a mage spell.
Yes.
And reduce its cost by 2. So it's very powerful indeed.
It's very similar effect to like Farsight for Shaman, but it gives you a conscious choice, a more conscious choice.
Yeah.
Like let's say like that.
And
What's it far left?
okay,
Greater
Meteor
Arcana.
Time, Lothar. 1, because it's a sweet card. 2, because I actually think it's the best choice. You nuke whatever's played next turn and kill off totems and stuff.
Yeah, it deals with any creature that is being played by the Shaman. Well, it doesn't look bad.
Yeah, I think it needs to happen, to be honest.
Well, it can also use Falnos alongside it, so it deals 4 damage to the creatures on
Mini Flame Strike.
adjacent pieces of the board.
Yeah, Meteor, super cool card. There's Blaze Caller for next turn as well.
So it seems like... Wait, so you have 6 mana. You can hit hero power to maybe get the healing totem.
You have to play the Harbinger, right?
I think so.
Because you need the Elemental prop for next turn.
Yes, you want to play Blaze Caller on turn 7, even though it will be for 6 mana. It doesn't really matter. But you need the Elemental synergy, so I...
But you might play Kalimos next turn.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. But do you want to play Kalimos right now? You know what kind of deck are you facing. So the effect is very versatile, right? You might actually see the second time heal instead of anything else.
I think depending on what happens here for WaningMoon, if it develops onto the board, the AoE is very strong. And also, it's a 7/7 that can deal 6 to face straight away.
Yeah.
It might just kill him. You know what I mean? Like, the WaningMoon is... the reason we've seen the books and the glyph come out as well, you know, the glyph came from the book, but to try and help out, is WaningMoon's deck does not have a way to deal with losing the board, right? The idea is when you lose the board, you've killed them. You know, like, you've got some burst. He does not have that at the moment. So, you know, I actually wouldn't mind just piling on the pressure. There's Pyroblast.
Yeah, that would be 2 Pyroblasts in the hand. But with 2 ice
Only
blocks...
like 4 turns so you can play it, though.
Well, you have 2 ice blocks.
There's no way to stop this damage, though.
Huh. So, at some point, when you needs to develop the ice block, I would say that this will be the turn when you play at least 2 spells and the Sorcerer's Apprentice the same turn. So, if you play that this turn, you can go Sorcerer's Apprentice, Ice Block, Arcane Intellect.
You definitely don't want to play Cold Light, because 1, you don't need the cards that much, and you don't want to give your opponent more information and more resources.
There's the Medivh Valet, which deals 3 damage if you have a secret out, and most likely your secret will be still on the board since it's not a ice barrier. That would just be popped.
Okay, now you can just Blaze Call the 3/2, right?
Well, do you want to Blaze Call 3/2? You can just trade 2 1/1s. They're not really that important.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of Flame Tongue potential. Like, nice to just trade
If
off.
he even plays it, we don't know it.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I mean, there's so much synergy with
everything.
with everything in your deck.
Just the hero power. Like,
Hero
never mind
power,
anything else.
Firefly has a great synergy. The Harbinger is actually a really not that powerful minion if you don't have any synergy on the board as well with it. So I'm 100% sure actually now that when we talk about it, that there will be a Flame Tongue in the deck. So you might be right. The Blaze Caller might just kill the Sorcerer's Apprentice, just deal more damage to the face. Although, if you want to pop the Ice Block next turn, we need to count the damage. It's 2, 3, 5 damage, 10 damage to the face, but you can't leave it, so that's 8 damage. You put it on your opponent on 15. Then you have 9, 7, 5, and you're still able to pop it
the
with
thing
card.
here is, you did 5 damage to Sorcerer's Apprentice, right? You've only lost 1 damage because the 2 1-attack minions can attack.
Yeah.
If those 2 minions attack next turn, you're up. Right? That cannot happen if you trade. The damage is just the damage, right? So this gives you the chance of gaining more damage over the course of 2 turns. So yeah, I think this is fine. The Blaze Call is just a pain to deal with, being 6 health as well. And You can see now. So now we need to work out how many turns WaningMoon has here, because he has 6 damage he can do this turn, 7 if he wants to play Thanos. He might just be able to burn him out if he's feeling confident about his follow-up draws.
Well,
he has 2 additional turns.
That's true, and the only way his opponent can stop him is by healing, and he used 1 Hot Spring Guardian already. He didn't see the Kalamos, of course, yet.
Yep.
But at the same time, the chance of drawing Kalamos, well, it's a legendary. It's 1-0, right?
Meteor. Special effects. That was sick. Sorry. Yeah, of course. But the problem is, as well, is this kind of deck, can you try and play around Kalamos? Like,
no, not really.
Probably not. You kind It's an aggro deck. You kind of have to go for it and cross your fingers sometimes. Yeah, it looks like he's going for it.
Valet to the face. Sets it up on 22. Still far away. I think the Arcanologist doesn't really actually do anything right now with 2 ice blocks already in hand.
I don't believe so. There's like maybe a slim chance Mana Bind is in there because you just gain a free spell, but very slim, I would say.
Well, it's not really free when you have to pay 3.
No, but I mean, like, it can be like comboed in the following turns, like freely. But yeah, like I said, it's a kind of a fringe situation, I guess.
And another Hot Spring Guardian to help out with the burn from the mage side.
The Hot Spring Guardian,
Do you?
I mean, you're on 22 and you've got an effective 12 heal whenever you want. Well, not whenever you want.
But do you want to like risk it? You're ahead, right?
Do you even want to play Hot Spring Guardian this turn?
Maybe not.
It's tough. Because now Pokrovac is running low on elementals. It means that you've got to really think about if you're going to play the elemental next turn or not. Because if he's going to presume he needs Kalamos, then he needs to play the Hot Spring this turn, right?
But he doesn't want to play Kalamos next turn.
But he might do. He might use it to put the block, right?
Might.
You know what I mean?
So
it's very difficult. Like, the elementals are nowhere near as straightforward as they seem. Flame Guys, this is when you see how aggressive this deck is. Flame Guys to face.
25 HP.
Just gonna go face. Just gonna go for it. Hope for the best.
So that sets up on 17. He has 10 burn.
And there's still, I imagine, fireballs in the deck as
Fireballs
well.
have to be in the deck. Another Frostbolt.
Probably another Geyser.
Another Geyser, yeah, as well.
There's a lot of burn left. Volcano.
Oh, wow.
Probably not going to see that card. But yeah, I imagine because of that direct burn over the course of 2 turns, Pokrovac's just, well, one, going to be safe at 17, I think. But also either this turn or next turn. Probably this turn because he doesn't have an elemental to proc next turn. Means he has to play Kalamos heal. He has to.
Yep.
He can't proc the elemental next turn.
That's correct.
So he's got to commit to it this turn.
But it's okay. You fall for the...
Okay, he's doing that.
He's
Wow. Okay, I was like, look, I'm pretty sure you've got to play this Pokrovac.
He's able to get the full value out of the heal anyway. He's setting up at 29. The Ice Ball will get popped next turn if Philippines doesn't do anything about the board. 2 Fireballs. That's 12. That's 22 with the Pyroblast. But you have only basically 3 turns.
Yep, WaningMoon basically drew this deck the wrong way round. He drew, well, one, he drew a too much card draw, which was a bit of a problem, but also like double ice block, like on turn 3, I think it was.
Yeah.
So, and now here come the fireballs. We only recently saw Frostbolt, only recently saw a Flame Geyser as well. So all the burn that you want to pressure your opponent with, and just a lack of minions other than that opening. Like all the stuff you want to do with pressuring your opponent didn't appear till now, and I'm pretty sure this is just going to bust them out of the game.
To be honest, I feel that WaningMoon had actually a great opener, but the Glacier Shard made a difference.
Yeah, buying that 1 turn is huge.
That was actually like at least 3 to 6 damage.
Yep.
By a single 1 mana minion.
Yeah, because if WaningMoon had like Frostbolt, for example, or whatever, you can actually stack that up really quick. See, there's a Frostbolt. So much extra damage available, but this is just more and more, it still might be enough, right?
It's 9 damage. You would need to play Fireball, Frostbolt, Ice Block next turn. So that's 9. Your opponent goes to 13. Then you Pyroblast. That's still 3 off.
Yeah, he's not going to make it, is he?
Well, he can get another glyph from a second Babbling Book into another Ice Block.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's potential. Oh, no, he's played both books, right?
I think he played 1.
I thought he played 2. No, because he got the Arcane Intellect, right? The second Intellect.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, so he's played both Bucks. He might just run Glyph in the deck, which would be sweet. But we'll see. The deck is, I think, is fairly streamlined in terms of direct damage, though, and just not gone the right way. We can see, is that? I think that's Chalk. Stood next to him on the left, just like leaning over, going, "Come on, guys!" For the Philippines team there, and it's not going to be enough. Like there's the stand-up, and even a shake of the head from Caraku in the background there, and I just don't think it's enough. It just drew the deck the wrong way round. Like, it just didn't draw as much pressure as needed outside of the mana wurm opening.
Well, and maybe there's something we're missing, right? And there's still an out in the deck, but it doesn't seem...
It looks very difficult.
Optimistic for WaningMoon
also,
and the Philippines.
Krovac and Team Czech running double Volcano in this list. That is not something I've seen.
Alright. He just wanted to make space for the charge minion. Just in case.
It took me a second to realize. I was like, did WaningMoon just Volcano Krovac? Like, what just happened? It's like, no. Krovac Volcanoed himself because he wants to be able to play Alakir, worst case scenario.
So he plays around Frost Nova.
What's the overload on Volcano, though? He can't play
2
anyway. Is it only 2?
It's only 2.
Oh, sick. Okay, so he has opened up perfectly the Alakir to prot the block if there is some kind of freeze effect.
Well, the only freeze effect which would matter would be Frost Nova, because otherwise some minions die and they make space for Alakir.
Yeah. Yep.
So they play around Frost Nova
exactly.
only.
Yeah. I mean, if you can, you will, right? Like,
yeah, I think so.
If there's one thing you lose to and you can play around it, let's play around it. That's my vote.
Yep.
So WaningMoon just doing what he can to try and survive and try and stop this block getting procced. He's going to Fireball Kalimos, Frostbolt the Tar Creeper, but it's not going to be enough as we can see.
So Alakir will clear the mana Vim
It will
and proc the...
clear.
Oh my god.
Yes.
It will clear and also proc the block.
And he got it from Servant of Kalimos as well.
And a powerful card, man.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And now WaningMoon is on the back foot. I say on the back foot, he's just on the floor at this moment in time. There is not a lot he can do at all. Sorcerer's Apprentice is not the miracle card he needs to dig himself out of this one. Still going to go for Cold Light. I wonder what's left. Maybe Ice Barrier? No, because he would have just...
There's the Glyph.
He does play Glyphs. Okay, let's Glyph into an Ice Block. Easily doable.
Kabbalist Tome.
Let's Tome into an Ice Block.
He can Tome, but he won't be able to play...
Oh, no, it's
wait,
reduced,
it's for commander. Yeah.
Let's Tome into an Ice Block.
Oh, there's a freeze. He can freeze and ping. But then the Fire Plume actually kills him.
Yeah, this actually keeps him alive, which is nuts.
Wow.
Absolutely nuts that you can chain that kind of spell off. Like I said, the Primordial Glyph is amazing. We can see Fire Plume, Fire Elemental is in hand as well, so there's a lot of on-damage effects live from the hand for Krovac. But what a game. What a series.
A really interesting series, because now, imagine if there would be no Fire Plume in the deck, or Fire Elementals.
Well played, indeed. That is going to be it. And Czech Republic with Krovac as the ace player does win this series and beat Philippines out in a very close series, 3-2 overall. What a series overall. Those guys are happy. There's the laughs. Sivka's just like, yeah, get him. Job done. The bananas worked. Lothar, the bananas worked.
They ate like 6 during the transmission, or even more. Or each one ate 6. But anyway, first match of Hearthstone Global Games. Czech Republic is the winner, and that is actually that was an amazing match. Still, I think the Warlock match against Rogue was the most nuts.
Yeah.
First of all, because the decks are unique with the very different play styles, both of them. The Flower Mercury Rogue has a flavor of it on its own. The new version of, like, how do you call that Warlock?
Warlock. No, probably Control Warlock,
Random
right?
Warlock.
You'd say Control, I guess. But yeah, the Control Warlock was absolutely nuts, and something I've enjoyed is just seeing how these players are building the decks. They're all so different, with many different styles. You look at the Elemental Shamans from both teams, right? Very different.
Yep.
We saw a lot of, like, the Fire Plumes, for example, from Team Czech Republic versus Philippines, much more standard list. But you can see there, Krovac, as the ace player, did manage to win it out in the end. very close series. Very cool. And now after this first series as well, we hope you've grasped the format a little bit more. It's effectively a best of 5 where each player becomes a class or a deck. You know what I mean? Like that's effectively how it works in a roundabout way. But definitely a lot of cool games going on. Philippines looked in relatively high spirits anyway. This is only match 1 for them. They have more matches throughout their group later on in the next few weeks we've got coming up. So plenty of time to climb back.
Yeah, basically every single team plays a round robin in the group, so they have still 4 more matches ahead.
Yep. So there are plenty more matches coming up. We've got plenty more matches coming up for today, so don't go anywhere. We're going to continue with Hearthstone Global Games. We're going to check out the standings actually first. Never mind, we're going to check out the group standings. I thought we were going to a break, but we're not. Let's have a look at the group standings. Ignore me. We can see how the group shapes
Easy to
up.
do.
Yeah. We can see how the group shapes up. Obviously, this is the opening match, so there is going to be 1 result there in the group as Czech Republic and are going to be 1 up.
Well,
So
Philippines will have a result as well, but on the other side
one
of the
total
table.
result. Yeah. But what this is going to mean is after the first set of matches, there's going to be a top half of every group and a bottom half of every group with a 1-0 victory, and really going to set the course potentially for the for the rest of the matches, really.
Yeah, that's correct. In this case, like the first matches, getting a win is important, but at the same time, it doesn't really put any like distinction between the teams. We still have to see at least 3 more matches from the teams, or I mean in general, to get something going. But as you can see, Czech Republic with the first place, Philippines with the 6th. Still a long road ahead of this group. And yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, but what's important to note as well, we can see game record on there, and that will be used for potential tiebreakers in the future as we come to the end of phase 1. So the fact that Philippines took Czech Republic to all of the potential games means that they've got 2 game score, at least against their name so far. So, that's definitely important. It's way better to lose 2-3 than to be swept 3-0. It does impact it. It's not just a win or a loss. There is a game score. But now, we're going to be back soon with more Hearthstone Global Games, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
We're almost there. Quiet down, everyone. This is not like any of our previous expeditions. This will be far more ambitious. We're stepping into a land of primordial wonder. Infused with astonishing elemental energies. The plant life here holds very unusual properties. So don't touch anything. And while you may be excited to see the local fauna, you might want to make sure they don't see you. Because their powers of adaptation are devastating. Make no mistake, we will be tested at every turn. But if we stay on our guard, we might just survive. Now then, are you ready? Then let's journey into Ongoro Crater.
Games. I'm Raven, joining me is Lothar. Of course, we're going to bring in you all the action for today. We just had a great series of Czech Republic versus the Philippines, where Czech Republic, led by Stancifka, managed to get it out just about in a very close one.
In an ace match, they delivered 3-2 with the Elemental Shaman at the end. A very exciting match. Hopefully the next one will be as exciting.
Yeah, and the next one, we do have a great one coming out. It's going to be, I've been looking forward to this matchup since I knew it was happening on day one. It's going to be South Korea versus Greece, two countries that are very, have a strong history in Hearthstone.
And established players.
Yeah, very established players. And, South Korea for me is one a country I'm rooting for quite heavily. There's a lot of great players on there. HandsomeGuy, Downey, Cranich, Flurry. That team is scary indeed.
That is definitely true. On the other hand, we have Greece with players like Logan, LikeABoss, who's actually very an insane amount of HCT points.
Yep.
Then we have DeathWing, who is also playing now for Team Millennium, if I remember correctly. Cebu, he wasn't really that, let's say, present on the scene as well as the other three, but still is a formidable player here.
Yeah, I think because Greece is so well known with so many players, it's hard to be make a huge impact in general because there's so many just big streamers, big players, and overall. But going back to South Korea, HandsomeGuy, the highest point earner basically in terms of just pure dominance in HCT last year. He won 2 of the 3 championships for Asia Pacific and only lost 1, and lost 1 to his teammate who's on this team and good friend who's Downey, and they're actually physically got together for this match today, so they're going to be hanging out together while they play, and then with the other Korean teams. You can check out the group they're in as well.
Yeah, we're jumping to Group D from the previous group: South Korea, Greece, Hong Kong, Hungary, Portugal, and Slovakia. So we have a small talk about this group before. It seems like the best teams are actually right now in the game.
Yeah, I think these two, South Korea and Greece, are probably going to be hinged as the top 2 teams in this group. But definitely going to be great to see what comes out of the rest of the teams here, especially Portugal. Looking forward to seeing Hong Kong as well.
Yeah.
For example, Yulsik represents Hong Kong, so he's been in multiple HCT tournaments this year and last year as well.
Yeah.
So definitely got some strong players, and something he's said multiple times is he wants to continue to grow the Hong Kong scene. As well, so we'll get to see some of that as well when we see more and more players. So yeah, this is the place. Hearthstone Global Games is where it's at to prove how good your country is in the world.
I personally look forward to Hungary in this group because I don't really know much about Hungary players. I want to know them. I want to see what the community seems like.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see, a lot of the time, no matter how close we all are due to the wonders of technology, and, I can be friends with people from Poland, for example, is that there are some areas you just don't hear too much of in Hearthstone, right? Unless they've played in tournaments like DreamHacks and, some other majors for, HCT itself, for example, you just don't get to see too much. But I wouldn't mind visiting Greece. Look at that. Woof.
Wow. And you can live in that country.
Yes, people can live in Greece. And we get a top-level analysis. That actually looks awesome. So it is going to be the guys from Greece against South Korea. And another place I really want to visit, pretty much the mecca of esports, is good old South Korea. So
with another Blizzard title, with the StarCraft.
Yep. They are the gods of StarCraft. Absolutely fantastic when the rest of the world are called foreigners. When it comes to StarCraft and Korea, they're like, anyone who's not from Korea is a foreigner, which is absolutely fantastic for me. But let's talk about more Hearthstone. Downey is going to be the player who opens up for South Korea. He had Rogue or Priest to choose from, and he chose his Priest, and he's going to go against Logan, representing Greece, with his Mage over the Hunter.
Maybe just make a quick recap. How does this work, right? Because a lot of people actually tuned in right now. So both teams are setting up players in order that is pre-made before even the teams meet.
Yep.
So we have Downey against Logan. Then we have Flurry against LikeABoss, HandsomeGuy against Cebu, Cranich against DeathWing, and they will choose the classes when they know what the opponent is and what classes does he have.
Yep.
basically.
Yeah, so imagine this as one best of 5, but each player is a deck, effectively. You know, that's the easiest way. So once Dione has played Logan, which is Priest versus Mage, then we'll move on to Flurry versus LikeABoss, like you said. And then they'll pick what class they want to play out of their 2 options. If, like in the first series of the day, we went to an ace match, then the player we can see Cranich for Korea and Cebu for Greece, which is actually a bit of a surprise, actually showing a lot of respect to Cebu there. Means that, you know, they can either play the class they didn't play in their first game or the 9th class for them there.
But let's go into the game because the players are already starting. It's Hunter versus Rogue, the first game.
Yeah.
So
they're not starting quite yet, though. No, they're not starting quite yet.
Oh, sorry.
So yeah, they are going to be going into it, and it looks like it's Mage and Priest to kick off. Yeah, it's fine. The format is new, everyone. The format's new, but the Mage list, we've already seen an aggro Mage from Philippines.
Yeah, that is correct.
But you know, Time Warp Mage or like OTK Mage, whatever you want to call it, has actually been very popular. We might see that from Greece here as we start with Logan.
Well, Logan, I remember I met him in 2015, I think. That was DreamHack summer or winter. Man, that was so long time ago when you think about it.
Many years ago.
A very loud person, but a super likable personality. And he's like, you know, he's like a bear. He has a huge beard, and he's such a just likable person and a skilled player as well. So hopefully we'll see a lot of good things from him here.
We see LikeABoss in the background there as well.
Yep.
The Greek guys grouping up, not too much of a surprise. Those names are switched, of course. Is Logan on the left and LikeABoss in the background. And then we have Dione with the Cloud9 t-shirt on and HandsomeGuy, who's at his place, as we mentioned, representing Korea. So that's going to be awesome. And as we, you know, just to remind anyone new who's tuning in, the teams, when they play, they can communicate with their teammates. Or they can choose not to if they really want, but they can communicate, which is why we see some players physically getting together to sit in the same room. They're allowed to be on Skype, for example, and talk to each other as well if they can't quite get to each other. So it's a fully team effort, these matchups.
If they, of course, want to, because we have seen in the past teams that are really not good in communications. Like an example, Sweden. With players like Skaka, they rather would just play on their own, make the decision on their own, than just getting distracted by other players, right? So it's a matter of choice. How do you want to proceed with this? So far, we have seen teams that are cooperative with each other. I wonder how it will look in the future.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Skaka's kind of a rare case in that when he wants to focus and play the game, he has no music on, no nothing. He just sits. No distractions, and just plays Hearthstone. That's all he does, 100% focus. So we'll see how that comes into it when we can check out Team Sweden, which is almost Team Alliance plus show, pretty much. So we'll check how that goes later on. But for now, I'm looking forward to this one. Greece has always been a strong Hearthstone region with players, but other than say LikeABoss and his HCT performance, the players have never really made it onto the world stage in a super impactful way.
Well, that's true, but at the same time, I feel like I would say Greece is a grassroots country when it comes to the community, right? Very strong fireside gatherings presence, a lot of local communities, just tournaments, small tournaments, you know, with few people, but actually very active people, and that's awesome to see from communities all over the world. We have talked about Germany and Czech Republic, an example, right? They have strong communities and really well built, but at the same time, other countries are just trying that on their own. And I feel like this tournament will also rekindle that in some countries, or just initiate that community side in their own countries.
If
right?
you're ever going to get together and watch some Hearthstone, it's going to be to actually support your country, right? You know, it's generally what happens in terms of country-based competition. And we are ready now to, once we've sorted this out, to get into the first game.
Oh, man.
This is going to be Downey versus Logan. The cameras are actually the wrong way around. That is not Downey at the top, and that is definitely not Logan at the bottom. So we will get that fixed very soon. But it is Downey on the Priest, right? So
yes.
Downey is on the top. It's just the cameras the wrong way around, guys. We'll fix it. But yeah, this already looks... This is strange.
Is it? I mean, it's Purified Priest.
Well, yeah, like I said, I just wanted to
we talked
highlight.
about it in the previous hours of the broadcast, because it seems like Purified actually made into a competitive deck on its own. And this deck plays cards like Humongous Razor Leaf, which is the new 3/8 drop.
Yes, that counter-attack, which is where the Purify comes in to silence that naughty card text off so you can actually get in. But we are going into it now. Logan on the bottom playing the Time Warp Mage, so we do get to see this secret in play to gain an extra turn, whereas Downey is going to just play out the Priest and start to go a little bit heavy. We see Inner Fire. No surprise to see that card, plus Divine Spirit. There are a lot of high health minions in the deck. You can just kill someone very quickly with this deck, depending on the draw.
Well, it can go to, like, the Humongous Razorleaf can easily go to 20 damage in just one turn.
Yep.
From 8 HP to 16, and with Power Ward Shield it's just 20 after you double it, right? So that is actually an insane amount of damage.
And also you can do silly things like double Divine Spirit and then you just OTK, which is kind of nuts, guys, kind of nuts. Although the stars do have to align for that to work out, but that's kind of what the deck does. We see a lot of card draw for Downey now. It does have the Cleric onto the board, Power Word Shield, and an Acolyte of Pain available. And we see, this is the drawback of quests. You pretty much just always pass turn one. You cannot really interact.
That's true, but at the same time, it feels like Logan would actually play the quest this turn one anyway, because sometimes you just play Babbling Book on turn one, but when your opponent played a Cleric and just can attack into it,
quest. Yeah.
then it's not really a waste here in this scenario, because otherwise it would just pass. You would just not play the Babbling Book, most likely. You don't want to give a Priest draw on turn 2, because historically speaking, Priests have usually the turn 2 very weak.
Yep,
They either use the Hero Power or just don't do anything.
Yeah. There's the Elemental now, which is
true.
really nice. And now we've got the cameras fixed for you guys. We can see the lovely faces of Logan, Downey, and HandsomeGuy over his shoulder. And Shadow Vision's in hand. Absolutely amazing card. It discovers a spell from your deck. Very powerful, so you can get into these things where you have, even more Divine Spirits, even more Power Word Shields.
Even
you
more
should be allowed.
Dragonfire Potions when you need them, right?
Exactly, yeah.
An additional copy of Shadow Word Death. You can think about Shadow Vision as a tutor for a specific card in your deck. So if you didn't draw both copies of that spell, you have actually a huge chance to actually get what you want.
Yeah, it's really nice. It doesn't reduce it or anything like the Primordial Glyph for Mage does, but it's just way more accurate, and sometimes getting that one extra spell changes the game completely. Downey has the option now to just trade heal if he really wants, or just get that Acolyte down for even more card draw.
I like the Acolyte more because you just want to use the mana efficiently, and also have the Acolyte of Pain already on board to, an example, buff it with a couple Talon Priests that you can top deck from the deck. You can use Power Word Shields if you top deck from the deck. So you just want to have that Acolyte Pain already on board to make it a threat if you just use the Inner Fire combo, an example as well, right?
Yeah, this is what's I think the scariest thing about this Priest deck is you can just die. Like, the Priest can almost build a threat out of nothing. You know, like any minion, like you said, suddenly Powered Shield, Divine Spirit, Inner Fire, boom, 8 damage, or even 9, and that's even at the minimal amounts, you know what I mean? Like, you can just OTK sometimes with this deck. There are cards that will help, though, as the deck is reliant on minion damage, which means, Logan's Blizzard, the Frost Bolts, etc. are going to help just... If someone, if Downey commits to like a Divine Spirit in a Fire, Frostbolt, then Blizzard, then you just can't attack, right? Because if you silence it to attack, you lose the buffs as well. So, definitely something to consider. Logan does have options and does have LikeABoss with him over his shoulder as well. Cone of Cold, again, a good pickup.
Very helpful. Very helpful here. Although the version of... I have seen multiple versions of the Open the Waygate Mage, and most of them are not running Flame Strikes, and there's only one copy of Blizzard. So having that Blizzard already in hand is very impactful. Look at that. There's the Talon Priest already in hand, so that Acolyte of Pain would actually make a huge difference.
The Cleric can just become an 8/8 this turn.
Do you want to make that? I mean, you also can draw cards.
It's an 8/8 though, Luther. I'm okay with an 8/8 against like a freestyle Priest. This is what I mean. Like, what started off as a 1/3, obviously it's had Powered Shield, but can just suddenly become a Mountain Giant that draws a card when healed. Like, it's crazy that the threats just come out of nowhere. This Cone of Cold going to be very, very useful for Logan here.
He can chain Cone of Cold into Coin Blizzard, deal 3 damage to all the minions, although they can heal. But in this case, within this Priest, I don't think there's a Circle of Healing in that deck.
Oh, there's an Nova though. I don't think so, no.
Yeah.
I'm not 100%. I'll have to admit, I'm not. Silence Priest is not a deck I've played a lot of yet. I've played against it a fair few times, but the amount of different builds we've seen already, from this tournament in just one match means that truly anything could happen.
And that's interesting that Logan didn't opt to use the Cone of Cold at all. He's okay with getting 9 damage to the face.
Look how much the guys are laughing like Downey. He's like, I just got him for 8.
Yeah,
and now
and
I've just made another 8/8.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
To be honest, I didn't anticipate that. I thought that if I would be the priest in this case, I would have perceived the situation as, yes, I'm going to deal 8 damage, and then I put my opponent into a situation where he needs to use the burn to deal with that.
Yeah. Or some kind of stall, right? He needs to do something. But, Logan decided to dig a little deeper, and sometimes that is the right play. Freeze Mage, although this deck isn't Freeze Mage, it's close. It's very akin to, I can take X damage for 1 more turn. And then I'll, chain stalls. Because now, look, double Frost Nova, Cone of Cold, Blizzard. Like, Logan can just not allow Downey to attack for the future. The foreseeable future.
3-4 turns, basically, right now.
And that is many turns, Lothar. Like, 4 turns of your opponent not being able to attack you is kind of ridiculous.
That is true, especially when you face a priest which doesn't run any burn from the hand. Unless he runs Mind Blast, but that's not happening. So, small chance of just dying, even when you're like on 1 HP.
Yeah. And also, bear in mind
never mind.
Well, the minions cannot be silenced to attack, because if they do, they lose all of their power.
You have Talon Priest, which has 3 attacks. That's something. Imagine if Logan would actually be at 3, he would just die.
Maybe even Purify is good here. Purify develop the Watcher.
I mean, develop the Watcher, Purify on it.
No, because you can silence the Watcher next turn.
Yeah, but
Purify draws you a card.
But your opponent will have more freeze effects.
Yeah, so you want to silence next turn.
Yeah, but if you want to get your opponent like, catch him off guard, you can use both silences next turn, deal 7 damage. If you draw additional way of dealing damage, you're able to kill him next turn.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see where he goes for.
Wow, the Dirty Rat in this deck is nuts as well, just because of the fact that you can actually get out the Sorcerer's Apprentice and kill it instantly. And you need the Sorcerer's Apprentice.
There's a Divine Spirit and another Silence as well.
Well, Divine Spirit is not really helpful.
You just get Silence and just silence this turn, and then double Silence next turn. Oh, no, sorry, he needs the 2 mana to play the Watcher, yeah. So now he can triple Silence if he really wants for a total of 8 damage. But, we'll see.
Well, he could have used one of the silence to just
he could have used actual silence and push for 3, yeah.
Yeah, push for 3, puts his opponent at 6, then he needs to freeze the board and develop a secret, so the only option would be Frost Nova.
I wonder.
And Logan didn't show the Frost Nova last turn because he coined out Cone of Cold.
Yeah.
Which is not, ideal since it actually damages the minions, so his opponent can heal. So it's not sold out, he didn't sold out the Frost Nova in his hand at all.
Yep. Yeah, this is very tricky for both players here, because there is still an opportunity that Downey just gets frozen out of this game, like, completely. Because if, once the Ice Barrier comes down into Frost Nova, even if there's a silence, the Ice Barrier adds so much more health. There's still a large chance of drawing ice blocks, and then suddenly, Logan is kind of like ticking away on that secret as well. So I think it's on 3 already. So, and he's still got the Cone of Cold, to go up to 4 as well. So there's still opportunities for Logan to just bust out this game.
Oh, he was getting close to not play anything.
Okay, well, there's 7. 7 damage available. And a card draw. Oh.
Inner fight. Wait, is that lethal?
No. Because all the minions that he
heal,
silences can do attacks.
He can silence, heal to 5.
That's 8. It's going to discover the options are Purified Potion of Madness.
That's 1 additional
Does Potion of Madness
damage.
get it him?
Wait, Power
He
Shield
heals?
gets to 5 to 7. That's 7.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. He can shield.
But does he have enough mana to do that?
Silence?
He has lethal with Powered Shield, right?
I think so.
Powered Shield on the Ancient Watcher. No, you can't do that. You need to heal first.
He silenced.
That's silence first. And then you have 2, 4, 3. Yeah, it should be doable, right? If I'm not mistaken, you play first silence on the Ancient Watcher, then you heal it, then you Powered Shield, then you Inner Fire, then you silence Talon Priest, and that's...
No, you can't do all of that. You can't heal it as well.
Ah, damn. 1 mana close. 1 mana short.
Okay, it's just gonna basically just say, okay, next turn I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, was there ever a point to save the power word shield there so you could silence again? If it gets frozen? It's easy for us to say because we can see all the freezes, but you know, if so far you've seen like the Blizzard, you're probably expecting this kind of stall version as opposed to any kind of I think most versions that try to OTK run so many freezes anyway. So we'll see how it plays out here. Downey still has a few options. The Potion of Madness could be nice for an extra 1 damage if these minions stick to the board. Logan might be better off trading them away actually if he's ever even thinks about Potion of Madness as a card.
Usually you don't think about Potion of Madness when you play against a priest.
Second you don't think about it, it happens and you lose.
Yeah.
That's the worry.
You lose a minion with Death Rattle, and you're like, oh my god, I just lost a card,
Oh, you
or
just
the
died?
Death Rattle effect, yeah. So, in this case, Ice Barrier, I think like you need to play the Ice Barrier this turn, just to play around another way of silencing your... I mean, you know that your opponent is running a lot of silences, right? Has to be the case.
Yeah. So now that's just the secret is Ice Barrier, so not going to be
Divine Spirit. He has Divine Spirit and Inner Fire.
This gets very tricky because every single time Downey wants to try and set up lethal here over the past couple of turns, he's had to like stall and stall and stall and not quite get it. And I think he has to just buy time again.
So if he uses Silence right now, the Ancient Water gets to 4/5. Plays around a random secret, I guess?
He could do, yeah. Although he saw the Cone of Colds were discovered, right? Not discovered, but were from random effects. So if he's keeping count of the amount of effects that have happened, he's just got to test for the secret though. Ice Barrier's proc. So now Downey knows exactly what he needs to do.
So he has 10 damage. Can he do any more? Did he just miscount?
He's just gonna hit him. Doesn't care.
Yeah.
You can only freeze me for so long, friend.
But I think he kind of miscounted because he was pointing out the heal on the Ancient Water. So he silenced and then he pointed out the heal. He thought he can actually heal it back to 7 after he silenced, you know?
Yeah.
Because that would have been lethal.
Yep. Archaeologist. Gonna pull out the ice block, no doubt. Yep, there we go. So there's one more turn for Logan. The power of that card is absolutely huge.
No more silences for Downey, but well, that's actually a big deal. No more silences in his hand will not help him with attacking after the freezes, and Logan can now still has 2 turns to just heal. Sorry, not heal, to
get to the quest.
Yeah, to freeze the board and just get the parts that he needs. Cold Light Oracle is actually pretty helpful as well here. What do you think about? Now you need to develop the Frost block. The ice block. I just was thinking about Frost Nova, Cold Light Oracle, to get the pieces out as soon as possible, because maybe you can just finish off the game without having ice block.
I think you might just get Nova'd. That's the problem. You could just die to Nova. That's
true.
You don't want to throw a game because you were too this extra greedy, right? Like if they just have Nova, game, like that's it. And Logan said done for the day to a certain extent. But Downey now is just gonna, after this freeze, just gonna heal up, continue drawing more cards, trying to get more options. And then also
that was a silicone healing. All right.
I mean, okay. Oh, you can probably block.
That's actually amazing. That is actually amazing.
Potion of Madness, get him! So there's the block proc, and now it is no more options available yet for Logan. A lot of card draw, and one Frost Nova left, but is that going to be enough?
He also draws 2 cards right now. Divine Spirit and another Dirty Rat. Silence. Well, shouldn't he do that first if he was planning on doing it?
It's fine, it just puts the block, right? Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, oh, look at that. Second ice block.
So now you ice block and Nova, right? You have to draw?
Cold
Light,
well,
ice
right?
block, draw. Yeah. Will it overdraw as well? 3...
It will overload his opponent by 1.
Hey, well.
3, 6.
Go to
Oh,
10.
it's 7. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
go to
mind.
10.
but it's 8.
Yeah. Even oh my god, look how weird this deck looks from Downey. You know, his hand looks crazy, but he's actually, you know, getting the work done. Minions are pretty much immortal to a certain extent in terms of how awkward they are to deal with, especially for Logan's deck here. Finally, a Doomsayer, but even with silence in hand, there's just no real fear.
Yeah.
He's gonna try and mill him.
Well, there's actually no more cards for the priest.
Yeah, Downey just drew approximately 1,000 cards. Ooh, Shadow Visions. Well,
it was pointless.
It's just Shadow Visions,
Yeah.
Shadow Visions, and Shadow Visions. Yeah, so that is all of his cards.
No,
gone.
it doesn't work this way, right? When when
Oh,
the deck
it
is
was
empty.
the last card, right? Yeah. So yeah, it would have been the Ice Block proc now, and now it's all on Logan. No more defensive options really, apart from that Frost Nova, and he will know there are still silences left.
So is there a way for Logan to actually win the game? If he draws Molten Reflection, it's still not enough. He would have to get card draw, and that's GG, basically. No more way of OTKing if your opponent will just kill the Sorcerer's Apprentice, and that's most likely happening this turn.
Looks like Downey's going to use the silence, of course. So, although Purify hurts you, right? You draw 1 card, which is 1 fatigue.
But your opponent is able to deal 18 damage.
But the problem is, you can't purify your opponent's minion, as we well know. So silence is actually just more powerful to be able to silence out an opponent's minion or your own. So we'll see how this goes now. Being full attacks here for Downey, being able to prot the block, and all on Logan to do something quite spectacular here.
Without the second Sorcerer's Apprentice, I think that's GG. Well, obviously he doesn't know it, but he can assume that in those 9 cards left in his opponent's hand, there will be at least 1 silence effect.
You would imagine so. He's can't even draw.
Kabbalist Tome.
Not gonna help.
1 more card that can help you in this situation. Not really happening. So it has to be Doomsayer Frost Nova. And that's about it.
Cross the fingers. Hope for the
Well,
best.
wait. Can he get a spell that will chain a reaction to overdraw him and kill him with fatigue? Because heal all minions from Kabbalist
I
Tome?
don't think so. Because they're class specific, right?
Too bad.
There's 1 fatigue for Downey, but it is not going to matter. He's even going to silence. Okay, the plant. That was his weapon of choice. He was like, what do I want to kill my opponent with? And it is the huge carnivorous plant indeed. So
Humongous Razor Leaf actually finishes up the game.
yeah, it's actually amazing. We see Purify Priest brought to a tournament by one of Korea's top players, and it winning, most importantly. Downey is victorious for South Korea, going 1-0 up over Greece. And there's HandsomeGuy. He's going to be playing later, who's sat over his shoulder there, ready and waiting for the next game. And that was a crazy game. We saw OTK Mage versus Purify Priest. What is this meta?
I already love it. The fact that we have so much different decks, right? The priest can. We already have seen Dragon Priest today. Well, a different Dragon Priest than what we're used to. Then we have seen the Purify Priest. We can still see Miracle Priest, an example. Then we go to the other side of the table, and we had Open the Waygate Mage. We had the Elemental Temple Mage. So much diversity right now in the fresh metagame. I love it. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. That is just game 1 of Korea versus Greece as well. So that's going to be awesome to continue. We can check out how it looks so far. We have LikeABoss for Greece versus Flurry, who's bringing a Hunter versus LikeABoss's Warrior. Very nice pick. If this warrior is Taunt Warrior, Hunter generally has a very good matchup, in my experience at least, as you can just apply so much heavy pressure. Your death rattles are a real pain to deal with as well, and the fact that you can just generate additional beasts as well with Macaws, for example, you can get so much more value. It does depend on the Hunter build though, definitely, so we'll see how that works out.
Well, I love the Mirror Hunters with the Hydra as well, with the new 8/8 drop for 5 mana. It's actually so huge. It destroys every single taunt that the warrior can play, and just go through that. The damage on your own face doesn't really matter.
Hunter doesn't care about its own life,
You just want to finish the game before your opponent can kill you, and that means any big creature that will just help out clearing out the taunts is super valuable. Imagine the curve. Just you play Beast Macau on 1, Crackling Resomor on 2, Turn 3, whatever. turn 4 Huntmaster on
Turn
a
3,
beast.
one of the many turn 3 options.
Well, you have a lot of free
Yeah.
hunt. Like 3 mana drop is like the most common spot for hunters. There's so many useful cards that you can play on turn 3. Turn 4 Huntmaster, turn 5 Hydra, turn 6 7 Highmane. How do you deal with that?
You don't. That's the answer.
It's really tough. It's really tough.
But yeah, and we even saw some players actually bringing cards like Hunter's Mark into the list. We saw, I think Camlin was playing it in Throne of Cards, because that just also deals with a lot of the Taunt Warrior issues.
Yep.
They put up like Primordial Drake. Oh, that's a lot of health. Oh wait, now it's 1. You know, it's really good. So we'll see how that plays out now. We can see the players getting ready. LikeABoss was sat with Logan, so he's got Logan next to him anyway. Flurry there chilling. Flurry actually has some great achievements in the OGN Hearthstone Masters as well, which is the Korean sort of biggest tournament over there, tournament circuit. He's very good. And he very narrowly missed out in HCT last year. He was just he lost to Yulsik in the semi-finals to be able to make it through to BlizzCon actually. So he came very, very close.
That's painful, man.
Yeah.
Being so close to like such a huge goal, it always leaves you hanging in a spot when you want to prove again that you're a really good player, right? So in this case, they are playing as a team, but I feel like every single player wants to prove that they are a good player, they're a good deck builder. They want to get that, going for them.
Well, like I said, even though it's a team and the teams can work together in terms of communication, the player who is like on the screen, the name on the screen, is the player piloting that deck.
Yeah.
Right. So they can still either mess up or do well. There are a lot of decisions that end up being the pilot's decision, 100%, or snap calls. Like that is on you. And like you said, you either use the time to shine, or you have potentially letting the team down a little bit, which could be a problem. So,
not only the team down, but also the entire country.
The entire population of the country, which is definitely a lot of pressure for these players as we get into the first game. Flurry versus LikeABoss.
Oh, look at that.
Pirate Warrior. Okay, things change now. This can actually be pretty tough for the Hunter, because although they have a lot of early game, their early game is nowhere near as good as the Pirate early game, mainly because of Fiery War Axe.
And because of patches as well. You lose one card that is actually very impactful in the Ward of 1-drops, and in this case, that Makar doesn't have the synergy with the Crackling Razormaw anymore, because it just dies, and you can't adapt. Imagine if that Razormaw comes down, gets the adapt on the Jeweled Makar, gets the plants out of it, trades in, you get additional 2 minions that allows you to trade with another pirates, which is actually super impactful. In this case, he's not able to do that anymore.
Yeah, really nice pick here. LikeABoss on the, I think at least on the better end of the matchup here. And like I said, Jewel Makar, even like +3 attack can be nice, but not if it's just dead, right? That's the issue. Answering the 1-drop is kind of huge, but never mind. Oh my god, I told you I love South Korea as a team.
And we have the
Golaka Crawler, get wrecked, pirates.
Well, sometimes it's not enough. Even when you play it on turn 2, or you just kill.
It's the return of the Totem Golem.
Yeah. But we have also the Turtlex Hatchling, which is a 3-mana 2/2 minion just adapt.
Yeah.
So it can be a 5/2, it can be a 2/5, it can be poisonous, it can have a taunt. It's actually not a bad minion in this situation. If it has a taunt, it actually soaks up maybe 5 damage from an Arcanine Reaper.
To be honest, against pirates, if it soaks up any damage, I'm happy. But yeah, we can see Knuckles as well, which is kind of great to just see in a deck. Flurry already, there you go, head in hands, sat back. Okay, it's Pirate Warrior, and LikeABoss, it's almost like they can see each other. Is that like Flurry was like, oh god, pirates, okay, and then LikeABoss is like, yeah, it's pirates, but now Mega Crab. The Galactic Crawler gonna eat up the deckhand there and actually just be pretty okay with life at this point.
That is true.
Pretty far on the board. Fireworks doesn't trade into it unless Fireworks coin upgrade.
I like that.
Which, yeah, you might have to do.
I like it because it just puts another really impactful weapon on the board. It's 8 damage to the face. Still good.
I love Flurry. He was actually my pick for winter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was one for the APAC region to get through. Yeah, Flurry was actually my pick. He didn't quite make it, but I do love the guy.
Imagine the game without that upgrade here on the Warx. What was it? Divine Shield.
Nice.
Not
That's
bad.
good.
Not bad.
Build your own mini-bot.
Cool.
1 mana off now because the coin was used for the upgrade. Cannot put out the deckhand and the cultist. I would... This is a weird turn as well. You can deckhand trade to kill off the minion, because the problem is it's a beast and you go into turn 4. What if there's Houndmaster? 4/4 Divine Shield against Pirate Warrior? Taunt? I'll take it.
Really bad, yeah?
Yeah, I'll take it. So
I mean, it's not even Houndmaster. It can be Crackling Razormaw as well.
yeah, there are options, but so there's the double trade, although it feels to have 6 damage into a 2/2. It feels horrendous. Or, can just drop the Bloodsail Cultist this turn and just say, look, you probably can't kill it, but you might be able to, because as he said, Razormaw changes everything. Poisonous.
Poisonous
attack.
plus free attack, right?
Yeah. Wind Fury.
Well, then you die. Then your own minion dies,
still
but
trade
still,
up.
yeah, but it's still fine. It's a free drop against a free drop, so it's like it's an even case.
And you gain the momentum, right?
Yes, but at the same time, I feel like Hunters outvalues the minions of the Pirate Warrior, so only the weapons can bring the warrior back into the game.
Oh, he's actually looks like a
Oh,
boss
man.
has found a third line. Just going to go for the hero power instead. This means that he is going to save up that deckhand to proc an additional durability on the weapon.
So he just wants to make his own
here we
Arcana
go.
Reaper.
So it's poisonous, can't be targeted, and summon 2 plants.
Feels like Poisonous might be the most impactful here.
Yeah, with the Divine Shield. I was thinking, like, can't be targeted. Well, Divine Shield, it's kind of fine. Warrior kind of deals with things with direct attacks anyway. So, yeah, Poisonous. And now a Hyena. Where does LikeABoss even look at this point? You know, like, the Poisonous minion is a nightmare. The Hyena is also a nightmare. What do you kill?
Well, you need to kill the Hyena as soon as possible, so I'm guessing
You sacrifice the Cultist.
the deckhand will just be enough here, right? It will have charge. You play deckhand, you play the cultist, you charge the deckhand into the hyena, then you kill Crackling Razormaw.
But then the Cultist just dies.
Yes,
Yeah.
but you still have a 5/1 weapon.
Yeah.
And you know that you have second fear War Axe with the Nagakosa, so that's 8 damage. The problem is that the hunter just kind of slowly
It's
grinds you
one
out.
step
Yeah.
ahead, isn't it? It's just edging forward every single turn. And look, this is super awkward. And in this, you know, I said at the start I felt Pirate Warrior could do well versus Hunter, but you know, maybe I'm wrong. It's not a matchup I've played tons of, to be completely honest. But this is not the most standard of Hunter decks. There is Knuckles staring at us in the hand there, which is great. But yeah, Razormaw, something I will say, Razormaw is just super powerful. Probably, or at least one of the most powerful cards in the set, in my opinion.
Especially because it comes down in the game like so fast, right?
Oh, I want to see LikeABoss's face. Yes!
Oh my god!
He's just like, he almost got up and walked away. He was like, no, I'm not playing a game where Knuckles is involved.
And
This
it
makes
doesn't
no sense.
die. Look at that.
Oh, it's against pirates.
It's
You
awesome.
kill the minion and hit face at the same time.
Wow. Knuckles making an impact. It has 7 HP, which is a huge difference for the Fury War Axe, because even if it gets buffed by Nagakosa, it's still outside the ring.
You got to think about it as well. Wind Fury, you know, adapts. Wind Fury, Taunt, Divine Shield. Like, imagine Wind Fury. You do 6 damage if you trade into 2 minions. 6 damage to face.
Yeah. You buy so much board control and
And
still
just
like,
Handmaster.
man, nuts.
Okay,
Knuckles-
I'm gonna go home and craft Knuckles.
Well, I have 2 decks that I really want to play when I'm gonna get back to the hotel. One will be Stancifka's Warlock,
Yeah.
and second one will be Knuckles.
And the second one will just be a Hunter deck with Knuckles in it. Perfect. And now, LikeABoss, so many awkward decisions. He has so many minions available, but there's still the Poisonous Beast on the board. Any minion he plays, unless he trades into it, of course, dies. But the problem is if he trades into it, he's putting 5 damage into a 2/2. So he's just going to say, right, Smart Life. He does have Leroy and does have the second Fire War Axe for some damage, but you know what? Flurry has a lot of damage himself as well.
That's 10 damage this turn, but he goes for the Macaw first to see the drop, and it might be...
Hydra? Ooh.
Oh, well, it's Emerald Hive Queen.
You don't want to play that yet.
Yeah, you might
Well,
probably
you
just...
can play it with Soul Hand.
Yeah, that's fine.
Apart from Kill Command, of course.
We'll keep that, of course.
Yeah.
But, so the Poisonous Pterodax kills the Nagakosa, you deal 3 damage with Knuckles to the face, you develop 2 1-drops, and a weapon, so you deal additional 3 damage to the face as well. That's enough, right? You don't need anything else.
Yep.
Even if you draw a minion next turn, if it will be like Houndmaster, you're still able to play it for 6 mana with the Emerald Hive Queen here.
Yeah, and I think at this point as well, there was a question of whether you want to keep the Poisonous minion on the board and actually just Kill Command the Corsair.
Okay.
But then you run out of value, right? Because Pirate Warrior specifically can just burst you, so you don't care about having a 2/2 available. If this was Taunt Warrior and you could kill a Taunt and not use the 2/2, then you might. But you want to save the kill command to basically win the race at this point.
So it's 6, 10, 16 damage right now in the hand from LikeABoss. He still needs
He needs
a
another
second heroic strike.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, this is looking grim. Knuckles Hunter beating up Pirate Warrior. Who would have thought it? Only here at HGG.
No Handmaster. That's not really impactful at all. So we have 3, 5, 6, 8, 11. Yep. 16, 18 damage. Not enough.
Yeah, that's definitely a whiff for Flurry. And that's when you kind of get a little bit afraid.
Yes, because now there's 1 out left for LikeABoss, and it's the second copy of Heroic Strike with 20 cards left in the deck. Sorry, no.
There we go.
19.
LikeABoss is telling us there's 1 out. LikeABoss is a very, visual player. He gets super emotional. He plays for his family. We saw this out from HCT last year. Super nice, super cool guy, but he gets very invested in the game, and you see that in his actions. And it's all on the heroic strike. That is not a heroic strike, and that's going to be very difficult to deal with.
And a conscious choice for Flurry to not use the hero power while he had free mana, because that puts the Mortal Strike in range, so that will be 6 damage, and that will actually make it lethal with Heroic Strike as well, instead of the Leroy.
Oh, yeah.
So he cut the chances
if he
of
had
dying for another
if he had
combination.
the Heroic Strike and the Mortal Strike, yeah. And what this does as well is Flurry just has lethal, unless something crazy happens.
Yeah. So now LikeABoss thinks about what to do, I think, or he just sipping
Yeah, he's just going to finish his drink before he finishes up. It's fine.
So, well, can he do anything? Or is he just messing with us?
Well, what's funny is Knuckles provides a lot of damage. Well, a lot. 3. It looks a lot on the board. But, like, he can't Heroic Strike Knuckles down. And then anything else he kills are pretty much 1 or 2 attack minions. All the power's coming from the weapon and the kill command we can see in hand. He doesn't know there's a kill command there, of course, but he's just setting it up, doing what he can do, going for it.
Well, it's 1 of lethal, right now, on board. 3, 6, 8, 9, 11.
14, yeah.
Yeah, it's 14.
So kill command is going to even pretty much end this game. Oh, Kodo as well. Good to know.
Well,
Good to know as I try and copy Flurry's deck list.
Look at that. It was actually pretty close to not win this game. Without the kill command, he wouldn't be able to do that. Also, because of the fact that he didn't hero power last turn, to just play around the Mortal
If he
Strike.
didn't have kill command, he would have hero powered.
Yeah.
But that is going to be it. Flurry takes game 2 of South Korea versus Greece. Yeah. South Korea is like my pick. So we'll tell you about this as we cast and as we go on. We were asked to pick some countries that we wanted to support that wasn't our home country.
Yeah.
But I couldn't pick UK, for example. I was just like straight away, South Korea, easiest pick of my life. And so far, they are not letting me down. They are 2-0 up over Greece.
Mine was Ukraine, by the way.
Went for one of the easy ones. But yeah, what a match so far. Like, these deck lists are crazy. We're seeing Silence Priest, Purified Priest, sorry, from Dione. And then we see Flurry bring in Hunter, which looks regular-ish. The idea of Hunter is pretty straightforward, whichever way you chop it. But, Knuckles and a Kodo as well just proves that there's some sort of, anti... You know what? Kodo is actually good against the Ali Hammersmiths and Bloodtooth Braves from Taunt Warrior. So, cool deck building ideas, and I expect nothing less, one from South Korea, but also just from everyone in general as we step forward through this expansion. The next matchup that's going to be HandsomeGuy, multiple-time HCT Championship winner versus Cebu from Greece on the Shaman, HandsomeGuy on the Druid.
Wow.
Ooh, first Druid of the day.
So, one thing that I just wanted to add about the game that we just saw, because still, I don't need to add that. The Galaka Crawler actually saved 2 damage.
Yep.
And that was enough to not die in the final turn. But now let's go to the Druid. We have basically 2 archetypes of Druid that are playable right now. That will be the Aggro Druid, which is very explosive, but can whiff as well, because it has just a plethora of 1-drops, living mana as well, which we kind of, like, during evaluation of cards, it was really tough to say if this card going to be playable or not, right? It's such a weird effect.
It felt good, but you didn't know how strong the deck as a whole was going to be, right?
Exactly.
I think that's the key. You can see the players just getting ready as well. HandsomeGuy and Downey just swap places, like, put me in, coach.
All right, and the second archetype of the Druid is the, let's say, Ramp Druid without the quest. So it plays 5 attack minions, but it doesn't play the quest, because usually when you had played like 5 minions with 5 attack while playing Druid, you probably will win. so it doesn't need to have the quest.
There's also a third archetype, and it's one you may have heard of. It's called Jade Druid. Fino and Ladder has been doing very well with it. LVG has actually brought it to China Championships.
All right.
So it's a Jade Druid. There's a couple of new cards in there, but predominantly it's Jade Druid. So there's still a chance that it could be good old Jade. So I know everyone loves Jade Druid and everyone loves watching it.
Especially me.
Yeah, especially Lothar next to me. Absolutely loves Jade Druid. It's his true passion. His favorite color is green. And yeah, so there is a chance we might see the Jade Druid come out to play. And the Shaman, we've only seen Elemental so far.
Yes.
Variances on Elemental, like double Volcano was super cool to see from Czech Republic. From what we saw of the Philippines team, seems fairly standard, fairly straightforward, which is what you feel an Elemental deck kind of is, at least in Shaman. But yeah, we might see something else out of Greece.
Well, we might still see like an aggressive Shaman, right? Didn't really lose. I mean, they did lose Trog, an example, but there's still a lot of very powerful one-drops. Like Glacier Shard is actually, when you think about it, a very powerful minion. It deals additional damage because it freezes out weapons out of the opponents, right? So it's pretty...
Really strong tempo card.
Yeah.
We saw that for earlier on, right? You just freeze the Mana Worm on turn 1, suddenly the Mana Worm just skips a turn. Like, okay, gives me an additional turn to develop.
And then buys a hero power from the mage on turn 3, which is super awkward for the mage. So
we are getting into it, and HandsomeGuy is actually rocking the aggro/token druid by the looks of things, and Cebu is, probably not Jade Shaman. This just looks like the Shaman everyone else is running with the early Shaman with a few Jade cards in it. Jade Lightning, Jade Claws, and Aya are the main ones. Eggnapper. Oh my. Okay. So, Genzo is one of my favorite cards, even though no one plays him. HandsomeGuy is now my favorite player ever because I bought many packs just to get the dust to craft Golden Genzo. I have him on my collection because look at him, he's holding Hearthstone cards.
Well, he is
insane. Oh my god, HandsomeGuy, my hero.
So he's the guy that plays ladder every single month on every single server to get all the card backs.
Yep. Exactly.
And then buys, every single pre-order, limited editions of Overwatch.
Yeah, Genzo doesn't mess around. Genzo is a pretty legit Hearthstone player. I've played him a few times. Good friend of mine. Like I said, have him in gold. But in general, HandsomeGuy is running the overall sort of token aggro deck. We see the Ravasar run, the Eggnapper as well, which is another... The art in this expansion is really cool.
Oh, man. Okay.
Oh.
Lightning Bolt, Lava Burst, Master Portal, Pharaoh Spirit. That screams either control or aggro.
Yeah.
Because Lava Burst is still a good card for control decks. It's just a good removal. 5 damage. I mean, it gives you the overload, but it can still be used as a control tool or just a finisher.
Yeah, there is, I believe, LVGE that I was talking about earlier as well is actually bringing an aggro Shaman list to the China Championships as well. So there is a chance that this is a very similar list.
All right, let's see what's happening for HandsomeGuy. He has the coin, but the Rant without 2 minions already on board is not really good options. I'm guessing he will just want to play Eggnapper on turn 2. Oh, wait, what?
Sometimes you just gotta get something on the board if you're the aggro deck, right? Even if it's not great. Gonna go for the coin.
That's very interesting. So he wants to play Mark of Shah on the next turn, get a draw, get a 4/4 beast on the board, deal some damage. But this will not get anywhere with Cebu's answer, right?
I mean, if he wants to lightning bolt it.
Well, he can just trade deck and... Oh, no, he
can't. It's not a weapon. Yeah, that's what I mean. So now the question is, how afraid are you? So an idea against token, or any token deck really, any aggro token deck, is that you just kill everything at all cost. Do not let them buff stuff, right? But... One, is Cebu going to be, that has he played this against this deck much? 2, is he going to feel the need to just kill a 2/2 that should be more because it lost its adaptability because there are no other minions on board? Maybe he thinks it's okay because the hand is so bad. But my worry is when a druid like this doesn't have a good 1-drop or a good 2-drop, probably means they've got buffs in hand. I think that's a pretty fair nod. So I would be worried, but we'll see if Cebu has any ideas of his own here. If he lightning bolts, it locks out his Feral Spirit next turn, which is very important as well.
That's true, but he's going for the lightning bolt, and
discipline.
And look at the HandsomeGuy's face. He's like, oh no, lightning bolt? I didn't anticipate that. Like no one uses lightning bolts nowadays, right?
Oh, but you got me to throw onto the board. Very enchanting Raven indeed. Which is not perfect, but you can just refill the board with a 2/2. It's better than hero parrying this turn, as this is another question of Cebu. And now Cebu's suffering from the Lothar affliction of drawing patches every single game, as Lothar's managed to draw patches 12 out of 15 games that we were watching yesterday or something like that.
Yeah, it was quite horrendous.
It was actually a ludicrous number of times.
I can empathize with Siwa right now. This is a horrible feeling. And now this doesn't look great at all.
Well, now he can't clear.
Can he just commit with the Maelstrom portal? I think he has to, right? He just deals 1 damage, gets one minion on.
Maelstrom against tokens.
But those tokens will be huge. They will not die.
That's why you roll spell damage, don't.
All right.
Monologue.
Now I know.
Have you never played Shaman before? It's two mana spell damage to him. Done.
Well, you can just play Wild with Justica Trueheart and just pick.
That's true.
Pick that totem every single time and get that Maelstrom portal to +4. Right, what does he do?
This is from turn 1. Cebu's had some awkward plays here, and the problem is HandsomeGuy's just going to rock Eggnapper next turn probably. And then start to really stack up the board. He's going to hold back. I told you. He's going to hold back and just go for the totem this turn.
Oh, all right. Well, this is a fantastic draw. You might actually think, when you saw the Lightning Bolt, you might actually think your opponent might be playing Hex. But at the same time, if he's like pure aggro deck, he will not be playing Hex at all.
Yep.
So, Eggnapper into Innervate Mark is actually good spot here. Then you trade the Enchanted Raven on the totem. You can't leave that around when you know that the opponent's actually running a lot of spells.
Yep.
So having an Eggnapper that's a 5/3, I think it's better than a 4/4 Raven, because it doesn't die to.
Eggnapper's not a beast.
Simple. All right.
No, that's the thing. Eggnapper, I'm pretty certain, is not in fact a beast.
Well, he does look like a turtle, right? But it's a Tortolan.
Yeah, Tortolan. Yeah. So I think he's actually classed as humanoid, even though that's not a tribe, of course.
Well, you can still play the Mark of Show, just not draw a card, right?
Well, I was going to say, I think it's even fine on the Raven. If there's direct removal, right, then you get your Genzo is safe. Or, though, I was going to say this play, the other line is Innovate Genzo and Mark. The other problem with this is you are open to direct removal on Genzo, who could potentially be very valuable indeed.
And now it will eat the lava burst, right? You can't really allow this to live.
Seba's like, what does that card do again? Was Genzo in Ungaro? Like, I've not seen that card. It's like, no, he wasn't. He's been here a while, just waiting for his moment to shine. And Hearthstone Global Games is where that shining was happening.
Well, and Cebu can't really allow that. This is just too much card advantage, too much damage. He needs to play
Genzo cannot attack.
Yeah.
Like, Genzo just cannot attack. It's
definitely when you know that your opponent is running a Druid that can empty his hand really fast. So that single attack from Genzo will actually buy so much damage for the Druid. It's probably game. One attack of Genzo might actually mean game here.
Yeah, I generally think this. I'm surprised Cebu's taking this long over the over this turn, because you cannot allow Genzo to attack. The second Genzo attacks and gets any value, you're in trouble, because that value is instantly translated. It's not like Jeeves, where the draws happen after the turn. They happen on the turn.
Yeah.
So you just fill your hand and then start playing cards. So it is going to eat the Lava Burst. We do see Bloodsoaked Corsair come out, and then HandsomeGuy. And
no patches.
Yeah, that's probably what they said. I do not speak Korean, but not that we can hear them anyway. But lip reading, all I saw there was patches in hand.
They actually just raised in the chairs a little bit, you know?
Ooh.
All right. Eggnapper, anyway, you are right. This is a Tortolan. It's not a beast. It will not draw a card from Mark of Shar.
He's cheeky, though.
But in this case,
that smile.
In this case, HandsomeGuy knows there's a patches in hand, so it can trade with the Tortolan, with the Eggnapper, and then play Maelstrom Portal if needed. Then they will get another patches and trade into the Raven.
Ah, yeah, it's the old Maelstrom into patches play.
Yep.
Yep, I think this is reasonable, though, because that's a worst case, I would say. And if that happens, then the odds on the charge coming out are very slim. So your Raven is alive, and then you Mark of Yasharaj into a draw, right? So
true. But there's also a chance to just use Feral Spirits right now, because in theory it trades with both minions, and your opponent did use one Mark of Lotus already. So the other thing that can be played will be a Mark of Ashar, which usually is being played as a one-off in those decks, unless you're super heavy on beasts, then you play both copies.
yeah, I think it's going to be very important for whatever Cebu decides to do here. He needs the Flame Wreath down next turn. He can Feral Spirit and still Flame Wreath, of course, but he needs it. He needs something that is going to try and contest the race, basically, that is difficult for HandsomeGuy to deal with. Again, we do not know deck lists. Deck lists are hidden from their opponents, from us, so there could be, you know, there could be Naturalize in the deck for all we know. There probably isn't, but there could be. So, you know, getting the Flame Wreath down means that there's a big opportunity to be able to race here. And I think that's what Cebu needs to do. Cleric, not too shabby at all, but HandsomeGuy is going to be able to deal with this with a Mark of Yara. Savage Draw, not what he's after. Definitely looking for a cheap 1-drop here to get the runt out as well with the hero power, with the buff.
Did he get? Oh, there's an Art Squire. Perfect. Now the runt will actually get the adapt mechanic out.
Probably wants to look at something like health, actually, because of that Savage Draw. You just want your board to stick, and then Savage Draw out.
Well, it can have Death Rattle with the plants as well.
True. And you've just seen Maelstrom, so it's reasonable.
What else can you get? I mean, attack is not that bad in general as well. If you don't have anything else, like the health...
Look, you're playing an aggressive deck, okay? Attack's always fancy.
Let's see. +1/+1, taunt, and stealth. Well, it seems like +1/+1 it is.
I think you just make it a 3/3. Yep.
Still a good opinion. 2 mana, 3/3. Would have played that, right?
Yeah.
Hammer of Twilight. Look at that. It's 10-5. For actually 6. Let's see.
He's got a sick turn. You can just hammer into deckhand, clear everything but the Squire. So then suddenly, Cebu's in a very nice spot. HandsomeGuy on 0 cards, pretty much.
Yeah. And that deck doesn't really have a card draw apart from that Genzo, I'm guessing.
Genzo, Mark of Yasharaj, we've seen. Probably not. No. I think it might rely on a living mana. Not as card draw, but the fact that you don't have mana to play any cards anyway afterwards, so you kind of just use your 2/2s to just battle with the board, and then over the course of a turn or two, you've drawn enough cards to carry on again.
You know what's funny with living mana is that your opponent might actually not kill any minions, just not to give you mana for Savage Roar.
Yeah. Oh no, you always have 3, right? You can only put 7 minions on the board.
Well, that's when that's like 10-10.
Yeah. So he's going to clear up this. This is nice. This is opening up a huge turn next turn as his Flame Wreath Faceless into Feral Spirit. I think Cebu has got this in the bag now. The stabilization has happened due to HandsomeGuy just getting a Genzo cleared up so easily.
If that Lava Burst wouldn't be in the opening hand...
Oh man, game over.
Cebu would have been just... man, in a horrible position. What do you think about just Flame Wreath and Feral Spirits just right now?
Oh yeah, just chuck it on the board and race now. I wouldn't even mind face.
I wouldn't even, mind the Twilight Hammer to the face. We create a 4/2, which is basically like the swing of the weapon next turn.
This kind of aggressive deck from the Druid as well doesn't really run normally Swipe, Wrath. It doesn't, you know, maybe Living Roots. But, is Living Roots out now actually?
That's a good question.
I think... Someone tweet me, let me know. But yeah, so this deck doesn't normally run AoE. Not that Druid has great AoE anyway. So I think you just throw it all on the board, go wide, create the Elemental, and push for a serious amount of damage. You can't do anything to these 1/1s anyway, right? The Divine Shields stop you interacting with them pretty much at all.
No, that's correct. Living Roots has to be out.
See, Cebu's not with anyone in person by looks things, but definitely on a call with the team because he is... He's blatantly talking to whoever to try and get some advice.
Maybe just speaking to himself. Some players do that. The thing is, like,
this is a lot of talking to yourself, though. I might check him out afterwards and just say, "Are you okay, Cebu?" So Savage Draw is going to be the only option here to get through these Feral Spirits.
Well, you need to do that. You push with your face through one of those, then another one kills the second, and you go to the Shaman with 4 damage. Well, it's not a lot, but you don't really have any options.
Well, that's it. HandsomeGuy is definitely playing off the top here, and the top is not treating him well.
He would need a Nourish, and there's nowhere in that deck that card. You just can't meet it.
I mean, you probably would have said Genzo wasn't in the deck as well, Lothar, so...
Yeah. Well, how can you dig yourself out of this? So he didn't want to play Mark of the Lotus, so...
You can still play it.
Yeah, but do you want to? I mean, you can't combine this with Living Mana, because it uses all the mana. Unless it's turn 8, and that's still Oh wait, that's
You
actually
can't
next
do it on
turn.
turn 8,
Yeah.
yeah.
You can do it on turn 8. Okay, so that actually makes sense.
Playing to the living mana out.
Yeah.
I say out. Living mana doesn't win you the game, but it's definitely a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Bitter Tide Hydra. Well, if 4 mana 7/7 wasn't enough, a 5 mana 8/8 could be, but not this turn.
Without overload.
Yeah, with no overload, but yeah, a definite drawback though when there's a lot of low attack minions on the board. But yeah, the not going to be down this turn due to the overload from the big Feral Spirit into Flamewreath Faceless. The previous turn, Golaka Crawler and Hero Power looks pretty straightforward to me.
You know what's funny now? That the 7/7 can actually like think, do I trade here?
No, it doesn't. It
Probably
hits
not,
face.
right?
It hits face every day.
The problem is that your opponent's deck is way more explosive than yours, at least at this point. Still, right? So even if you raise, that's 11 damage, and if you swing with the hammer, your elemental dies out of the Twilight Hammer because there are 2 1/1s that can trade into it. Unless you use the hammer to kill the 1/1. Well, that clears it up. You go face in this case when you have a taunt totem on your side of the board.
Like I said, you can just sort of turn on the race at this point. So that's a lot of pressure now coming out from Cebu.
And it's not living mana.
We might even just see a concede at this point. This is going to be very, very, very difficult for HandsomeGuy to carve himself out of this one, even as a druid.
Goes for the mark of the Lotus, so he wants to kill nothing.
Anything. But yeah, Bitter Tide Hydra's going to come down this turn, no doubt, from Cebu. He's a bit of a smile on his face there, probably feeling confident. And as soon as this Hydra comes down, HandsomeGuy might just call this one a day.
Oh, and a Flame Totem. You can play actually the entire hand and still totem up.
The entire 2-card hand.
Oh, when you think about it, sometimes those cards are like 7-8 mana, so you can replay them. So Golaka Crawl goes into the Divine Shield. That's like 100%. Now you just have to think: do you want to use the 7/7 to clear up the Argent Squire or the other minion?
Probably the 7/7, right? Let's
Probably.
go wide on the board.
I mean,
you drop in a Hydra, you don't really care.
your opponent is not even running a
Oh
swamp.
no, you probably double trade, right? You just trade. You have Hydra. You just don't want minions to attack the Hydra.
Well, you tap first, you see what you get. That's 2/2 minion right now. 9 damage to the face with the Flame Tongue Totem. Seems like a good choice. I don't know like this actually.
I just like it. The only way you can lose is if somehow like HandsomeGuy gets 1 million tokens and then hits the Hydra tons of times. You know, to kill Cebu off through the Hydra effect, which if you don't know deals 3 damage to the hero if it takes any damage. So any 1 attack minions effectively deal 3 to the hero's face. So that's the only way you can really lose at this point. We see the second defender of Argus picked up from HandsomeGuy. Absolutely horrendous draw, though. It looks like those guys are happy as long as they're having a good
they're
time.
having fun. They're having fun definitely with this deck.
Downey's probably saying like, God, HandsomeGuy. why do you have to lose this game? We're supposed to win 3-0.
Yeah. They're still discussing.
They're like, so if I play Argus, it's a 2-3. If I don't play Argus, we probably die.
Might be the case, yes. So that's 15, 19, 23, 2 off. The Hydra of the 10 damage. Sounds powerful.
Scary minion indeed. He has 3 heads, which means 3 bites, which means 10 damage with the Flame Tongue.
So each head deals 3.33.
Yeah. Reoccurring.
And 0.1 is lost. I mean 0.01. Patches comes out, and it's still game.
Yeah, nothing you can do. They're just laughing. They're like, oh no, the Patches dies to the totem. He concedes. HandsomeGuy is going to lose this game. Cebu is going to put 1 point on the board for Greece and stop a complete clean sweep. So he's going to be happy there with the aggro shaman again. Yet another deck we have not really seen too commonly on ladder. Everyone's focusing on the elements mainly, but you know, Subaru's like, I'm gonna do it the good old-fashioned way. I heard 4 mana 7/7s were good, and now I can put a 5 mana 8/8 in the deck. Sounds good to me.
You can't curve out all of them like both because you have Overload for 10/5 if you play the 7/7, but at the same time, it's more consistent, right? You want to put a big minion on 10/4/5 or like the mid-range, right? So when you have 4 copies of those, it's easier to do when you just only have the Flamer Faces. Worth noting, Greece seems to be old school. They just play the last metagame.
Pirate Warrior, aggro shaman. Like, why not at this point? But yeah, that is going to be 2-1 for Korea still. So they're still ahead, and they need one more victory coming up. And it's going to be Cranich who's going to be trying to get him that victory next versus Deathalaw coming up next. Cranich going for the Mage versus Warlock.
All right, so this will be an interesting. I'm guessing everyone kind of will lean towards the Open the Waygate Mage here. And I think so. Seems
It
like
is Cranich though. I think it could
he
be
likes
aggro.
aggressive decks,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
I think it could be aggro, but Deathalaw in terms of the Warlock, I imagine, you know, I know Deathalaw a little bit, and I imagine it is going to be a Zoo from him. I'd be kind of surprised if he brings Handlock, because Zoo just is, although we've not seen it yet, it's actually pretty consistent.
It always was a consistent deck, right? Like, when you think Zoo, it actually is a synonym of consistency, because every single card is doing almost the same thing.
Yeah.
It's a minion with good stats, and you just play that on board. There are some minions that give stats to other minions, so you wait till you play the first ones.
Yeah, it's just complete repeat value, right? With the lack of power overwhelming is now in the classic in the Hall of Fame. So, you know, you don't get as much sort of huge value trades from the one-drops or anything like that. But in general, the minions are highly valuable. You still have Soulfires. There's the more discard card mechanics, like the Legendary works well with discard. And then, oh yeah, that's a good point. There's E-Cup in the background.
Oh no, the German is helping the Greece?
He's not involved, just to be sure, but they both play for Team Millennium, so they are actually, the whole team is in France for boot camp. For this tournament, specifically, for most of them anyway, and maybe for some tournaments coming up as well. So they are boot camping, as you can see. They're in what I'm guessing is the Millennium offices.
Shout out to them then.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's we've seen multiple players get together physically and you know, work on this tournament. And you know, Greece saw LikeABoss and Logan together, but they were definitely helping out Cebu there. And he got the win on the board. So we'll see how it turns out as Korea's throwing up Cranich with this mage. I'm looking forward to this.
Every single match seems like a Christmas Eve. You know, you get something
what
new.
will we get next?
Yeah, what do we get next? Or it's like a box of chocolate. You don't know what to get. Right, every single one will be different.
But there are no bad things apart from the Pirate Warrior we saw earlier. So.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I feel like Pirate Warrior is kind of needed in the game anyway. You need a strong aggro deck to just keep control decks in check. And I feel like maybe Pirate Warrior is a little bit too strong, but it's still
I'm okay with
needed.
a sprinkle of Pirate Warrior.
Yeah. And we have like a crawler right now, which is kind of impactful. Yeah. It fits in some decks even without the effect, right? Because it's still a beast, it's still a 2/2/3, so it's not that bad. And when you think about it, there are a lot of pirates in other decks as well. Rogue always has pirates. There are swashbucklers, there might be deckhands, right? There's always patches, so might be some effects. All right, so
let's get ready to rumble. Cranich on the Open the Waygate Mage versus Deathalaw on Zoo. Got him. Good guess, Raven.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. Up top.
I hope you heard that. But I was wrong about Cranich. He is going to play Time Warp. It's going to be cool to see how he works out the deck. The deck already looks reasonably similar to Logan's, the Freeze Mage style version. So we'll see how he plays this out. Zoo looking pretty straightforward. You may recognize these cards from every other Zoo iteration we've had the past year or so. As we see Soulfire, Knife, Doomguard, and Darkshade Councilman. But Cranich already... I love South Korea. Looking at the Molten Giant list, there are a few players playing this, and I believe they have Arcane Giants and Molten Giants in the list.
You play both.
And this means when you know, Molten Giant was nerfed to 25 mana, but when you procced at 1 on Ice Block, it's fine. Becomes cheap enough.
Yeah, it's at 0 anyway. The problem with this version of the Mage is the fact that you can't really reliably go through taunts. because you might just not have enough damage. But at the same time, it's easier to assemble those combo pieces because you don't really need 4 or 5 cards. You can finish. Sometimes you can finish the game with a single giant.
Yeah, depending on how much damage you've done beforehand, and also you can the base combo, depending on what the list is like 3 cards. Alex Straza, 2 giants, Time Warp, hit.
You don't
like,
even need Alex Straza.
Well, sorry, 2 giants, Time Warp, Alex Straza. You know, in terms of almost guaranteeing the damage if there's no taunts. So, yeah, it's a lot easier to pull off. And Cranich now does have Doomsayer on 2 as well, which means he can sort of try and push back this zoo opening.
Oh, it's a good opening, I would say. You put 5 power on board on turn 1.
Seems reasonable.
Seems reasonable, and it's especially reasonable against a Doomsayer. So because now Cranich can't really play that. But he did draw a Frost Nova.
Yeah, I think he does play it. I think
so?
with this deck, yeah, I think you've got to go for it.
I don't think so,
There needs to be what Direwolf exactly to kill it.
Some people instead of the PO are playing Abusive Serpent.
Those people are crazy, Lothar.
Well, I have seen those people, and
yes, they are crazy. No, I mean, yeah, I'm not saying like I would have gone for Doomsayer there, but there are obviously reasons with so much power available that you wouldn't. But yeah, there is the Frost Nova probably did help with that decision. You are right.
Well, yes, if you would have drawn anything else apart from the Frost Nova, I probably would have played the Doomsayer anyway, just to have a chance of securing the board and having an insane advantage early on. But when you have the guarantee to play turn 5 Doomsayer Frost Nova, and your opponent most likely will not have a chance to deal with that, because we talked about this actually yesterday. Not a lot of people are actually playing the Alchemist.
Yep.
So there's an easy way of dealing with the Doomsayer nowadays. Then you just clear the entire board from Zoo, and that's amazing.
Yeah, these Fireflies going to come down from Deathlore, go a bit wider onto the board, and also make it more and more likely that this Ravenous Pterodax is actually going to go off, which it destroys one of your own minions that you choose and double adapts, which is absolutely insane.
It's nuts.
Plus attack, win, Fury, get him.
That's 14 damage if your opponent doesn't reply to it, which rarely happens, but it can happen. So still, Cranich will get a lot of damage in the upcoming turns. It's 6 damage this turn, and he can get even more in the upcoming one, because he will still not play Frost Nova. So he will go down by a huge margin when it comes to his health. He doesn't have card draw in his hand as well, that's a problem. But he knows his turn 5 is Nova Doomsayer, turn 6 Blizzard, so he still has a lot of card draw to actually get something important and something crucial.
Deathlore's got the choice now to either drop down the bigger minion in the form of the Silverware Golem, or drop down 2 1-drops, or even just a 1-drop tap. But you want to put as many down as possible to try and get this Pterodax off.
I would say the tap and Bloodseer Corsair, or anything else that he draws as a 1-drop, would be better, because he knows that he's getting closer to turn 5.
Yeah.
And that is like the Death Wish for Zoo when the just Doomsayer comes out, right, with the Frost Nova. So he will definitely not overextend, but at the same time, wow, he goes with the Silverware Golem. Interesting.
Yeah, he's probably just confident that on turn 4, all of this cannot be dealt with, and if he deals with the bigger threats, Cranich has already given a nod that he wants to ping off the Flame Imp, sorry, by pinging it the previous turn. He wants to be able to ping it again, so he's already kind of given the nod that he wants to do that. And then if he pings, he only has 2 mana left. Frostbolt, say, onto the 3/3. Well, okay. There are three minions still left on the board.
That's true. So now let's count this. If he pings the Flame Imp, he still gets 6 damage to the face. That's 13 life left. If he just goes for the Frost Nova, he's still left at 19, so he heals essentially for 6. Is it worth it to lose the second Frost Nova here? Because you will definitely play Frost Nova or Doomsayer on turn 5, and your opponent will probably not commit more minions if you just play the Frost Nova. So I like the ping.
Yeah, I like the ping. Ping's nice just because, one, you set that up anyway.
Yeah.
You kind of committed to it regardless. And also, like you said, this kind of just sets up for a cleaner 5. And then he can actually Frost Nova any bigger threats later on. Because you've got to think, this isn't about just getting Frost Nova Doomsayer off the once. Like, you've got to make it to the late game here. And he's okay taking damage, remember. He has a Maulin Giant in hand.
Yeah, not bad.
No, Icebug, of course. But
Still okay. The giant is currently at 14. You have to remember it was nerfed from 20 to 25 cost. And for Devlor, I feel like this is the turn when you should play the Pterodactyl, but at the same time you're aware it's turn 5. And if your opponent just plays Doomsayer Frost Nova, you literally have no way of dealing with it.
Yeah. Maybe just a Direwolf.
No Direwolf. You already played. He goes into the Pterodactyl. +3 attack, I guess. Well, +1/+1 is not that bad either.
Poisonous can be okay.
Also +3 attack. And
Death Rattle, right?
has to be Death Rattle, especially before turn 5. I love the animation on the massive adapt. By
Oh yeah, when it grows.
It's like, dum, dum.
Yeah. Check that out if you've not seen it, guys. If you didn't catch it then, at least. It's gonna be Frost Nova Doom saying no surprises here.
Still, 2 minions will be left.
Yep.
So it's not that
And there's a
horrible.
Direwolf available. Ooh, and the Doom.
Well, that's close. It's actually 5 damage.
Well, what's kind of cool is there can be Malkazar's Imp into Doomguard next turn to draw 2 additional cards for the turn after.
He can cycle. Well, definitely cycling the Corsair would be amazing. Direwolf Alpha a little bit less,
Yeah.
but it's okay.
But I think with the Doomguard you might be too slow otherwise, because it's gonna be. I suppose you could maybe take one turn. I just worry about Blizzard follow-up, because the 2 damage clears your whole board if you go Alpha into 1 drop.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my! That's a great draw.
Okay, now we're in business.
That is a great draw because now if he just cycles through with the Golem and the Corsair, not only he draws more useful cards, but he develops the board for 0 mana. It's amazing. Huh. So,
bear in
book
mind as well,
first.
Cranich is on 0 out of 6 spells so far. 0. Cranich has got a long way to go for his quest.
That's true, but at the same time, he might even finish the game without that.
Yeah, true. He doesn't necessarily need his quest to win.
What to do? What to do?
He wants to go for the Sorcerer's Apprentice here. Right, because he doesn't need it to finish up the game, right? Putting up Minion against Zoo is still great. Loot Hoarder and a Cumberless Tome. Seems like Loot Hoarder is the option here. Because you want to card draw. It kind of trades with one of the 1/1s. It's like when you play Babbling Book, your opponent will not trade. It will just ignore
I
it.
think you have a ping so the Sorcerer's Apprentice doesn't die.
Time runs out.
Yeah.
Good option as well.
Which means that you've got that little bit more chance that the Apprentice lives, which means you can do crazy things next turn.
And that's also interesting because now Devlor, if he wants to kill the Sorcerer's Apprentice, he either needs to sacrifice the attack from the Doomguard into it, or he needs to play Direwolf, and that
Not
means...
play the Doomguard.
Exactly, not play the Doomguard. So essentially, he's always losing damage. And you can't really allow the Sorcerer's Apprentice to live. And what is even more important, Devlor doesn't know which version is he facing.
Yeah.
So he might not... I'm almost convinced that he actually doesn't think about Molten Giant at all.
Probably not. It's definitely not the common list. The Exodia sort of Antonidas chain list is most common. And then even just Arcane Giants on their own.
Yeah.
It's actually more common, I would say, than Moltens.
And when you play against a Warlock, you don't really need Exodia, I mean the full OTK combo, because you need 3 Sorcerer's Apprentice deal 18 damage, and you play against a class that will actually deal damage to its own health pool.
Ooh. You got the Silverware Golem
And
onto
a
the
second
board.
Doomguard, that's sick.
So now Direwolf and second Doomguard is an option for next turn. Pretty huge.
There's an Ice Block. So he can develop Ice Block, play Babbling Book, and Frost Nova. Although, he might just go for
Actually,
Loot Holder.
I like Blizzard Book.
You think so?
Yeah. Blizzard is so expensive. Get it out your hand while you can and while you're relatively safe on 12 health. And you can squeeze the... Obviously, Book first to see what you guess.
Oh my, second Ice Block, that's
Look
sick.
at Cranich is like, yeah.
Wow.
It's like a third Ice
What a
Block in the deck.
roll.
But yeah, I like Blizzard because it's so awkward to deal with, to play, because it's 6 mana, and then you can actually just get it out now, and then and not have to worry about it later on. Just the Frost Nova is so much easier to actually play.
All right, well, still an interesting choice. I feel like there's merit to both. Both Blizzard, as you say, it's an expensive card, I give you that. But at the same time, you want to develop the Ice block as soon as possible, especially if you plan to play Kabbalist Tome next turn.
That's true, yeah. It's going to go for the Nova. Lothar wins this round.
That's a very impactful minion, actually. Knife Juggler. Very impactful one because it can help you to clear the block while you're still frozen.
Yeah, Cranich is now one spell into his Waygate. Not quite there yet, though. Got plenty more to go, another 5. And yeah, he's got to work out how he wants to do this, because this game is going to have to either stall out for a long time, as he doesn't really have the beef to be able to finish up this game at all.
All right. The cycle from the imp is so important in this case. It's just you never lose value. You just play a 5 mana 5/7 charge without a drawback.
That's a certain card.
That's insane when you think about it. Now the Blizzard will come in handy because it will kill the kill command. What am I talking about? The Knife Juggler.
Yep. That's gonna be nice. Crazed Alchemist. And as well for Deathblow.
And look at that. The Molten Giant will come out for 1 mana.
That Tome needs to get into the freeze effect if that's the case. But this is pretty nice.
Or doesn't want to go for the loot order. No.
Nah, you played the Mullen.
will
You played the
play
Mullen,
yeah.
Look at Deathlow's face.
Yeah, he didn't
was like,
anticipate that.
What?
He didn't anticipate that
God.
at all.
Okay, so this is a huge threat now for him to deal with. Crazed Alchemist not going to do too much to a Mullen Giant.
Oh, by the way, he plays Crazy Alchemist.
Yeah.
All right, that's awesome.
Akari Fellhound, though. That's going to put up a bit of a speed bump at least.
Soaks up the damage from the Molten Giants. That's nice. Although, unfortunately, he just lost the imp, so he doesn't have the cycle anymore.
You know, the sickest play. Akari Fellhound, discard the Wolves, Crazed Alchemist, the Fellhound to be able to
So it's
trade with the
8-3,
Mullen Giant.
And then it dies to Frostbolt, and you're like,
Shush, Lothar. I don't like your logic.
what if a Flame Strike will happen? Some people actually play one Flame Strike in the mage lists. It's not that...
Don't shoot down my ideas, Lothar. Come on.
I'm just talking about possibilities, man.
It would be funny if it happened, though. He has no good way to deal with the Mullen, actually. Whether he even wants to at this point, he might just choose to ignore it.
If he ignores it, well, he doesn't know there are 3 ice blocks, right?
Okay, he can play the Alchemist.
Here we go.
It is something he can do, and boo.
He doesn't go
Oh,
for
I
it.
thought we were friends, Deathlock.
So he's playing around a second Doomsayer with another freeze effect, I guess. Oh.
Yeah, if there's a second Doomsayer, then you're kind of in trouble, so pretty reasonable holding on to the Alchemist besides everything I was saying. Primordial Glyph opens up some doors for Cranich, though. Potentially getting another Frost Nova. I could get Polymorph. Polymorph, for example, if he wants to just deal with the Fellhound in that way.
There's a lot of options. So, I'm guessing there's no hurt when you just play Glyph first, right?
Mana Bind, Freezing Potion, and Mirror Image.
Well, if you play Mana Bind, you will get a Soulfire at some point, but that's about it. And Mirror Image soaks up some damage. In this case, it will be 6. It's not really the best Glyph I have ever seen. And I feel like Mirror Image is actually the best option here. But he goes for the Freezing Potion. Another Ice Block! Are you
4
kidding
Ice
me?
Blocks.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, Volcano. Meteor, sorry. Not Volcano. Volcano's Shaman card. Meteor, I apologize. He's actually going to be very useful here.
Holy moly.
Also, I think there's a slight mispositioning on Deathlaw's side, playing the Fellhound on the far right. Because it had Taunt, so if it was going to die, then there's nothing with Direwolf.
That's
Could have
true,
put
but-
one more minion on the other side of Direwolf.
That's correct. But at the same time, maybe he was just counting on the damage from the taunt. But he should have just played the taunt inside of the minions, right?
And now I imagine we aren't going to see Soulfire this turn. We can see that there's 3 cards in hand currently that are going to help with their Cranich's quest. But yeah, I imagine you have to hold. So it's tough. Do you Soulfire the Mountain Giant, or do you hold the Soulfire to just guarantee proc the block next turn? Even though we can see It's 3 more where that came from.
It's probably not gonna happen, bro. It's like 4 ice blocks. That's crazy.
It's actually sick. Meech is so good as well. Dude, that card's only 6 mana.
And it kills
Anything.
everything on this board, basically.
Ooh, okay.
Oh.
Get meteored. Oh, that doesn't really help, to be honest, now. Because of the way the Alchemist works out.
Get it out! Get it out!
So it's 3 damage to the adjacent minions. Oh, a blizzard. Well, that comes handy.
Yeah, I
as
mean,
well.
Blizzard's just reasonable as well, I guess.
So you want to, if you want to play blizzard, you kind of need to play the ice block as well because you don't want to die to another soulfire from the top.
Oh, you have to ice block this turn no matter what, right?
Kinda.
Because you'll die to any sort of direct damage.
Well, what are the charge minions? Both Doomguys are well played already. Oh, right. There's the. Never mind.
Because you can't. The Forbidden
Forbidden
Flame
Flame actually
it
comes
works.
handy.
Yeah, the 1 mana spare after playing the ice block means you can clear up the 1-drop. Whoa, Soulfire as well.
That was close. And he's at 4 spells out of 6 in the quest. And he has 1 more generated spell out of his deck in his hand currently, which is Meteor.
You know what tickles me a little bit?
What?
Cranich just played the 2 ice blocks he got from additional effects, not the 2 in his deck.
Oh, you're right.
Which is kind of great. It's like... I was like, okay, another ice block. And now I know he still has 2 more left. I got this.
Highly
Is it-
problematic.
Positioning. Not playing around Meteor.
Yeah. Well,
Punished.
how do you know? Wait, Molten Reflection?
Yeah, for the Giants.
Well, do you need those? I mean, you have 4 giants, right?
It's a cheaper Faceless. He might not play Arcane. He might actually just rely on just the ice block.
Oh, look at that. Knife Juggler also comes in handy because you actually popped the block. That is ridiculous.
This is so funny. Deathlaw's like, this time. Nope. So Deathlaw's not been counting potentially that the 2 ice blocks first were the ones. And now he's like, please, last one. It's like, nope. 1 more, friend. 1 more. This is kind of hilarious. I just want to watch Deathlaw's face. Ice block number 4. This is why we should only be allowed 2 cards of any copy. 2 copies of any card, sorry, in a deck, because this is just ridiculous.
So he still has
Oh!
he still has Alex
Okay.
Straza in his deck, right?
He's like, this cannot be ice block. This is what are the odds, guys? What are the odds? Also, these will soak up some juggles, but with no freeze effect. This means that, of course, that the block will 100% be procced.
That's true. I was thinking about, killing the villager, but that can actually kill you because of the fact that Ice Block doesn't work during your turn.
That's sick. He can Pterodax into the 1/1s.
Mm-hmm. But there's no adapt taunt. Sorry, adapt charge. So.
No, but that's why you go for the 1/1s, right? You got 2 goes again the 1/1s, so there's the ice block again. Deathlaw's eyes are like,
Well, that's it, right? 4
Yeah,
ice blocks
surely.
is enough.
yeah, I think you Pterodax into the taunts here. Sorry, into the 1/1s, the plants.
Mm-hmm.
Because then when the Doomsayer goes off, the plant's alive, and you need 1 to live to get lethal here.
Let's see. What he will do.
You could also just wait and go Clutch Mother Pterodax into stealth. Potentially. To try and just sneak it out. Because like I said, there's probably just no ice blocks left. You've seen 2 blizzards, I think, already.
Okay, he goes for the Death Rattle then.
Goes 2 shots. Missed. Oh, missed again.
man. Harsh life.
Divine Shield shall not protect you from a Doomsayer.
What if the Doomsayer would have get a change? Deal 100 damage to each minion. And then Divine
Divine
Shield
Shield becomes
actually
OP.
helps.
Anto?
Antonidas wins the game next turn. Most likely. For sure. Right? No, it doesn't.
No.
It's 11-12. So 2 off. So your opponent can't tap.
You have to tome. I think.
Do you? Well, if you tome and you don't get a win condition,
To do.
you're not winning.
Get an ice block, it's fine.
No, wait. You actually win if you play Antonidas this turn. I mean, you win next turn. Because Cabalist's Tome will give you a spell that will trigger the quest. But it needs 0 mana.
Yeah, it's tricky. So yeah, Cranich is one spell away from time warping. Sorry.
What if he plays Cobblestone right now and gets 0 mana? No.
Boo! No ice block.
Well, it is
Just
a
wait to
quest.
see ice block number 5.
Look at that Flurry. It's like, no way, this is a 5th one.
Not like this. This is how crazy this deck is. I mean, this is extreme circumstance, of course, because 4 ice blocks, but let's see what Deathlord draws. Both Doom Guards are gone. Voidwalker not going to do it. And there's a lot of damage available here for Cranich.
Well, if he just plays 2 minions, Cranich doesn't have a way of dealing with 2 minions, so he would have to go...
I mean,
he would have to
Deathlord can't
ping...
tap either. He's dead next turn.
Well, he doesn't know that.
No, I'm just saying, like, if Deathlord taps, he's dead because of time warp.
Yeah, but even if he doesn't tap, he just plays both minions, then Cranich can ping the Clutch Martyr, take a turn, and then Fireland Portal, the Voidwalker, get a 5-drop.
And then ping the Clutch Mother again.
Yes, and kill it. And he will still be alive for another turn, have a 5-drop on board.
I mean, if this was me, like, I would just tap. It would feel bad, but I would just be like, I just need stuff on the board.
I feel psyched as well.
Yeah,
yes,
he's
and
gonna
there's
go
live
for it.
tap.
And that's going to be game. So we see the
Wait, don't be so fast. People kind of mess up sometimes,
okay.
you know?
Cranich doesn't. Well played, indeed. So we're going to see it should be a ping, time warp, pyroblast, couple of turns. Let's see what happens here. Cranich is taking his time. I'm kind of surprised.
See? Oh, he got it.
Nah, see? Never mind. We're going to see ping, time warp, gain a turn. That clock is going to get rewound. And Cranich gains 1 additional turn after this. So he clicks end turn, and it actually resets, draws an additional card. Pyroblast is going to finish it for 10. And South Korea take it over Greece with Cranich on the time warp mage there. 3-1 in total, taking that final win over Deathlord, playing the Zoo list. What a crazy series.
Actually, so far, every single game was really exciting. A lot of outcomes that could have gone either way, and a lot of decisions to make, actually. I think this is the toughest deck to play in overall in current metagame, the Waygate mage, right? There's so many decisions that you have to make, so many also random cards.
So many ways to build the deck as well.
Yes.
Like, that's the thing. And we did see, 2 additional ice blocks, which, I mean, Cranich would have lost if it wasn't for those ice blocks.
That is true.
But you do play a lot of cards that generate more cards, right? Like, that's the way the deck works, and the way you actually proc the quest. So stuff like this is going to happen. But it was great, great play from both players. Actually, I think, like I said, Deathlord's tap, that if it was actually, gave Cranich lethal, I would have tapped every single day of the week.
Almost everyone would tap there.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So there's not much you can really try and play around there. So yeah, South Korea is going to take it. There is no need for an ace match. They went 3-1. A strong performance for those guys. And yeah, they're going to be joining Czech Republic in the first 2 teams to be able to get wins here. So we see Downey beat Logan, Flurry beat LikeABoss, Cebu beat HandsomeGuy, and then Cranich took down Deathlord. No need for the ace match with Cranich to play again, which would have been a joy to watch, although he couldn't have played his mage.
That is true. So this is the second match of the day. We still have 3 ahead. And
Your favorite coming up next, mate?
oh yeah, right.
So we can check out the standings of this group, though, to see where they stand now. And I can guess South Korea is probably going to be at the top. And then
Well, it has
probably
to
going to
be.
be at the bottom.
Has to be because they have a 3-1 and the other
Well,
team
separate
has a
groups,
3-2.
right? As well.
Oh wait, what am
Yeah.
Oh god. Yeah.
You missed my joke, Clover.
Sorry.
Okay, so we see there, yep, with a 3-1 record, as we mentioned, that the game score is going to potentially be important later on. And now Greece taking the loss. But as we said, these are probably the 2 top teams in this group. So now they've sort of got each other out of the way. They can focus on preying on the other teams, but it's all down to the other teams, Hong Kong, Slovakia, Hungary, Portugal, to actually, knock these guys down and propel them ahead as the top 4 go through.
Yeah. To the second stage, of course, it's still far away. Just to
Recap.
Just to recap what we have said in the beginning of the tournament. There's a round robin in every single group, so each team plays against another team once. Then we get to stage 2, where you have another round robin, but with less amount of teams.
Yep, we take a top cut from every single group in this stage, move it on to a second stage, and then we'll move on from there to get a single elimination and then the grand finals. But that's going to be it for now. We're going to go to a very short break before we check out the next match we've got coming up. Plenty more Hearthstone for you guys today. This is Hearthstone Global Games. Don't go anywhere.
We're almost there. Quiet down, everyone. This is not like any of our previous expeditions. This will be far more ambitious. We're stepping into a land of primordial wonder. Infused with astonishing elemental energies. The plant life here holds very unusual properties. So don't touch anything. And while you may be excited to see the local fauna, you might want to make sure they don't see you. Because their powers of adaptation are devastating. Make no mistake, we will be tested at every turn. But if we stay on our guard, we might just survive. Now then, are you ready? Then let's journey into Ongoro Crater.
Welcome back here at the Hearthstone Global Games. This is day 1 of week 1 of week 10 of the stage 1 of the Global Games. I'm Raven, joining me of course is Lothar. We've had some fantastic series so far, only 2 series in, but many great games, and we've also got a great series coming up next.
A lot of memorable moments so far, but now I'm really hyped because we have my countrymen playing. Poland versus Taiwan.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Let's check out the group that these guys are in. It's going to be Taiwan, Poland, Singapore, Turkey, Vietnam, and Mexico are going to be in this group. Obviously, no records on the board yet, as we are in the first match of this group today that's happening. It is going to be Taiwan versus Poland. And, you know, I'm going to try and rein in Lothar's bias throughout this series, but I am also looking forward to this one. I actually do try and keep an eye on a lot of the Asia-Pacific region players. Taiwan is definitely a strong one with Tom60229 being one of the leaders of that crew, and he's a very good player. He's been playing forever, pretty much, and competing forever as well, and doing pretty well over the course of the years.
I remember Tom from like 2000. I think that was early 2014, like the first events that we had between Asia and EU and NA, and he was looking like Frodan, exactly like Frodan.
Yeah, he's mini Frodan, definitely.
Yeah, so.
But tell us about Poland, Lothar.
Okay.
Tell us about your friends.
We have Aikilu here, so the most decorated player among the team. I don't think he needs a lot of introduction because everyone who is interested in the competitive scene should know him, the guy. He's very talented, insanely competitive, and I'm very happy to see that he's actually the captain of the team. Joining him will be MKR and Blackfire Eyes, so 2 streamers that are very popular in Poland. And on top of that, it's Tudek, who is a, let's say, competitive / streamer. A small streamer, but it's a competitive player, plays in for HTC points, has actually had a lot of them already in the previous seasons. So it creates a nice dynamic between the players.
Yeah, and a small fact, I used to be on a team with Blackfire Ice. He's actually
right.
He's a London Conspiracy, yeah.
London
He's a
Conspiracy,
super cool guy.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Really a clash of regions as well as countries in terms of Europe versus Asia Pacific. So yeah, lovely shots. Is your house anywhere around here?
That's not my city. I'm from Poznan, Poland.
Can't even.
This
Oh,
is
that's
Katowice.
right close to where we are.
Yes.
We're over in that corner.
And that's Warsaw.
Yeah, now this is Taiwan. Absolutely amazing looking place. And honestly, this is all that's going to happen. We see this footage of all the locations around the world. I just want to visit them all after seeing all these lovely shots.
I'm not a traveler guy, man. But
Poland or nothing.
I'm just, you know, I like to sit in my house. But the problem is I travel for all the tournaments, so.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, you know, Taiwan, the rest of the Taiwan group, you know, aren't anywhere near as popular or as known as Tom. So I'll be looking to like, probably, I imagine Tom's going to try and lead the way in terms of, again, we've seen a lot of players sort of take control of the running overall, and we see who was the captain along with I Kill You for Poland. Check out the classes that these guys are playing. Just to remind you, all the team brings all 9 classes collectively. Each player brings 2 classes, unique classes, for themselves and choose 1 that they can play versus their opponent. It's effectively a team best of 5 with every player becoming a deck. So MKR can choose Rogue or Paladin, Tom60229 can choose Mage or Priest, and they play against each other in a best of 1. And then that score is added together with the rest of the players going in to see, you know, to work out what who's going to take the series first to 3 wins. And I completely lied as well. These players are very well known.
I don't know, say like Ping Ping Ho.
Yeah,
and
so
Roger.
Ping Ping Ho we saw in the HCT playoffs. He made a few mistakes.
That was a very harmful, you know, match for him.
He made a few mistakes, definitely. And we see Tom a bit more in other tournaments outside the regions as well. But Ping Ping Ho is a very experienced player. He has qualified to BlizzCon for 1 year as well. Roger is a player that Frodan constantly speaks high of. You know, I mean, we all know he's good, of course, but Frodan's just like, yeah, no, Roger's sick. Like, he's gonna go far. So looking forward to seeing him play. And also, Malygos was one of the championships last year for
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Malygos. He played a Malygos deck, which was pretty great.
I hope he'll play Malygos here as well, although in a Warrior and a Druid might not happen. Well, with Druid might actually happen, but will it?
Maybe. We are going to see MKR on the Rogue, though, as opposed to the Paladin, and Tom locking in the Mage. And I think my memory serves me correct. Tom played a lot of Freeze Mage in the past, so I would be genuinely surprised if this wasn't Time Warp, some kind of Time Warp mage. But MKR, I honestly don't haven't really watched his stream a lot. He
Well, I
streams in
can tell
Polish,
you.
so you know.
I can tell you he played a lot of Quest Rogue on stream.
Oh, okay.
So I'm 100% sure this will be a Quest Rogue. Well, you can't really like switch around archetypes which you played the most, right? You feel comfortable with the deck. You know that if you switch to Miracle
Also,
Rogue,
there's a big difference between the two, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, you know, a really big difference.
it plays differently, way differently.
And we see MKR and Frodan there on the cameras. So I'm joking, it's Tom, of course. And they're
Oh,
gonna
really?
be, just checking. They're going to be kicking it off here. So yeah, it's a sweet poster on the left for MKR.
That's from Diablo, right?
I think it's the Barbarian, right?
I think so. Well, it has the Blizzard logo, so...
We can't talk about it. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because Tom is an extremely competitive player with a lot of tournament results. And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, of course, but MKR's focus is much more on content creation and streaming as opposed to playing in a million tournaments.
Well, I can tell you that I got to know MKR back in 2005 when we were still playing other card games, and that was World of Warcraft TCG at that point. I was traveling a lot to other cities to just play in tournaments locally and just Polish, you know, championships and stuff like that, and we met many times at those events. But after that game came to an end, he just switched to a more casual approach, he started streaming and so on. So he is definitely perceived as a casual player right now.
Yeah. But I have no doubts that they have been training hard for this tournament. You do not rock up to Hearthstone Global Games and try and, you know, like only put in a little bit of work. These guys will no doubt be putting everything on the line. And no surprises, we were both right by the looks of things. Tom is either playing Freeze Mage or Time... Oh, it is Freeze Mage because there's no quest.
Oh, you're
It's
right.
not Time Warp. So Tom is
Time
straight up
Warp,
playing
yep.
Freeze Mage that we mentioned earlier. The current list actually play Antonidas because they need the extra damage due to lack of Ice Lances. And MKR is playing his Quest Rogue with the boar, and your best friend Patches the Pirate now.
Oh, look at that. He drew Patches. What a surprise, right? So, when it comes to Mage, we have seen today 2 different Quest Mages, right?
Yep.
2 different. We have seen Aggro Elemental. I'm writing this down. And we have seen now a Freeze Mage. That's 4 different archetypes. Well, 3 different archetypes and a variation of one in just 3 matches.
Yeah, in 3, yeah. That's kind of crazy, actually. Primordial Glyph, though, coming in. This is where a few of the changes might happen. Tom, you cannot Primordial Glyph into an Ice Lance.
Yep.
Just so you know.
Not gonna happen anymore. The Ice Lance was moved to Hall of Fame, as you might know, or not, because not, you know, not everyone knows. Cards like
maybe it's not played
Azure
for one.
Sylvanas, Ragnaros, Ice Lance, Conceal have been moved. You can't really play them in Standard anymore.
Yeah, this matchup, honestly, I'm not seeing too much Freeze Mage. I know people are playing it. I've encountered it a couple of times. But this matchup's very interesting because the time it takes for Rogue to get going is the time Freeze Mage can normally gather together a lot of its freeze effects.
Yeah.
So then it's like, yeah, you have a couple of 5/5s that charge, and maybe that's enough with the correct number of bounces. But you had to bounce the minions a lot in the first place, right, to get the quest done.
True.
So you might not have enough to, like, attack for 5, bounce it back into hand, then attack for 5 again. So Tom might be able to get the time already to just piece together the freezes and just lock MKR out of this game.
That is true. This is the synergy which can be found in games where you have combo archetype, like a real combo archetype, in a deck that is a typical control deck and just wants to gather his own pieces to the end game. So it's a iconic matchup, I would say. I mean, maybe to become an iconic matchup, because as you just explained very well, this is exactly what will happen. If he will just chain the freezes because there's no pressure in the beginning of the game, the freeze mage can do whatever he wants. In this case, just draw cards. Draw cards, assemble the pieces, and play Alex Strauss and finish up the game.
Yeah, and you know, we can see MKR is currently 0 out of 4 on the Crystal Core, which is the Rogue quest, of course, and mainly because he's just took that turn to Fan of Knives, draw more cards, and I think he wants to try and burst out the quest in 1 turn, or maybe 2 turns maximum, and then get it out in 1 go, as opposed to try and do it like, you know, 1 turn here, 1 turn there, and build it up over the course of more than 2. So we'll see how Tom decides to respond to this. He draw on the Secret. This card's really nice. Just 2/3/2 mana, draw a Secret. I like it.
It's the way a mad scientist should have been.
Yeah, I believe Subtle and Admirable have coined Rational Scientist as it's the for the card name, because it's just how scientists should have been made, as you quite rightly said. Already though, Tom, Frost Nova, Ice Barrier is nice. Blizzard, fantastic. Primordial Glyph, probably it looks like he wants to either hold on for Antonidas or just wait till late turns where he's got a little bit more room.
Well,
in terms of his mana.
he can use the glyph before Antonidas,
Yeah,
so and then basically pick a spell that has 0 mana or 1 and play it on turn 7 or 8 with the Antonidas, right?
Reduce it by 2, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, after
to
the
make
reduction.
it 0,
yeah.
1. Yeah. Sorry, I'm with you.
So for MKR though, nothing is going really well. He can play 3 Stunter Spore, but that's 1 short.
Yep.
So Patches probably will trade with the Loot Hoarder, and well, what? Never mind. He has the Dagger. Other option is Shadow Stepping the Firefly, but I don't like it at all. He needs to get basically one more bounce effect in with the Ferryman, with the Panda, with another Shadow Step.
And you can actually get any of the bounce effects and they'll work because he has enough mana now to do it all, because 2 of the bounces are, one of the bounces is Shadow Step.
That is correct.
Okay, so Toma is piecing together a lot of damage here and a good amount of draw and freeze as well, just getting a bit of everything. And MKI is just being very, very slow. I feel like this feels really strange as well, because he could have just Stone to Spore Shadow Step.
I wonder.
You know, it's one to face, which is, you know, I get isn't a lot, but it really looks like MKR wants that one turn to just pull it off in one go and then calling it a day. Cast it. He does have prep available to cast Crystal Core as well, so he can actually prep Crystal Core out, which is even better.
To be honest, I feel like not playing this Stunter Spore is actually better, because it doesn't alarm your opponent of what might happen next turn.
Trying to lull Tom into a false sense of security, thinking, oh, I don't have anything to bounce, and then pff, one turn, got him.
Exactly. So not really surprised by that. But now for Tom, the Glyph is being played. Another Frost Nova. Good choice. Forbidden Flame. Not really a best choice against a deck that plays either small minions or they're just a 5/5, which is
I like a 1-mana Frost Nova, Lothar.
Yeah. It's almost like pre-nerf, but better.
It's like when it was better, but even better than that.
Yeah. And there's the bounce
Brewmaster.
effect.
Yeah.
So we go for it, right? It's 2 mana for the boss, then you Shadow Step, then it's the 3rd, then you
You
use
want to do it
Panda.
next turn, so you can prep it out at the same time. Because the problem is you leave minions on the board that are low attack,
Yeah, right.
and low health. And okay, a lot of people are like, road quest, simple, easy, blah blah. And you know, it's fairly straightforward. But turns like this, you have to work out exactly what you want to leave on the board, low health, pre-quest. Because if you leave too much, then the board gets wiped, and yeah, you've got the quest live, but no minions, so who cares? So this is why we see just the 1 bounce now, the expensive bounce. Now we can just play Boar, Shadow Step, Boar, prep into the Crystal Core.
Good explanation.
Thanks.
And that will allow MKR to deal 10 damage in the next turn. Well, actually, he is at quest. How much? He played 1, right, on the quest. So he needs, so no mind. He will be able to deal 5 basically with 1 boar.
So this choice
Tricky.
is a little bit tricky. I can explosion this turn and just ping. Oh, what? Wait.
I like this
Interesting.
because it doesn't allow his opponent to just play minions and play the
Yeah,
quest.
leave them on the board. Yeah. Alright, this is tricky. This Doomsday is kind of awkward here.
Well, is he able to kill it? Let's count. Boar. You deal 2 damage
Yeah, you can do it.
to Doomsayer. Then you play Shadow Step. You have the quest. You play the quest with the prep. You play Boar. You kill Doomsayer. And you have 2 5/5s on board already. Which are, of course, silenced, but it's still fine.
Yep. I think there are a couple of other ways you can do it as well.
But you don't want to play Sophsy Deckhand right now.
No. But you know, you could if you felt the need to, but because you can get it off with the quest, then it seems reasonable. Just gonna see if MKR can actually piece together this, because you know, one thing as well is without you said he's played a lot of this deck, so I have no doubt he'll spot it. But you know, you really do need to understand exactly the range and limit of your bounces, especially when the Shadow Steps and it makes the minion 0. It sounds like it should be straightforward where your minions are free, but sometimes you need to make sure it adds up perfectly to be able to get that quest done as well.
Yep.
So yeah, and then prep quest. Gonna be fast enough?
Well, I hope so. Because the animation of the quest is actually taking a lot of time. Did he miss it?
No. Oh.
I
Oh,
think
I
he missed it. I think that
think
was
he
a
missed it.
blunder.
Let's see. Oh! Okay, there's Crystal Core. Did he attack?
Let's see.
Oh,
Ah, he killed it. Okay, he got
Okay.
it. He got it all.
nice!
Woo.
Look,
Well,
he-
his reaction was really like kind of...
I think he realized how close he was there because that was tight. I saw it on the we have like the actual player spectators here,
Mhm.
so I could see the mouse movements. I was like, I watched him and I still don't know if he got it in time. So he was kind of relieved to hit that. But now here comes the Chain Freezes Blizzard, the expensive one, right? Get it out of the way. Another Blizzard, Frost Nova. He can actually Blizzard Arcane Explosion next turn to clear this board if he really wants. Like, MKR, yeah, you've got the quest done, friend, but there's still a long way to go for him in this matchup.
And he can't really use the charge minions right now because he needs the bonus effects to
Yeah,
just
there's no point, right? Yeah, there's
fully
no
get
point.
the effect of that.
10 damage, they're dead.
Yeah.
Sick.
So,
Tom
It
is
does-
looking relaxed. Look at this guy.
I mean, he has 2 turns of just, you know, freezing the board. And if he is able to play the Frost Nova on turn 10 with Antonidas, he has this in the bag.
I believe.
You don't need to use the Arcane Explosion this turn, right?
I like it. I like it.
Well, is there a way of healing the minions? Well, it can be a Vanish.
Yeah, that would be scary.
That would be
Vanish
actually
would-
awful.
And there's still one Shadow Step, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even though it's like, oh, it's 1 minion. Well, you know what? 1 minion doing 5 damage to your face.
Or
So-
one
sometimes you
minion,
lose.
it's a Firefly, and it just
Yeah, spirals
pops
out.
two
of control.
minions, right?
Do you see Ferryman get drawn now? So he can bounce back that Firefly, but it'll cost him another one to do. He can just play both charge minions here and clear off the Doomsayer, though. But
Yeah.
But he opens himself up to just freeze effects then, while doing no damage to face.
Well, he can play both charge minions, kill the Doomsayer, play Ferryman, bounce back Deckhand or Patches, and attack for
You
1.
bounce back patches, right?
Hmm?
You bounce back patches. Because you need the dagger for deckhand to charge.
Yes, definitely.
He's going to clear it off. Going to commit to the board now.
Oh, he commits. Oh, okay.
He's just doing it. Okay, this is cycling the Fireflies you mentioned to get more value from the 1/1s. From the 1 mana creatures.
I don't know which one is better actually now. Is
This
it
is-
better to have charge minion or is it better to have non-charge
Well, we
minions
can
in
see
that
this is getting a Novid. This is hitting the tipping point now where one player will just win very suddenly. Either Tom can Nova and stall this board, or Tom dies very quickly. So I believe we're going to probably start off with the Arcane Intellect here. Even Arcane Intellect like Acolyte, Frost Nova, worst case.
There's
How many freezes
Alexstrasza.
has he got left? He needs to find an Ice Block. He needs that one turn for free.
If
to
he will
actually
get
win
that
the
ice
game.
block, he wins the game.
Yeah.
Because he has now 15 damage in hand. But he needs to get the ice block. So this is 30 damage on board from the rogue. And even when you use Ice Barrier, it's 29. So you're not able to...
Yeah, it doesn't
live
matter,
through
right?
it. Right.
Not with this board. Yeah, I like this play. Means he can actually ping his Acolyte next turn as well. He has, what, 1 Nova left?
Yes, because the other one was from the
Discovered,
glyph.
right? Yeah.
Eviscerate not really helpful right now. So I guess you just attack for 1.
It's so crazy. Imagine if imagine if Tom had Ice Block earlier and he equipped it, right?
Yeah.
He just wins.
Yeah,
Alex Raza, Fireball, Frost.
if that Ecologist would actually bring up Ice Block, it would have been done.
Yeah, it just wins. It's crazy.
I like the Eviscerate on the Cloud of Pain because that doesn't allow Tom to ping it, so it counters the additional.
It's not like
draw.
you've not got enough damage, right?
Yeah. Pyroblast, interesting. And there's Ice Block, but
Is it enough?
it's not enough because he doesn't have a.
5. He can.
Well, he can wait. He can Archaeologist and play Ice Block and then Fireball Phase. His opponent's at 19, and that's not enough. He would have to get another Ice Block the next turn, because he's not
Yeah.
able to play Alexstrasza next turn because the
He dies.
Ice Block is just melted right now.
Those fire elementals melting the ice blocks.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he has to block, right? He has to Archaeologist into Ice Block. Does get it.
Oh, look at that. He drew an ice block. Oh my
Sick.
god. It's like all those guys that have the quest on turn 1, always, man.
They got ice barrier. So does he frostbolt face then?
Well, does it make a difference if he kills 1 minion?
Oh, he frostbolts a minion, sorry, not face.
Yeah, because that's 20...
That's not enough. Yeah, this is correct.
yes,
We
this
should
is...
just bow down to Tom's knowledge with this deck. This is completely correct. You make the ice block, give you a chance, or the ice barrier, sorry, to give you a chance to not die. Then you just Alex Straza and kill him.
Yeah. If the block doesn't get popped right now,
Ooh.
he actually will most likely win the game.
He just got Pyrus.
It's always a 5-5.
No, it's a 10 mana 5/5. What's going on? Anti-synergy with the rogue quest.
Well, now it turns out that the Eviscerator was really needed.
Yep.
But who knew? I think it was still a correct decision
I think it was
to
reasonable, yeah.
kill the Acolyte of Pain, but in this case, he will actually lose because of that. Not having a charge minion in hand.
Well, is he definitely lost?
Well, the Ice Block will not get popped, right? Next in Alex Straza.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the extra damage, right?
Oh, you're right. He
Yeah,
doesn't
next
have
to the Alex
Frost-
Strazas,
Oh,
then the
yeah,
ice
right,
block
right,
gets
right,
proc,
right.
then 2 fireballs isn't enough because he had to use the frostball.
Mhm.
So, you know, but the odds are ever increasing that the second ice block's drawn, and then suddenly that kind of helps with life.
That
You
is
just fireball ice block.
It's a legendary. Thanos. Well, that's 14 damage
No,
with
no.
fireballs.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Can't
one
do it
off.
still. One off over the course of 2 turns with Thanos fireball for 14. Puts him to 15. Sorry, puts him to 11. What am I talking
Well,
about?
he needs to go for it. There's another way. So how many cards does he have left? 6. And in those 6 cards, he has, I think, a
Frostbolt.
second Frostbolt
Yeah.
and an Ice Block.
2 outs.
2 out of 6. And for MKR, is there anything that can help him with this? There's no heal in this deck. There are no taunts, which is not important anyway. Novice Engineer. Well, he will just sacrifice 2 minions, trade with the Alex Straza.
Oh, and
Suddenly eat their
wait.
secret.
He can't proc him at 1, right? So Frost Nova as well. He has the second Frost Nova, I think.
Mm,
So he can't proc him at 1 because the minions are all 5s.
you're right. It's at 2.
Yeah.
So it makes
a
a
dagger
difference.
won't actually kill him straight up.
That's the downside of having 5 attack minions only.
Can't do that sweet proc 1. Okay, here we go. This draw is going to decide the game to a certain extent. If Tom whiffs, then Tom is dead.
It's a Frost Nova.
Woo! So Frost Nova Fireball.
Still, there's a chance for MKR because he can draw a second Eviscerate or
yeah.
a charge minion. So, fortunately for him, he didn't play a 7th minion. So he has a space to play a charge minion. It can be a second. It can be
Imagine
about
if Tom had Dirty Rat. Oh my god, Dirty Rat Frost Nova. Get
Yeah.
wrecked. Is there still a second of his, right?
I think it is.
Whoa!
Alright. Am I missing something?
He's just digging for Ice Block, but he could have set up 2-turn lethal, which I think was worth the risk.
Wait.
I think it was worth
Frost
the risk.
Nova Fireball, right? And you have Pyroblast next turn.
Yeah. Because now he's in the same spot. He fireballs Ice
Did I
Blocks,
miss something?
right? Well, you know that he's going to fireball Ice
Yeah.
Block if he draws it, but if he doesn't draw it now, he's just dead.
Well, there's a Frostbolt.
Oh.
That's enough. That was
Okay, so
3 cards left.
he had 2.
2 out of
3.
3. But
Okay.
still, there was a chance that he would just not get it, right?
Yeah, there was a chance, but that chance didn't matter. Tom is very happy. He takes the game over MKR. Very close one. Very tricky as well. But Tom showing that, yes, there is Time Warp Mage. Yes, there is aggro. There is tempo. You know what? Also freeze, friends. He's very, very happy as he takes that win for Taiwan over Poland so far. So,
Well, feels bad, man.
First feeling great over here.
First game goes to Taiwan. Although, as I said, it was a very close one. I feel like, actually, it's an interesting matchup. Because there's a lot of time for the Freeze Mage to develop anything that he wants to develop in the first phases of the game. But at the same time, the Rogue is super explosive.
Yeah.
And the downside of the explosiveness is the fact that the damage is only being dealt in 5 and once.
Yeah,
If you don't use Eviscerate.
Yeah, it's really strange as well because you kind of have to get the quest off either super quick or just hope they don't draw into enough freezes.
Mm-hmm.
But because one of the things that wouldn't work either is those games where the mage draws all the turn early and can try and win like that. That probably wouldn't work versus Rogue. So we do see that Tom takes the first victory. So Taiwan are 1-0 up against Poland. Coming up next, it's going to be I Kill You on the Warrior versus Maligos TW on the Warrior as well. Let's get comfortable if this is control mirrors.
If this is a Quest versus Quest Warrior, it will take a while. It's also an interesting matchup because the players might mulligan for just cheap taunt minions as soon as possible to get the quest as early as possible.
Yeah, normally whoever gets the quest first in that mirror is actually very, very favored because the hero power just wins the game. It's not like old Control Warrior where it's not going to take as long as those matchups, those mirrors, because it's tank up, pass, tank up, pass, tank up, pass. It's actually, you actually rush the taunts, get the Ragnaros hero power, and start laying waste to your opponent. So definitely not going to be a super long one if that's the case. Or I'm going to go for it. I Kill You is just playing Pirate Warrior.
He might be playing Pirate Warrior because it's still a powerful, powerful deck. And if your opponents are playing Taunt Warrior, which is still might not be enough to actually stop the Pirate Warrior, they lose one card if they keep the quest in the opening hand.
Yeah.
And
you probably don't versus Pirate if you know, but you don't know, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you lose one card against a Pirate Warrior, and you can't really, reliably hit Fairy Warx because of that, or even a early game taunt, right? It's a problem. You might be missing out on an Execute or a Shield Slam, or cards that would just give you survival for the one crucial turn, and Pirate Warrior just takes advantage of that.
Yeah.
One turn of attacks might be actually 126 damage, so might be enough to kill that warrior.
Yeah, and even just the way so Pirate Warrior is pretty much solved, I would say, more or less at this point. Whereas the Taunt Warrior, there's many different iterations still knocking around. It's not like we've decided on one deck and we're committing to it at all. We want to see other Taunt Warriors, so to speak. And, there's a lot of builds going around, and even just other than the quest, being the common factor, of course, and a lot of taunts, still a lot of differences going around. So always excited to see the new lists that are coming out from these guys. So just to remind you, if you're just tuning in, the overall format for Hearthstone Global Games, we're in week 1 of stage 1. There are 8 groups of 6 teams each, a total of 48 teams/countries competing over a 10-week round robin. They will play every other team in their group.
And then we go to stage 2, which is literally the copy of stage 1, but with less amount of teams. We will have 6 groups of 4 teams, and they play 3 weeks of round robin, so basically the same.
Yep, and then finally moving on to stage 3, where the top 16 teams will battle out in a single elimination bracket, and the top 4 will move on to a live LAN finals.
And this will get hype.
Yeah, I cannot wait. It means, like, regardless of what country you're playing from, you will be flown to wherever the location is and be playing in a LAN tournament. Cannot wait. There's our good friend I Kill You on the left, representing Poland, Maligos from Taiwan on the right. Both players looking pretty focused. Looks like they're playing from home, nice and comfortable.
Yeah, that's true. I actually didn't, or wasn't aware of the fact that baseball is, popular in Taiwan. Because I have seen a poster of a baseball player behind Maligos.
Oh. It doesn't have to be popular in the country to like it.
Yeah.
Some people like American football that aren't from America. Strange people.
But, in Japan, basketball is very popular, an example.
Sure.
So, which I find odd. But who am I to judge?
No one. That's who, Lothar. No one. Can't judge anyone. But yeah, looking forward to seeing these players go. I know I Kill You was not happy. Well, on one hand, happy with his HGT performance in terms of qualifying last year. Not happy with the outcome. I know he wanted to, he sort of puts a lot on himself to actually perform well. He's very disappointed in himself when he doesn't. So this is another tournament in which he can prove himself, more to himself anyway. I mean, everyone else knows he's good, right? It's like I think no one gets more upset about it than he does in terms of his either performance, results in general.
I find that's a quality that almost every pro player has. Yep. They're putting a lot of strain on themselves to just prove from their own ego that I'm a good player. I can prove that I can win a tournament.
Here we go. I Kill You for Poland versus Maligos for Taiwan. Fire plumes. Let's do this. Quests all around.
Both golden. Oh man, those people have a lot of dust. So in this case, I would say that you mulligan everything that is not a taunt minion, but I would say Diehond Hatchling is kind of expensive, so you might go for the best one would be your favorite actually, the Defender.
Stonehill, yeah. Saul brought me onto this card. I'd not played any real control decks since the expansion came out. Started playing Paladin. Stonehill Defender's a great card. But yeah, I agree. It also depends on the build, though, right? Because, again, these builds could be very different from each other. Depends what taunts you're even running early game and what kind of cards, what removal you're running as well. It wouldn't surprise me to even see Black Knights pop up in decks.
Yeah, I love the Black Knights currently. But, okay, we see the Sleep with the Fishes for I Kill You. That gives us some informations. Might be just one with 2 brawls. Might be 2 without brawls. That can happen. But both, I mean, neither of them have any taunt minions for turn 2, 3, 4, DeathWing. Pretty sweet.
Told you the builds could be different.
Yeah. I actually play myself with the DeathWing.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I suppose when you've got Ragnar's hero power, you can afford to throw everything else and just drop a 12-12.
Yep.
Yeah, the build's looking pretty cool so far. Malygos seeming happy, no doubt on comms with his teammates, or just a happy guy in general. It's completely possible that some people... We can talk about being happy now that Saul's not here with us. You know, now I'm casting with you, Lothar.
Exactly. Well, he's lying 6, and let's not make fun of him.
This is the perfect time. But no, get better, Saul. Yep, so I Kill You now has, yeah, not too many options, but I imagine players like I Kill You and a lot of the Europe scene and probably a lot of the American scene as well are actually heavily influenced by, for example, Show, who was ranked 1 with, you know, Quest Warrior on ladder, not, maybe even today, I'm not sure, but a couple of days ago was rank 1 legend with it. So, you know, this build already looks very similar to Show's from I Kill You here, whereas Malygos dropping a DeathWing on us potentially. Looks like a little bit of his own brew.
It's interesting to me that I Kill You didn't play the Bloodhoof Brave, because there's a huge chance we'll actually draw a minion that will curve out. And as we were talking before, it seems like curving out in this matchup is just better.
It's almost like it's weird to say, but it's like a race, right?
Yeah.
But with these higher drops now, you can actually coin into a Primordial Drake later on, you know, which getting that out 1 turn earlier is actually kind of huge as well.
That's true, but unfortunately for him, he did draw 2 Primordial Drakes. So if he's not playing DeathWing in his own version, the Curator will only draw 1 card. Because I'm assuming he's playing Curator in his deck as well.
Yeah.
And there will be no more dragons in his deck, apart from maybe DeathWing.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's kind of unfortunate. For Malygos, though, he already has 1 Drake and the DeathWing in hand. So if he's running only 1 Drake, then the Curator will not draw anything.
Yeah. Look at this. Slam, weapon hit, no doubt Whirlwind to finish it off.
Well, you have
Which one
2
do I wanna
Whirlwinds. You need to use the one on the left, because you don't want to say that you already planned this, right? You either have a Ghoul or a Whirlwind. So you don't use the top deck card, because then you give your opponent actually the read that sorry, one of the 5 cards here in this hand is actually a Ghoul or a Whirlwind effect.
Yeah, it's pretty much like that, unless you think your opponent's like, well, gotta go for it, which probably wouldn't happen, to be completely honest. Yeah,
no way he
probably
could
not.
have just, you know, banked on a top deck, since, well, your opponent just got a 5/1 minion.
And this is really funny how the Control Warrior matchup has changed because of the expansion, is that a lot of the time you want to hold off. You don't want to give value to your opponent's cards. Now it's like, no, let me get my Taunt minions down. Because the quicker I do, the quicker I can just win. It's currently looking at 2 for I Kill You so far.
2-0.
Yep.
And the Stonehill Defender is being drawn. Amazing draw right now. And still I Kill You should know that there's Whirlwind or a second Ghoul in the hand from Malygos. So, pretty crucial information when you ask me. Because he knows those 3 minions that he had in the hand, I mean the other 3 cards in his hand, are super expensive. Or reactive.
Yeah.
So either it's a second execute, or a second
or like
weapon.
a second slam or something.
Yeah, or it's just expensive minions. Ooh, this Sogot is pretty sweet.
It is, but do you just want the Armor Smith for next turn?
Well, the next turn can also be Primordial Drake, right? And then you play Drake, Sogot. And that's 3 taunt minions. You get to 5, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
Or to 6, because you...
Oh, no, 6 because the Stonehill's down,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Sogoth is pretty powerful.
But if you take Silverback, are you able to curve out faster? If you get
Right, you can
a
play
4
Silverback
drop.
this turn.
Yes,
and then coin Primordial and Primordial. So you'll still be on the same number, but a turn earlier.
Yes. So you...
He's going to go for the Sogoth out. The big
I
boy.
like it, I like it.
And Sogoth's just better, right? Like, it's just...
Yeah.
Sogoth's actually just a good card. Kurate is going to come down.
Alright, let's see what other draws does. The Diehole Hatchling. And that's about it. One Drake, one Primordial Drake in the
One
deck.
Deathwing.
One Death.
So you know where the spot has been loosened up there?
So now, I kill you got another information. He knows one card is Whirlwind or a Ghoul, sorry. And the other two cards in that hand will be dragons.
Yep.
Because
But
every single
what you
warrior
won't
plays two
know
dragons.
is one of those bad boys is Deathwing.
Yeah.
That's the big trick here. He'll presume it's two drakes.
Yes.
He'll presume it's two drakes.
Exactly. But that gives still a lot of information. 'Cause
Oh, of course, of course. So the Achilles' hand does have more taunts now available. The Honorary Diahorn as an option. We saw it a bit earlier today. 6 mana, 5/5 with a taunt and adapt.
Well, he can go for the Sleep with the Fishes as well, right? Slam, Sleep with the Fishes, trade. Nah.
I like this because this lines up the drakes better.
Yeah, the Drakes are
Okay,
better with
yeah,
the Sleep
yeah,
with the
yeah.
Fishes, yeah, definitely.
+3?
Winter is not bad as well. +1 and +1 is
But
also not bad.
But Wind Fury, it just dies, right? To the board.
Yeah, Wind Fury is horrible, but Volcanic Might would be great if... No, it still dies. Never mind.
Still can be cleared with the Whirlwind here from Malagos if he really wants to use it. Can even use the Acolyte as well to get value from the Whirlwind. Or he can actually just go for a Whirlwind trade into the Diahorn Hatchling, and then that'll shuffle a 6/9 taunt into the deck once it dies.
Few options. The Drake seems like an option as well. Because it can kill the Defender, it can kill the Triceratops, and leave on the Armorsmith with 1/2. So that's not bad as well. And you actually use your most expensive taunt minion in the deck on turn 8, which is ideal, unless it's turn 10 with Sleep with the Fishes or Execute.
Yeah.
And he used one Execute
double trade
already. Alright, interesting approach.
Yeah, he's gonna Drake, right? Drake Hero. Looks like it. And a big guy down again. This card is one of the sleeper cards, I feel. Didn't really stand out too much to, I think, most people.
Yeah, definitely
But-
not to me. It's
yeah,
just like,
It's like
it's a
heat banner for it.
very
Seems great.
expensive with
It's like, no, two damage AoE, dragon, and it's a taunt. Okay, count me in.
It turns out it's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So now we're gonna see the Primordial Drake from the other side. And that will kill the Greater. Set up a decent turn 9 as well, because if you just go with the second Primordial Drake, the other Primordial Drake from your opponent will actually die after trading.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty good setup. But you can also hold onto it and just play Primordial Drake with the Sleep with the Fishes on turn 10, or even just coin it out next turn if your opponent goes wide on the board suddenly.
Yeah, I feel like I Kill You definitely has the option advantage here. You know, he has very,
the upper hand.
yeah, his hand is very flexible, whereas Malagos does have some good cards, some good minions and stuff. But I think Malagos is going to be reliant on this Deathwing making a huge impact here, and maybe letting I Kill You build the board up a little bit more, slamming Deathwing once all his taunts are gone, and then just going for it.
It feels so as well. But now the question is, what do you play even this turn? Do you want to go into Acolyte of Pain? I feel like so. You're missing the Execute, so you can't really deal with the Primordial Drake easily. And he only has 2 taunts in his quest. That's kind of horrible.
Okay, doing right being pulled. He's going to spread out the amount of taunts. Maybe he can catch up 3 out of 7 now. And I Kill You could just drop Sagoth if he really wants to. But then his Primordial Drake doesn't actually do anything realistic this turn, apart from chip away at some health.
I like the Primordial Drake this turn, the second one. Because then
It's off the Acolyte as well.
kills off the Acolyte, kills off the Hatchling with the attack from your own Drake, and still leaves the Drake at 4/4. What is
Yeah, he can weapon coin it out as well.
Yeah, that's
clear
even
the
better.
board, yeah.
I completely forgot about the coin. That is actually the best possible turn.
Yep, I Kill You in a very, very strong position. His first Primordial Drake still survives the 4/2, which is going to help. And now I Kill You is 1 taunt away from being able to equip Sulfuris and start to really dominate the game. Stonehill Defender, not a bad draw at all for Malagos, especially because he can couple it along with the Ali Armorsmith and the Dirty Rat if he really wants.
I would actually play the Dirty Rat.
Dirty Rat Brawl.
You know that your opponent's at 6 out of 7, and if it turns out he only has 1 taunt minion in his hand, you will deny the quest for maybe 1 turn.
Yeah. If you got that kind of heads up.
Oh, those are not really great options.
You're really looking for the new taunts for Warrior, you know, the dinosaurs, like the Ornery Hatchling and stuff. Daihon Hatchling, sorry.
Public Defender? I mean,
just because you can play it with Armorsmith this turn, I guess?
Soaks a lot of damage is an easy way of getting another tick on your quest, which is now 3, so we get to 4, you get to 5.
Yep, it's just going to stack them. 1 off.
Actually to 6,
Yeah, 1
that's
off
even
now.
better.
And you
So
can Dirty
do-
Rat Brawl
yeah.
next turn.
Due to that brawl,
And equip the
weapon. That's not bad.
So these are the swing turns we saw earlier today as well with Control Warrior, where you build up. Once you get that big turn, you can actually clear the board out. And then with the Brawl combined with Dirty Rat, for example, or even the 2/6 with the Summons the Raptors, you can actually do things like that. And then, you know, the hero power starts really taking control of the game.
The cornered sentry. I was hoping the card will see play, but not for now.
Not for now. Maybe in the future.
Yeah.
You can play it against me anytime you want, Lothar, as long as I get to play Hunter.
Well, the card is not bad with MC Tech, right? Your opponent has 1 minion. Played, you have 25%
you
chance.
steal the 1/1 back, and oh, god damn it. Okay, so
Imagine if you could choose with MC Tech.
well, that card would have to be like 6-7 mana or something.
That would have been way too
Maybe
good.
a legendary.
Way too good.
Here comes Sargoth to prot the quest. Malygos.
Malygos knows that, oh, this is perfect. And now I can play Dirty Rat proc, brawl this, because it's worth it.
Quest is live though for I Kill You, so next turn he can equip Sulfur's. Ooh, Daihon Matriarch. Sick.
Here we
I ain't
go.
talking.
First, every time this happens when the quest is broke, like during that time, I'm like, wait, why didn't get the minion out?
Okay, here comes the Brawl. This could have a huge impact on the game. Let's have a look what wins. And it is the... Oh my god, the Dirty Rat. Just to rub it in even more.
Well, could have been worse.
For who?
For Malygos.
Well, sure. Could have been much worse for I Kill You.
Want to attack? I don't think you want to attack, yeah. It's still a tool to deal with smaller minions, just to get better targets for for this for the.
It's proc executes as well.
What's the actual name of the hero power now?
Die Insect.
Is it really?
Yeah.
No way.
Yes!
That's cool.
Actually Die. I'm pretty
I
sure
actually
it is.
never checked it.
Pretty sure it's Die Insect. We'll see. But yeah, Malygos, although downing cards, actually has a huge advantage now because he's off first and he has a minion on board. So Furious is going to get equipped, and yeah, here we go. I Kill You, going to try and hit in. Oh, he's actually going to sleep with the fishes and then get the hero power off.
Why not slam? You want to keep it for execute?
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
All right. Yeah, to execute.
You don't get much
and,
value from Sleep with the Fishes.
So this is kind of important. The Daihon Matriarch has actually 9 HP, so it doesn't die to single hero power, and that means the slam will come in handy.
Die Insect.
Oh, sweet.
Yep, that's awesome. Yep, so yeah, the Matriarch's actually looking pretty good. It's probably going to eat the slam and the execute, I guess, because I Kill You now wants to... It's so funny that this game is such like a slow, like, taunt, and then they both get rag hero power and they're like, quick! Go face! Like, just try and rush each other down. It's so funny to me.
Well, so far it seems like Malygos is ahead, but it might quickly change if...
After seeing the execute as well there, I imagine this is going to be a Deathwing turn, depending on what he's drawn, of course. Okay, I actually prefer Armorsmith now.
Do you?
Because you can potentially gain armor. If Ragnar
And
is, you gain 2 armor.
Yeah, it's better. And you can still hero power this turn, so definitely
Yeah.
better. Ooh. You played 1 brawl so far.
Every time you can present a 50-50 to your opponent, taking 100% to face, you're feeling pretty good about life.
Yeah. I mean, it's 4 Hunter hero powers. for 2 mana.
I feel like this should have been a hunter quest. No, 2 damage, 2 mana, 8 damage to face. Get him. Well,
For some reason, when I was reading the quest first, I was like, you have that hero power while you have Sulfurous equipped.
Oh, okay.
But it
Nope.
turns out
It's
not
better
the
than that,
case.
yep. Yeah, then like weapon removal will be the sickest in the game like it's ever been. It's been strong sometimes.
Well, and you couldn't swing with it second time, right?
Yep.
Well, it should have been better weapon then, than just a 4/2 in this case.
Immune durability.
Wouldn't be that bad, actually. That would be actually pretty cool.
Couldn't be both. Couldn't be the rag hero power and your weapon never runs out. That would be insane. True smoke. Okay, so Achilles going to go for the execute now, which means, you know, the playing field is open for a DeathWing to help finish this game. Malagos already hovering over it. Bloodtooth Brave. Dude, that shield, although large, is not going to be large enough to stop DeathWing.
And
your face.
there's no way he can die next turn, right?
The only thing is, Deathwing does stop him using the hero power, but that doesn't matter too much, I don't think.
Well, it's 10 damage, 12 damage maximum by
And he has
Achilles next turn, and there's no way of dealing 4, just like that, right?
Do you actually War Axe execute?
Nah, I don't think so, because if you War Axe execute, your opponent might actually have a way of killing you, because he can just play, he can attack next turn with the weapon, top take a second for your War Axe, and actually kill you.
That's over 2 turns, though.
Yes.
You kill him in 2 turns.
Well, he can play minions, right?
I think I like this. Because Deathwing doesn't set... You can't hero power in Deathwing, that's the issue, right? So if you Deathwing and then he plays a taunt, when Deathwing goes into taunt, then your hero power still hasn't killed him, you know what I mean? Like you can actually trip over yourself a little bit because of Deathwing being 10 mana. I don't mind this take 8 to the face, and then any 1 minion that's played next turn, you're taking a 50-50 on lethal.
That is true.
Like, and worst case, you can then drop Deathwing and be like, get him.
You're right. Curator, but it will draw only 1 card, even if. And you need to go for it. Hero power, most likely. And that's about it. I think.
What now?
And he,
See?
well, maybe
He has to
yes.
play, right? He needs to play a minion.
Yes.
Or he dies. You got the Daihon Hatchling. Not going to be enough to play this turn. Hero power does miss and hit face. Well, not miss. It hits face as opposed to dirty, right? Not too much of a concern as the damage doesn't mean the curate is tradable anyway.
So he can't attack really with the weapon.
Oh, no, you just pass, right?
Yeah.
You-
The opponent is
it's
1
just-
off
it's-
lethal. And that's 0. Wow. Well, that's
Malagos
awkward.
is chuckling to himself.
That's awkward.
So,
You
this is tough. Deathwing does not die to rag hero power. So Deathwing almost guarantees lethal in one way or another because it will kill any minion that is played, right?
Yeah.
Any minion it'll kill.
Unless your opponent will play 2.
Unless he runs the adapt against Divine Shield.
Oh, it's GG.
Oh, never mind.
50-50 for the
Malagos,
rag.
Ragnaros hero power to face. I've just named 2 legendary cards that weren't in that game for some reason, but that's what happens in this meta, guys. Malagos, Ragnaros, game over, Rose, I guess. And that's going to be another win for Taiwan. Poland are getting wrecked.
Well, thank you. I'm really sad now. But what was it really even weirder in that game is the fact that Achilles knew this is a dragon in his hand. So he should have known it's either, well, Primordial Drake or Deathwing. But if it would have been Primordial Drake, he would have played it and hero power the same turn, so he knew it's Deathwing.
Yeah, there was no way you could play around it, right?
I don't think so.
No, you have to play minions.
Well,
yeah.
he played the second execute, kind of like, you know, on that minion that maybe there's another way of dealing
Yeah,
with
I think
it.
it was one of those issues where if you didn't execute that, then he just doesn't play the Deathwing anyway, and then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
But we can
That's
see,
true.
yeah, Malagos and Tom taking victories over MKR and I Kill You. Now next up's going to be Ping Ping Ho on the Shaman versus Blackfire Ice on the Shaman as well. The
Shaman
first
mirror.
of the day and of global games all around. And we've seen a few, you know, we've seen both, or we've seen Elemental Shaman and Aggro Shaman as well. You know, Aggro Shaman from my word now?
Cebu.
Yes, from Cebu, sorry, from Greece. But, you know, we've seen a couple of other elemental lists, slightly different as well. So we can we'll be interested to see what these two guys bring, especially, again, just because the regions, well, the countries are so far away in terms of region base, right? Poland versus Taiwan, very different play styles, very different deck choices we have. We can see them getting ready. Got our black fire ice in his hat. I swear I've never seen him without a hat on.
I think I have never seen him without a hat as well. Even when we're like on a party or something.
Badges as well.
Still has the hat.
Yep. Ping Ping Ho, you may recognize from previous broadcasts, such as Hearthstone Championship Tour, where he played. And there was the moment where he tapped on 10, guys. No, we're not going to mess around here.
Did he do that twice?
It might have been twice, but we'll see. You know, with the help of his team here for Taiwan, iron out some of those mistakes. We saw HCT as a very high pressure scenario. This is maybe a little bit less pressure in one extent because it's you play round robin, right? You don't lose a match and you're out in this situation. So maybe gonna relax a little bit more with some teammates, chill out, and have a stronger game in general from him. He is a very experienced player, though.
That is true, but at the same time, it's the weight of your entire country on your shoulders. But at the same time, Shaman actually maxes out at the hero power, so you can do it at some point.
Yes, you can only do it 4 times if all the totems are still on, then you're done. You literally will not let you play hero power. But yeah, you know, these guys, if Ping Ping Ho wins this, well, Taiwan have just 3-0'd Poland. Like,
thank you very much for reminding me for that.
I'm doing this for the viewers, okay?
All right. So it's elemental versus Wait, is it? Because Blackfire Ice actually has Jade Lightning and Master. Well, okay, those are all of those cards can be played in both versions.
Yeah, it's golden versus non-golden. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh.
But this Fire Plume Phoenix, right? We have seen multiple times that, or we discussed earlier, the 4-drop, the Tolve Stone Shaper, is awkward, right?
And this is the reason why it's being played.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is the solo reason why that card... One, the card's not horrendous, it's just not amazing, but it's an elemental, which means you have a 4-drop to curve into 5 if you need to. So already seeing the evolution of the decks as we move on throughout the meta here. But Blackfire Ice could well be playing aggro or elemental. Oh, I think that was a Tar Creeper. Did we see a Ninja? Yeah, okay.
It's a Tar Creeper.
Yeah, so I imagine with this, just the Tar Creeper probably shows it's some kind of elemental list with an anti-aggro opening like the Blood Cell, because as we discussed earlier, you don't really have many very, very early options in terms of minions.
Yeah. By the way, Milestone Portal is just gorgeous. The golden one, of course.
Oh, yeah. You put some extra spice into that one.
Still, I think my favorite card when it comes to golden animations is Firelance.
Yeah, Firelance looks pretty sick.
It's amazing, actually. Kudos to whoever did that. It was actually amazing. All right, let's go back into the game.
You know what my favorite golden animation is?
No, I don't care.
Rexar. Okay, thanks for the love and affection as always, Lothar. This means that there's a very easy curve here for Ping Ping Ho.
Well, actually, Fire Plume into Tolver. I mean, Stone Shaper.
Yep.
It's not really looking bad, right? But Milestone Portal is also really nifty.
You can actually wait. You can still just Fire Plume into Tolver next turn. He couldn't Fire Plume into... You mean Fire Plume coin Tolver? So now he can play Fire Plume and go straight into Tolve next turn if he wants. Probably saving that coin for the Fire Elemental to get the pressure on board early.
He was able to play Fire Plume coin Tar Creeper, right? This is kind of like a stalemate known from MTG, when the creatures can't really kill themselves.
Yeah. They just don't really do much to each other. There's 2 Tolve Stone Shapers, but here's the... not much of a problem for Blackfire at the moment because he doesn't have any more elementals other than the Hot Spring, which doesn't require an elemental to work anyway. So, you know, this is actually pretty reasonable.
It's a good minion. 4th mana, 3/5. It gets a Taunt and a Divine Shield, so it's strictly better Senjin if you played an elemental less
The only problem is the next Tolve that is in Blackfire Ice's hand is not good next turn unless he draws a Firefly.
Firefly, well, you can always just play the Hot Spring Guardian anyway. So
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to play next turn.
seems kind of okay. The boards are looking very similar to each other.
See, here's the problem with the
That's the
12.
problem,
Yeah, this is the exact reason we see Fire Plume Phoenix in lists. Obviously, you cannot presume you're going to draw into your 5-drop, you know. Like, it's not that straightforward, but
this
having it
is
not
sick.
available is a problem. Yeah, this
Is actually sick. Wait.
Shields it up, right?
Yeah, he heals up the 12 here.
And does have the Servant of Kalamos ready to go and buffed next turn because the Hot Spring has been played.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, speaking of, wow, both players suffering from the same issue. That's
They
kinda
actually
great.
drew the same cards.
Wait, they can. Oh, he can play them both. Oh no, he can't because it's the turn before.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
It's not the same turn. It has to be the turn before. You are correct.
Oh, elementals and you crazy stuff.
What can happen this turn is file elemental, kill the 12-year, or milestone portal. No, that makes no sense. So it'd have to be hero power, get the elemental power totem, excuse me, buff the spell damage, and then milestone portal. But that's pretty sad.
I wonder if you actually just fire Ellie, kill the Tar Creeper,
It's not bad as well.
and then just pass.
And you just pass. Right.
And then and then see what's what next turn. Whatever happens, Ping Ping Ho needs to play an elemental this turn.
Just depends which one. I mean, Fire Plume is not bad as well, right?
It's just not a lot on the board. That's my worry. You're already behind on board.
Mhm.
You have Maelstrom potentially with a spell damage totem. Yeah, I do like this.
Alright.
This is like okay. Never mind. He's doing the trades and killing the priestess. Okay.
Interesting, because now he, because of that action that he did just right now, he didn't plan to play Milestone Portal next turn for the, jeez, what was her name? The cleric?
Oh, for the young priestess.
The young priestess. Thank you very much. The young priestess, just to kill her, like by the Milestone Portal. So he would like to play
Alec.
Fire Plume most likely and Servant next turn.
Alec is an option here. Earth Elemental and Air Elemental. I imagine Air Elemental. That's difficult
Will
to say
not
quickly.
get picked.
Will not get picked. Alec seems just so valuable. Just burst damage from nowhere. Just either trading potential or with a Flame Tongue, just straight up 10 damage on turn 10. Or with 10 mana.
Correct.
That's the weird thing about the trade to me is that it opened this attack up, killed off the minion, allowed the Tolvair to push some damage. Stone Sentinel. This card has actually not really been played a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
Everyone thought this card was going to be great. I thought it was good. But then you realize that the power just isn't quite there. You know, there's not enough
It's
power for what
definitely
you do.
not a Dr. Boom.
No. And also against like high aggro decks, well, turn 7's a long way away. You know, like you're normally expecting to die by then if it against that kind of aggressive list. So not really a huge power card in my opinion, at least. But we'll see what Ping Ping Ho does with it to try and make it work.
There's an option of just playing Fire Plume and the Tolver's Shapeshifter. Because of the fact that if you kill his Tolver, it's a 3/5, right? So
And also Kalamos, but yeah.
But your opponent will not have a way of killing it easily. He would need to use something from hand to destroy the Divine Shield and then trade the minions. I really like this. And it's, well, that's helpful. And it makes your Fire Elemental kind of immune to the attacks. But the Blaze Collar is actually pretty nuts. And let's think what is the best use of it right now. Because I'm guessing it will
Servant
get
into
played.
the shield, the Blaze Collar onto the 3/5, the 2/2 onto the Fire Elemental. You do take a lot of damage on the Servant, but there's no clean trades on the board for Ping Ping Ho after that. So this is actually really nice. The power of Blaze Collar, Violence Portal, where you always get a 6/6.
Which is very important that it has 6 HP, because it doesn't die to your opponent's Blaze Collar.
Yeah, the Battle Cry,
Yeah.
Okay, so this double Servant of Kalimot in Ping Ping Ho's hand. Very, very valuable card. But when you're behind, it's a bit of a problem. These are cards that snowball extremely heavily. I imagine he's going to have to go for it, though, now, and then try and get maybe a Kalimos himself. There he is.
Well,
Casual triple legendary.
Holy moly. So you have to think about all options here.
No, you don't. You just
I was
jam
just like-
Kalimos every time.
I just wanted to create a perception of maybe there's a word when you pick Alak here, because Barangen is strictly worse than Kalimos in this case.
Yep.
Because it deals 2 damage, not 3. I know it's consecutive turns,
But normally the one
but
clear
it
is
deals
what you
damage to your own minions. You don't want that in this case when you try to build a board.
Yeah, this is very, very back and forth here, because suddenly now, Ping-Ping-Ho's looking pretty reasonable. And these are the positions when you've already got the board where Stone Sentinel can come into play, I think. In the more like mid-range control matchups, right? You're already ahead, then one card becomes 3 minions. That's actually nuts in terms of value.
That is true. It soaks so much damage because the elementals are bigger creatures, like by nature, right? So they have a lot of attack, and the deck lacks point removal. There are no lightning bolts to get rid of, like, you know, Feral Spirits, or in this case, I don't remember the name of those 2/3 elementals that they're being created by Stone Sentinel, but I'm guessing they are Sentinels
Stone Spirits.
or something like that. So
a mixture between feral and elemental.
it's actually pretty important. Those minions can soak a lot of damage.
Yep. Obey my command. Alaka coming down now. And yeah, getting the small trades off here for Blackfire. He's going to clear off everything.
Pretty sweet, because now that Blaze Color is really hard to remove, since your opponent did play both Malice and Portals.
Wow.
So wise decision by Blackfire Eyes.
2 Stone Sentinels.
Seems like
I mean, you play them, right?
HandsomeGuy, right?
I was thinking Stone Sentinel. 1 taunt kills the 6th one.
No, because Alakir just kills both.
Yeah, and then the 4/4 just trades in. I don't know. I was thinking you do that and then you Kalimos into AoE.
What about fill your board with 1/1s?
You probably don't want the 6 attack trade, right? This is okay. Just gonna drop down the flame element. Not sure about that.
Is it needed? I mean, okay, he has 3 elementals in his hand, so he will have the synergy almost every single turn.
And he's gonna draw 1 from Serpent, of course.
Yeah. And, right, he is playing Flame Tongue Totems, so that will give him an option to trade up with the Flame Elemental in case he gets it next turn.
Oh my god, look at this. This turn's pretty good. Aya, just chilling. Just watching.
Yeah, she's not really that powerful.
Yeah. Jades. It's all
Although, wait.
Jades was sold, like, 1 month ago. It's all about elementals now.
It's really interesting because if you want to play Hacks this turn, you can play Aya, because then the Tolvir and the 7 of Kalimos lose their ability for next turn, for 10-10. So that's kind of rough.
I think it's going to have to whip in a elemental or a Firefly. Yeah, you can whip in a Firefly this turn with the Hex now. So, you know, like you said, no Aya, but, you know, playing the cheaper minion means that you can... Oh no, what am I talking about? The 7 of Kalimos is an elemental.
Yeah.
Never mind, elementals are alive.
But I still feel like Firefly should have been played, because you have Flame Tongues as well in your deck, and it replaces itself.
Yep. Wow, really interesting build here from Ping-Ping-Ho. 2 Fire Plume Harbingers, 2 Stone Sentinels. This feels like it's almost I'm just putting every elemental in my deck. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of the lists I've seen knocking around have actually cut a lot of elementals and really playing like the best 4 or something. You know, as opposed to saying I'm just going to play elementals.
Because then it feels like a curve deck. It's very non-reactive, right?
Yeah, it's linear.
Yeah, the unreactive cards that you play are actually just Blaze Colors and Fire Elementals. And Alakir, maybe.
Ping-Ping-Ho does have, you know, value for days at this point. The 7 of Kalimos potentially getting him another legendary elemental to get some work done. Stone Sentinel for Blackfire as well.
Alright, I really want to know what are the names of those. They look very impressive.
You look very impressive, Lothar.
Oh my god. I have a pink blazer on me. Man.
Exactly.
I wonder.
Okay, so nothing too crazy going on. They're going to be cleared up quite easily, the Sentinels. I'm going to call them now. Yep, and Blackfire can just follow up with his own Stone Sentinel if he really wants. Nothing else feels too great. It's the age-old problem, right? This Aya stuck in Blackfire's hand, because if he Ayas and then like Tolvirs, well, he doesn't have an elemental proc, so then he's going to be behind again in terms of his effects next turn.
Yeah, exactly. The Tolver is not an elemental, so it's definitely a problem. Well, you can just Aya, Firefly, Hero Power, and play the Corsair as well. Is that bad? I think so.
I should go for the Stone Sentinel. Discovered, of course, by 7 of Kalimos, as you can see. Got a little bit wide onto the board here. Ping-Ping-Ho drawing into his Hex.
Which is not really needed right now.
No, not quite. I imagine we're going to see 7 of Kalimos here. see what he gets.
So, what if you just play Fire Plume first?
Well, you might want to Fire Plume the card you get, right?
Well, it's always 1 mana.
Stone Sentinel Wars.
Both players have actually Healing Totem out on the boards, which is super impactful in this situation. Because actually, it's a very impactful totem. You need to kill it, otherwise your opponent might grind you out.
Especially when there are so many elementals with like more health than attack, so they can start trading away, and like we can see the Servant of Kalamos on Blackfire Ice's side, where it's just getting that extra bit of healing to allow him to continue to trade away pretty efficiently here.
It's kind of hilarious how many minions did we actually see in this game. Look, we have seen already 2 Stone Sentinels being played. That's 6 minions, and now a fourth one will get played. It's nuts. So many of them.
Yeah, these elemental shaman decks are really sort of grindy. Just like it's very difficult to tell who's ahead at times because they never seem to just end. They're just sort of like always chipping away with value trades and value clears. And
this is why we have seen Volcano.
Yeah, this is true. The Czech Republic team of Stancifka, Pokrovac, Czech Cloud, and Yara running Volcano in their list. And now we can see the power of Lightning Storm as well. Is going to get some pretty good work done.
So Hero Power first, Hex, Lightning Storm, and then Fire Plume to activate Stone Sentinel for next turn.
Seems good.
And he got a Healing Totem, which is not bad as well. If he manages to kill those 3 HP minions, that will be actually nuts. Blackfire Ice knows what's gonna happen. Look at the outcome. Let's see. Oh, painful. The bigger minions get just wrecked completely.
Surprising the Hex first there, to be honest. Hex the Tolve.
Well, yeah, I wanted to do that.
Yeah.
But in this case, I guess he wants to keep it for Kalamos. Or Aya.
Yeah, maybe Aya actually just trying to retain the value. As we can see now, the hands from both players are getting relatively low. We can see the Servant of Kalamos are kind of gone, I think, for both players now, so the Discover potential is out the window. And it really is all about getting maximum value from every single card you've got in hand.
And that Healing Totem. I think it's actually the Healing Totem was better than the Spell Damage Totem.
That feels so weird, though. He's just given Blackfire a positive trade with the Tolve by not hexing it.
I agree.
2 for 1,
I agree.
right? Like,
it's really weird that he didn't play the Hex, because I feel like you're so ahead on board, especially with your lower hand size. You will crush your opponent minions every single time when you have a Healing Totem out, and you can just dictate the tempo.
Also, as well, to be honest, there's just 13 power on board for Ping Ping Ho.
That's a lot.
So, if there's no taunt, you just punch him in the face for 13. Plus whatever minion he's got, he can develop the next Stone Sentinel as well. So, really interesting play here. See how it works out for Ping Ping Ho. He looks very happy though. He must be on comms with his team, no doubt.
Just cracking some jokes.
Yeah, at Poland's expense, no doubt. Being 2-0 up, this win for Ping Ping Ho is just going to be a sweep for Taiwan potentially. But Blackfire Ice is by no means out of the game.
It didn't end yet.
Yeah, no, of course, yeah. But Poland by no means out of the first match here. Avast.
Double Bloodseeker Corsair, by the way. Well,
patches, right?
2 Overload is now kind of awkward. Because you're not... Look at that. If you would actually play the Hex last turn, you would have been able to still develop, kill a minion basically, and develop the Hex. And develop a minion right now as well. So now the Hex is kind of pointless.
He has to kill Aya as well. Aya's high attack means that he's going to trade away to almost everything, especially that Fire Elemental that's just played. And this 3 attack minion is a little bit more easy to deal with. Healing Totem, as you quite rightly said, getting some work done. That Healing Totem is an MVP.
The minions would have been already dead.
Ooh, Jade Lightning, though, is going to be nice at clearing up the Fire Elemental along with the 1-1 Jade. And that Jade's going to be a 4-4.
Oh, look at that.
You just rock the spell damage to him.
You didn't lose a minion. That's actually also very important.
Yeah, that Jade being a 4-4, suddenly that 4-4 alone is going to start piling through these Stone Sentinels. The minions they're going to buff. Sorry.
Because we don't know the names of those.
Yeah. These Stone
Guardians?
dudes.
I don't know. Someone tweet at me and tell me what are those names of those.
Okay, so now Pingwingo's kind of lost the board now. And Spike kind of, I mean, just has. And Stone Sentinel probably isn't enough at this point. Already the 2/3s die that it summons. Unless he pops it out with a Hex.
Well, he needs to hex it. There's no
wait,
way.
he-
Unless
well, let's see what
he will
draws.
draw
Let's
a
see what
Kalimos, right?
There's little time.
Otherwise, it's looking pretty grim. That hex has actually bears really huge consequences. He lost additional minion because of not playing the hex, and he lost additional minion now because he didn't play the hex. So those are 2 minions.
He can freeze it.
Oh man, that is actually insane. He can freeze, or he
Freeze
can
the 3/3.
he can hex the 4/4, freeze the 3/3, and play the Sentinel.
I think you have to. What are you waiting for? Like, you know
Well,
what I mean? Like the.
Kalimos, that's on the other thing, right?
But
if
you do
your
this,
opponent plays
Kalimos is sick next
Kalimos,
turn, right? He needs to play an elemental this turn if he's expecting Kalimos, because that Kalimos won't be live unless he plays something, right?
so he didn't play and he didn't play an elemental.
Last turn he did, but he needs to play one this turn. Is what I mean is he has to do something, and if he does something, he may as well do it all.
Right, the problem I see is that if he uses Glacier Shard this turn,
He's got nothing for next turn.
yes.
It's fine. Just draw Kalimos next turn. Problem solved.
But if you don't draw Kalimos next turn or any other synergy, then you are getting wrecked because other minions that you will get, other elementals, will not bear any value at all. So I think it's important to actually keep the Glacier Shard.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if Pingwingo agrees. That's no doubt being discussed right now on comms for time.
All right, no, go for it. This is too much value. The 3/3 getting frozen is actually
you win the
important.
board.
You win the board by a huge margin. Let's go. Oh, you didn't go for it.
Oh, he did hover like he was going to as well.
Yeah.
Oh, flame dunk.
All right. Well, it was a tough decision. I'm not sure
was.
which one is
wasn't
better,
straightforward.
but like judging by the way the board looks, it felt like it was more important to play Glacier Shard. But it might be the case that he will get to draw Kalimos in 2 turns, in 2 draws, and then it will be actually important to play the Glacier Shard next turn.
Yep. All right, Blackfire Ice is back on the value train here. Flame Tongue doing its job. And now it's all back on Ping Ping Ho. Kalimos into AoE.
It's
Would be
GG.
pretty good. Here we go. Fire
Fire
Plume.
Plume.
Okay, clears off the minion on the left. He can freeze the totem on the right. I feel like that's the start to a weird dance move.
Oh,
He's already played Nelly, right?
Well, we don't know his list, right? So he might actually keep the Glacier Shard because of the fact that he just knows
he might be
better
just
than
running
this,
low on
right?
elementals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he only had. Maybe that's the last elemental,
The last element.
apart from Kalimos, of course.
Like an epic story.
It's like the last Kaleidosaur.
Or Airbender.
Well, it's an elemental bender, right?
Okay, J Claws being on the draw for Blackfire Ice means he can help clear
It's a
up.
5/5. That's actually pretty
Oh
good.
yeah, it's a 5. I forgot it was a 5/5. He's got another J Claws in the deck still, right?
Yeah.
I think he's only played 1.
No. He played 2 Jade Claws.
Oh, did he?
This is the second. Because the first one cleared actually a 1/1 that couldn't trade with another elemental that had actually 1 HP. It was crucial to trade with that. Well, he can
Ping
freeze the
Ping
5/5, and that's about it.
Cry.
He can play both of those, still have an Fire Alley in his hand.
Yep. I think he needs to. He just needs to do something here. Ping Ping Ho's going to start off with a hero power. Taunt? Not bad.
Not bad, not bad. Does he run 2 Lightning Storms? Because this is what can help him.
Normally it's like 2 Maelstrom, 1 Lightning, right? Is the general AoE build for a Shaman.
So the Flame Elemental needs to be kept for 1 turn. At least for 1 turn. He needs the synergy if he doesn't draw the Elemental in the next turn. Ooh, a Fire Elemental. Fire and Flame Elemental. One is a 1 mana 1/2, the other one is 6 mana 6/5. A huge disproportion between them, I would say.
Big brother.
Big? I would say like, holy crap, bigger.
Yeah, just goes to the gym. It's you and me, Lothar. I'm the Flame Elemental, you're the Fire Elemental. Oh well. I know my place.
Alright, Kalimos still doesn't do anything here. It clears 3 minions, but that's about it. Oh
Spring
my
Guardian.
God.
Not what he's after. Ping Ping Ho cannot believe it. He's just all he needs in life is Kalimos.
And you know what? It's all because of the hex.
Maybe.
That's my opinion, and I'm gonna stick to it.
Okay. You have a right to do that, Lothar. Yeah, I mean, the Hex would have maybe gained him a much more stronger position onto the board, which then means Blackfire Ice has a harder job battling back onto that board, indeed. The Hot Spring Guardian, I guess, is just going to be stuck around. Interesting he played the Fire Ellie and not the Hot Spring. Not the Fire Ellie, the
Well,
Flame.
he is sticking to the plan that he needs to keep one elemental in his hand. And
Yeah, it's just would you not drop put up the taunt, I guess. Unless he wants to Kalimos and taunt. That's probably more reasonable, right?
Kalimos is for 8 mana, right?
Oh, yeah, it's 7/7
So he
for eight,
can't
yeah, yeah.
play Kalimos and Guardian the same turn.
I wonder.
I wonder.
Hmm.
Correct.
Interesting conundrum. Only milestone, right? Kills everything, and you just go for 15 damage to the face. I want to keep it,
Well,
but I want to keep it in this situation.
I mean, he's super ahead, right? He has 2-turn
Yeah,
lethal.
that's
I think it's
true.
fine keeping hold of it for an emergency. Break this portal.
What if your opponent will just rip off a flaming totem from the top?
You probably just don't care. You just kill him anyway. You have to do a lot of work here to be able to turn this round. It looks like Blackfire Ice is on the verge of bringing Poland into this game, basically.
Mm-hmm. Although it was super close, and it's still close actually, because now the Hex on the Fire Elemental and the Guardian actually gives him some time.
Not a lot of time, though. I think the Kalimos needs to knock on the door next turn.
And it still really doesn't really have that much.
Clears off the tomes.
How many cards does he have left? It's around 12, I would say. Wait, does this deck even have a draw?
I don't think so. You have like Servant of Kalimos, right?
Yeah.
So like it's a kind of card draw.
Well, and you have... Well, Kalimos itself is like a card draw, basically. Because it bears an effect, right?
Oh, well, it's not what you really wanted. Your opponent drawing Kalimos instead of you.
Yeah, well, that's lethal, right? You sacrifice 1 minion, then you play Kalimos, 6 damage to the face.
It's exact, right? Oh, it's more. It's more.
Poland takes it! First game.
I'll let you have that one.
Blackfire Ice on the back of Kalimos Legendary. Kind of fitting for the theme of the deck. Kalimos with the final touch to touch the beast.
Yep, so, you know, Ping Ping Ho did lose his game to Taiwan, but Taiwan is still 2-1 up versus Poland. But Blackfire Ice keeping his teammates in the running and obviously keeping his country in the running for the first win in the first week of Hearthstone Global Games. And as we said, that is going to be 2-1, so there is 1 player from each team left to play. And then it's going to go into the ace match if Taiwan don't win. So Poland need to win the next 2 games to be able to win their match, whereas Taiwan only need to win 1. And one of those could be an ace match.
True, and it's a Tutek versus... Who's the
I think it's Tom.
Tom.
Yeah.
Yes, we didn't see Tom actually.
We've seen
Wait.
Tom started on Freeze Mage.
Oh, it's Roger.
Yeah, Tom's the ace match. Oh, so,
Yeah.
sorry. I thought you meant the ace match. Sorry, the ace match it will be I kill you versus Tom if it goes that far. But yes, it's Tutek versus Roger. So
Right.
it's going to be great.
We didn't see the classes though.
They're tricking us. Don't tell us which classes. We'll just find out as we go in. But really looking forward to it. We've had some cool matchups already. I feel like the teams haven't been able to discuss the turns is actually like making every single turn looks relatively straightforward, relatively long as well. Roger rocking the Rogue and Tutek on the Warlock. So again, Roger, I would pin Roger as another miracle player. I'm 1 for 1 so far, but I'd pin Roger as a miracle player. I may be wrong, of course, but that's what I'm going with.
Oh, I would like to see the Miracle Rogue because it's such a pleasure to watch, especially with the new version, right? So with the Rezo Petals, gives you more spells for the Agadston. And with the Shadow Resistance, it's actually super fun to play around. Like, you need to plan how do you want to revive this minion. It's actually a lot of value.
Yeah, and even attack ordering and stuff like that. You can actually revive it on the same turn you attack with it if you want to make trades and such. But see the players just getting ready there. And both players just looking pretty cool, sorting out their comms. Do you think 2Tech's going to be bringing Zoo? As I do feel that this control lock we've been seeing from Sifka, I think JJ played it as well.
But it's not really popular.
It's very like niche in a certain extent. You know, there's a few select people who would like to play that deck. Live Coach being one of them, for example, no doubt. But in general, I feel that Zoo, one, is just built in a more straightforward manner.
Yeah.
And two, just probably less tricky to play in more
I would
matchups,
definitely
right?
say so. I mean, if you play against an aggro deck, I feel like it's pretty straightforward to play that Warlock,
Remove
right?
stuff, don't die.
Yeah. Play Minion Trade, play Mortal Coil, Siphon Soul, Hellfire, play Jaraxxus, win.
Yeah.
Right? But or you just play Bloodbloom, Doom with Medivh, right? And get a 10 drop.
And have 8 mana left to spare.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy. Unless you play it all in one turn, of course, then sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, going to be great to see what classes, what decks these guys have brought with the classes here. And again, this is, Poland has to win. All the pressure is on 2Tech to win. What do you know about this guy? Do you think he's got what it takes?
Well, he's pretty competitive. He was playing in preliminary since 2014, if I remember correctly. Ooh. Warlock. So
Megasaur!
okay, so far in the metagame, I only tried a Murloc Paladin, like an aggressive version with the Gentle Megasaurs. So I don't really know how Warlock will play, but it was an archetype since the beginning of time in Hearthstone. Because with the old Blood Imps, Murlocs were nuts.
And also the hero power, right?
Yeah.
You just being able to draw more and play almost every single card you drew. So yeah, guys, you know what? Again, never thought I'd say this, but we're going to be seeing in a very competitive game for Poland's life in this match, Murloc Warlock.
Look at Roger. Like,
Roger's like,
what the hell happened?
And Roger is playing the Miracle Rogue.
But fortunately for Roger, he has a coin agent to just dismantle the drop.
And then backstab fan as well.
And backstab fan is sick. You have pressure. Your opponent can't rebuild because the problem with Murlocs is that if you lose board control, it's super tough to get it back.
Yeah.
It's super tough to get back. This is why you have cards like this Stinger, right, which allows you to play a Murloc and pay with the health instead of the cost. So you have an easy way to get back on the board. Play cards with buffs like Wood Eater, like the. Ooh, wait, what? Ooh?
It's just okay, it's just chilling.
Well, that's definitely interesting.
Yeah, so Roger's just okay taking damage, basically. Because anyone who opens turn 1 with that Murloc, it's going to do more than 1 damage, because you're probably playing a Murloc turn 2, right? You don't really drop that bad boy. It's doing even more as the Rockpool Hunter actually gives it +1/+1 as well. So that's a 3/3 and a 2/3 on the board already, and suddenly a little bit more difficult to deal with.
Well, Roger is able to backstab, play agent, and deal 1 damage. He is also able to play patches with the backstab, kill 1. But I'm really surprised he didn't take the chance to just kill the first drop out of Murlocs.
Especially because you look at the hand, right? So there would have been a 3/3 on the board on its own, and then it just kills the rock. Well, the rock pool probably wouldn't have been played, and then it requires like 2 blue gills to kill. Like, what does 2Tech even play into that?
Soulfire is pretty neat. Although, I wouldn't mind even a simple backstab on turn 1 without the agent. If you really want to keep the coin for...
Well, that's what kind of why, yeah, because that's fine, but I kind of liked backstab SI as like an option as well, or backstab Fan of Knives, suddenly doing 3 damage to something, which kills pretty much any Murloc. But Roger has done a pretty good job of clearing up this board so far, and now it's all on 2Tech to be able to regain this.
Oh, well, that's sick. You can actually play Finja on turn 3. If something can bring Poland back into the game, this is it. This is it. This is the turn when you just need to pay 5 health for a Finja. And that is just insane. Look at the Rogers. Look.
He's tilted. He's like, this is not allowed. Finja has 5 mana.
Oh, man, this is sick. This is like the best thing that can happen. We talked about how Murlocs lose. And they lose if they lose the board control. And they actually lost the board control because of patches, the additional damage, the backstab, the agent. That was actually 5 damage for 3 mana with the coin, which is insane. So now, this is if he gets War Leaders out of it, it might be over.
I just don't understand what's going on, to be honest, Lothar. I'm watching Murloc Warlock, and it's crazy to me. With the Blue Girls, it means that 2Tech can guarantee a trade onto this SI7 agent.
I mean, he doesn't know. Roger doesn't know that there's a guaranteed trade.
No, of course, but
But he can't
Roger
play Swashbuckler.
Soul fires his own 3-3. No, Finja, not this time.
Councilman. No, you can't play that. You need to play the warrior, go into the agent, kill the agent, and hopefully you will get a war leader so it buffs the Finja back to full health. I mean, sorry, not full health, but at least will be alive.
Not dead.
Yeah.
Here we go. It'll be interesting to see what other Murlocs are available for 2Tech as well.
It's not a war leader.
Okay, though. It's sort of replaced his board, right?
Yeah, the Codlight Seer, although you would rather play that from your hand, so it's kind of awkward. I feel like you need to tap this turn.
Well, this is something I was actually talking to Sottle with yesterday, bringing up the point of, do you actually play Finja in a full Murloc deck? Because there are so many Murlocs that have battle cries, live effects, and
You
stuff.
need to.
But do you?
Yeah,
There's so many Murlocs that have battle cries that you just miss. That's
But
the problem.
that doesn't matter. It's like with the Fell Reaver. If you burn cards that you were never meant to draw, it's not important.
Can draw my lifetime.
But you are not going to fatigue, most likely.
Sure.
So I feel like Finja is just too powerful not to play, even when the Murlocs that you're gonna get are not the best one.
Yeah.
It's just
Better
free
than
stuff.
nothing, right?
It's just free stuff.
So Roger actually playing Zaril in this version of the list as well. So not like the standard version of the list we've seen. I say standard very loosely, as versions are changing probably as I even talk about them. But you know, still Zaril is going to help out. As always, going to be nice in a miracle style deck because of the 1-mana spells it generates.
By the way, I just got a tweet. The smaller Sentinels are being named Rock Elemental.
Rock Elemental. Okay, good to know.
So now we're waiting for Metal Elemental. What did he get? King's Blood. That's draw card.
Yeah, it's reasonable enough.
Hallucination might be a sick card as well because it can get a Shadow Flame, a Hellfire, Demon Wrath. Helpful. Definitely helpful.
Yeah, considering that many demons
Doom.
in this deck. Okay, raise a panel Lasher. That'd be nice. Just as a dude on the board as well. I imagine we're going to see Hallucination though because of the cards you listed, Lothar, you know, the high impact Warlock cards.
Can be Twisting Nether as well.
Does have one Soulfire as an emergency switch as well. Not that you want to discard too many cards.
Oh.
Twisting. Is that Trogal?
And Cho'Gall. Oh, no, we don't want to play Cho'Gall.
Drain life or Twisting. I'd probably go Twisting.
Twisting Nether is nuts.
You can survive for 2 turns. You're not under tons of pressure at this point.
I feel like you need to Soulfire this turn as well.
No.
That Councilman might be too much damage. Oh my
You don't,
god.
Oh, okay, you can now because you have 2 AoE effects. I'd be worried about getting Twisting and Soul Firing it away. But with Shadow Flame as your second Warlock card, I'm like, okay. Combine that with Cold Blood, win the game. So Roger is on 21 health now. 2Tech has not a lot of burst available, 7 from hand with Direwolf and Leroy next turn. 2 available on board as well. So he's actually a long way away. And as you said, once Murloc loses the board once, 2Tech kind of got it back the second time. Maybe it's not going to happen the third, though.
And he didn't get... there's no chance of getting a second Stinger.
Yep.
Because he already got it from Finja. Which is funny. It's like Stinger made Finja possible, but Finja made second Stinger impossible. Because it already was played.
The circle of life.
By the way, we have Murlocs in the studio as well, so it kind of fits.
Maybe this is why 2Tech played. Is he in the studio? He is Polish. He could be here.
We actually have this Murloc like looking through the window here.
Yeah,
Maybe
tie
camera
collar.
will show it later. What do? It doesn't look great. You can't play around Shadow Flame.
This sick 2 damage Shadow Flame. Wow,
Look at Roger. Roger's going nuts.
Oh,
Oh
even
my
Blood Mage
god,
is-
this is even better. What Roger is just going fully nuts. I would love to hear his comms right now. He's
Well, we
shouting.
wouldn't
and
understand what he's saying, probably.
it doesn't
but-
matter. The intonation is, important.
Yeah, he can even, Shadow Flame
Oh
the
my
Bounders, gets the
God.
trade. 2Tech visibly disappointed. Shadow Flame is not something a rogue should be allowed to do. Blade Flurry was removed for a reason, guys.
Look at that gentle Megazord.
That could have just won the game.
That could have
Yeah.
been just straight
Those
out
Murlocs
win.
survived, yeah.
Yes. Because imagine all those Murlocs are getting +3 attack or a Wind Fury.
Yeah.
Man, that is just brutal with the backstab. Oh
Here
my
comes the miracle
god.
turn.
That is GG. Trade with the Megazord. Prep whatever you want.
Prep twisting, go.
I mean, you just need card draw.
Oh, an Arcane Giant that's playable for 2
that-
mana. Seems good.
That just game.
Yeah, unfortunate there for 2Tech. Roger did something that Rogue is normally very bad at in terms of clearing up a wide board. The Shadow Flame, gigantic help. Even the insurance policy of the Twisting Nether for the turn after anyway, but absolutely gigantic miracle turn. Arcane Giant is probably going to seal the deal because Roger simply isn't at low enough health.
Well, you just could pick Drain Life to tilt even more.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't need to tilt when he's won. Mimic Pod, why not?
Oh my god. Double. No, wait, it's Copy's next card. So it's double Sharazin, okay.
Oh, we didn't get to see shares in. Yeah, I imagine this is going to be a pretty hard concede from 2Tech. But we're going to see what he's going to draw first, just in case. But Roger is so far away in terms of damage. Roger's 21 health. 2Tech is not even close.
Yeah.
If he was around 10, then suddenly we can talk. As we can see, Leroy, so far at 10 damage. That's a lot of reach. 21 with nothing on board. It is a big ask indeed.
And now he loses the Leroy as well. So the reach was lost, but he needs to do it, otherwise he's just dead. Murloc Tidehunter, well, it's not a taunt.
Yeah, beefy though. Oh.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, it was pretty much a done deal anyway. 2Tech couldn't keep up with this kind of damage Roger could put out without the Cold Blood, but with the Cold Blood, that is going to be game. And Taiwan takes the win 3-1 over Poland. So they're looking top of their group so far. And I'm sorry, Lothar. Sorry, there's plenty more games coming up.
It's a fair game. Warlock had Rogel. I actually said it in Polish. Rogue had actually a Shadow Flame. Fair game.
Exactly. Completely fair. Nothing else goes wrong there. But yeah, it's going to be a good win there for Roger and a good win for Taiwan, getting one on the board, looking fantastic. So yeah, it's a great series and a bit of a quicker one as well. It wasn't too long.
Although we didn't have like all aggressive decks, but it feels like the decks were pretty much solved after like few turns of just massive AoE effects.
Yeah, and I hope this as well is a bit of a help out for the viewers because you may not have heard of many players from Taiwan, for example. Again, don't attend too many tournaments that are the usuals, so to speak. But you can see these guys do not mess around. Roger, Tom, the other guys as well, Malagos, absolutely fantastic there. And that's going to be 3-1. We see Blackfire Ice held on just about for his team, but it wasn't enough in the end as Roger took it. Ping Ping Ho with the one loss, but these guys and all the teams are a team, right? One loss doesn't cause a huge issue there, but Tom, Malagos, and Roger putting the points on the board. Taiwan looking fantastic. I think we can check out the group standing soon as well, just to check out how the group looks.
Who will be first?
Not Poland.
Oh my.
Woof. Look, UK played tomorrow, okay?
We are actually in Poland, in Katowice. Poland lost.
I'm about to get thrown out after all these comments.
Yeah, exactly.
We can check it out there. Taiwan, of course, at the top of the group with the only one of the teams only played with a 3-1 game score. Poland rocking it at the bottom, but as you said, after the first match from everyone, the group will be split in 2, winners and losers, and Lothar will be on the loser.
You're asking for it, man. You're just asking for it.
So if you've seen the HGG trailer, you'll see that Lothar actually beats me up in it, and this is payback, and he can't hit me on camera again. So it's...
that was recorded, so I can just play it on screen,
Thanks, mate. I did win the arm wrestle. That has been officially confirmed. Obviously, it wasn't really in doubt. But we have a couple more matches coming up for you today, so don't go anywhere. This is Hearthstone Global Games. We'll be back soon.
We're almost there. Quiet down, everyone. This is not like any of our previous expeditions. This will be far more ambitious. We're stepping into a land of primordial wonder. Infused with astonishing elemental energies. The plant life here holds very unusual properties. So don't touch anything. And while you may be excited to see the local fauna, you might want to make sure they don't see you. Because their powers of adaptation are devastating. Make no mistake, we will be tested at every turn. But if we stay on our guard, we might just survive. Now then, are you ready? Then let's journey into Ongoro Crater.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Global Games. I am Raven, and joining me is Lothar, of course, for day one. Had so many great matches so far today. We've got 2 more coming up for you. The first one is going to be China versus Sweden.
The match of the day, I would say.
Yep.
Right? Both teams are powerhouses. Sweden is basically Alliance and Show, a powerhouse on his own. I mean, he's a renowned streamer, but at the same time, well, he is actually very good at the game.
Yeah, he got the top 8 at HCT, just missed out on getting to the Winter Championship. So very, very, very good player. Very recently ranked 1, maybe even currently ranked 1 on the ladder at the moment as well. We can see the group: China, Brazil, Sweden, Bulgaria, Switzerland, and Indonesia. These 2 are definitely the standout. The standout countries in this group. As we see normally, the way the seeding works is you get sort of the powerhouse teams.
Yep.
A couple of them, as they are groups of 6, and then some sort of teams that are either up and coming, not well known or whatever, something like that. But as you said, Sweden is Alliance plus Show, and then we have China, who is the China team is absolutely incredible, basically.
Yeah.
Although the main issue is there's been so many China versus X tournaments, right? And the pride is very important, and they expect themselves to win. But they didn't do so well at HCT.
So far?
Well, at HCT they didn't get anyone in HCT.
Oh, yeah,
it was
right.
one APAC, 2 Americas, 1 European players. So they missed out on the winter season. Jason Zhao, Omega Zero, Lovely Chook, and Nightwalk versus Powder, Osaka, Orange, and Show. Absolutely amazing match coming up for you guys. And this is the order. This is not the order they're going to play in. Sorry, I'm just making things up. We have Jason Show and Powder as the sort of leaders / captains of the teams. Powder was the top point earner for his country as well, so he was classed as the anchor. We have Osaka, obviously the one of the recent world champions. Orange, superstar player basically from Alliance
For a long time.
has been performing very consistently throughout a reasonably long career now in Hearthstone, as long as they're going to get anyway. And obviously, as you mentioned, at Show. But these guys from China do not mess around. They take it very serious, especially when national pride is on the line.
And when it comes to those names, I only can't really tell anything about Nightwalk, but other free players are stars in China. Holy moly big. They're really strong competitive players. Already on this scene since 2014, if I remember correctly, when I was at WCA in 2014. All those players were actually present there.
Yeah, these guys are pretty much the superstars of China. As well as a few others, of course, but players like, Mega Zero, Lovely Chook, Jason Joe especially, just the consistent performers. We see lovely shots there of the countries. I'm loving those shots. Glad we get to see them.
Yeah, those are amazing.
But we should be able to check out the actual format of the matchup here, what players are playing what decks, or what classes at least. The deck thing, I mean, we just watched Murloc Warlock, guys. Anything can...
It's pretty amazing to watch.
Anything can happen when it comes to Hearthstone, especially in this expansion. So we are going to see Lovely Chook versus Show in a best of 1, effectively, which contributes to the team best of 5. Lovely Chook with Warlock or Rogue, Show, Warrior, or Druid. And that's going to be followed up by Jason Zhao versus Powder, Omega Zero versus Orange, Nightwalk versus Osaka if required. And then the aces are Osaka and Omega Zero. Very interesting you see Osaka as the 4th match that might
And
not
the 5th,
play.
right?
And potentially the 5th that also might not play.
Maybe it's like that. So first 3 games are done. Osaka stays alone.
in bed.
No, he stays alone, and just I'm gonna play it by myself. So if the 2 matches have to be played out, rest can just
He's just
leave
in
me
bed.
alone.
He's like, make me play last. I want to sleep.
maybe, but at the same time, the ace match will only happen if there will be a 2-2 result. But also, what is important, the 4th player will only play if the game will not result in a full sweep.
Yeah, it's basically the first team to 3 points and 3 wins. So a 3-0 will mean that there is no 4th game at all. We've not seen any 3-0s yet. We've seen a 3-1, well, a couple of 3-1s, should I say. And now we can see the actual decks the players have chosen. They get to pick their own deck. There is no ban. They pick 1 deck out of the 2 they've brought to play. Lovely Chook going for the Rogue in game 1. Show going for the Druid over the Warrior. Maybe Show thought, I'm going to bring Warrior because it's basically has been for the longest time. Control Warrior is one of Show's specialities.
So
but
opponent will pick my counter,
Yeah.
and then I'll pick his counter.
Look, if you think of Show, you think of Warrior, and think of Control Warrior, and with Quest Warrior being so dominant at the moment, it's a deck Show I'm pretty sure has got. If you go against Show, you pick the counter, then Show's countered that with his Druid.
So the druid will most likely will be an aggro druid to counter the to counter the rogues, right? Because there are no taunts. There's no way.
Yeah,
of
you
easy
just kill 'em.
Yeah, just
And also, outside, like, Fan of Knives, like, isn't really great to deal with a lot of these things as well. You know, a lot of the wide board. Fan of Knives is not good enough most of the time. We see some of the guys in China, Lovely Chuk, Omega Zero and Jason Zhao there as well, so they're looking pretty good. We saw them not too long ago in they were playing in Bahamas as well, so that was awesome. And Show just rocking his. If you've ever seen Show's stream, I think it's going to look very similar, very similar in terms of that camera.
You know what's really happy to see, at least for me, is that those players, when they are with their countrymen, they are way loosened up. You know.
Oh,
They
yeah,
actually
way
joke
more
a
relaxed,
lot,
yeah.
way more relaxed. It's also the thing when you speak not your native language, you are less reactive. You have to be, you have to think about what you do.
I mean, if
want
I,
to
for
say.
example, had to talk in Polish, I wouldn't be talking
You'll be
much.
damned.
I wouldn't
Say
be talking
książkę.
much. No, because I can't. Yeah, it's really great to see the teams come together and how they work out, and it's great on two levels as well. There's one level of, well, even whether or on comms or not, how they actually work together to win, and also. It's just fun to hang out and play some Hearthstone. If anyone doesn't know, me, you, and Sottle were in the hotel room last night before bed. Before anyone makes those comments, actually just jamming some Hearthstone, just playing some games. And
Well,
talking
you were
about
playing.
decks.
I was just streaming.
Yeah, you were actually just watching us play, which maybe got a little bit weird. But let's not talk about us, and let's talk about these teams. China versus Sweden, Lovely Chuk versus Show, Quest Rogue versus Aggro Druid. And, you called it. The Aggro Druid was a really nice pick to beat up this Quest Rogue before it can even get going.
Yeah. The thing is about the Quest Rogue is that the minions that he will play in first turns are really bad.
Yep.
Like 1-1, 1-2. Well, maybe 1-2 with a 1-1 because patches will come out of the deck. But usually, they're not a good match against the minions that Show will play. Enchanted Raven, Ardent Squire. All those minions will just be strictly better than the ones that your opponent is playing. And then you can buff them and smash face.
Exactly. And I imagine we might even see either both, or there we go, or one of the Ravasor runts thrown away. Because it's not really a card you want to open with because you need 2 minions for the adapt to go off on that guy. So yeah, we did see one get thrown by Show. Show does have Innovate as well. And the coin. He can make some big plays onto the board.
Unfortunately, that Defender of Argus is not really the best.
No. Maybe it's okay if you can Innovate out.
All right.
I mean,
So now this is
you-
pretty
you
sick.
just play all
Raven,
three
Raven,
minions,
Innovate. Raven, Innovate, Runt.
I know you love me, Lothar, but you don't need to keep repeating my name. Okay.
Oh, Raven. I mean, this is sick.
Yeah, this is actually just the opening I think you want. There is maybe one argument for keeping hold of Innovate to go for Argus. But I think if you can go this hard on the board against Rogue, like Quest Rogue, I think you actually do it.
I think so as well, because you can top deck. You can top the
Well, a
Lotus.
lot of your draws are actually just good at this point.
Yeah. And the fact that you are already adapting and run on turn 1 is pretty sick. Lovely Chuk is like, oh no. Innervate. Alright. Divine Shield
feels good,
pretty
yeah.
sweet. It doesn't die basically to anything. So it's like...
Minibot.
It's like Minibot, yes, exactly.
Minibot that you have to hit the Divine Shield on.
So
Build your own.
you would have played Minibot in this deck if you would have the option. So why not play it? Do it your own.
3 2/2s on turn 1, one of which has Divine Shield, the other 2 are beasts, so can get buffed. Oh, sorry, all 3 are beasts, so they can get buffed by Mark of Yasharaj as well.
And the problem is, you can't really get the deckhand to charge because you don't have mana to get the dagger out and then play the deckhand. So you can deal with only one of those, and then next turn what you have to do is gonna play at least one deckhand, maybe 2. Oh my god. Alright, this is sweet. Which one do you buff though? Because there's merit to buff either of those. If you get a 4/4 with Divine Shield, it's pretty tough to deal with it, right?
I mean, the deck doesn't play Sap, right? So I would buff the Divine Shield, I think.
I think it's actually merit to buff the Enchanted Raven. Because
This, though, man.
well, the Eviscerate is a problem, definitely. But at the same time, it's hard to deal with both minions.
Yeah, you normally want to spread power, right? Like, that's the issue. You don't want to go all in on one. But without Sap, I think you don't have to worry about that as much. So we're going to see Karen's below actually get dropped down on turn 3.
Something new.
And now some deckhands, yeah, because the only problem with the deckhands is they can't really be used to trade Because you need to bounce them. You know, like, unless, you know, he wants to go flame elementals, but there isn't that many flame elementals in the hand.
Well, he has the second deckhand in hand, so it's not that terrible. He can play the deckhand this turn, the second one, attack phase for 2, Shadow Step that. Next turn, he can play actually the deckhand for 0 mana, bounce it back again, and get 3 minions out of fall, right? So I feel like you might want to use that mana wisely. Oh, well, that's awkward. That's 6 mana, and you have well, you can have 5.
Yeah, I think you just make a 3-2 here.
Seems good.
You want to build into Argus, and there's still a lot of draws that can help out. This is the only risk of this deck. You know, we were messing with this deck yesterday, and sometimes you do just draw like 1 minion, then buff, 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 or something. You're like, oh, well, I have no minions to buff because he killed my first one, and then I'm kind of running dry. Yep. So that's one of the small issues, and the deck doesn't really run that much card draw in general. I don't know Show's list, of course, but the deck only really runs like Mark of Yasharaj. It's card draw, realistically.
And Genzo. We have seen Genzo today.
Yes, definitely not standard. I do love HandsomeGuy, but he did lose.
Yeah, he
He's
did
only
lose.
played
Well,
for Korea that lost.
his opponent had a lava burst. Who would have thought about that, right? So, yeah.
The reads.
I think it was a really good decision to play that Genzo and buff it, because the only card that was actually dealing with it was either Hex or Lava Burst. And you saw a Lightning Bolt back then, so yeah, definitely a tricky decision to make.
Yep. He's not gonna change it, trade with the minion, sorry, because just not really too fearful with the deckhands already on the prowl, so to speak. Not gonna be too forced. Swashbuckler's gonna be nice to try and draw something for the Team China here. Be able to deal with this board. As you know, the second, if this board is not dealt with quickly, then the Argus comes down maybe with a minion with the Innovate next turn, and then suddenly this is almost impossible.
Might be. Huh. Alright, well, Swashbuckler can give you a swipe. Which is an option. Wouldn't you start with it?
Is he just not gonna play it? I guess.
So it's 2 out of 4, right?
Yeah, and that's 3. And he can Shadow Step on 4, that's why. Yep. He can actually just put the quest this turn, so he's not going to bother with the Swashbuckler. It's going to be 4, get the quest done. But he cannot play the quest this turn, so now I imagine Show's focus is going to be on actually clearing these minions now.
I was thinking maybe you want to keep the deckhand for next turn and play it as a 5/5 because it's 0 mana. But then you can trade with the 3/2.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay.
So you can play both. I mean, the entire hand.
I think you just do, right? What draws are you going to get past this that require the Innovate? You don't have enough cards. So I think you just play it, get the value of a 2/2 Divine Shield Taunt, go up to 5/5 for the run, which does trade directly into a buffed questing minion, which is nice.
Well, I guess you need...
Is there a world in which you only buff the Squire? Probably not, right?
Nah.
I was thinking because the one of the minions that survives this turn, the quest will happen next turn, it just trades straight into run.
That's true, but at the same time, you kill one of those.
Yeah, this is right. It's just
5 damage to the face is really a lot. You know that the rogue has actually no way of healing. If he doesn't have a prep, he will lose time next turn to play any minion. So in this case, it's actually important to know that if he has a prep, there's only one chance to draw a minion. So the board will not get that big. So I think it was valid to trade.
But I think there is, you know, the quest happens, so 2/5 attacks actually reduce your board down to just the defender.
Yeah,
Argus.
I mean, it was really clear.
It was good to trade.
Yeah, it
right,
was good to trade.
Yeah. Okay, so, sorry. I'm back with you a little bit. Yeah, I agree. Because otherwise you're down to a defender Argus, and Show needs to really get the most out of these minions that he has on board now.
He needs to get Living Mana next turn.
Living Mana would be insane.
Or Savage Roar, because Savage Roar right now, it's 6 damage. That's good.
Yeah.
That's like Fireball draw. That's actually really good.
Living Mana would be absolutely crazy, though.
Yeah. Who would have thought? Living Mana on turn 5. Insane.
Yep.
In an aggro deck, yes, definitely.
It's like just using your mana. Well, I mean, it literally is turning your mana into minions. But that's like so powerful when you have no cards. Firefly, okay.
Still not bad.
No,
it puts
more dudes.
More dudes for the Savage Roar, more dudes for the Mark of Lotus, more dudes for
Power of the Wild.
Power of the Wild, right? He
More
used
dudes.
one though.
He has used one yet, but still an option. Definitely good to just have multiple dudes on the board, though. All you're trying to do is just chip away this rogue before anything gets too crazy. Not a surprise to see the Elemental get dropped as well. Want to go as wide as possible. Start pushing this damage, and this is 5 damage this turn. That is a lot.
Still a long way ahead of the druid to dismantle the rogue, especially since now every single minion is a 5/5. So Stonta's boar is actually insane. Backstab, not a minion, but still, I feel like you start with Fan of Knives. You kill, then you kill with the backstab the Argent, and you attack into one of those minions who can kill them. Ooh, that's like the worst draw possible.
Yeah, that's kind of rough. And comes Swashbuckler to save the day, though.
Ooh,
Okay.
well, that is playable next turn. It's a 5/5 taunt.
I think, and you know, at this turn, Lovely Trick is actually just dealing with these minions from show.
I think it's game. That taunt minion is actually, it's a immovable object.
And before Black Knight.
Or Keeper of the Grove. 1/1. No, wait, it reverts to 6/7 then. 5/7, sorry. Dark Arcor is 5/7, right?
Oh no, you're oh yeah, but it won't have taunt. 6/7, 6/7.
6/7. Then it reverts after the silence.
No,
It should reverse to
5/7.
6/7. Don't
So
confuse me.
confused.
Anyway,
I'm so confused.
For now,
Look,
it's
this
a
is
5/5.
Old card. We've been focusing on trying to learn the new cards. It's just gonna go and push the damage with Power of the Wild with +1/+1 buffs on these minions, though. Not make a 3/2 and go wider. Just make these a little bit more durable and not gonna die to dagger.
man, he's just drawing only spells.
Ancient one.
Oh shoot! Cannot believe it.
Yeah, how do you deal with that? 6 HP. So close, yet so far. Oh.
I mean, Argus Hero Power helps get through this after 2 turns. You have to, right? It has to die.
But yeah, but then how you win? You don't have a single card that deals 6 damage.
Well, it means the Swashbuckler has to trade into the Argus,
Mm-hmm.
and he's not doing damage to you then, right?
That's true.
So obviously we can see that there's backstab hero power to kill the Argus, but you know, from show's perspective, this actually is just what he.
Well,
oh, he's not going to attack. Okay.
I don't think actually backstab hero power is good for Lovely Trick, because what if for some reason Show plays a swipe?
Yeah, just out of nowhere, swipe face game.
Second Fan of Knives deals with the Argus. A prep is not really helpful right now. The most expensive spell was already played, the
Yep.
quest. He still has Mimic Pod in his deck, 2 of those, but at this time, it feels like he already has control of the game.
Yeah, I
But-
wouldn't even mind the Swashbuckler trading in here.
Yeah.
Just keep the taunt full health, right?
Mm-hmm. I like that as well. I like that as well.
I mean, it does, with the daggers, it does speed up your clock by a turn, right? If you traded the Yara coat, you hit for an extra 5 the turn after.
Yeah, but at the same
Well,
time,
I don't think it matters enough.
it doesn't really matter that much if you're like sure that the opponent is not playing direct damage.
Yeah.
Because there's just no way you can go through that.
Like a crawl is not going to be enough.
Not really. That's about it. Is there any card that can help him now? You will get 10 damage this turn. 1 damage from the dagger. He is dead next turn. No, wait. 1 damage from... 1 armor will be created by the hero power. And that will keep him alive for additional 1 turn. So if he gets living mana next turn... And Lovely Trick whiffs. And he
Double
actually
prep.
whiffed!
Prep into prep concede.
He actually whiffed.
He'd probably really like to kill this Igneous off. If he could.
All right, well, this gives an out to Show. He needs to draw living mana right now.
Pantry Spite!
Man,
Think about it.
this meta game just brings so much, so many
Wow.
cards that never have seen play before. I mean, okay, this was played in Evolve Shaman, but
Yeah, actually Pantry Spider.
oh, and a ball, and that is
One off.
1 off.
But pretty much lethal.
Yeah. Now, I don't think there's any out for
no 1 card, right?
Show.
Oh. Would Mark of Yashraj into Savage Roar.
That's actually lethal.
So that'd be 5.
That's actually lethal.
Oh, is it? Would have been 1, 2, 3, 5 trades. Yeah. Yeah, of course it is. So he's going to kill off 1. Stop that happening, which is reasonable again. He can't get lethal this turn. He pretty much sets up guaranteed next turn. looks like the APAC regions, China, and China just dominating so far in this tournament. Mark of the Lotus, know what show needs.
Yep.
And it looks like China is going to go 1-0 up versus Sweden. Show falls. Very big surprise. I thought that opening was just going to be too much for the Rogue.
Yeah, the
but
opening
Lovely
was
Chook
nuts.
just got him.
Man, Raven, Runt, turn 1. He put
not enough.
actually 6 stats on board on turn 1 with 4 cards.
One at Divine Shield.
And it still wasn't enough to deal the 13 damage.
And drew straight into Mark of Yasharaj for turn 2.
Oh yeah, right.
Still not enough. And, the power of Quest Rogue, we said, we enjoyed the Miracle version as well. But Quest Rogue, you can't really argue with the power of, 1 mana 5/5s, basically.
So far...
Although, to be fair, the Arakoa won the game, right?
yeah, the Arakoa won the game.
Let's just wind this back a little bit.
So without the Arakoa, who just lost, right?
I think so. I believe so, yeah. So we do see that Lovely Chook goes 1-0 for China over Sweden. And Jason Zhao up next going Hunter versus Powder's Warlock. Both players had Paladin and chose not to bring it. I feel like Paladin is still not there yet in terms of how far the other decks out of the classes are along in terms of how refined or how close good archetypes are. Paladin not quite there yet. I've been playing it for last day or so, quite enjoying it actually. But yeah, now it's going to be guys have just rotated seats, and the guys from Sweden aren't chilling together. Powder in his Palm on his own as well, so not rocking it with the Alliance guys. There's even a chance that some of the Alliance players aren't even at home. Like Oskaka was at Throne of Cards, for example, in Vienna.
Oh, yeah, right.
So he might not even be in Sweden at this point. But yeah, the Alliance team are going to be rocking up next with Powder coming up versus Jason Zhao. I'm looking forward to see what this Hunter list comes out. We've already seen Knuckles in Hunter today.
That was nuts.
Like, that was
Bananas.
Knuckles. Oh, okay, Bananas, you beat me on that one. Good work.
Czech Republic already done match of the day, but they should have played Knuckles.
Yeah, I
And
think everyone should play Knuckles now. I just feel like it's the correct thing to do.
It's actually a big minion. It has a merit to actually be played right now. But now let's see what China brings to the table with the Hunter, because they always try to innovate stuff, right? So maybe this time it will be like a Face Hunter.
I wouldn't be too surprised if it was Face Hunter.
Because it's really great against Aggro Rogue, right? I mean, sorry, against Quest Rogue.
Leroy!
It might be an aggro Hunter, although the question is, how does it pair against Zoo? You should have 2 Unleash the Hounds.
Yes.
Which is great against Zoo in general. But the beefy minions from Zoo nowadays are really hard to remove. Crackling Reservoir might be the MVP here.
Crackling Reservoir is always the MVP in any Hunter game, whether it's played or not. There's a freezing trap in Jason Zhao's hand, though, so now he's looking into it. That's going to be interesting. Zoo doesn't flood the board as much as it used to, actually.
But it's still... I feel
I'm
like
not saying it's
freezing
good,
trap,
but...
when I was like analyzing the traps for Hunter, it seems like freezing trap is not really doing any good job nowadays. Druid plays just small minions that don't really, care about being bounced. Even when they have a buff, it's not really that bad. Hunters have Unleash the Hounds always in every single deck. Zoo still has a lot of small minions. And Egg Napper, an example, which just creates 2 1/1s, right? You have Adapt, who creates 1/1s as well. So, interesting.
So Powder not having a 1-drop is not what he wants to see with his Zoo
I
list.
mean, the Warlock.
But Jason Zhao could be, and the China team could be thinking, like Handlock.
Yeah,
Or
might be.
Control Lock, maybe. And then they'll see the 2-drop happen and think otherwise. Unless Powder decides to life tap.
I think I actually like the light up here. Because of the fact that turn 3 is the egg.
Yeah, but that's so slow.
It is slow.
That is so slow.
But it's the dream. It's the egg into the Pterodax. And that can actually give you taunt minion with 7 HP.
True. That's true. Could be.
That's like the ideal
could be
scenario.
Powder going for the long-term. Powder also doesn't know that it's aggro or as aggressive or even secrets at this point. We can see Cat Trick, Freezing Trap, so there's no doubt going to be the 3-drop as well. So there's the Unleash, as you mentioned.
Bo will keep the imp away, and it's a target that has to be removed as soon as possible because of its ability to just cycle through the discard, which is super powerful. Because cards like Darkshire Librarian suddenly from a honest card becomes super dishonest. Like for 2 mana, 3/2, withdraw a card is nuts.
really strong. And now Powder has the option between Egg and the Librarian, but as you said, the Egg sets up perfectly for the Pterodactyls.
An important aspect of the egg is the fact that it has 3 HP. It doesn't die to explosive trap anymore.
Which sometimes is a bad thing for the the Warlock, because say you Argus it and then it's got 4 and it's like, oh god, like please just die, Egg. I want the 5/5.
The freezing trap, although I had a rant about it like a few minutes ago, might be impactful in this situation. Because your opponent will actually get a 5/5 and a double adapt beast. And the freezing trap will actually say, well, I don't really care.
Yep. So it goes on. Hyena's just going to come down now. This is really nice, because if any minion is played and the Hyena isn't killed, that's 2 buffs to the Hyena already. And
that creates a 6/4 Hyena.
And there's not a lot Powder can do about it.
That's what will happen. I mean, the Pterodactyls has to be played, right? Unless you go for the Defender of Argus, but then the Hyenas are even better for that.
Yeah.
I mean, the Hyenas are even better. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to go for it and just rely on killing the Hyena next turn.
All right. Death Rattle is not bad to get back on the board after it gets killed, so you can maybe go for the Taunt as the second pick, if you get it, of course.
Yeah.
Stealth doesn't really do much, apart from the fact that it can be played around Kill Command. I mean, it can be used to play around Kill Command.
Yep.
And Divine Shield, well, if you don't get a Taunt, Divine Shield is worse than Death Rattle, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, Death Rattle's nice, I think. Living Spore seems reasonable to me.
And there's Taunt. And second Death Rattle.
Death Rattle again! Playing to Unleash.
Seems like Taunt has to be picked, right? Because you have a 5/5, so your opponent has to... Well, he sacrifices the 2 cats, goes in with the weapon, 6 damage to the face. Alright, he's going for the double Death Rattle. But now... Uh-oh. 2 kill commands.
Small.
I think this changes a lot. The Unleash the Hounds now will be just...
This is crazy.
Quick death
Does the
for
Hyena
Powder.
just win?
I think that's the case. That is 5 Hounds. That is 10 damage if he trades everything. Just from the Hounds. With the cat, that's actually plus 12. The bad thing is that he cannot play Freezing Trap, but the Hyena itself will be much bigger than the attack from the dinosaur on its own. This is crazy. 12 damage on turn 4.
And look at Jason Jar's just like, yeah, that was pretty good, wasn't it? Good old Hyena.
Man, do you need...
And there's just 2 kill commands. There's just like almost guaranteed lethal over 2 turns here.
If only he had 6 mana.
Yeah.
It's just like,
Yeah, GG.
you're dead.
But yeah, these 2 kill commands almost offer no way out for Powder. There's 6 damage, so you can just, even with no beasts, there's 5 damage next to him with kill command hero power, which puts him to 7. Another 5 damage the turn after, so at minimum 3 turn clock.
Jesus. He has to use the Doomguard to double trade.
And the 5/5.
4 for 1.
I'll take it.
Well, almost like a 4 for 1. Not exactly.
Now
but
kill command. It's just setting the lethal next turn, guaranteed, because
look at that.
Because the dog and the cat, best buddies for life, live.
My God.
Woof! Go, Hunter. Go.
Well, thank you, China, for trying to bring us up to the schedule.
Yeah.
I mean, if they take the 3rd game in a convincing fashion like that, we're back on the schedule.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely incredible there, for China. Already they're just swapping. Jason Zard's like, done, next.
Let's go.
Yep, and, moving on to Omega Zero there. And, absolutely crazy game, to be honest. It's difficult because the Spore picks for Powder make sense in terms of, I have minions on the board, I have Argus in hand, other minions as well to battle for the board. Yeah, if Hyena lives and then your opponent has Unleash,
Probably
there's going to be a problem.
he would probably taken the Taunt adapt if there wouldn't be a weapon on board.
Oh, yeah, because
he
then it ties
sees there's a
anyway, right?
trade and then it just doesn't really do much, right? The Hyena goes straight to the dome anyway.
Yeah.
But without that, the Hyena maybe would have stopped just on that taunt. Right?
Yeah, and bear in mind that the hyena doesn't often live on the board. Powder didn't have a turn 1. You know what I mean? So a lot of things didn't go Powder's way there, but we're going to be moving on. And Orange is currently Sweden's last hope to stay in this match. Omega Zero on the Shaman. Hopefully we see another version of the list. And Orange, who is a Hunter player, no surprise that he's going to play Hunter or even have it in his lineup, because just as much as we talk about Show and Warrior, Orange and Hunter go hand in hand too. He's one of the guys who's been working a lot on Hunter lists, and I expect good things from this list. I actually looked at some of his, a couple of cards that wasn't too sure of, but he has been playing Black Knight in there as well.
Right.
To try and
you have tried it personally as well.
trying to beat out the Warriors and stuff. So, you know, it's definitely cool. I'll be interested to see what list Orange uses, but Omega Zero on this Shaman as well. Orange.
I have to say, Omega Zero is the most badass nickname in Hearthstone scene. But I think it's from Final Fantasy. Someone had a nick. There was something in Final Fantasy with Omega Zero.
From something. But yeah, Omega Zero is a very, very good player. And that is Knight as well in the background. He was there. We didn't see him before.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
I actually didn't see.
Yeah, so he was there. It's just we only saw 3 of them on camera at any given time. It's like a rule. You're not allowed 4. Only ever 3. Yeah, so we are going to see Sweden versus China. China 2-0 up. They must be feeling great. If they just 3-0 Sweden, that'll be fantastic for them, because they had a rough run in HCT. Most of these guys were in the Bahamas playing, so they had a rough run there. And then just saying, actually, no, you know, we're putting China on the map again and getting a good win against a very strong Hearthstone country. Let's go into it. Omega Zero versus Orange, Shaman versus Hunter, and I could probably guess most of this list from Orange.
Nesting Rocks. Look at that. Omega Zero is actually playing a face Shaman, I would say.
It's very similar to Subo's, right?
I think so. Yeah, it might be very similar. For Orange, though, Nesting Rocks, a double Legion Hounds, Animal Companion. It's a mid-range version.
It is mid-range.
You can say that.
Orange doesn't really. He has played Face Hunter, of course, because when Face Hunter is strong, you play it. But in general, it much prefers mid-range lists. This, I'm not going to talk about what cards may be in this list, because one, I actually don't know, and I don't want to presume. But I hope this is a certain list that I think it might be, because there's some cool cards in here. But we'll see. Omega Zero not got the 1-drop, but it's definitely got a lot of beef available in terms of just dropping that crawler on 2. Because you're not going to need it against Hunter.
That is true. Most Hunters are not playing Pirates.
Both of them may as well have played Quest.
Oh my god, Unbound Elemental.
Yep. This is, again, a list that LVG actually posted that he was playing in the China Championships with.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and these guys respect him quite a lot, I would say. LVG is a very impressive player, and he was taking this list with the Unbound Elementals into the China Invitationals, so it's looking good. It's I think it's their effective playoffs. So yeah, that's looking pretty good. The bow coming down on the crawler, pretty straightforward there for Orange. And now the Infested Wolf into Nesting Rock combo actually goes off more times than you'd imagine.
He's still kind of low on curve, because next thing he has to play a 2-drop, and that clears the Unbound Elemental.
I mean, you might actually do it, right?
I think it's okay, because you will know that if someone plays Unbound Elemental, that means he has a lot of overload in his deck.
And also, Unbound Elemental gains health as well as attack, and health can be a problem to actually kill as it goes out of range. So.
It's actually a better Trog.
Yep.
But it's for 3 mana, so when you think about it, it's only +1/+1 than the Trog, but each overload gives him the buff to the health, so that's pretty important. And I feel like Orange should make the commitment and respect the Unbound Elemental, because if that gets out of hand, he will have to sacrifice Kill Command for it. And this might dismantle his just mana curve in the future.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for the Kill Command, and also having double Razormaw, is going to be potentially really powerful, because you can double adapt on the same minion and get like plus attack on Wind Fury going forward, so that could be kind of crazy. Orange has put himself in a position though that sets him up for the Infested Wolf into Rock curve, or Infested Wolf into the Razormaw curve, of course, if he really wants to. Did hold on to the Unleash, so when the board goes a bit wider, he can answer it pretty well.
That is true. Seems like a good play for Infested Wolf. We talk about Infested Wolf a lot in the previous metagame. It was perceived as just too slow. Too slow to fit in a deck. It just didn't do much. any other photo was actually better than Infested
I mean,
Wolf. But
Hunter
no-
was just too slow in the previous
Well,
metagame, to be fair, but
That's also true, but now with the interaction between the amount of minions you have on board, with the nesting rock, the fact that all those bees have now synergy with the crackling reservoir,
yeah.
it's different. It's way different.
Okay, so now we might unleash Razormaw Poisonous to kill the 7/7. Razormaw's awesome.
So at any point you can just adapt the infested wolf. No, it makes no
Well,
sense.
if you adapt to dog, it means +1 actually kills it off if you trade everything in. Poisonous insta kills it, which is sick. Plus attack kills it. There's plus attack. Okay, well, plus attack helps.
It's plus attack, yeah.
So yeah, the power of Razormaw. And now we can clear the board as well.
Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good.
So that shows the power of Razormaw and why we keep talking about how it's probably one of the best cards in the set. Just out of nowhere, you just clear a board, and now Mega Zero is overloaded quite significantly, and Lightning Storm's just going to overload him even more.
I don't think you go for the Lightning Storm. Milestone Portal is just
Oh, yeah.
enough. And you build the board as well at the same time, so it's way better.
And open up the Hammer of Twilight next turn, which is very important.
Oh, shield bearer.
You shall not pass.
Well, if you get a Flame Totem next turn, that's actually pretty sick, because you can follow it up with Hammer of Twilight and that.
The old Alley Cat Rock combo.
Oh, the old one. Yeah, well,
Hey,
I have seen it so many times, man.
Hey, I've been playing Logan, okay? I've seen it all the time. Yeah, this is so nice. I'd be surprised if there's any other route round this play, because you could Infested Wolf and Crackling Razormaw, but Razormaw's way more powerful when you play it on a minion that can actually attack that turn. So the adapt is just not normally good enough. This 4/7 with Taunt, and
It's a big minion. Does it have 2 heads, or is it
Yes,
just 2
it's
of
2
those?
heads.
Alright. Weird.
It is weird, as most things are in Hearthstone.
So how do you deal with that? You can go Lava Burst, Lightning Storm, Firefly. It's kind of sad though. No spell damage
I think he has to.
roll everywhere.
Lava Burst's going to get used up to kill the rock, and you know, it's quite the investment, but also the rock was just quite a big dude to deal with. There ain't many of them in the deck. But we can see that Houndmaster is available as well, and Razormaw, so you could do that on the same minion to create quite a beefy taunt guy.
And the Kind Grandmother. It's actually a good target for the Handmaster as well.
A 3/3 that dies into a 3/2. I'll take it.
So let's. Well, this is kind of hard to predict. What can you get? What is the outcome that you will get the most out of the adapts, right? And is it beneficial to just adapt maybe first, see what you get, and then think about Handmaster? Because if you get Poisoner as an example, you Handmaster the other one.
Yeah, because the attack doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like adapt first. Also, you know, you can work on things where +1/+1 means that the Houndmaster minion just trades straight into the shield bearer.
Yeah.
But then again, that doesn't change much for the taunt totem either, so we'll see.
You might just not even play the Crackling Reservoir and just go for the Grandmother and Infested Wolf, kill the Taunt Totem, go a little bit slower, because you know that you're at 24 HP, so it doesn't really, bug you that much.
Just gonna taunt up the wolf, yeah.
Alright, so the initial play I had in mind was picked, but I feel like it might not be the best one. Because Infested Wolf is really slow. Still, like, you're kind of behind with this.
My worry is if this board gets cleared up, this Razormaw just never gets value. Whereas you could have got Razormaw onto the onto the 1/1s, right?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, although, to be fair, your opponent used already 2 Milestone Portals, right?
Sure.
Wait, 2 or 1?
Oh no, 1 Maelstrom, right? 1 Maelstrom, no Lightning Storm.
And what are the odds of this deck playing to play Lightning Storm? I wouldn't assume that they have Lightning Storm.
Depends if they've looked at the lists that have been posted.
Let's see. Lightning Storm roll high actually gives additional damage to the face. And it's low.
I guess I'll just tank it.
Still not
Oh, he's not
terrible.
tanking it? Oh, I'd tank it.
Yeah, I would tank it as well.
Okay, so doesn't want to take the 4 damage just in case. Frontier Power, of course. doing 2 every single time that it
Maybe-
wants to use it. So
Maybe he has in mind the fact that Twilight Hammer might be used for trading with minions instead. So you don't want to do it too often.
sure.
Well, now the second Handmaster actually is very impactful. Made the play way better for the previous turn. Patch is drawn. Whoops. Not really what we wanted to see at this point.
Yeah, we might see a Twilight Hammer overwrite here.
Yep.
This is tough. Because Omega Zero now using some AoE means that you can't really deal with a board again. You know, Hunter's not supposed to keep rebuilding the board. It's not how it should work. And normally they get the
Definitely
board cleared once and then they're in trouble.
And an Animal Companion with a Kraken Reservoir.
Hoffer, Wind Fury. Oh, there's one!
God. So what?
Orange, if you do not raise them all the Hoffer, we're not friends anymore. Basically.
Well, there's merit to actually adapt the 1/1.
I don't
Plus 3 attack is good. Poisonous is good. Plus 3
but
HP is
Wind
bad.
Fury Hoffer, Lothar.
Wind Fury Huffer is better, that is true.
It's just funny.
You can also just build a Charging Yeti on your own, right? So,
That's true.
shouldn't Yeti be a beast?
No, I think Yeti's actually kind of like humanoid,
Ah,
believe it or not.
makes sense. Yeah, well, what
I'm
I'm
gonna go
talking
into
about.
the lull with you, Lothar. Oh, he's not doing it. Orange.
No, you can still do it afterwards. Like, it doesn't really change anything.
True. Ah, that's true, actually. Yeah, okay, he's doing it. We are friends. Wind
Yeah,
Fury.
Wind Fury.
Wind
Or the
Fury.
health.
No, Wind Fury Huffer, come on. Ooh, okay, at least he tried. 4-5 Huffer, now the game has been balanced. Seems fantastic.
Volcano top deck.
I doubt he's going to play it.
Oh, wrong order of those cards, man. You can see now the impact of how patches just denies you any value if
Well,
you draw it.
Well, the problem as well is it's not so much that Patches is bad to play as a 1/1 for 1 mana charge, which is not good, but it's the fact that that card should be something else. Should be another card in the deck. Like, what if that card's Lava Burst? You know, it's like you can suddenly start to add up a lot of damage that could be available here. But the Patches is, in fact, just a 1/1. And we're taking up a card slot for Omega Zero here.
Yep. And it might actually mean game. I mean, probably will. But if you would had a different card than that, it's a different story. But I think we'll not see a 3-0 over Sweden this time.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, Aggro Shaman does have a way to do silly amounts of damage.
To be fair, this Hunter seems to be better at dealing damage right now.
That's what happens when you buff Huffer. Becomes Buffer.
Do you want to kill the 1/1?
It just doesn't want to take any potential damage, right? If the 1/1 gets a buff from Leok, then there's 5 damage to face.
Right, that's true.
Hyena, okay.
I'm guessing Omega Zero is not playing any hexes. So
I would imagine so, as in the
yeah, so
aggro
he
thing.
needs to get a Lava Burst to deal with that Huffer.
Jade Lightning's close, but no cigar unless he can roll the spell damage. Doesn't get it.
Oh, it's still not terrible. You just kill the Hyena and go 4 damage to the face.
And the 3/3
And
as
you
well.
get a 3/3.
Like I said, you know, the Shaman does have a way
Damn.
to stay in this game, as their spells are normally way more impactful. Like Alley Cat, there you go, terrible 100 draw. This is no, that's what I mean.
You
Like,
said it with such a certainty, you know. It's like, oh, I knew
No,
this will get drawn.
That's the problem late game for Hunter when they get starved, right? Your draws can potentially be very, very terrible. Look at the difference between Alley Cat and a high main. Like, it's absolutely crazy. And now there's what? 11 damage.
1/1 this turn.
Do you have to go all face here? Or do you kill the 2/1/1s? No, you can't. 4/4/7.
You can kill 1 with the 3/3.
Yeah, and that's it though. You need to go face with a 4/2 to have a bigger chance at lethal.
9 damage. I mean, sorry, 9 HP. And then next turn you bring it to 5. He played 2 Handmasters. So unless it's Animal Companion Misha, there's chance to have just lethal with Lava Burst. Lightning Bolt, 1 is left in the deck. Can also roll lethal.
Also as well, if orange trades, then you effectively almost buy a turn. Again, right? So...
Yeah, I like the one.
I think this. If you trade double into the 1/1s, you're not saving that much damage for the payoff, but also you're actually not getting close enough to lethal because now, as you said, Lava Burst is lethal just with the weapon. This is all going to rely on Orange's draw. He needs a kill command. Oh, Nesting Rock is going to now change things again because that is a gigantic taunt minion.
Well, we didn't talk about that.
Cat.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that, and that might be game.
Yeah, that might have sealed it now. Wow. So far, 7. Oh no, Lava Burst can still do it if he doesn't trade.
But does he? Well,
he can trade the 1/1 in because the 1/1 I don't think changes the maths at all.
No, it doesn't.
So he can trade the 1/1 in case of Flame Tongue value. But I think he has to go face with Huffer because it's the same issue. If you don't go face, then you turn away again and turn away again because you know the rock dies if you don't trade. The rock dies to the 2 minions on board. And then Lava Burst is an opening, right?
That is true.
But if you trade, then you also still need like a kill command when one's already been used.
Man, this is
so
rough.
it's very, very difficult.
He trades with the free.
I suppose this also means that... Oh, no, I take it all back. This trade's fine because if the weapon trade happens, then that's 4 damage to face. So then Huff is lethal.
Flame Tongue. Well, that keeps him alive.
Yeah, he can trade the healing totem into Huffer, clear the board, and then he's only on 4 health, but not a lot of stuff does 4 damage from the Hunter. Right? And he gains the 4/2 elemental back again.
Yeah, and he just set up lethal for next turn. Huh. Well, this is definitely a good draw.
Yeah,
and it still was a very good call from Orange to trade.
Yep. Yeah, this is very, very, very close. Both players just playing off the top of the deck and trying to edge out any advantage they can gain here. He has to trade fully because kill command.
Yes.
Otherwise, he's just dead.
Yeah. He needs to trade.
Because this removes, I think, all draw outs.
And
4 damage. Oh no, Huffer again from Animal Comp. That's it, right?
Yeah. But I feel it's needed.
Oh yeah, you do trade. Yeah, you trade. It removes everything but Huffer as a lethal out for Orange, whereas Omega Zero is looking pretty reasonable with 6 damage now available.
So unfortunately for Omega Zero, there was no way of setting up the placement in a good way to have guaranteed lethal next turn.
Rat Pack's still actually sick. So Omega Zero needs to end the game, and what's very important is that totem is spell damage. Lightning Bolt wins the game.
Well, it would have like...
Oh, sorry, Lightning Bolt wins the game anyway, am I talking about? Yeah, sorry. I apologize.
Oh, Animal Elemental is not enough, and that's game. So close to actually sweep. Whew. Sweden.
That got tense.
Look at that. He even rolled the taunt totem.
You wouldn't want to do it to yourself, would you? I would have just conceded. I don't even want to see the totem.
Man, that was so close.
Orange must be pretty sure he's won. The Chinese players are very respectful. They would not sit and try and like BM, you know, like, oh, Lightning Bolt, lol, at the end. So Orange is probably feeling pretty confident. You can see it in his face, just kind of, surely not. There we go, Orange. Orange just hit the win for Sweden there and keeps them in the game. Very similar story to the Polar matchup as well, where Blackfire just about held on. And now the game is going to pass on to an ex-world champion, Oskaka, to try and keep the
They
guys
need to
in.
bring the beast from the cage.
Yeah, they're going to just open up Oskaka's little... It's only a little cage, though. He's not tall. Just a tiny little cage and be like, release the beast. And Oskaka just gets there. He's like, okay, I'll just play some Hearthstone.
He was just eating, cheesecake there. I was like, I need to play? Oh.
Okay.
So you guys didn't win, Frio.
Good job, guys. It's like, yeah, so it's going to be China 2-1 still up versus Sweden. So like I said, very close to a sweep. But now Oskaka is going to be coming up against Knight, I believe. So,
Nightwalk.
Yeah, so that's going to be awesome. I love his hair as well, from what I saw of him. He's got cool hair. You'll appreciate that. Your hair's similar.
All right, I'm going to look closer on it then.
We can check out what classes they're going to play. Oskaka on the Rogue again. Oskaka actually quite well known for his Rogue play. And Nightwalk going on the Mage. Very interesting.
Mage versus Rogue. So we already have seen one time today. It was the Quest Rogue against a typical Freeze Mage.
Yep.
It wasn't the quest mage. So it was just Alexstrasza, Fireballs, Frostbolts, and multiple freeze turns. While we have also seen, if my memory doesn't serve me bad, it was the quest mage against Miracle Rogue,
Yeah, I think it was Miracle Rogue, yeah.
right? And that was like 4 ice blocks. No, wait, that was Zoo. Never mind.
Yeah, that was the 4 ice blocks.
Yeah. A lot of matches today. We
We've got a
actually
lot
had
of games.
insane amount of games. So sorry for that. We'll see what does Nightwork bring to the table.
Fantastic hair, that's one.
Yeah, it's
Colours on
it's a-
point.
It's a cool color, definitely.
And we have Ostkaka there. It's the usual webcam position. Feeling good. And ready to go. So these guys are going to get into the game very, very shortly. And as we said, Ostkaka has to win to keep Sweden in this match. And if he does win, he plays again straight after because he's the ace player, whereas Omega Zero steps in to become the ace player for China if Ostkaka actually takes the win and brings it to the next game.
But if Ostkaka wins, he needs to pick a different class from what he played right now.
Yeah, so he has Priest or the 9th class available for him to pick if it goes to the ace game, of course.
Yeah. But first things first. He needs to win this game against Nightwork. Nightwork is gonna, well, hopefully for China, bring it 3-1, and there will be another 3-1 today when it comes to the scores, and, well, take the lead in the group.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which version of Rogue Ostkaka's brought. And we can see it is opening the way gate for the Mage and for Nightwalk and Team China, whereas Ostkaka is rocking the Caverns below. Double quest decks coming out from these guys, and yeah, we kind of saw roughly how this matchup plays out in general, but we can see it again, and you know, piloted by some very, very exceptional players. See how this one turns out. Very difficult one to call. Is Doomsayer on 2 even worth it?
No,
I think you
I
have
think
to
you just
wait for
mulligan
like
away.
yeah, I think you have to wait for like Frost Nova Doomsayer, right?
Yeah.
Or you know, some kind of freeze Doomsayer.
After the Rogue pops up the quest, I think that's the moment when you play Doomsayer with Frost Nova. Although there's a huge chance that it will die anyway, because your opponent suddenly has multiple minions with chart that have 5 attack, and the Doomsayer doesn't really look that impressive anymore.
I'm also waiting for Quest Rogue to just start playing Sap because no one expects it.
Well, they sometimes they have vanish, right?
Okay, Ostkaka keeping the Shadow Step, and Ostkaka is rocking a Wisp version of this deck. And yeah, that's definitely interesting, just having a 0 mana effect, well, a 0 mana minion to just bounce and proc whenever you want. It means that the Ferryman and the Brewmaster, if they're in the deck, don't really care. The fact it's almost like a Shadow Step, because they're reduced to 0 anyway. So you can just play them whenever you want.
You can also just Wisp, Shadow Step, Wisp Edwin.
Yeah, that's a good point. It also means that you're not as punished on turn 5 when you play it, because you can just play Wisp Wisp on turn 5 with Caverns below, and actually just get 2 5/5 straight off the bat.
So many options.
Oh. What are the options for Skaka here? Just the dagger, right?
Yep. But you know, the reason these like seemingly simple turns appear to take a while is they'll be discussing future turns with the team. They'll be like, okay, so we're going to dagger this turn, then we might go into Backstab Van Cleef the turn after, and then we'll do this, do that, do this, do that. So, you know, you use your time where you've got it on the simple turn to discuss what's potentially more complicated turns in the future.
Oh, interesting, a Volcanic Potion. We don't see that often, a Volcanic Potion in the Quest Mage. Since you already play, like, Blizzard, no Flame Strikes.
Well, they might not. That's the thing, right? You know,
Maybe
they
it's
might
a
be
setup
swapping
Blizzard,
one for
yes.
Volcanic. Like, Blizzard stalls, of course, the bigger minions. But if you're expecting more aggressive decks, then Volk Potion might just kill the minions straight up.
Well,
Probably okay with it.
the bad matchup is like Pirate Warrior, right? Pirate Warrior, any aggressive, like Face Hunter, an example, might be also problematic. So it might have some merit. You're right.
Let's see how it works out. Currently both players on 0, though, in terms of how far ahead they are in the quest. Skaka just thinking about what exactly he wants to do. Does have that Shadow Step. I might decide that bouncing a Novice Engineer is worth it more than trying to bounce the Wisps. Because the Novice Engineer draws you cards, so, you know, it could well be more worthwhile. But see what he goes for here as the rope starts burning. Oh, no, he's going for the Van Cleef.
Okay. Look at the faces of the Chinese players.
Brilliant, that's lovely Chuck in the background, like, what?
All right, how do you deal with that? I guess that's one of the options. for 10-5 with the Doomsayer.
Ooh.
Okay, so it's 6 damage to the face this turn at least, because you can play Swashbuckler into patches and 7. Next turn, what will happen for Nightwalk is most likely just Frostbolt on the Edwin to just stop the bleeding,
Yeah.
not to get more damaged.
I wonder what the secrets are in this deck as well.
Well, he has Ice Block, and I'm not sure about Ice Barrier. When I think about it, it's like you don't want to ever get Ice Barrier out of Arcanologist. It just feels bad.
Yeah.
Especially when you play a version with the Medivh's Valet.
Yeah. Whereas,
Oh,
speaking of which, whereas Mana Bind actually gets you a spell towards your quest as
True.
well, so that can help out.
and usually the spells that your opponent is playing are great against his own deck.
Yeah, and they're 0 mana, so they're just good in general.
Choose soon.
So we're going to see the Van Cleef has obviously just punched to face, and Medivh's Valet is just going to get dropped down as a 2/3 dude, and the monkey in the background. It's pretty funny.
There's the Frostbolt and the Doomsayer. 4 damage on board, so a simple backstab just deals with it.
Yeah. Or Vanish.
Ooh.
One turn away, of course. Vanish could be pretty great, actually. Just heal up the Van Cleef, effectively.
Well, you can also just bounce back the Wisp.
Yeah, that's true. Mimic Pod as well. Mimic Pod into Wisps. Let's go.
There's the backstab, easily dealt with.
Oh, it needs a
all
dagger,
the-
right?
Yeah, but it's easily dealt with the Doomsayer. So now the Van Cleef is still a problem,
Is it deck? Volk Potion, ping, get him.
but Medivh's Valet is alive.
Yeah, I'll reduce, what, 9 damage for leaving 2 on the board. I'm okay with that.
That's true.
Yeah, Arcane Giants as well. Looking around for Nightwalk, so you can see it's more than likely not the Exodia version with the unlimited fireballs. It's in fact the Arcane Giant version. Southsea Deckhand getting Mimic Pod. That is just 3 Deckhands. You
That's
can play
pretty
2 this turn. Can't bounce them, of course, but you could play 2.
Deal some pressure. And
Yeah, attack,
about it,
and
right?
then play Deckhand Vanish next turn,
and
and then go again.
Yeah, that sounds good. Although I'm pretty surprised that quest is still not popped. It's turn 6. Usually when I see on ladders,
Some rare moments, Lothar. It
Yeah.
doesn't get procced on 4.
or 3 even. That's my experience at least when I play against this deck.
You also draw patches a lot, so you
Yeah.
can't use your experience as gospel.
All right. That means Nightwalk knows what was the outcome out of the Mimic Pod.
And the thing here is, if Nightwolf spends 2 mana pinging, then that's 2 mana. He's not really doing anything else onto the board. That is an ice block, so he has got it available. Still a few turns away, but 2 ice blocks might be enough to buy the time here.
He's 1 out of 6 in the quest so far.
Hit, vanish. Oh, hit, Deckhand vanish, right?
Yeah. You don't want to trade with those minions.
No, if you vanish.
Well, maybe with the Valet. With the Arcanologist. Because you don't want to give your opponent an option to get that second ice block. Like, he doesn't know. They already both on
True,
hand.
true.
So I think there's some merit to just killing the Arcanologist.
I wonder.
Interesting. Well, he for sure attacks with 1, right?
Yeah.
Soon.
Yeah, it's whether he wants to kill the archaeologist. Won't be too bad, only takes 2 damage. With the dagger trade, of course. Oh, it's just gonna go face. Just may as well play the Wisp. 0 mana Wisp, vanish, get him.
All right.
This is a problem, I believe, for Nightwalk here.
Well, he needs to play Ice Block this turn, 100%. And he's still super far away from the quest. 1 out of 6.
But there's a chance if he casts enough, even just a couple more spells, he could maybe get an Arcane Giant out and then Alexstrasza him. And then just get aggressive, you know, not do the Time Warp, but just actually kill him because he has Arcane Giants on the board. It's something to consider at least.
That's possible.
Ostkaka doesn't have a prep either, so he only has 3 mana spare, which he can create 3 5/5s, of course, 2 of them charge. But that will put the block as well. Oh, there's another Vanish.
It's 2 vanishes in the deck. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, not super common.
Now the quest is being drawn.
Cool.
Still no prep, so it has to be played for 5 mana. Well, that allows you to pop the block, but you can wait. You can actually pop it at 1, right? Because you can use the Eviscerate this turn.
Unless he wants to go for this, though. He wants to get the minions on the board, I guess.
Yeah.
Just remind you as well that although the cameras show 3 players for China and 1 for Sweden, Ostkaka is on comms with the rest of his team, Powder, Show, and Orange, of course. So that's why you see Ostkaka randomly talking. There is a team effort. It's just they too far apart to join up in person, but will join up in voice comm, so it is okay. Whereas China, those guys pretty much play close together most weeks, actually. So I think they live pretty close. You see the Frost Nova come down now and reduce the chance of these attacks going in, but there is an Eviscerate. This is tight.
Well, there's also Vanish. You just vanish and you have
Oh yeah, you just vanish.
charge minions.
Okay, yeah. Ugh. So filthy.
Vanish seems good against freeze mages.
Yes, I would agree.
And that was never the case.
Vanish seeming good, I don't think was ever the case.
Wait, not well in Milrow.
Don't talk to me about Milrow.
That's-
That wasn't a deck.
That was my favorite archetype. I'm so sad.
Work out what kind of person Lothar is when you hear him talk about Milrogue.
I loved this deck, man. I'm super sad there's no Mill Rogue or any Mill deck in the standard.
So many options.
Alright, so I think it's viable to do either of both. I mean, Vanish, Charge, or just Eviscerate face this.
Choose soon.
That's definitely an option. You want the free cards, right? Even if you Evis, you can still play the Glacial Shard and the Wisp. And then have the charges for next turn, which is 10, which actually beats Ice Barrier as well.
So it seems like Ostkaka is taking it by the horns and is ahead in this situation. Already 2 ice blocks popped, and this is not the game where we will see like 4.
Simply
those.
not, no. This is a real problem though, because Nightwalk will know that there's 2 deckhands available in hand, so that's 10 damage just straight away. And there's no real way to stop that happening. Ice Barrier isn't available. I think this might have to just be like a godlike babbling book of some kind.
What is godlike in this scenario? Another ice block?
Ice block? Yeah, just chain ice blocks.
Well, it's a vaporize. So as close as it gets, it's a secret.
Yep.
But it's not the secret he really wanted. A glyph was necessary, basically. Out of this babbling book.
Yeah.
To also count towards the quest, get additional two spells. That's like not doable, I think.
Yeah, we can see, so many cards like the Loot Hoarders and the Shimmerins as well that actually would have helped towards the quest but never got to even die or attack on the board. So proving a huge problem. The Vaporize does it's on there. Now Skaka, with knowing he has plenty of damage, is going to check. And the Wisp.
No! The tragedy! But they killed the Wisp.
That was a cool Wisp.
It's
Anyway,
done.
there. Yeah.
2-2. Sweden is bringing it back.
Yeah, it's now going to be 2-2. Ostkaka does even it up, and Ostkaka is going to play again. We will see him very shortly as he is the ace player. We're going up against Omega Zero. Ostkaka cannot play his rogue. He's not allowed. He's already played it once, so he's going to be changing deck to either the ace deck they chose or his spare deck, which I actually can't remember what class it was now.
I can't remember either.
It wasn't Rogue. There we go. I will tell you that for nothing.
Well, it's also not Warrior. It's not
Hunter.
Druid. It's not Hunter. It's not Mage.
Was it Warlock, maybe? Oh, no.
No,
because
Warlock was
played
played.
two, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a class. Maybe Priest.
Might be
Well,
actually Priest.
It might be Priest. So, yep, we are going to be prepping for the ace match. It's 2-2 versus China versus... I know it's China versus Alliance then. China versus Sweden, which is showing Alliance. Yeah, so it's 2-2, and we're going to be playing the ace match that's coming up very shortly. Ostkaka versus Omega Zero. Omega Zero also cannot play his deck again, so we're going to check that out now. Omega Zero's gone for Warrior, and Ostkaka... It was Priest. Ostkaka's gone for the Shaman, the 9th class, so really didn't want to play Priest. We've not seen too many players bring Priest so far today, and the players that have didn't really get very good performances.
Well, we only have seen
It's,
one Priest,
Philippines,
right?
right?
From Philippines, it was the weird Dragon Priest with crystalline...
Priest.
It had crystalline oracles and Priest of the Feast.
And
So
Nether
that's a
Spite.
bit weird. And Never Spied Historians, which didn't see any value because the dragons were just not there. So, interesting to see now what will be the Warrior and the Shaman from Ostkaka. Basically, we have seen only two archetypes of Warrior. Only. It's actually amazing to see two archetypes of Warrior. And it was just Pirate Warrior and Taunt Warrior. I feel like most of the players, majority of the players, are leaning towards Taunt Warrior a little bit more. So I'm guessing China will actually bring it. But Shaman is such a weird, in such a weird spot. Actually, every single archetype I feel like is strong enough to be viable to play.
Yeah, I agree actually. I think, and even differences between those, we see the elemental decks vary quite wildly in terms of makeup. We've seen, so the guys from Czech bring volcanoes as well, to try and clear out the board and just have the stronger turns late game.
Yeah.
We've seen very steady just elemental decks with almost all of the elemental cards. We saw, Taiwan bring it was Ping Ping Ho. Bring in his one with the, oh my god, what are they called? The ones that summon the feral spirits. Elemental.
Stone Elemental. Stone Sentinel.
Yeah. Okay. So playing those pretty much just all the elemental cards to just try and ride out the wave of strength from those cards. So it'll be cool to see what Ostkaka's brought. It might even be some aggro shaman actually, and not elemental at all. So we will see. Never mind, it's elemental. We can see an Omega Zero
With the Pirate Warrior.
Okay, well, one way or the other, this one's going to be over pretty quick.
Yeah. It's either the Elemental Shaman will just tone up and stop the bleeding really fast, or the Omega Zero Pirates Warrior will just stomp the Shaman instantly.
Caraku got a pretty okay start. Firefly Glacial Shard is a very good card versus Pirate Warrior. Can either lock out a weapon swing or lock out just a minion attack as well.
Definitely correct. It seems like actually an awesome draw. Oh my
Patches!
god. Patches again. Incredible.
Yeah, it curves out next turn quite easily with the Firefly into the Flame Elemental and Glacial Shard next turn. And the Zoth's first mate. Not too great versus a 1-2 when there's no patches.
This is pretty horrible, to be honest.
Is it just coin patch?
No, you can't coin it out. If for some reason the pirate lives for the next turn, you can have value out of Cultist.
Ooh.
But we all know it's not gonna happen. So it's kind of sad. Warrior distance, Jade Claw's distance, so you don't have Overload for 10-4, so you can just play Fire Plume into 7th Cunning Mode, so seems to be very strong.
Also as well, what are you trying to Glacial Shard this turn? It doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah.
You're just going to waste time otherwise. So I really like going into the 1-drops next turn if needed, and then, as you said, go into 4, into 5, and try and snowball from there, because Omega Zero really has not got off to a even remotely fast start here.
The thing is, like, in this scenario, the Glacial Shot cannot even be played next turn, just to keep it for like the final swings of the weapon.
That's true, yeah.
You can just
hero power pass.
Attack for 1, but you can just hero power, and it's fine. Next turn you go Fire Plume, probably trade with the weapon, with something that had more than 2 HP.
Also as well, now the option that the Hot Spring can be played instead of the Phoenix, because, it's going to float 1 mana to a certain extent, but, like, it's just a good taunt, and if you take any damage, it's kind of insane.
Yeah, but you want to also get value from the heal, right? In this case, it will just heal
True.
for 1.
Well, if you get attack next turn, right? If there's like cock run. Not cock run. Like a weapon buff attack or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, he's going to go Glacial Shard? Maybe.
Well, when you think about it, it still stops 1 damage or a trade with your minion, while you put out a minion that can trade with any of the pirates that will be played.
Yeah.
But he knows there's a patch, so
He's in
Tricky.
charge now. You're able to combo it with the cultist alongside the coin to make this hook slightly less rusty at a 2/2 weapon now.
it got polished.
Look at this. Oh, and there's a volcano as well.
Interesting.
This Phoenix skills. And the elemental train begins.
Well, it doesn't really look great for Omega. Still, like,
Just about making it work. This Naga Corsair is still going to require an answer. I do believe that it is just going to be Servant of Kalamos, though.
yeah.
They don't get enough value from Volcano with only the 1 minion.
You want to get Stone Sentinel or Elf Elemental
Oh.
or Hot Spring Guardian. Those are actually, both are actually amazing. The problem with Elf Elemental is that you overload for free. Hot Spring Guardian can be played like a double on turn 6 as well. And it gives you very similar values when it comes to the health that you just soak or heal.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Elf Elemental just trades with every
It kills
single
everything, right?
minion.
Whereas 2 attack
Right.
can leave pirates alive, leave Frothing Berserkers alive, which is a huge
Corcoran
problem,
Elite is a
actually.
problem as well because it just kills the Hot Spring
Trades
Guardian
up, yeah.
and it stays on the board, so it requires another source of damage.
I'm just okay with Earth Elemental here if I'm Muskaka and Team Sweden. Mainly because you have Volcano as like a backup in 2 turns time. And you can still, if you Earth Elemental next turn, you overload it for 3, which means that you've still got plenty of mana to play Hot Spring Guardian the turn after. And then go Volcano if you need to, but to be honest, Earth Elemental into Hot Spring Guardian, maybe even healing the Elemental, could actually just end out the game.
That's true. You can just heal up, get that dude on his feet, although he doesn't have any feet.
So,
When you think
actually...
about- Sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think a Corsair into Cultist is going to be the best thing here. You get a 4-attack weapon with a second charge, more importantly, and then have to probably just trade the Corsair into the Servant.
You mean Cultist into Corsair, then toned up. I mean, armor up.
Oh, sorry, Cultist into Corsair. Yeah, sorry. The Naga is a pirate. What am I talking about?
It's still not a lot of damage. You push for 9, your opponent is at 17. Still far away from killing your opponent.
Oh, definitely not a good position to be in. Maul Strike might help out with any minions that come down soon as well.
What now?
But there has to be. Like, I can't imagine any other play. Like the
Corcoran
cultist,
base. It's like, get him.
the cultist needs to have some value ASAP. Wait, what? All right, that is very
Flame
weird.
tongue. Okay, so
Well, the thing
La
is,
Blaze Caller.
how do you plan to win against an elemental shaman when you start to trade?
Yeah, this is insane. We have Blaze Caller coming up for Muskaka next turn to remove any minion that's going to be played here. Or, depending on how wide the board is, Earth Elemental could just be the way to go. Double?
I didn't really understand the trade last turn. It's just damage lost.
Double
to be
trading in.
honest. Yeah, look at that. That simple fire elemental soaked 7 damage.
See Volcano Hero Power this turn. I mean, it just clears, right? You only overload for 2, which means you can Earth Elemental the turn after.
I like it. Definitely like it. Deal 1 damage. Kill the Frothing Berserkers. Like, if you just play Blaze Caller, he still has a 6/4 minion. And you are not threatening lethal anyway.
I wonder.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be Volcano. Look at this sick animation.
What? That's so slow?
It's because it's the Frothing Berserker.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, the Frothing
Come on.
Berserkers are double buffing, remember?
Correct. Oh, this is ridiculous.
Everyone just go and grab a cup of tea while you're ready to finish this animation. I'm joking, of course, we are ready to go already. But we didn't go anywhere, it was only jest. The Earth Elemental coming down next turn is going to be huge, though, and potentially backbreaking from Mega Zero here. And it looks like Sweden might be on the road to doing a reverse kill, the first reverse sweep we've seen for Hearthstone Global Games.
It was really close because the game between Orange and Nightwalk? Orange and Nightwalk, right?
No, Skaka played Nightwalk, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. So that was
Orange
Omega
is-
Zero.
Omega, yeah.
It was really super close. It was on the ropes. Both players were actually like one of lethal for one turn, and a simple draw with damage would actually go with the match either way.
Yeah. Conveniently 5 mana available, and now Tar Creeper into Hot Spring, into Taunt, and the Pyro Warrior is gonna very, very much struggle here for Team China to be able to get this win and take a win in this series.
It's impossible to win now. To be honest, like this,
Nothing's impossible, Luther.
there's no way Omega Zero will win this match after that Elf Elemental will get played. Even an Arcanine Reaper right now, with the trade, doesn't really do much.
Well, he's got double trade with Corcoran into Maul Strike to push this for 3. I mean, it's as good as it's going to get to a certain extent, right?
But with the Hot Guardian and the Tar Creeper already in hand,
Yep. There you go, double 3 drops. And Stone Sentinel is available for Skaka as well. Elementals are being played every single turn. Omega Zero is playing off the top of the deck as Pirate Warrior, and when your opponent's on 18 and you're playing off the top of your deck, definitely not the situation you want to be in. And that looks like it could just be game. The guys are laughing and having a good time, you can see there. And I have no doubt Team Sweden on voice comms with Skaka are having a great time too, as they must be feeling very, very confident. Stone Sentinel is open for next turn. That's something I used to say quite
Like
often is if your opponent plays Feral Spirit and you're the Pirate Warrior, you probably lose. Right? If your opponent plays Feral Spirit at this point, plus a 4/4, you probably lose.
yeah, you're running out of health at that point.
Yep.
Because it's pretty late in the game. And if you didn't kill anyone,
Yeah,
they mostly will kill you.
Yeah, feels good. Okay, so it's going to be armor up, and Deckhand can't even charge this turn. So it's definitely a huge problem here. No weapon available for Omega Zero. I feel like that's what he suffered from quite a lot. He did boost the hook a little bit, but other than that, he's not really done anything in terms of weapons. And Pirate Warrior gets hindered so heavily when you can't actually have the weapon activators live.
Well, to be fair, Omega Zero was trading with almost every single occasion.
Yeah.
So it definitely felt weird.
Pick your poison here, Lothar. Which 7-drop would you like to play this?
I
Which
feel
one will
the
most
Sentinel would just trigger 3-1 concede.
push
so
him out of the game?
I would definitely play that.
Now the one attack for the Tar Creeper not being too bad, doing the 1 damage needed to clear off the Captain. Heroic Strike, probably not going to be enough to finish this game from 18 health for Skaka and his Elemental Shaman and the Great Wall of Taunts going on. They have stolen the wall from China, and now Skaka has it in Sweden.
I would say that Omega Zero needs to suddenly get his brawl out of somewhere to even stand a little chance. But no, it's not enough. And surprisingly, Sweden takes it after being 0-2.
Yeah, save the best till last. Skaka got it covered. He won the game 4 to keep Sweden in the running, and then also won the ace match as well. So good job to Skaka and good job to Team Sweden, taking Team China down a peg and offering them the defeat out in the first match of their group. Got to be feeling fantastic to beat China when, you know, that's one of, again, we've talked about as we move through groups, the sort of giants in the group, right?
Yeah.
And we're seemingly starting off this week with multiple big matches, and actually beating out China is huge. They're one of the huge threats.
They're definitely star players, so I'm looking forward to next matches that will China bring to the table. But at the same time, have to give it to Sweden, man. The morale after losing first 2 matches had to be like low.
Yeah.
Really had to be low. Skaka showed
It was domination as well. That was the problem, the early game.
nerves of steel, I would say,
Yeah.
right? He was in a really bad position. Everything was on his shoulder twice in a row. If he wins the first match, he still needs to win the second one. It doesn't really matter if you even win the first one if you lose the second one. So a lot of pressure on him, and he actually did it. He brought back the team to Sweden. Everyone rejoice. Sweden didn't lose the match.
Yeah, and we can check out as well what's kind of funny. There's Omega Zero losing both of his games and Osaka winning both. So the ace players, you know, being on very different sides of the coin there, the way it worked out. So congratulations to Team Sweden. They take the win. I think we can check out the standings soon and how that group still looks. Just to remind you of the group these players have come from in terms of China and Sweden. We can check it out. Sweden obviously at the top now with the only team taking a victory so far, as the only match being played was the one you just saw, and China at the bottom. But most importantly, the game record is 2-3 for China, so they do have some kind of benefit as opposed to being 3-0'd, for example, would be a huge problem is when it gets to tiebreakers.
Yeah.
Those numbers are very, very important indeed.
That is true. Well, it's not really much to talk about the groups so far. We need more matches, and we are left with the last match for the day, right?
Yeah, we've got you know, the last match. We got 5 matches per day for today and tomorrow, and then the day after there's going to be, I believe, 2 matches that's going to be cast by our good friends over in America. It's going to be Rob, Wing, and Cora, as far as I'm aware, though, for now. But we do have the next match coming up very, very shortly. It's going to be the final match of day 1 of Hearthstone Global Games, so don't go anywhere.
We're almost there. Quiet down, everyone. This is not like any of our previous expeditions. This will be far more ambitious. We're stepping into a land of primordial wonder. Infused with astonishing elemental energies. The plant life here holds very unusual properties. So don't touch anything. And while you may be excited to see the local fauna, you might want to make sure they don't see you. Because their powers of adaptation are devastating. Make no mistake, we will be tested at every turn. But if we stay on our guard, we might just survive. Now then, are you ready? Then let's journey into Ongoro Crater.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Global Games. I'm Raven, and joining me is Lothar, of course. We have our last series of the day. It's going to be Russia versus Spain.
Yeah, and a highly anticipated match. Russia seems to be top dog of the entire competition, at least from my opinion. And I don't know, what about you?
Well, you know, I'm with South Korea, to be honest.
Ah.
I think they're doing pretty well. But yeah, Russia is a very, very strong team in terms of you just look at the individual accomplishments of each of the players, and they're actually incredible. I mean, for a start, we have the current world champion in there as well. So we can actually check out the group to see where Russia and Spain line up with the rest of the group. We'll have a look at that in 1 minute. But yeah, you know, Russia looks absolutely incredible. They're in with Spain, of course, which is the match we've got coming up. And then we have Australia, Austria, Argentina, all the A's, And then New Zealand sweeping in
Oh, you're
at
actually
the
right.
back. So
3 teams with A.
yeah, Austria and Australia. That's going to be a good match to cast.
That's not the same country?
No, believe it or not, we're learning new things every day here. The Global Games. Yeah, and New Zealand as well. So it's looking like a pretty cool group, but Russia do just have to be noted as the standout team overall. There's Pavel, silver name, Stanudachi, who's the current winter champion, and Ina as well. And then we have Duck, Feeling, Evangelion, and Giuseppe. And talk a little bit about Spain. Evangelion is a player I actually love to
I love
watch.
those guys
We
well.
were both in Valencia when he just didn't lose with Nazoth Paladin at all. Like
I think it was like 9-0 with the Paladin deck.
no, it was more.
Was more,
He
right?
went 13-1
Wait, it was the entire top 8, and he didn't lose a single game
until
with
the finals.
Paladin, until the finals.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think he went something like 13-1, which was absolutely ridiculous. And he plays for Valencia Football Club, which is kind of great. And I believe Giuseppe is actually on the team with him. I'm pretty sure as well. So it's fleshing out the Spain team there. But yeah, we can check out what the matchups are going to be. Just to remind you, this is a 4-on-4 competition. We have all 4 players able to communicate either in live, like together in the same room, or on voice comms, of course. We see Ina going up against Feeling first, Pavel versus Duck, Stanudachi versus Giuseppe, and Silvername versus Evangelion as the 4th pick. And that genuinely surprises me.
Silver name is an ace match.
Evangelion might not play. That's what surprises me the most.
Yeah, and he's also not the ace player.
Yeah.
Interesting enough. Like, to be honest, I was 100% sure that the ace match will go to either Pavel or Stan in Russia. And for Spain, I was almost 100% sure it will be Evangelion. Like, he's the most experienced from every player in Spain, at least from the team, right? So I was like confident that he would be chosen as the ace player.
Yeah, kind of crazy. And the weather's looking fantastic in Russia. It's looking pretty good. I normally just imagine snow when I think of Russia.
And bears, of course, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Well, those are actually sweet buildings, man. Wow, what an architecture.
Yeah, we had to check out Spain. I've been to Spain multiple times. It's a very nice place. Weather's pretty good. Sometimes a little bit too hot for me. But yeah, these players are actually... this is kind of a David versus Goliath story, in my opinion, in this specific match. Spain, do not get me wrong. Spain, I love Evangelion for a start, but Spain's team is pretty strong. But Russia has the current winter champion.
Yeah.
He has the current world champion. And then they have Ina, who's played in championships before in HCT. And they have Silvername, who's mainly known as a huge Russian streamer, but he can also play the game pretty well from what I've been told. So.
Yeah, and when I was talking with him, that was DreamHack Winter last year. He was actually talking about being competitive. He wanted to go into the esports scene. He said, I'm preparing for a long time. I want to be in that scene. I want to be part of that. I don't want to be only a streamer, He wanted to make a splash on the his own community, on the local scene, and play in the international scene as well. So as you can see,
go. He did
here
it.
we go. He now plays here.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. And again, it's just great to see Stanudachi come out and play. I'm looking forward to seeing what decks he's even playing because he took a bit of a reserved approach to the Winter Championships. He even said, we asked him about it at length. We were like, look, you're known as a deck builder. You build crazy, awesome decks. Why do all your decks look standard-ish? And he was like, yeah, I just thought these were the best decks. I really want to win. We're not trying to do anything fancy on ladder. He wants to win. He thought they were the best. Well, now you have to be a crazy deck builder, Stan. That's in terms of this expansion, everything's looking crazy. We've seen so many different deck styles, so many different archetypes in just one day from a few teams.
Yeah,
it's not as if this is the whole tournament. This is just a small portion, one match per group from, or one match not even from every group, but 5 of the groups. Just today, it's one match. We've got all sorts coming up.
Well, so far from every single deck I have seen today, I was actually sure that we'll see it at some point. But the Murloc Warlock was something I didn't anticipate at all.
That's absolutely nuts. We can see the class choices here. Ina is going to start on the Mage, and Feeling for Spain is going to go in on the Rogue. Again, I think we've had like a 50-50 split between Quest Rogue and Miracle.
I don't think it was a 50-50, although I think the actual win
two
rate...
Miracle players and 2...
I think we had
Have we had more than that?
We had more than that,
Okay.
I think. But the win rate of the Quest Rogue is actually not that high, from what I remember. The first 2 matches were lost by the Quest Rogue, at least today. It sometimes just doesn't align, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes someone will be just more aggressive. Then we have seen a match between Show and that was Lovilchuk, if I remember correctly, when it just came down to the fact that that a Swashbuckler did give him a taunt
Yep.
to not die against the Druids. That was really close as well.
Yeah, we see the players getting ready there. They're both seemingly talking to each other. They're actually talking to their teammates on comms. So, as we said, this is a 4v4 tournament, and all 4 players are effectively discussing the game and playing at the same time. Although the player you see on the screen is the pilot, so that's the person physically playing the game and finally making the choices. To be honest, you know, if we were playing together and no, I want you to make this play, and I just said no. You can't really stop me because I'm playing the game. I can just be like, no, I
They're
want
not
to do
in
this
one
play.
room and they can just punch that or something, right? So
That's against the rules. Don't do that, guys.
is it? I don't
It's
remember.
probably against the behavior rules that you cannot beat someone up on stream.
Well, you can
And
be
it's
like,
just
you know,
me.
Purse with
Just
it.
because you beat me up on the video, man. You're very aggressive is Lothar. But yeah, we saw the decks there. We saw Inner and Feeling getting ready. And Feeling as well, like, cool background. There's a lot of Hearthstone posters and images as well, so I appreciate that.
Look, a Murloc. I mean, there. We actually have seen him today being played. The tight collar.
In Warlock. On purpose.
Yeah. Anyway.
Truly an amazing day. But yeah, these players are just going to get ready, and just to remind you as well, it's going to be Pavel, Inner, Silvername, and Stranudashi going out for Team Russia. One of these strongest teams going on here, and this is an open the way gate with Cabal Courier this time, a card that will generate you a card that is not from your deck. So
But it
not the
might
secret,
be not
but-
a spell. Might be a minion, right?
That's fine. Oh. Ah, you just pick a spell every time, right? But yeah, you want to prod the quest, so it's fine. Yeah, that's a good point. You can't get a minion, but I imagine we are going to see a spell. And again, just a slightly different slant on Waygate. We haven't seen Cabal Courier, I believe, today. It might have been in the decks, obviously, but maybe not. We're going to see Feeling play what looks like more and more the standard list of the quest rogue. Looks like Oskaka's the variant he was running, or at least close. Glacial Shard, for example, being a common pick.
Wait, is it feel ink or feeling?
Feeling is what I say.
Yeah, but it might be also feel ink.
Is it
I don't know.
Lothar or Lothar?
That didn't make any sense.
You don't make any sense. Lothar. But we are going to move on to the game starting now. Comments below going to be pretty easy to go off when there's nothing else to do on turn 1. Feeling here and Inner again with the quest. We're going to just see a pretty standard turn 1, I think, from these guys.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's no babbling book for Inner, so he will not play the babbling book before the quest. Especially against Rogue, it kind of makes less sense because your opponent on turn 2 just can play dagger and kill it, and that's about it. For Feeling though, his turn 2 it seems weak as well. He doesn't have a Shadow Step to bounce the Noise Engineer back immediately, and he doesn't want to risk it and just play it on the turn 2 without anything, right?
Yeah, that's the problem, right? It's like when you're trying to actually bounce, you know, a card like that, you can't just play with your one real minion because you're never going to bounce the Murlocs. So you can't really just play like the one minion you've got and hope, right? That's how you lose with this deck more than anything.
Especially when you, face a mage that can just ping it, right?
Coming below, nothing too crazy. And we can see the level of discussion.
Do I
that'll be
play the
going on.
quest?
So guys, we need to work hard on this. Do I turn 1 the quest or not?
Do I show him that I'm playing the combo? I mean the quest rogue.
It's a consideration.
Have mercy, guys. We are casting the 5th match today.
And it's got the choice now between Waygate and not Waygating. And I believe you also want to get the quest done, or at least get it active for the mage. And that was the first legendary I opened in expansion, and it was gold.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
sick.
Quite jealous, man.
Yeah.
Another Vanish. So far we had seen 3 versions of Quest Rogue with Vanishes, or at least 1 Vanish. Oskaka was playing it too. Not sure about MK... What was it?
MKR.
Empire?
I didn't... did he? He vanished, right? He vanished.
Yeah, I
Fucked his
think
thing.
that was him, and then it was Oskaka, and now we have Feeling.
Yeah, it's a pretty good card.
For Inner though, we are seeing 1 Archon Giant, so most likely it's not the version with the Sorcerer's Apprentices.
Yeah.
Although, who knows? We have seen Molten
I
Giants.
mean, who
and
knows at
Sorcerer's
all? We've also
Apprentices.
seen, as we said before, Murloc Warlock today. So who knows is pretty... Like, the theme of the day, I think, Lothar. Who knows indeed. And I believe Feeling will just have to go for the dagger up here. He doesn't even have anything else that looks like bounceable, right? It's not as if he has a boar, a deck hand in hand, nothing. So keep throwing this novice away this early could be a huge problem for him. So Spain are going to rope us every single turn here.
Hopefully not. I beg you. I think Inner is like, yep, that's happening.
You just rope dagger. You should be used to this, being on team with Life Coach.
Well, you know, I got used to it. But when I'm casting a fifth match the entire day.
I mean, I'm okay because there's we've had a lot of crazy stuff going on today, so I'm pretty good. The coin into Acolyte of Pain might just do enough. There's only dagger equipped, there's no minions. The minions don't really trade into Acolyte well anyway. If the Acolyte eats and eviscerate this early, then one, Feeling still isn't bouncing minions. And also, like, well, yeah, there's one eviscerate going, I'm still drawing the card.
But we have 2 Kabbalist Home, and if you can just play Acolyte and Flurry, then coin out Kabbalist Home.
I would just
Actually, you can overdraw, so no, that's not a good idea.
I would just want to do something this turn while the rogue is doing nothing and clearly struggling with draw or like a card to actually bounce. I just want to start getting ahead and make the rogue try and react.
Well, it's definitely a possibility that if you just keep the coin and play the Acolyte of Pain on the next turn, your opponent can just ping the Acolyte of Pain and make you overdraw.
Yeah.
And that's definitely problematic. For Feeling though, it's kind of a no-brainer. You need to play Mimic Pod, because Call Out Oracle is a great card when your opponent is actually drawing cards the same turn. So you can burn maybe that one crucial card. Double backstabs. Not the best when you're playing the non-miracle rogue version.
Not too bad though with Van Cleef. We can set up a potential double backstab if another minion comes down from Feeling's view. But we can actually just like backstab and maybe play another card on Van Cleef if he draws something like a boar, but we will see.
Double Ice Barrier? Well, that's surprising.
Ooh, there we go. Backstab, Swashbuckler, Van Cleef, 6/6, seems good.
Seems good. You get also patches from the deck. 3/6, 7/8/9. No, you don't want to give him free draws. So it's just better to backstab that. Mirror Entity. Does it change anything? Not really.
Nothing too much.
I mean, it's actually
You've got to
horrible.
be careful because of Doomsayer.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually horrible because of Doomsayer. So you can only play this card after actually both Doomsayers were played.
So do you see the Van Cleef turn come out? Gonna try and apply some pressure. And so far, Feeling is just nowhere near anywhere completing the quest at all. Whereas it's gonna be getting a little bit further ahead with a card like Promodo Glyph in hand as well.
Well, at least what can happen is that he can win just by advanning his opponent a few times. Swing him for 6.
This is reasonable to me.
It's actually 30 if you swing enough times.
So he's a 1-attack minion if you swing 30
Okay,
times.
30 times and 5 times. It's quite a difference.
Okay. Convenient.
All right. Inner. It seems like a glyph might be a good start, but at the same time, you want to develop the secrets as soon as possible because you have an overload of them. So Ice Barrier doesn't look bad right now. It actually soaks the entire turn of damage.
Just buys a turn, and you know every turn you buy is a turn closer to Flame Strike, I guess, at this point. The problem is Flame Strike does 4, and once the quest comes out, they're going to be 5. So that can be a little bit of a problem unless there's a Blood Mage Thanos or an additional AoE or pre-done damage already done.
Man, imagine if there would be a Shadow Step right now. That Call That Oracle would have been deadly. We could have actually seen like Call That Oracle concede, because you just burned your win condition.
It's true. We're going to see the first one come out.
Vanish, Shadow Step? No. But still, there's a possibility because you can play Vanish next turn.
Inner's going to burn.
Yeah, he will burn 1 card, but if the Call That Oracle is still in play next turn, you can just play Vanish next turn and get it back to your hand, play it again, and overdraw your opponent once more.
Yeah, and also look how clunky this is as well. Like double Flame Strike, and then there's double Tome. There's just going to be no time or room to play any of these minions, and Vanish is just going to keep making it worse as well. Something that Spain are going to have to be very conscious of is they are roping almost every turn, and communication's great, but not to the extent where suddenly feelings rush in, right? Because that could be a very serious problem. Is as more complicated turns sort of turn up, so to speak, then these let's talk until the rope starts burning. A decision needs to be made, and as long as they have a key shot caller, then fine. But it's definitely something they need to be aware of, because the second this gets a little bit difficult, so we're going to see missed attacks like we've already seen today.
Well, it was very close actually, right? No, wait. Who was that? First match, right? It was in South Korea. 7 damage missed.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter because the matchup was already won, but it did happen.
Yeah, you shouldn't just randomly miss damage.
MKR was really close to miss killing out a Doomsayer, like split second before it actually happened, and he would have lost the game because of that.
Yep.
All right.
And it has to try and micromanage this whole hand here and try and work out exactly what he needs to do. Babbling Book puts a card in his hand. Primordial Glyph puts a card in his hand. Tome puts 3 cards in his hand.
Wow.
Tries to.
Discovery now. Oh, wait. Shatter. Frostbolt Shatter kills Edwin.
Can't cast them both this turn though.
Oh, you're right. No, wait, he's able. Because it's -2, so Frostbolt Shatter is for 0.
Of course.
But he goes for the second Ice Barrier. And now, this is a problem, because the Panda is being drawn. The Cold Light Oracle can be played again. 3, 6, 9 cards for Inner. 2 cards will get burned. I think you do it.
I would be okay with this, yeah. The only thing to be aware of now, though, Inner has Molten Reflection for the Arcane Giant.
Well,
Which means he can actually start stacking Arcane Giants relatively soon. Not right now, but with the help of a Frostbolt and maybe the Battleburn Book spell, can really go for it. And we're going to see it as well. Feeling is gonna get this fatigue train on the go, or at least the card burn train. Let's see what Inner actually burns off here.
can also get another Shadow Step. Oops, almost. Molten Reflection is burned.
Okay, he has a cheap one anyway, it's fine.
Yes, that's true. And Feeling actually is not aware of the fact that another Molten Reflection is in the hand.
Yes, Phoenix still has a few options. A lot of 1-drops here, but not too far away into the quest yet. Only 2 minions, and that Cold Light is the minion that's the 2 of on the quest. So
yeah, that's true.
That's something you normally want to bounce, but this could be a good strategy for Phoenix to try and sneak out a win here against this quest mage.
My hand is full.
Arcanologist is actually a useless card right now.
It has all his secrets, right? Oh no, there's
Yeah.
1 ice block.
Oh, yeah, right. 1 ice block left. Well, still not that bad. He needs an. He needs a Frost Nova right now.
I'm surprised.
Must be a way.
That's definitely tough.
To be honest, I'm surprised he didn't kill the add-on last turn.
Oh, not really a card he can play either.
So it looks
More
like
cards clogging up his hand.
Frostbolt, Edwin, and
Ice
Ice
block. Just to get cards out of your hand at this point, I think.
Yeah. And then you plan to use Flame Strike next turn? Man, this is not looking great for Inner. If another bounce effect will get played and that Colored Oracle, again, will burn some cards, it spells disaster. So that's Ice Block, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, he definitely won't play the Molten Refraction, so... Ooh. 3, 6, 7, 8 cards on the menu for Inner. So at least 1 will get burned again. For Feeling, that's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards. He needs to play something on the board, but it's not a problem. See, he can just play Prep. Oh, actually, he can just Backstab.
Yeah, you can backstab, prep, mirror entity. All sorts of stuff. He's already seen 1 Doomsayer burn.
Yeah, 1 Doomsayer was burned. Mirror Entity does it's not really, I think, a good choice right now because of the second one that still might be in the hand or in the deck. Okay, so he kills his own minion instead of the Babbling Book just to have it in case for a Vanish. Which is actually possible because you can prep Vanish.
Oh, he drew the second one. Well, that was nice. He gets the secret.
nice.
Oh, hang on. Is he going to overdraw the secret?
Arcane Giant.
Wait, does he get the secret or is he
3,
time full?
6.
No, feeling messed up.
Oh
His hand was
my
full. He burned the
God.
secret. Oops.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. There we go. Huge problems when you play the fatigue game. Lesson 1. Do not burn your quest. It's like, it's your win condition. What does he do now?
Well, that's a big blunder.
All
I mean-
the teamwork in the world cannot help you. This is what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you know, the pilot's got to deal with it. And that is a huge blunder, and Inner knows this. And this is the time to strike, as there are a deck full of 1, 2, maximum 3 attack minions in there now.
Well, that spells escape.
Concede.
Exactly. I mean, he could have actually played the prep first. Make space. Get the quest.
So we're teaching you lessons here. If you draw cards that proc the quest at the same time, the cards get drawn first, guys. So, you know, think about it. Think about it.
Well, I literally think there's no way Feeling can win anymore.
I wouldn't say no way. It's going to be hard. He needs to start poking away
I
for
think
one.
there's no way of winning.
He just Alex trousers now, right? How many quests is he on now? 2. And there's 2 quests. Sorry, 2 points into the quest. Vanish is just going to try and chip him down with those boars. We were joking earlier, if you do 1 damage 30 times to face, you kill him. This is very similar to that.
My hand is full.
There goes Frostnova. That's a shame, actually. Frostnova would have been nice.
Oh, well, now we can just play the Giants. So,
Giant, what? Giant Molten?
Babbling Book, Molten Core Reflection. I mean, you can see what you get first from Babbling Book.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something cool. Glyph. Oh, well, that's actually
That'll work.
fantastic against those balls. Keep them in check, mate.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And also, just 1 mana reduce the cost of the Giant down as well.
Yeah, so it's like for 0 mana.
So there's actually, you can just create the Giants this turn and Alex Fraz next turn win.
Yes.
They have to vanish, and if they vanish, you just do it again.
Will you burn anything with the mirror image?
Well,
With
you
the second vanish?
go 1, 2.
Well, in
3
this
top.
case, you need to play the Arcane Giant first if you don't want to get them vanished. But it's a high chance that actually it's not intuitional because of the fact that you want to
Yeah.
get the value lower, right, of the mana cost. But he
Doing it.
actually doing it.
Hey, look, this is Team
Well
Russia, okay? These guys are not messing around.
Actually didn't play the mirror image. Okay.
I
so
didn't need it, right?
yeah, they didn't need it, and it plays around vanish as well because it's 3, 6, 7, 8 cards. So 1 Giant will get burned if the second vanish will get played, but it's still okay.
If the second Vanish gets played, that's most of the turn, and then you just play Alex Trouser anyway.
Yep.
Put him to 9. No, put him 7, sorry, and kill him.
While Feeling can play mirror image, a mirror entity, sorry. So vanish, mirror entity, get that 8/8 back.
That is very slow, though.
Well, he has to do it anyway. What else do you want to do?
So many options.
Cry.
You have
Because I burnt my quest.
2 mirror entities. It's kind of unlucky when I think about it in this matchup. But also the fact is
Soon.
it's hashtag unlucky because of the quest. So seems pretty bad.
Okay, pigs get him. Let me Bo Vanish.
It's a lot of XP, man.
Okay, 1 Giant and 1 Babbling Book. Babbling Book's going to help him get towards his quest. He is 3 spells off, and there's currently only 2 spells in hand that will proc the quest. The Silence Ball and the Mirror Image. So there's the Alex Drowser. No surprise to really anyone at this point. And now In is like, look, you just double vanished. Played Alex Drowser, deal with it. Glacial Shard is going to say ice to meet you and deal with this. He's even going to bounce it to be able to get more value to stop at this 8/8. But there's still so much juice in the tank here for Inner. You can actually just get to the point where you just file on Paul's face. It's like, why not?
Yeah, why not? And also, the mirror entity has no value right now because you know that your opponent has a Babbling Book.
Yep.
Well, this doesn't really guarantee anything for feeling. Spain has to be feeling low after that match, after that play, sorry, with the quest. All kind of missiles.
You could cast Arcane Missiles. Yeah.
I mean, greater Arcane missiles. But both vanishes were played, so it doesn't really matter if you play the mirror image right now.
Yeah, and it's just checking out this game, basically. Just being so safe, clearing off all of the minions as well, dropping the giant down, and now it's just like, okay, look, you can stop 188, can you stop the other? Probably not. And if you can't, even if you can, probably just win 2 turns anyway.
Man, that has to be feeling terrible for feeling.
Yep. Not something you want to do. It's going to bounce it, stop both A8s. So, feeling's just buying time here, but...
Still on the defensive, but it doesn't really do much.
No, we're going to see, is he going to bounce the ice again? Maybe he has to.
So he bounces to freeze the 1-1. Wow.
No, he just doesn't replay it. Saves it for the 8 again.
I feel like you need the pressure. Pressure.
that 2-1 pressure, Lothar.
Oh my.
On way past turn 10 in the game. I mean, you can just flame strike at this point.
You can just also
doesn't
greater
matter.
Arcane missiles. But you know the opponent play the secret, so it might actually be a counter spell. So what do you check out first? Maybe you go for the creature first because it gives you
There you go.
the chance to see Polymorph Potion or Mirror Entity.
Guess we're gonna see. Oh, he's gonna go for the Grey Arcane Missiles. I don't know if we're going to just see Violence Portal because he knows it's not counter spell. One spell away from opening the Waygate.
Doesn't really matter.
It doesn't, but you have to keep you up to date, Lothar.
Let's go. Shadow Step on Novice Engineer.
He's gonna shout out this is freeze the 8/8s again.
It really
Look at it.
doesn't do anything.
And it's just chuckling to himself. Just like,
It
what is-
really doesn't do anything.
Nice to meet you indeed. Boop. This is just lethal anyway. Babbling Book is a card.
Well,
Frostball also
That's
helps.
not well.
Yeah, but Violence Portal with Babbling Book and Ping, actually, it's just the game.
Well,
Unless it's Ice Block.
Exactly.
Which is why it is
so
pausing over.
Inner is just like, what if it's Ice Block? Does it change anything? I have a second Ice Block in my hand as well, so killing me doesn't really do much. Unless someone is playing Eater of Secrets. But yeah.
Let's go check. Okay. Ooh, that's a good one.
It doesn't have taunt though.
I still 4/7. It's pretty good stats. Pretty good board.
It's pretty decent.
He's got to check for Ice Block and be rewarded. Inner takes the first game, a very long game there, which I felt should have been a lot shorter one way or the other.
Yeah, to be honest, after a burned quest, I was like, yeah, you're gonna concede that, right?
No, I could freeze for days. But Inner taking Russia 1-0 up. And you'd have to say as well that, you know, Inner out of the 4 is probably, you know, probably like the third less well-known. I said well-known, like, you know, Silvername's a huge Russian streamer, so he's very well-known, but in the competitive scene. But, you know, that next up is like Pavel, Stanudaci, like, this is only going to get harder for Spain, and making mistakes like that is just not going to be good enough to take down Russia and take down most of the teams in global games, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially now, after a game like that, your morale is really low, and other players also are bearing that, like, you know, the weight of that. They were talking with the player during that game. They were making those decisions that, like, you know, together. So unless the pilot of the deck just made the decision himself to play the prep first, he messed up. But if every single player in the team made the same call and he didn't think about it, that has to be like affecting them.
Yeah, that's one of the problems. As I said, there's potentially in every single game you see, every single player you see playing has potentially 3 other voices in his head. Like, you know, as his teammates are talking to him, discussing plays, saying what they should do, and you, all the while you're trying to actually like make the plays. Very easy to make mistakes, but a mistake like letting you quest your win condition, you pretty much only win condition as we saw then, just get burnt away by drawing, especially when you're doing the fatigue on your opponent, right?
You're doing the thing on your opponent and you're actually being hurt more.
Yeah, because the idea is that you're burning cards of your opponent should normally mean that you're very self-conscious of your hand size and how much you can control that.
Yeah.
And then he wasn't.
Yeah,
Basically, and ended up burning the rogue quest, which was rough. Did hold on for a while with that glacier, but not going to be enough when there's just unlimited at 8/8. It felt like at one point onto the board with Alex Straza and a couple of arcane giants paving the way. So yeah, Russia's going to take a lead. I believe we can check out who we've got coming up next shortly as the players are just getting ready. And yeah, I mean, I think this is just going to be a bit of a problem for Spain, to be honest. I think, like, you know, Pavel, Steinudacci, Silvername, they're all playing together as well. There's not much you can slip past those guys.
Definitely not, and especially interesting to see what kind of decks will Spain bring, right? They did bring the Quest Rogue. I hope they actually will stick to most aggressive strategy in general. It feels like when you want to overcome, in theory, a better team, a better player, you usually want to be the more consistent one, right? So you bring a deck that has a focus, that is easily doable with every single card in your deck. So decks like Pirate Warrior, Zoo, Face Shaman, Hunter, they always focus on one thing. So it's easier to bring down a player that is playing a more like sophisticated deck because it has.
Not that people who play aggro aren't sophisticated, by the way.
No, it's just saying deck, not people.
Okay, just making sure.
But it's just it's pure fury. If you have a deck that is consistently doing one thing, you're just winning more often than the deck that is like approaching the game from different angles and might have different win conditions every single time.
Yeah.
Right. So when I feel like
I mean, the road deck feels like that to me. Just bounce, 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 bounce. The trick is just not to burn their quest.
Yeah. Well, that happened literally once, entire day, and probably will not happen again for like few weeks or maybe even never.
Ever. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at least in this competition, right? Yeah. So if Spain wants to take this, I feel like they need to pick the aggressive decks, you know?
Yeah, and they've already decided what decks they're bringing as well, and in terms of the order of locking them in. So, you know, again, just a reminder, you guys, of the format in general is it's effectively a team best of 5 with each player being a deck to a certain extent, and then there's a potential if it goes to 2-2. We're going to go to an ace game to decide who's going to get it. We just got a couple of issues sorting out the players, wrangling the players for this next game. So we're going to go to a very short break. We'll be back soon and we'll update on what's going on very soon. So don't go anywhere, guys.
We're almost there. Quiet down, everyone. This is not like any of our previous expeditions. This will be far more ambitious. We're stepping into a land of primordial wonder. Infused with astonishing elemental energies. The plant life here holds very unusual properties. So don't touch anything. And while you may be excited to see the local fauna, you might want to make sure they don't see you. Because their powers of adaptation are devastating. Make no mistake, we will be tested at every turn. But if we stay on our guard, we might just survive. Now then, are you ready? Then let's journey into Ongoro Crater.
Welcome back, Hearthstone Global Games. We are sorry about that short break. We just had a bit of an issue we had to quickly deal with, but it has been sorted now. There was some confusion from the Spanish team in terms of not the way quests work, but the couldn't help myself, I'm sorry. But
I was just hoping that you were not going there, but you went there.
I'm sorry. But in all honesty, very serious. The confusion was they were unsure or didn't get the correct information regarding Russia's player lineup and classes. So they still lose their first game. So that's just set. You know, they lost. So that's the game done. They are 0-1 versus Russia. But they have been given the ability to slightly adjust their class rotations or player rotations, I think
After
is
the
the key
first
one.
match, yeah.
Yeah, after game one. So game one is done. They're 0-1. Once we've got confirmation that they've all set up and ready to go again, we'll be moving on to game two, and we will carry on the series as normal. There was just a point of confusion, a slight hiccup. But as we said, this is a brand new format for these players. A new format, you know, along with just a new way to play in terms of the teamwork play, playing with players they might not be used to. So there's a lot of things to juggle. And, you know, if people just have a misunderstanding, I think it's completely reasonable. But the main point is we fixed it. And we're ready to get into some more Hearthstone.
And we're going into the match 2 of Russia versus Spain.
Yeah, and we saw, you know, pretty much dominance, in my opinion, in terms of that first game. You know, even though there was the mistake that actually just led to an easy victory, not so much dominance in that aspect, but in the speed in which Inna was playing, the sort of posture and the way he came across on camera,
The decisiveness,
versus Feeling, who was like, you know, they were almost roping every turn. They were talking a lot. He seemed okay in terms of like happy sort of thing, but they were roping quite a lot, taking things till last minute, and like it feels like on the end of Russia, they're just like, oh yeah, we just do this play, yeah, no problem, guys. You know, quite easy going. Whereas Spain seemed a little bit like, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Okay, do that. You know, like that's the way it comes across on here at least.
I think the problem with the quest being burned is actually because of taking too much time for the turn. Because they started doing the moves, like the important moves, already when the rope was burning, and that adds additional pressure.
It's like starting a miracle turn when your rope's burning. It's a nightmare.
You can't wait to play the Kazakhstan when you have 15 seconds left.
Exactly.
There's no way, especially now with the quests also taking additional time because of the animation.
Significant. Yeah.
Yes, the animation is actually pretty long.
Yeah, it is. In terms of, you know, pretty long, it's like 2 seconds, but 2 seconds is a long time, actually, in terms of Hearthstone time.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, it's definitely interesting, and we'll just get the updated graphic for you guys, so you're fully aware of how the teams go up against each other anyway, and how the classes are going to line up. So we're working on that, and we'll get that up for you pretty soon. So yeah, in terms of how today's gone, did the winners go as expected? Obviously, -1 match, I guess.
Oh, I've seen actually right now Ardiu's tweet that his prediction was like 3 out of 3 during the first games, and I think he actually predicted China to win against Sweden, but I'm not sure. But when it comes to my own predictions, I feel like, well, obviously I wanted Poland to win, but objectively speaking, I think Taiwan
is very strong.
Is actually way stronger, a way stronger team. So I'm not surprised Poland didn't win, but my heart was like, you know, very emotional.
Same with me in the Philippines, man. I was actually rooting for the Philippines.
All right.
Not that I live there, I'm from there. No. No, as in like I was rooting for that team, and they got really close against Czech all the way this morning. Back so long ago. You know, Stancifka, Prokovac, and so on. Czech Cloud and Yara, of course, took it out over the Filipino team. But they were really close. I was like, I want these guys to win. They're very passionate, do a lot of local events, and they're actually really good.
Yeah.
But it is only match 1, of course, as we said. So a lot of cool matches going on. I was happy Korea won, because
it's a good team.
Korea.
It's a good team, definitely a good team. But in general, I feel like I wasn't actually anticipating such a big deal about the fact that the national teams are playing, right? We have a lot of viewers.
Yeah, hello. How's it going?
Hello, everyone.
Yeah. No, but I don't know. When you countries playing and you get to see other countries clash as well, not even your own, but, you know, we get to see some cool matchups. Like, how often do you get to see a team from China play against Sweden? You know what I mean? Like, it's never happened, and it doesn't really happen that often. There's more generic, like China versus America, China versus Europe, etc. But specific countries going at it, we don't really get to see. So we're glad to bring you this fantastic show called Hearthstone Global Games. And yeah.
Actually pretty hype. Especially with the
pretty
fact
high.
that
It's got some great casters as well, I've heard.
yeah, and the one that's actually bad is not present today anyway.
Yeah,
so-
we decided, we were like, so, okay, so there's, only 2 of us can fit on the desk. There's 3 casters. I guess we just get rid of the worst one in the form of Sol. I'm going to pay for that tomorrow when I believe he's going to be back casting with me, so ouch. And we can see the remixed version. It's going to be Pavel next on the Priest versus Duck on the Mage. I actually don't think too much has changed.
Yeah, I don't think too much changed,
based on this. So yeah, I think the rough ordering is the same. There might have just been a class mix-up or 2. So yep, everything's completely cool. We are almost ready to go, and we get to see the world champ play. I've hung out with him
Priest.
often, and his confidence grows by the day. He's a bit of a daredevil as well. Before he was in the Bahamas, he was just in a volcano. He said,
What?
you can like
the shaman card?
yeah, the Shaman Car volcano, yeah. But he just visits volcanoes, goes traveling a lot, enjoys it. So he's getting a little bit crazy in his young age.
Evil and evil.
I don't know, but he's very good at Hearthstone, and definitely wouldn't be or isn't happy with his performance during the Winter Championships. So I have no doubt he'll want to crush some nerds at Hearthstone to make himself feel better. So we'll see how it works.
I'm really looking forward to his priest. I hope it's the Miracle Priest with Lyra or Lyra, because it's
I'm going Lyra.
All right,
It's like Shaman, right?
let's go with Lyra because that's how she sounds.
She sounds awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
It's all that matters. She sounds awesome.
It's a new card. Maybe some people don't know how she works, but it's a 5-mana legendary for 3/5 stats that when you play a spell, it gives you a random priest spell. And in theory, everyone was laughing at that card, right? It was like, oh yeah, that's a way worse gadget and doesn't make any sense to play that card. But in practice, it shows up. Almost every single spell that you get from priest is actually super useful.
Yeah, and then there's the elementals as well for priest that reduce. It's basically a sorcerer's apprentice that's a 2/3 for priest. So those spells, a lot of priest spells are actually really cheap.
Yeah.
And then you reduce them to either like 1 or 0,
Yeah.
which then becomes absolutely ridiculous. And so if Lyra is played, we can see Pavel there, the world champ, just chilling. Where is he? Is that a window at the back or not?
Yeah, that's a huge window, man.
He's
huge
just
window.
chilling, yeah. He's just on a balcony outside by the looks of things, just showing his Russian palace. And then we see Duck, of course, representing Spain. But yeah, as I was saying, if Lyra gets played, we are being quiet when it attacks. Oh my god, just to listen, it sounds so epic.
All
it's
right.
going to be Priest versus Mage, though. And Priest has, depending on the list, Priest has certain ways to steal cards, like Ice Block, which can really mess up Mage plans as well. So definitely going to be a cool matchup, regardless of what versions they're playing.
Well, it can also be quite decent against a Quest Mage with Arcane Giants, because you can just get out of the range, right? If you're just not getting killed with 30 damage 1 turn, you can actually heal back with Priest of the Feast, an example, with like cycling through insane amount of spells. But at the same time, you have no way of just stopping an OTK by Molten Reflections and Sorcerer's Apprentices.
Yeah, the OTK is always going to be the weak point, as the nature of the name, it just kills you in a single turn. Very difficult to try and play around or defend against. But what I was going to say as well, some of the spells you get from Priest, okay, there's one failed card name, there's Caster Bingo, it's crossed off. The heal for 5 to a minion and yourself.
Forbidden Heal.
No, the new Priest one. Where you heal a minion for 5 and yourself.
That's Forbidden Heal?
Forbidden Heal is the Paladin card.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Anyway, you can get that off Lyra, basically, and then suddenly you can heal yourself and heal up a minion quite a lot, push yourself out of potential lethal range, but let's not mess about any longer. Russia are up 1-0 versus Spain, but now we're going into Pavel versus Duck. Pavel on the Priest, and Duck on the Mage.
Ooh,
Love it.
Curious Glimmer Root. And
This could be
Crystal
harder.
Oracle.
This
All
could
right.
be actually hard.
This, yes, against a Quest Mage. Wait, it's not a Quest Mage. It's a Freeze Mage.
Yeah.
Because there's no quest in the opening hand. All right. So this makes it actually quite interesting, but it's always like you have only one good option, right? With the Curious Glimmer Root.
Normally, but that's not necessarily the case, right? What if it's Fireball, Frostbolt, and something, like Ice Barrier? Then you're like, oh.
Well, all 3 are in the stack, right? But wait, does it
Oh yeah,
count
because
cards
two have
in
to be
your
wrong.
hand?
Yeah, 2 have to be wrong, right?
But what if the deck
Huh.
doesn't have Frostbolts, an example, because they're already in the hand, and you get a Frostbolt because there's no more Frostbolt in the deck?
I just don't know anymore. Glimmer is a card that actually just confuses the hell out of me most of the time. let's see what happens. We'll decide. But yeah, I guess it has to force 2 cards that aren't in the deck, which suddenly become very obvious most of the time. Unless you try and play around Glimmerroot. By putting like a random card in your deck.
That's a pretty sweet tactic, man.
Yeah, is Glimmerroot that much of a threat, though? That's the question. We're just going to see the Acolyte, the Cleric come down on turn 1, though.
It's very similar to Acolyte, though.
Draws cards, potentially. And this looks like the burn version. Is this just thing? Oh, no, it can't be, right? With Barrier? Breeze Mage with Valet?
No. Has to be then. But it's definitely not a Temple Mage. It just kind of helps, right? When you have the Valet against
I suppose
aggro
it's
decks.
just more damage, right? As well. You know, because you lose the Ice Lance and stuff.
Kind of.
Let's see. Let's discover together. Cabal, Talon Priest onto the Cleric. It's going to help it keep her alive a little bit longer.
Thanos as well. Well, unfortunately for Doug, he didn't draw the Ice Block. He had actually, I'm guessing, 66% to chance that Archaeologist brings up the Ice Block. So you can play it on turn 3, and turn 4 you can go Medivh's Valet and Ping to deal with some creatures. So in this case, he's actually pushed to use something different than the Secret, because Ice Barrier will not held up.
All right, here we go. Second Valet and a Doomsayer. So Doug will be looking up to pick up a Frost Nova pretty soon. No Glimmerroot on 3.
No. Well, drawing 2 cards out of just a single
Yeah, it seems pretty reasonable.
single heal seems like a better life tap, twice even. You don't even lose life, you actually gain it on a minion, so that's fantastic. Second Priest of the Feast. Seems like a good defense line against an Alexstrasza if it will pop out of his opponent at some point.
Yeah, and this list is going to be super interesting to look at, because so far we have not seen any silency type cards. You know what I mean, like combo silence cards. We have not seen any dragons. We have not seen the quest. Is this just priest?
Well, priest with Lyra, I'm guessing, because it's just good.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you run Lyra in most things, right? But in general, I just wonder what the overall plan / win condition of the deck is when you're just playing priest things. Like, I'm just got good priest cards. It's Dragonfire, though.
Dragonfire Potion is always good, right? And it's an exceptional card against Quest Rogue. It just deals with an entire board, apart from, Edwin, with at least 1 combo piece, right? And some random cards because of Swashbuckler.
Yep.
But other than that, it's a sweet spot. And we didn't actually see Dragonfire being such an important card in the metagame before the expansion.
Yeah, it was like the odd tech choice, right? Like
Yes,
you
exactly.
use it occasionally.
But nowadays, it actually shines, and the full power of this card is unleashed.
I wonder.
Not going to be too good versus Freeze Mage, though.
Well, you know. It
No, I
can
don't.
be it can be great in every single matchup. And
Man, this Freeze Mage. Okay, so Pavel's got a few choices here. See him talking to his teammates over the internets.
What is
And it's just going to go for more value. I do like this style in general. Just while you can get insane card draw with Priest, you kind of take it, especially when you know your opponent's playing a slow deck.
Ooh.
There's Ysera, so maybe he's just not drawing any of the dragons, or he's just playing Ysera as a late game minion, like you used to play Ysera back in the old days when it was just a strong legendary, and the fact there was a dragon didn't mean that much.
well, there was no synergy with dragons. It was just a dragon.
That's what I mean. It just happened to be a dragon that was a late game card.
Yeah, and back in the day, you had types of minions, but it didn't really matter apart from beasts.
Yeah, only beast matter, yeah, for Hunter as well. Only for Hunter, I mean. No, this beast druid malarkey.
Yeah.
Okay, well, 2 turns away from Flame Strike for Duck so far, so just to build up to some big AoE, and even that's not going to take down the beefy Cleric with 6 health here. So this plan is actually really difficult without an Ice Block live, right? You have 2 Valets that can get work done now, but it kills a 1/1?
Well, it can kill the 1/3, right?
Oh, it does 3 damage.
Yeah,
not
it
2.
does 3
Sorry,
damage,
I
so it
take it
can
back.
kill 1
Yeah,
cleric.
you can kill off a Cleric, which is actually reasonable. But then the Ice Barrier just kind of doesn't accomplish much.
Oh, just the Doomsayer? Well, we know it's double
Doomsayer, there you go.
Doomsayer. Well, one Shadow Word Pain will actually make it awkward, right? Because you can... No. It's actually 6 damage. And 1 to...
Glimmerroot.
Do you want to
I don't
play
know what you- I
Glimmerwood?
don't know
What do you need?
Glimmerwood.
What do you need to get?
No.
Nothing will help. Literally not a single card apart from Archon Missiles, and your opponent is most
What
likely
about
not playing
just
that.
playing Crazed Alchemist?
What
In a
is
freeze mage
the
list?
king's will?
I'm just saying.
You can say what you want, but that's not a card in
I mean,
his
it
deck.
still wouldn't help anyway, because it only kills one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is one of those ducks kind of just said, well, I can't do much else. I'm going to drop double Doomslayer, hope there is no double pain options. Also, one turn away from the Bookworm as well, so this does look like it is a form of Dragon Priest similar to what we saw earlier today.
Also, an interesting thing is that Pavel will get a card out of the Crystalline Oracle, so he needs to play something out of his card if he doesn't want to burn a potential card in his deck. Unless he just wants to risk it and just, you know, say,
Risk it.
let's go.
Or maybe escape.
I will
see what
just
happens.
burn one card.
Yep. Oh, is he just going to kill one? I suppose there aren't, or he might presume there aren't many Shadow Word Pain targets anyway, and
Yeah,
he has a
exactly.
Bookworm next turn. So you know what? I'm actually okay with this.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
there's
trade
no
off the
way
pain,
he will read that there is a Medivh's Valet in the deck, right?
Yeah.
And you need Shadow of Death for that. Even so, you still have the Bookworm to kill any creature with well, you know, that amount of attack.
Yeah, 3 less, yeah. And then I got the Alex Straza from Duck, so that's looking pretty good for Pavel. Nothing too crazy as Duck's already on like around 15 health anyway, but a potential heal up for Pavel that's going to be unexpected to a certain extent.
If it's not enough to have like 2 Priests of the Feast, right? Because that's basically more heal if you just squeeze like 2.
Well, also as well, Alex Straza's a
Staz?
dragon, if you didn't know. So it actually procs all your
is
dragon, yeah, actually procs all your dragon effects without needing to use her. You know, whereas your Sarah, being a late game card, you know, it's going to get used at some point. Do you see Alex Straza now for Duck though? Just yeah, a little bit too early.
So what's funny is the fact that Pavel did get the Alexstrasza, so he could have drawn the conclusion that Alexstrasza is not in the hand, so he can be kind of like he can have a different approach for the game because of that fact. But Doug just did draw it.
So Duck's trying to signal us. Show us 5 fingers if you're being held against your will.
No, it's 10-7.
Ah, sorry. So we see, you know, the two valleys could be an option just to take down this Bookworm. It looks like he's gonna go for Dirty right instead.
Oh my, this is...
Oh my God, you Sarah.
This might be a tricky play. Do you just go for the dude to red? Oh my god, imagine if Sarah will get brought up. No!
Glimmer, please.
No, I actually wanted to see that card in action.
I like the shuffle.
Oh
the
my
cards.
god, that's unlucky. 3 super big minions. And he got the Glimmerwood.
So he's gonna. Sometimes the world champ isn't lucky.
And Dak is like living in a dream. I was like, yeah, that was a good decision. It was a good decision to play that card. Like, I knew he would not have anything big in this deck.
Even Priest of the Feast would have been awkward, right? You know, like even the 2 Priests of the Feast in hand.
Well, he's pretty certain that it was a good call. Little does he know.
Drake, good Dominion to get down now as 4-9. So use Powered Shield, one of these dragons. Make it even more difficult and almost like immortal to actually deal with for the...
He will go for a second one. 100% he will go for the second one because he knows that it was a good decision back then.
No. I wouldn't believe that for a minute. Oh my. Duck, please, if you can hear me, which I know you can't, don't do it.
You will go for it, man. And
Why?
this time...
I don't know what it accomplishes.
Well...
I genuinely don't know. He can't even Flame Strike this turn.
I don't know, he just wants to build a board. He can always fireball something, right?
What to do?
Yeah, but do you want to? Do you not probably need the burn?
He goes. He will go
Is
for
there
it. He went for it. Oh my god.
Duck should be called Rat. Dirty Rat.
Dirty duck.
He is a dirty duck. Okay, so he's got a bit of a taunt wall up, and the Valley is just chipping away there. There is a Fireball, double Frostbolt in hands. It's 12 damage. Just from hand, and can play them both along with a ping as well. So that's 13 from hand. AlexStrasza might be looking pretty reasonable for next turn for Duck here.
Especially after he saw that one Priest of the Feast is dead. I'm guessing he's keeping the Power Shield, Pavel is keeping the Power Shield for the combination with the Priest of the Feast or Lyra.
Yeah. Also as well, as like for an AlexStrasza turn, there's Priest of the Feast, Powered Shield, Shadow of Death, which helps as well. And if that happens post turn 10, you can heal on top of that. So that's actually quite a lot of burst healing back up after the AlexStrasza.
Definitely. Now he just needs to deal with the minions at hand. And there's a few options. He can just go for the Holy Nova, deal some damage, heal also his minions as well, because the other play is Primordial Drake, and that actually deals damage to your own minions.
Yeah, he's going for the Drake though. So at the end of the day, although you deal damage to your own minions, you do want to pile some pressure on them. Primordial Drake is very difficult indeed to actually deal with the huge 8 health. It's basically another Twilight Drake with Taunt.
Yeah, when you think about it, that's true. And historically speaking, Freeze Mage has huge problems with minions that have more than 6 HP.
Yep.
If it has 7, well, it's kind of awkward because you need to Fireball and ping
It
it.
takes
But
a lot
it's
of
like,
resources, right? Yeah.
but in example, a Ragnaros was the biggest pain in the back for the mages, because you can't really freeze it.
It's like Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Ping. Was the way you could try and deal with
But
it.
if you
which was
just Blizzard
terrible.
it or Frost Nova, they're like, yeah, I'm gonna just shoot you in the face anyway. Fortunately for the Freeze Mages, Ragnaros is gone. There's only a simple remain of him, which is the weapon and the Warrior's Quest.
Yeah, it's Flame Strike doing it's pretty good work, allowing Duck to ping off the Twilight Drake and try and start, moving on these minions here. Once you clear them off once, they become a lot easier to deal with on a 1-by-1 basis, as opposed to the Priest having like 3 big minions on the board at the same time. You're like, oh, okay, I don't have the removal for this.
What do you think about AlexStrasza right now? Sorry, not AlexStrasza. About Ysera right now.
I prefer Ysera to AlexStrasza, definitely, yeah. But yeah, I like that. You've just seen a lot of, you've seen Flame Strike, some more removal come down. You've just presented them a huge board, and the clear wasn't that good, to be honest. You did half the clear yourself by playing Volcanic Drake. Like, I'm okay with Ysera now, and this can really open up, win conditions here for Pavel.
It also gives you spells, maybe. Laughing Sister? No. It's actually a spell. So the Priest of the Feast is pretty neat.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty good, actually. Loot Hoarder, not the craziest draw at this point in the game. Might even end up pinging it, because this is, Ysera represents inevitability, basically. Like, if it's just left on the board and not dealt with, which we can see can't really be killed at this point, then it's going to keep generating additional cards, and those cards are very, very powerful in themselves.
Oh, interesting. Ping to the face instead of to the Ysera. I assume that he just thinks Ysera is unkillable at this point of the game.
Yeah, why bother?
Yeah, so you're just gonna ping it. But at the same time, why bother pinging face when you know you have to AlexStrasza for the win?
Well, he might think he might have to AlexStrasza himself.
Can you win if you AlexStrasza yourself?
Sure.
I don't think so.
Well, just imagine like 2 dragons come down this turn, or a dragon and a buff. And you're like, oh, well, I'm taking a lot of damage next turn. There's only 2 Frostbolts. If you use both Frostbolts, then you're going to be taking... You'll be able to deal 0 damage, pretty much. So, I don't mind this. It's a big ask, though. I think Duck's in a very rough position.
Because I know there are better plays, but I would like to see the Glimmer Root. Although, maybe it's not that
Just
bad.
because we like Glimmer Root.
Yeah, I like the card. Also looks good. Go. Go for the Glimmer Root, bro.
I don't think he has enough space in his hand to play the Glimmer Root, right?
3, 6, 7, 8. Well, he had 9.
Yeah, but he draws a card from Ysera and gains a card from Glimmer Root.
Hey,
Oh, just not bothered, okay. Frost Nova is going to be able to buy Duck 1 turn, though, as the 2 dragons can't attack. And is that another dream?
AlexStrasza into AlexStrasza. But
As it was.
there's an upper hand in the form of the Ice Block from Ducks. But he doesn't know, little does he know, there's the Priest of the Feast.
You can even
with
dream the Loot Hoarder.
Man, this is so much heal on top of the Shadow Ward depth and
Yep.
other stuff that will happen right now. Power Shield goes down. First draws a card. Dream will affect the Loot Hoarder. Shadow Ward Death will kill the Alexstrasza. He can also get... That's not important.
Yeah, I'd love to see Dream on the Loot Hoarder here. It's extra heal. And also not too bad, because it means if Duck wants an additional card draw, he has to play the Loot Hoarder for 2 and ping it for 2 as well, which is a gigantic portion of the turn. There is still only 12, 13 damage with a ping from Duck. And this looks pretty grim for him, as there is just not a lot he can do now. Pavel stabilized. The Priest of the Feast is just not even close to dying, unless you commit a Fireball and a Frostbolt, but that's another 9 healing the Priest has done. So, yeah, everything's looking pretty grim for Duck. Pavel...
Third Dream in a row, man.
Pavel's just took a cool, calm, collected approach to this game. It's, at any point, he has not even looked close to being flustered. He's just like, yeah, I'm just playing yet a different version of Priest we've seen. I think this is close to the one the guys from the Philippines were playing.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it looks with the 2 Glimmer Roots and the and the Priest of the Feast.
The Crystalline Oracle,
and
but
the Priest of the Feast.
I believe they are not playing Nether Spite Historians, though.
Potentially, yeah.
Right.
As in Pavel isn't.
You just don't need that synergy, like so much synergy, right? The dragons are powerful on their own, so you just need a decent early game to deal with any stuff that will pop out in the beginning, right? In the early game, and then you just drop dragon after dragon after dragon and just take over. If you need to reset the game, Priest of the Feast comes in handy.
Yep. So we're going to see Duck try and hold on with Ice Block into the replaying the Loot Hoarder onto the board. Ice Barrier as well means that it's not necessarily lethal available, even though there could be 2 Nightmares in hand for, you know, for all Duck knows. Oh, we've got a Frostbolt one. Trying to kill that Priest. You just dreamed the Priest of the Feast.
What?
You could just heal it. Oh.
Yeah, here we go.
Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
Which one holds the ball? Well, it's
100%
definitely not
Dover,
Animalus, and it's not Counterspell, so it's easy Frost Nova. But do you want to even pick it?
I'll take an extra card.
Wow.
Just play it, you heal. And the Loot Hoarder doesn't.
Yeah, well, true.
Did you get it wrong?
Did he pick Frost Nova and didn't get it? I think so. He actually clicked Frost Nova and didn't get it.
Is he playing Counterspell?
So, okay, so my guess is, because we didn't check that, right? Is that Glimmer Root actually doesn't count the cards in the hand.
So
Because they have to be in the deck.
So is Counterspell in the deck? Is that what you're telling me?
Or Animalus.
Okay. Let's find out. It's an elemental as far as I'm aware, so it's that sweet elemental synergy in Freeze Mage. But yeah, we'll see. Pavel's still in a fantastic position regardless of the Glimmer Root outcome. And he can pretty much do what he wants here. Holding over going to be an additional 5 heal all the way back up to full. Why not? Do it. Pavel, world champion, does what he wants. He's probably not even talking about the game at this point to his friends. He's just saying, yeah, what are you up to tonight, guys?
Logan was a pretty good movie.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
There it is, Pavel, current world champion, puts 1 away for Russia, and now it's 2-0, Russia versus Spain. Great victory for him, and he's just another day at the office for Pavel.
With a cool view.
Yeah, that is literally outdoors. That is what it looks like from the...
It has to be windy
apartment.
with such a big window.
The wind doesn't bother the champion. But yeah, that's a really great victory for them, and now Russia is on match point. If their next player wins the next game, it's a 3-0 sweep of Spain. We've seen multiple teams in this position throughout the day, and I don't think we've not had any 3-0s, right? They've been 3-1.
No. All 3-1s and 3-2.
Yeah. So we've not seen any 3-0s yet, but if there's ever a team that's going to do it, it's probably Russia.
Most likely, and they have a chance to do it right now. 2-0. This game was actually pretty cool. I like watching Priests. It's like a deck that doesn't really appear as intrusive as other control decks, but at the same time they're really cool to just see the interaction between the cards, because there's so much synergy between them, right?
Yep, and we can see what the next game is going to be. Stanudachi versus Jasemi. Jasemi. Yeah, there we go. I thought I'm probably potentially butchering that. I'm sorry, but it is going to be Rogue versus Warrior. And what I'm looking forward to here is during the championships and during the playoffs, you were there, you saw where Stanudachi played extremely quick.
Yes.
But very, very well. And Rogue was one of the decks he played very well and has played a lot of. And I kind of hope, for our sakes, that this is Miracle Rogue and not Quest Rogue, because, you know, Stan can do some wonderful things with Miracle Rogue, I believe, and I'm excited to see what his build is. But the Warrior on the other side of the board for Spain is going to be very interesting again, because suddenly Rogue versus Pirate Warrior could be a bit of a problem.
It can be, yes.
Get to see
definitely.
Stan there, looking good as always in his team jersey, and Josemi looking great as well.
Well, let's be fair about the Warrior on Warrior deck, though. A lot of people like new shiny things, and the Taunt Warrior is the new shiny thing.
Yeah. But what gets interesting, and what these teams are going to have to start doing, is if they put forward their lineup, and if they have any thoughts of they won't know who they're going to hit, but when they do, if they bring Pirate Warrior to say, well, if my opponent has, there are a lot of classes that are weak to hyper aggro, Rogue being probably #1 up there.
And that's like nothing new.
yeah, and you can just jam that straight away for like a probably clean win, because it seems that favored, at least at this point. Then, just bring in Pirate Warrior just for that off chance you might hit a Rogue player could be really good.
Yeah, I agree, and it will be a cool thing to see if they actually nailed the prediction with the matchup, because if you bring, as you said, the Pirate Warrior, it's to the specific matchup, most likely, right? And if you nail the player that you wanted to play against, and he has Rogue, and you have a Pirate Warrior, it has to feel good.
Yeah, that's very difficult, though. I think they're going to put Stern third. That gets very difficult. The order in which the players play is done without, obviously, each team's knowledge of each other. So you just say, I want to play first, Lothar plays second, for example, and then you see who you get matched up against. But the class is already decided and such there, I believe. So that would be quite the call. But yeah, we are going to see the Rogue versus Warrior matchup. It's going to be pretty cool either way. Control Warrior is quite fun now with all the crazy taunt minions, and what I like about it is the flip in style from it goes defensive, my quest is done, get him.
I'm gonna fireball.
Yeah, just 8 damage to face every turn for 2 mana, as well as everything else you can do. It's definitely a lot of fun that they can flick that switch, so to speak, as opposed to just going, oh, okay, I think I'm okay. Tank up.
It's like driving a manual car, and it's like from reverse to full speed ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be pretty good to watch. I believe the players are just getting ready, making sure they're all good, and we have everything that's set up for them. So, do you think Spain's got what it takes to fight back?
Well, I think as a crowd pleaser, I would like to see just a 3-0, just to have that one clean sweep and a narrative.
We don't get to see Evangelion play.
That's true.
I am so surprised he's 4th.
Yeah,
I am so surprised. Okay, so we are going into it, and we can see Stan is playing the Miracle Rogue by looks of things, and Josemi is playing the Taunt Warrior.
Well, that actually puts a lot of chances for Russia. Because Miracle Rogue, if it actually pulls off the Gazetton turn, even without the Conceal anymore, seems to be heavily favored against the Taunt Warrior. Because it's just a slow deck, doesn't really apply pressure that much. The Rogue can be just, kind of chilling till they actually draw the Gazetton and then go off, right? So it doesn't look bad for Stan from the beginning.
Well, also as well, if we see it, and I imagine Stan's going to play it, I hope so, is Sherazin Corpse Flower. Very good versus Warrior. Isn't affected by Brawl when it's dead anyway.
Yeah, but this opening hand...
It's a little bit rough, I'll admit. But it's not affected by Brawl, and it's just continuous pressure. But 2 Bloodhoof Braves versus 2 Arcane Giants at 12 mana feels kind of bad.
Oh, look at that. You can actually play Cultist on turn 3 with a full-blown dagger.
Yeah, you can. Seems good.
That's 6 damage out of nowhere.
Pirate Rogue.
Pirate, oh my god. This seems like armor up for Sammy.
This is actually pretty reasonable, because suddenly now the petal you get from the Razor Leaf and the Blood Mage Thanos means that's a 1 mana 2 damage. Obviously with the Thanos on board as well. But you can probably start to hack through this board pretty well. 2/3 dagger. Maeve is just overpowered, it seems, the new rogue hero.
True that. Do you want to attack with the dagger?
I don't think so.
Well, I have seen some warriors playing the new Ooze.
Oh, yeah. Slime.
Yeah, that would just
Gluttonous
destroy.
Slime. Yeah, maybe you do that. And I think what's going to be crazy as well is I've seen some of these miracle lists actually run one of the poison for the dagger, the insta-kill stuff.
Well, and Venom, I'm not really a fan of Venom, although when...
What if I told you were going to play against Taunt Warrior?
Yeah,
that's
that's
sick.
exactly what I wanted to say. I see the value in Venom only in one matchup so far, and that's the matchup.
Yeah.
And you're already kind of favorite in this, so...
Yeah, I wouldn't be too upset with this matchup. But on ladder, it's a different story because you're facing a multitude of different things. And Venom might not be good enough, but if you build a very specific tournament deck, there's always the chance. There's the Razor Pal in hand.
I like how Stan actually plays all the minions first, because he knows he needs the card draw to just get to that gadget as soon as possible, apply some pressure. Even a simple Thanos here just gets you on the board faster, gives the buff for the Fenol's Knives that is really needed, for the Rezo Pedal actually as well. It's 2 damage out of 1 mana. That's actually pretty sick.
It's great as well that we're on turn 4 for Stan and he's played 0 spells. Because the Arcane Giants are still 12. So that's kind of funny. But he's building up a bit of a board, and suddenly, you know, this Bloodtooth Brave, it's just going to die from the board. Never mind what the Rogue's going to play out next turn as well.
Imagine if he will draw a Backstab.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
It's just devastating for
Backstab,
Sammy.
Fan Petal, go.
Yeah. What do? Just get smashed for additional 7 damage this turn. Maybe even 9. If the dagger will get used, and that's fantastic for Stan. He's actually applying pressure when we all thought that this matchup will be not about applying pressure in the beginning, because you usually don't have that option.
Yeah, it's quite a strange one. Semi is actually going to drop down Bloodtooth Brave though, so it's going to be a little bit of a big dude in the way. But let's see what the draw is for Stan. Does have
another Razzle Petal Lasher. And that allows you to use
well, he could just
Agent this turn, but you get blown up by Brawl.
Yeah, well, he could just lash a dagger Pel.
I don't like using that amount of petals here, because you still know that you don't have a lot of spells for the Gazetton if you get to draw it. And with having 2 Arcane Giants in the hand, you want to chain as much spells as possible. So I would rather see Fan of Knives here, just to get the
spell damage
value
is
first.
pretty nice. Oh, okay.
So
Alright, she's got to play the minions out.
overextension. Okay.
Well, you did trade 2 minions and repeated 2 minions, right? So
Yeah,
these
but
guys are bigger. So it looks like Stan's just favoring a minion-heavy board and then going to blow up with spells later on. Hallucination, fantastic card that will discover a card from your opponent's class as well.
Look at that. The goal into Sleep with the Fishes will put all those minions to sleep.
Yeah, that's actually a sick combo.
And now Stan is looking not that great of a turn. Hallucination can give him some steam for the next turn, but still, I feel like I would like to play that Fan of Knives when it can get value, damage a minion, deal 2 damage, cycle a card, and not overextend into any kind of mass removal.
Yeah, this is kind of nuts though. You see the difference when you know the Miracle Rogue player starts with 2 Arcane Giants in their opening hand. Definitely not fantastic. I'm surprised Stan's actually in as good a position as he is. Even as I say this, the board gets cleared. There is only a ghoul though, and it did mean that the big taunt isn't going to come down this turn at least. So, backstab.
All right, well this can give you options. I think I would start actually with Fan of Knives. I mean, backstab Fan of Knives. Maybe not even.
What if you hallucinate first? I think.
Well,
what if you hallucinate into a taunt? You just play a 5-drop taunt, for example.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm thinking, there are better chances of actually getting a Mimic Pod or, an example, an Agent from your deck than getting something really on curve with Hallucination.
I think the list only runs 1 agent normally. Grime Street Informant, Blood to Ica, and Charge are the options. I guess it's Grime Street Informant. I mean, you could.
Yeah. I think it's Grime Street Informant as well. You still have 3 mana, so you can still use Fan of Knives this turn with the backstab. Let's see what it gets. A Light in the Darkness is actually pretty reasonable.
What about Heroic Strike, though, as well? You could just Heroic Strike down to 3/3. Looks like it doesn't care too much about that. It's going to just give the +++ to a minion instead.
Oh, he can get a Gazetton out of this. An Auctioneer out of Light of Darkness.
I thought it's a Death Rattle.
Does it? I think it's just discover a minion, right?
Now I'm worried. Now I'm questioning myself. I'm probably wrong. Okay, so yeah, so the Ali Armorsmith is a pretty reasonable, straightforward option here. But with the 1/1 down, the Acolyte plus weapon is definitely a consideration. But it does mean you're just delaying the amount of time for your taunts to get stacked up. And just start generating armor. Ali Armorsmith gaining as much armor as it deals damage.
Mm-hmm. And sap doesn't really feels that bad if you actually get sapped this turn.
Yeah.
There's nothing that can damage you on board. So the sap is just basically, you skip your turn, I might develop something, but at least you're not getting smashed. And just so you know, the quest for the warrior is actually not really that far progressed. It's only 2 out of 7. So still far away from fulfilling the sulfurous dream.
Yeah, and to be honest, I might actually not want to get it too quickly because it does kind of need some armor at this point. And
doesn't
a little
need
bit
to play the weapon, right?
Yeah, true.
Another coin.
Wow.
That's unfortunate.
So we're gonna see some light in the darkness, I think, because there's just nothing else to do.
We can coin out giant.
That would worry me though. Mainly because just trade execute.
Yeah.
It just blows you out like an
Sounds
8-mana giant
so
doesn't feel
bad.
great.
Any opponent is holding the left card for such a long time. Yeah, probably the light and the darkness is a better option right now.
It's definitely a tough call though, but I do think that if you look at this hand, imagine, I'm okay waiting 1 or 2 turns to see if Gadgetzan comes out.
He's
gonna
actually
go for the
going
giant.
for the giant. That's the old saying. Coin out the giant, right? The mountain giant.
Yeah, just a different giant this time. Whirlwind execute. Might even be better here. Clears off the 1/1.
Is it better?
Oh no, you can slam, right? You just trade the Acolyte anyway.
I think it's better to play Armorsmith and execute while trading with the Acolyte of Pain.
No, I like the extra card draw here. I'll just slam. You don't need the taunts yet. Because if you play a taunt this turn, well, you've got no other taunts in hand anyway, so the quest isn't getting completed anytime super soon.
Yeah, but you build up hero powers basically for free, and your opponent is not on board, while you can get ahead. With the weapon, you actually can clear any minion that's gonna get played. Even a Gadgetzan. Because if you lose the Auctioneer right now, and you didn't have Sleep with the Fishes, how do you deal with an Auctioneer if it's get played?
You don't.
Well, actually, there's still 1 charge from the weapon. Never mind.
So Ravaging Ghoul gonna be nice as well.
That's actually
I
pretty
haven't
sweet.
played the Ghoul.
Yeah. Just wanted to get additional draw, right? It's pretty good, damn good. There's the brawl, kinda too late, but he still had decent option for turn 5 with the Ghoul and Sleep with the Fishes.
Okay, so Stan can still play his giant if he really wants to. Ironforge Portal, Shield Block, and Clear. I'd like a Shield Block, please, sir.
Definitely Shield Block. You want to cycle as soon as possible. Get that Auctioneer out of your deck.
Yep. So I've got tons of cheap spells to be able to combo it with. It is going to be the Shield Block for Stan. He's going to raise the petal off the Acolyte as well. Interesting move. Oh, okay, so he's going for the giant. Sure.
Well, he committed with the first one, right? So I guess you want to commit with another one. It can be killed with ease. Slam, trade, Sleep with the Fishes.
Could just face tank 8.
Yeah, well, you can. You don't really know the list of your opponent, though.
Oh,
So, is it wise to take that amount of damage right now?
probably not. Probably not.
But you can develop the minion, though. So, that's an upside. Or you can top deck execute.
See what happens. Going to start off with the slam. Dirty Rat. We know that it would be a just good 2/16.
I'm guessing HandsomeGuy should also know that there's no minion. Like, he didn't play anything for a very long time, right? If you play Giants for 6 mana in a rogue, you probably have nothing
Nothing else.
else in your hand that it is a creature.
So So this is going to be a bit of an uphill climb now. Steinudachi has Curator, sorry, he's got to beat Curator and the Armorsmith as well. I discovered minion, yeah, I'm just making stuff up, mate. Don't worry about it. Oh,
Oh,
Valspine.
Shaku.
Valspine, just snipe it. Hum.
I don't know, man. I kind of like Shaku. Although without conceal in the decks, it's kind of
You
weird.
get like the one attack,
yeah,
right?
just get one, and that's about it.
What's nice as well is now Whirlwind and Weapon doesn't kill it because it's getting the +1/+1 from the discover.
This minion would have actually been pretty sick if they had this stat line like
Oh,
crazy.
it'd be ludicrous.
Curator will draw a dragon. Might be a DeathWing, actually. Nope, it's the Primordial Drake. There are a few versions of the Taunt Warrior. Some of them play actually 3 dragons, so 2 Primordial Drakes and the DeathWing. Some of them are playing 1 Primordial Drake, 1 DeathWing. Some are not even playing DeathWing at all.
Yeah, I'm not huge. It depends what you want to do, right? Deathwing can be good in very certain matchups, but can also be terrible in others.
Oh,
so
yeah, definitely.
going for the shield block here for Stam. Ooh,
Oh!
Okay, Valspine's pretty good, guys. There's another taunt minion
Chomp.
gobbled up.
But he still needs the Gazetan. How many cards does he have left?
It's fine, he has another
Around
Valspine.
12?
He just draws Valspine again. Combo, kill the next taunt, go.
That's true.
Mortal Drake means he can trade into a slightly bigger one. Just take 4 damage to the face to do so.
Well, you can also just execute the bigger one if you want to.
Yeah, execute and trade, take 3.
Well, what other minions do you want to kill with execute? Now that you have the Primordial Drake on board,
And Cleef.
good point.
Yeah. Or Edwin Van Leaf, if he's running
Yeah,
it.
the
The 1/1.
Bitter Blossom, right?
Edwin Van Leaf?
Edwin Van Leaf is a better way
Yeah.
to name it. Now I want to think about it. Why Blizzard? Why? Why didn't you name it like that?
Just call it Edwin Van. They put it in the text, it's fine.
Van Leaf. Such a cool name. At least it should be in the flavor text.
It is.
Oh, it is?
It's the flavor text. That's where
Never
it came
mind.
from, yeah.
Never mind. then.
Also known, or AKA Edwin Van Leaf.
Okay, that's pretty brilliant then.
Yeah. Okay, so he's going to use the weapon to trade into the 4/3 here and clean this one up. Primordial Drake is quite the opposition here. Stan.
Oh my god, that is the
Hey.
draw that he needed.
Look
now
at the
it will
smile.
get off.
Look at the smile on Stan's face. He's like, I've been waiting for you.
Not killing the Vilesland Slayer is actually really important because now it will get through that with the sap or with the removal and will smash face for additional damage.
Yeah, and the fact that there's the second Slayer in hand now means that he can just insta-kill any taunt that's played next turn as well.
Eviscerate to the face as well.
Just
0
game.
mana. How much damage is that?
Backstab face, go!
No, he can backstab Swashbuckler. Play Swashbuckler, see what you get.
Yeah, I like
Can
it.
backstab
Go all in.
Swashbuckler. Charge. Not useful at all.
I mean, you can
I mean,
cast it.
you can actually use Gazetan next in with charge, get a card draw and charge into a minion.
Cold blood. Woof!
7 damage to the face. He didn't attack with the dagger yet, so that's 1 of lethal.
And he has Valspine next turn with charge.
So, as you can see, not using the execute to kill off that second minion or even use whirlwind effects might have cost him the game.
Yeah, I mean, look, so let's think. What if you're in Team Spain's position, what is the highest chance of survival? I think it's double taunt.
You think so? If you just leave Gazetan on board, you're dead. Your opponent will just cycle the entire deck right
oh,
now
hang on.
and get the second
So
eviscerate.
Drake execute then.
No, I think it's Armorsmith actually. The Ali Armorsmith. I mean, first, double whirlwinds.
You need to kill both though, both minions, right?
Yeah. So, double whirlwinds and execute Ali Armorsmith. You still die to eviscerate, but your opponent might not have it, right? And generates armor next turn because you can attack with it.
Doesn't matter anyway. This is going to be game. And Russia are going to 3-0 due to the third Vilespine Slayer of the day. Steindatch is just going to mimic Pod because...
It's a cool card.
Double missed anyway.
He should have used that.
Yeah, excuse me, get him. And that's going to be Russia 3-0. Hugely dominant performance. And let's be honest, we all know the Russia team was fantastic. Steindatch, one of the players that makes that happen, the current winter champion, and he's absolutely great performance. He kind of, everything looked a little bit ropey for a minute, and he was like, oh yeah, 3 Vilespine Slayers against Taunt Warriors seems pretty good. So that Light in the Darkness was absolutely huge for him.
Yep.
And he got out the win. And also, I actually didn't realize that there was still the second Eviscerate left. So, an extra 8 damage from the Mimic Pod Eviscerate probably would have got the job done. So.
The Mimic Pod is a nutty card. If you
So
get
cool, yeah.
double traps, it's cool. If you get double backstab, cool. Everything was actually useful. And here we are. Russia versus Spain, 3-0, a swift, dominant performance. Mage, Priest, and Rogue did it. Silver Name didn't even have to play. And so did Evangelion.
Yeah, really funny as well, Mage Priest Rogue. It's actually a World of Warcraft arena comp called RMP. So Rogue Mage Priest.
Oh,
that kind of just tickled me. That was the winning composition from Russia. But yeah, I mean, I just want to genuinely mention that Evangelion just didn't get to play because he was the 4th player, and that surprises me. I rate Evangelion very highly as a player, and I would, if I was him at least, put myself in the first 3 to guarantee a game. I don't know, it's crazy.
Well, we have seen the same with Oskaka in Sweden, right? He probably is perceived as the best player in the team, and yet he was playing as the 4th player and as the ace match.
Sure.
So,
well, that again, if Evangelion was the 4th and ace match, then you'd be like, I'll close the game. I'll close it out if there's a problem, right?
Yeah.
And if they go close, but I don't know. I guess you don't really expect to lose 0-3 in a series. But Russia, that's looking fantastic as they, to no one's surprise, sit at the top of the group. Although, of course, only one match being played. Just to remind you guys, in Group C, and Spain going 0-1, and most importantly, 0-3 in the score. And as we've mentioned before, and we'll mention again, the game record is going to be impactful in tiebreakers once we get towards and the end of the stage 1 10-week period of this tournament.
oh yeah, it's the tiebreaker will be important. We have seen an example of Caraku, the representative of Philippines. She actually didn't get to the next stage of the HCT because of the tiebreaker. Yeah. Right, so harsh things can happen when you just lose one match 0-3.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one, but overall, that's 5 matches for us today. I hope you guys have had fun. We can see what the scores were like. We obviously just saw Russia win. Russia's not coming up next. We've done that one, but yeah, we've had the 5 matches total, and they were all kind of great. It feels like we've only 2 minutes ago that we were kicking off the day with Czech Republic and Philippines. It was maybe longer than 2 minutes ago.
I think it was longer than 2 minutes ago.
But absolutely great day. I was super hyped for Global Games, and these matches are not letting me down.
The same goes for me, but I'm even more hyped because we just have the new expansion.
Yep.
And it's a pleasure to watch all those teams bring up the new decks. And let's make a quick recap of what was happening today.
Yeah, so we kicked off the day with Czech Republic versus the Philippines. A very close series, 3-2 overall, but with Czech Republic being led by Stancifka taking that one there. Then we had South Korea versus Greece. One of the teams I'm rooting for in the form of South Korea performed very, very well with a 3-1 victory over those guys.
Then Poland unfortunately loses to Taiwan 1-3. China, after a 2-0 lead, they blew it and lost 3 games in a row against Sweden. Russia, you just saw it, guys, a swift, dominant performance against Spain, 3-0. By the way, if you want to see something interesting, that I think that was the best game of the entire day was Stancifka versus that was
it WaningMoon?
WaningMoon, yes, with the warlock against Priest.
Sure. That was a long time ago now.
That was the first match, but it was super interesting.
But we can check out all of the series. I have no doubt the Twitch VODs they'll be going up on YouTube. And I believe we can check out what the schedule is going to look like for you guys tomorrow as well. we are back, and I believe Sol may be joining us and gracing us with his presence. So we'll be checking out tomorrow, where we've got 5 more matches. We have Finland versus Norway, Netherlands versus Romania, which is going to be a good one for you. We'll make sure you're casting that one. Or maybe we make sure you're not casting that one. And then we have Germany versus Ukraine, Canada versus France, and then the best place, the United Kingdom versus the United States.
So
what a
I'm
set
gonna
of
make sure you're
matches.
not gonna cast this one.
Nah, mean Solar on this one. 0 bias confirmed. But what a set of matches tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely a set of exciting matches. It seems like also a lot of rivalry, right? United Kingdoms, United States, Finland, Norway.
Scandinavian, yeah.
Yeah, Scandinavian countries kind of hate each other. That's what I heard.
Netherlands, Romania, G2 rivalry. Germany, Ukraine, top-notch plays, and then Canada and France, both regions and countries with the very very strong, but very
They both speak French as well.
Look, I'm pretty sure there's different dialects and stuff, which I'm not going to get into because 1, I don't know them well enough, and 2, I think people argue about this, so I'm sorry. But no, that was a ton of great matches coming up tomorrow. We're going to be same again, and then we'll obviously let you know more info about this on tomorrow, but on Thursday, we've got more coming up. But yeah, for today, it's been fantastic, Lothar.
It was an amazing day. Goosebumps since the beginning, so hopefully the next matches will be as good as today.
Yep, so that is going to be it from us for today. We are going to be back tomorrow with some more Hearthstone Global Games. Thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.